It was a winter afternoon in Three Mountain City of the Southeast Province, in the Three Mountain Plaza in the southern suburbs. Amidst the rush of people, a young man with a slightly pale face walked forward steadily. His name was Zia Ryufai. He was 23 years old that year and was a soldier who had just retired from the military camp. Zia Ryufai was not tall. He was about 1.75 meters tall, and his figure was thin. He had short, spiky hair and wore a brown Type 7 winter camouflage uniform. On his feet was a pair of standard black high-lace combat boots. However, there were no military ranks or military insignias on the old camouflage uniform. The combat boots were also badly damaged. The paint on several areas had been worn off, making them look like ugly scars. Even though Zia Ryufai's clothes were old, they were clean and gave off a refreshing feeling. But no matter what, his attire made him look out of place among the people in the city. He would even attract curious and contemptuous gazes. However, Zia Ryufai turned a blind eye to them. His back remained straight, and he walked forward with 75 centimeters per step. He was full of vigor and exuded a strong military aura. Zia Ryufai held a receipt in his hand, and his pale face was filled with worry. Huzai, this is all I can do. I even sold the house that my grandfather left behind. Zia Ryufai muttered softly to himself. With this money, at least our mother can afford dialysis. As for the kidney transplant, I really can't do anything about it. Sai, I hope you can understand. In a few days, the two of us will meet in the underworld. I'll pay my apologies to you then. After saying that, Zia Ryufai let out a long sigh, feeling melancholic. Huzai was Zia Ryufai's best comrade and brother in the army. He was shot and sacrificed in a border battle to protect him. 2 years after Huzai's death, Zia Ryufai was diagnosed with motor neuron disease, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. The symptoms in the early stages of this disease were mild, and the patient might only feel a little weak, jumpy, and tired. However, it would gradually progress to muscle atrophy and difficulty in swallowing. Under the current standards of medical treatment, motor neuron disease was considered an incurable disease. He could live for as short as a few months or as long as 2 to 3 years. Most patients would die from respiratory failure. After understanding the situation of this illness, Zia Ryufai resolutely requested to leave the army, unwilling to cause trouble for the organization. Of course, more importantly, Zia Ryufai was a prideful person deep down. He had always been the backbone of the lone wolf assault team. He did not want his comrades to see him struggle to even move his fingers and could only lie on the bed and watch as death devoured him. After Zia Ryufai retired, he went to Huzai's house to visit his old mother. However, he suddenly found out that Huzai's mother was suffering from uremia. Huzai's meager pension had long been spent, but his condition did not improve at all. Without hesitation, Zia Ryufai sold the small house left behind by his grandfather at a low price. He had gone to the bank to transfer the 400,000 yuan he had earned from selling the house and his military discharge fee of 80,000 yuan to Huzai's mother's account, but he himself had become penniless. Now, other than the 2 months' rent that he had paid in advance, the few $100s in his pocket were Zia Ryufai's entire assets. After passing by the new Banyan Road beside the Three Mountain Plaza, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The prosperity of the city was left behind. All he could see were low-rise houses, with all kinds of electrical wires running around and trees growing messily around. The water drains by the side of the road gave off a stench, and all kinds of trash could be seen everywhere. This was a shantytown in the town. In this new era, it gave off an aged and rotten aura. Fortunately, it was said that the shantytown would be demolished in a year or two. After Zia Ryufai sold the house, he rented the cheapest single room to stay in. Zia Ryufai's parents had died early, and his only family member, Grandpa, had also passed away. He was all alone, so it was enough for him to rent a small apartment. He quickly walked through the streets. He did not even frown at the stench that occasionally entered his nostrils. In his military career, he had experienced more than 100 times worse environments. This was nothing. Let go of me, help. In the distance, a faint voice could be heard. He frowned slightly and walked quickly in the direction of the voice. Normally, Zia Ryufai was not someone who liked to poke his nose into other people's business. However, the security in the shantytown was very poor. There were all sorts of people around, and the cry for help sounded like that of a young woman. There was a strong sense of panic in her voice. If he did not take actions, something terrible might happen. He walked quickly through the narrow alley. In front of an abandoned house, Zia Ryufai saw 3 drunk hooligans surrounding a panicked girl with smiles on their faces. The girl was wearing a short white down jacket and blue jeans. She had a pair of long and slender legs, and her slightly bloated winter attire could not hide her graceful and tall figure. She had an exquisite oval face, and her big eyes, which should have been lively, were now filled with fear. Her beautiful hair was also a little messy, and her body involuntarily shivered, making her look even more pitiful. Zia Ryufai thought to himself, why did such a beautiful girl come here alone? Wasn't she asking for trouble, help? Big brother, save me. The girl saw Zia Ryufai and pleaded as if she had found a straw to clutch at. This place was remote, and it was rare for people to pass by. It was also because of this that the three hoodlums dared to act so brazenly under the influence of alcohol. They obviously did not expect anyone to come. They looked at Zia Ryufai standing at the entrance of the alley and were stunned. The leader, a gangster with yellow hair, sized Zia Ryufai up and laughed eerily. "Oh, you're a soldier. You're not thinking of saving the damsel in distress, are you? I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Be sensible and get lost." Zia Ryufai looked at the yellow-haired gangster calmly. "I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of that girl. I can pretend nothing happened." The yellow-haired gangster was stunned. He exchanged glances with his two companions and the three of them burst into laughter. The yellow-haired gangster pointed at Zia Ryufai's nose and cursed. "You asshole, have you become F-seeking senile from being a soldier or something? How dare you talk to me like this?" "Time's up," Zia Ryufai said softly. The moment he finished speaking, the yellow-haired gangster felt his vision blur. Zia Ryufai, who was 2 meters away, appeared in front of him in a flash. Immediately after, the yellow-haired gangster felt a strong force on his chest and abdomen. He flew out involuntarily and landed on his butt in a water hole. The dirty and smelly sewage water instantly splashed all over his body. Zia Ryufai was so fast that the 3 hooligans did not even have time to react. Zia Ryuxin's attack was so powerful that it gave the 3 of them a shock. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes, whereas Zia Ryufai frowned and thought to himself, "This damn illness is getting worse." When he attacked just now, he felt the weakness in his limbs worsen. His kick should have caused the yellow-haired gangster to lose his ability to move. Yet although he was covered in dirty water, he quickly stood up. On the other side, the alcohol emboldened the yellow-haired gangster, who placed his hand on his waist. The fear in his eyes disappeared when he felt the tool that would give him an upper hand. Then he glared at Zia Ryufai fiercely and pulled out the dagger from his waist. He licked his lips and said grimly, "Brat, you are courting death." The other 2 hooligans took out their daggers at the same time and flung the girl aside. The 3 of them surrounded Zia Ryufai. The girl covered her mouth in horror. Zia Ryufai calmly protected the girl behind him. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the 3 people who were surrounding him. The girl looked at Zia Ryufai's slightly skinny figure. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and his back view seemed to become taller in an instant. Zia Ryufai landed a beautiful kick on the yellow-haired gangster's shoulder. There was a loud crack, and the yellow-haired gangster fell to the ground in pain. He started howling in pain. Zia Ryufai did not hold back when facing the 3 daggers swung at him. After knocking out the yellow-haired gangster, Zia Ryufai turned sideways and dodged another thug's dagger. The dagger flashed past his eyes. The situation was extremely dangerous. The girl screamed in fear. The 2 hooligans exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth, they brandished their daggers and charged forward again. Zia Ryufai calmly took a step forward and took the opportunity to snatch it. His swift steps allowed him to always stand between the hooligans and the girl. Seizing the opportunity, Zia Ryufai rushed forward and accurately grabbed a hooligan's wrist. If it was in the past, the gangster's wrist would be broken in the next second. However, at this moment, Zia Ryufai once again felt weak in his limbs. He cursed in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he pulled hard and dodged to the side with the hoodlum. However, he was still half a beat slower. A cold light flashed past, and with a sizzling sound, the other hooligan's dagger cut through Zia Ryufai's camouflage training suit, leaving a long wound on his arm. Fresh blood flowed out. Zia Ryufai, who was unexpectedly injured, did not change his expression as he hit the hooligan's face with his elbow, knocking him unconscious. Then he grabbed the other hooligan's wrist and threw him over the shoulders, causing him to fall onto the ground with a loud thud. The thug rolled his eyes and fainted. The girl was stunned. She did not expect the skinny man to be so strong. In less than 20 seconds, he had defeated all 3 of them barehanded. However, Zia Ryufai frowned slightly. If not for that damn illness, this kind of untrained street ruffian would have been defeated in one move. Now he was even injured. This was simply embarrassing the special forces. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked down at his trembling hands. Was there really no other way? Keeping his emotions in check, he turned to the girl and said, "Hurry up and leave. It's not very safe here. It's best if you don't come out alone." Following that, she exclaimed, "Aya, your arm is bleeding." Zia Ryufai looked down at the wound on his arm nonchalantly and waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small injury. I'll accompany you to the hospital to bandage it," the girl said. "You were injured because of me. No need. Leave quickly. I should go back too." Zia Ryufai shook his head. "That won't do. What if it gets infected?" The girl tugged at Zia Ryufai's sleeve and said, "Let's go to the hospital. I'll go with you." Zia Ryufai gently shook off the girl's hand and said, "There's really no need." Goodbye. After saying that, Zia Ryufai strode forward. The girl wanted to chase after him, but she had sprained her ankle in the scuffle with the 3 hooligans. She was limping and could not keep up with Zia Ryufai, who was running as fast as he could. She could only shout from behind, "Hey, I still don't know your name." Zia Ryufai did not reply. He waved his hand without looking back and quickly disappeared around the corner of the house. The girl looked at the yellow-haired man who was howling in pain and the two unconscious hoodlums. She was very scared and did not dare to stay here for long. She could only stare deeply in the direction where Zia Ryufai had disappeared before limping away from the scene. Zia Ryufai quickly returned to his new residence. It was a small room that was less than 10 square meters. Other than a bed and a table, there was almost no place to rest. He pulled out a box from under the bed and rummaged through it. Zia Ryufai had just moved over and had yet to unpack his things when he went to transfer money to Hu Zai's mother. He remembered that he had placed the first aid kit in the suitcase when he moved. The wound on his arm was quite long and deep. He had to treat it in time. The box was a little messy. There were military medals that he had brought back from the army and some small items given by his comrades. There were also some old items left behind by his deceased grandfather. It was obviously difficult to find a small first aid kit at once. Zia Ryufai did not realize that while he was rummaging, a drop of blood dripped from the wound on his arm and landed on an unassuming scroll in the box. When the blood landed on the surface of the scroll, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After absorbing a drop of Zia Ryufai's blood, the scroll suddenly emitted a faint golden glow, attracting Zia Ryufai's gaze. Zia Ryufai was stunned. What was going on? Zia Ryufai vaguely remembered that when his grandfather was still alive, he would often fiddle with the scroll in his hand. It looked like an old item, but that was all. After so many years, Zia Ryufai did not find anything special about it. Zia Ryufai even vaguely remembered that when this scroll was opened, it was a painting. The contents of the painting were very simple. It was just a piece of grassland with a clear spring. When he was young, Zia Ryufai had asked his grandfather about the background of this painting out of curiosity. In the end, even his grandfather did not know much about it. He only knew that it was passed down from his ancestors. Why would an inconspicuous painting suddenly emit golden light? What exactly is going on? Zia Ryufai muttered to himself as he reached out to pick up the scroll and slowly opened it with a curious expression. However, it was different from the past. The moment Zia Ryufai opened the scroll, the golden light intensified. Then he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the painting. Immediately after, he felt his vision blur, as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. This was too strange. The instinct from being in the special forces made Zia Ryufai instinctively make a defensive move. Then he quickly scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a safe hiding spot to avoid being attacked from both sides. However, he soon discovered that the location he was in was practically unobstructed. There was no place for him to use as a bunker, was standing on a land of black soil. This piece of land was estimated to be only 1 acre or so. Looking around, he could see the end of it. The area beyond 1 acre was covered in faint green fog. With Zia Ryufai's eyesight, he could not see anything beyond. At the center of this black land was a clear spring. The spring water gurgled out, forming a small pond about 1 meter in radius. Beside the pond, there was a plant that he could not identify. It was about 1 foot tall and had long leaves that were 2 fingers wide. The leaves were green and looked full of vitality. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the flower growing on the plant. This flower only had 3 petals, and each petal was different in color. They were blue, yellow, and red. However, this simple flower that had 3 petals gave off a delicate and alluring feeling, as if it contained the truths of the world. Even Zia Ryufai, who was still in shock, couldn't help but stare at the flower for a few more seconds. However, he quickly regained his focus. No, it was not the time to be distracted. He was clearly looking for a first aid kit in the rental apartment earlier. Why did he suddenly appear in this strange place? The surroundings and the area above were all shrouded in a hazy green mist, and he was unable to see through. Hence, Zia Ryufai's top priority was to find a way out and leave this place. Hence, the first thing Zia Ryufai did after regaining his senses was to walk towards the boundary of the land. This piece of black land was almost circular, with a diameter of about 28 to 29 meters. Soon, Zia Ryufai arrived at the edge. He reached out his hand tentatively and soon discovered that the mist was like an invisible barrier. A soft but tough force blocked his hand. Zia Ryufai did not believe it. He took a few steps forward and changed another position to continue testing out. The result was the same. The green fog looked extremely thin, but not only could it block one's vision, it also formed a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye. This barrier did not have any lethality, but it was extremely tough and could not be penetrated. What should I do? Zia Ryufai could not help but mutter to himself. There is no way out. Helpless, he could only return to the small pond at the center of the land. Suddenly, Zia Ryufai widened his eyes and looked around quickly. The more he looked, the more surprised he seemed. This why is it so similar to the contents of the painting? Zia Ryufai could not help but mutter to himself. There was a circular piece of land with a clear spring in the middle. There was a nameless plant beside the pond, and there was a misty green fog around it. Zia Ryufai remembered seeing this painting when he was young. Other than the lack of green grass on the ground, it was exactly the same as the painting he had seen before. Could it be that I'm in that painting? Zia Ryufai had a bold thought. Zia Ryufai was also shocked by his own thoughts, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, the changes in environment was only after he opened the scroll. Zia Ryufai had been in the army for many years and had received much education. At that moment, he felt as if his worldview had collapsed. He stood beside the pond in a daze for a long while. Zia Ryufai, who had gone through the harsh training in the lone wolf assault team, had an extremely calm mind. No matter what, he would not lose his cool. However, such a strange experience still made his mind temporarily blank. After a long while, he thought of a serious problem: how should he leave this place? For an elite of the special forces to be trapped in a painting without being able to do anything, this was truly a huge joke. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "God, am I going to be trapped here forever? I want to go out." Just as he finished speaking, Zia Ryufai suddenly felt his vision blur. That familiar pulling force and dizziness struck him again. In the next moment, he realized that he had returned to the messy rental apartment. In his hand was the painting. Zia Ryufai widened his mouth in shock. It is actually controlled by voice. That can't be. He couldn't help but cast his gaze at the painting in his hand. This painting still looked ordinary. The old scroll was covered in mottled traces, and it was obvious that it had the aura of time. Zia Ryufai carefully observed the contents of the painting and was even more certain that he had just entered the painting. As an elite of the special forces, he would subconsciously remember many details. For example, the plant by the pond that he couldn't name, as well as the delicate and beautiful flower with only 3 petals on it. With a glance, Zia Ryufai quickly spotted the plant in the painting. The flower on it and even the veins of the leaves were exactly the same as what he saw by the pond. There was actually a hidden secret within the painting. There was another mysterious space within it. The usually calm Zia Ryufai could not help but become very agitated. He had found a treasure this time. In his excitement, there was something else that Zia Ryufai could not understand. That was this painting had been in their family for many generations. In Zia Ryufai's memories, there was a period of time when his grandfather would open to admire it. Even when Zia Ryufai was young, he had also mischievously opened this painting. But both his grandfather and himself had never been directly pulled into the painting space. Zia Ryufai pondered for a while. In the end, he could only attribute it to the blood from his wound on the painting. Besides this reason, Zia Ryufai could not find any other reason. He no longer dwelled on this issue and turned to study this mysterious painting scroll. After half a day of repeated testing, Zia Ryufai finally figured out some basic functions of the painting space. First of all, it was very easy for him to enter and exit this space. He only needed to think about it, and he could enter or leave. Furthermore, he could bring things into the space, but he had to hold on to those items. Secondly, if he went in and out of the space repeatedly, it seemed like he would become mentally exhausted. However, the pond in the space was very effective in restoring one's mental state. It was even helpful for treating physical injuries. After Zia Ryufai drank some water from the pond, he realized that the knife wound on his arm was already showing signs of scabbing. This discovery surprised and delighted Zia Ryufai. The rental apartment was too cramped. After selling the house, he could not bear to throw away many of his grandfather's belongings, so the room was almost full. Now that there was this magical space, Zia Ryufai simply moved all the items into the space after making a few trips. The room instantly felt much more spacious. He drank a few mouthfuls of water from the pond to recover his energy. Then he sat down by the pond and gazed at the clear spiritual water in deep thought. Slowly calming down, Zia Ryufai began to think about how to make use of this magical spiritual space to earn as much money as possible. Huzai's mother was diagnosed with uremia. The total of 500,000 that Zia Ryufai earned from selling the house and his retirement fund had been given to Huzai's mother. However, Huzai's family still owed a huge debt, and the money that Zia Ryufai gave would definitely not be enough for a kidney transplant. Hence, Zia Ryufai wanted to raise as much money as possible while he still had the energy. Zia Ryufai knew that his days were numbered. Patients with Lou Gehrig's disease only lived for 2 to 3 years at most. Zia Ryufai originally wanted to earn as much money as possible while he could still move and leave it to Huzai's mother. Now that he suddenly obtained the mysterious spiritual map, Zia Ryufai's mind started to run fast. Zia Ryufai immediately rejected the idea of selling it for money. That was because this spiritual map was truly too magical. It had already far surpassed the scope of normal people's imagination. Zia Ryufai knew very well that if he sold this painting rashly, not only would he not be able to get the money, it would also draw disaster. Zia Ryufai quickly made up his mind. Not only could he not sell it openly, he had to keep it as his top secret. He could not even leak it to his closest friends. Since he couldn't sell it for money, he should at least make use of this treasure to earn some money for himself. Otherwise, it would be such a waste, Zia Ryufai thought. However, as to how he could make use of the spiritual map to earn money, Xia Ruifai did not have any good ideas at the moment. After all, he knew very little about this space. The only thing he knew was that the water in the pond seemed to be beneficial for recovering one's mental strength and physical injuries. However, the pond only had a radius of 1 meter. He could not possibly drain the water and sell it. This was equivalent to having a mountain of treasure, but it could not be exchanged for real money. Xia Ruifai could not help but smile bitterly. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and muttered to himself. Forget it, let's go out and get some food first. The emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers. With that, Xia Ruifai prepared to leave the space. At this moment, his gaze landed on a small flower pot. He couldn't help but stare blankly at it. Xia Ruofan remembered that this flower pot was left behind by the previous tenant. For some reason, he had also brought this flower pot into the space when he was packing up the miscellaneous items. There was a small green lotus-shaped plant in the flower pot. Its leaves were plump and thick, and there were some brown vein-like patterns on it. It looked quite pretty. However, perhaps due to neglect, the plant looked listless. Xia Ruifai shook his head and reached out to pick up the flower pot, preparing to bring it out. Xia Ruifai did not have the hobby of raising potted plants. Since it did not belong to an owner, he would just find a time to throw it outside. He could not even afford to feed himself. Why would he raise a potted plant? However, on second thought, he muttered to himself, forget it. Since I brought you in just now, it's fate. I'll leave you here." The soil in the flower pot was still filled with large amounts of small pebbles. It looked like it was completely dry without any moisture. When Xia Ruifai saw this scene, he simply carried the flower pot to the side of the pond and used his hands to fetch some water to water the plant. He waited until the soil in the flower pot was completely drenched before standing up and leaving the space. As for the potted plant, Xia Ruifai simply left it in the spiritual space. Back in his room, Xia Ruifai made a simple bowl of instant noodles for his lunch. Then he cleaned up the room. He was so tired that he was panting slightly. He even sweated a lot. Ever since he contracted Lou Gehrig's disease, Xia Ruifai's physical strength had decreased very quickly. When he was in the military, such a small amount of exercise could not even make him sweat, let alone feel tired. He took a towel and went to the public washroom outside to take a quick shower. Then he returned to his room and lay on the bed to rest. Unknowingly, Xia Ruifai fell into a deep sleep. When Xia Ruifai woke up again, it was already dark outside. He looked at the time on his knockoff phone and realized that it was already 6:30 p.m. This meant that he had slept for 4 to 5 hours. After waking up, Xia Ruifai's mouth was a little dry. He shook the painting that he had clutched tightly when he was sleeping. With a thought, he disappeared from the room and entered the spiritual map space. The water in the pond made Xia Ruifai hungry. When he felt thirsty, he immediately thought of getting some water to drink. He appeared in the space and walked straight to the pond. However, when he saw the flower pot by the pond, his gaze couldn't help but freeze and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He quickly walked over to the flower pot. Xia Ruifai realized that the plants in the flower pot were different from before. The most obvious change was its size. It had become as big as a balloon. In addition, it was no longer withered and looked like it could die at any moment. The leaves had become crystal clear as if they were carved from jade. It was magical and beautiful, fresh and elegant, as if it was a work of art with life. There was an even more obvious change, the color of the leaves. The outermost area was still very green, but the color of the inner area had changed. It had a color gradation from light to deep. The innermost area had become a beautiful purple. At the top of the leaf, there were some transparent veins. One could see the sparkling and translucent meaty leaves inside at a glance, which were as clear and transparent as ice lamps. A half-dead potted plant had become so magical and beautiful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had been reborn. It was Xia Ruifai's first time seeing such a beautiful potted plant. He could not help but stare in a daze. For a moment, he even forgot that he came in to find water to drink because he was thirsty. After looking at it for a long time, Xia Ruifai unwillingly moved his gaze away from the crystal-clear potted plant and looked at the clear pond with excitement. Without a doubt, the reason why the potted plant underwent such a drastic change in such a short period of time was most likely because he had watered it with water from the pond previously. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the spiritual map space itself had a great effect on the growth of plants. Regardless of the reason, Xia Ruifai had at least found a way to make money. After Xia Ruixin left the spiritual map space, the first thing he did was to search for information about the potted plant online. Although the rental house was dilapidated and narrow, the facilities were still complete. This place was mainly rented to city workers or young people who had just graduated from university. Therefore, every room had a network access point. The desktop computer he had bought before joining the army had now become useful. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, the old desktop was finally turned on. Xia Ruifai opened the browser and entered the search engine to search for information. He searched for a long time but didn't find much useful information. However, he did find out that the lotus-shaped plant's name was Jade Dew and belonged to the 12th volume of the encyclopedia. It was also one of the more popular cactus-type plant. There were many types of Jade Dew. Xiaorufai searched for a long time but could not find out what kind of Jade Dew was in the space and how much it was worth. However, Xiaorufai was certain that before the transformation of the Jade Dew, it was an extremely ordinary breed. The previous tenant was also not taking care of it, and it was basically in a half-dead state. Furthermore, it was left behind in a room when they moved, so it was definitely not worth much. As for the mutated Jade Dew, Xiaorufai could not find out anything about it. Therefore, he simply entered the space again and took a few photos of the Jade Dew with his phone. Then he returned to his room and uploaded the photos to the online forum for cactus plants. After uploading it, Xiaorufai did not bother about it anymore. He turned off the computer, showered, and went to sleep. The next morning, after Xiaorufai washed up, he did not even have time for breakfast. He took out the spiritual map that he kept close to himself and entered the spiritual map space. The moment he entered, Xiaorufai realized that the pot of Jade Dew had grown a lot bigger. The leaves were even more tender and had changed from a tender green to a purple color. The layers within the leaves were even more distinct. The spots on the top of the leaves were almost completely transparent. The meaty leaves inside were crystal clear, making one feel like pinching them. This space was really magical. A pot of ordinary Jade Dew that was about to dry up had only been watered with some water and then put in the space for a night, and it had actually undergone a complete transformation. Xiaorufai was very excited. He remembered the post the previous day, so he left the space and sat in front of the computer. Xiaorufai had just logged into his account on the forum when he received a series of notifications, which made him shocked. On closer look, there were almost 200 private messages. It was a new account that was registered the previous night for the post. Why did so many people send him private messages overnight? Xiaorufai mumbled to himself as she opened the private messages. Brother, where did you get this supreme grade Jade Dew? It's so beautiful. This is the best ice lantern Jade Dew. Oh my god, are you sure you didn't Photoshop this picture? How can there be such a clear Jade Dew? The comments were all about the photos that Xiaorufai uploaded the day before. Xiaorufai was not surprised because his account had only made 2 posts. The contents of the 2 posts were the same. Please tell me what kind of Jade Dew this is. Is it worth a lot of money? Then he attached a photo. One of them was posted on the Succulent Plant Forum while the other was posted on the Jade Dew Forum. Some comments were even more direct. I want this supreme grade ice lantern. Name any price. Phone number 136 XXXXXXXX. Even through the computer screen, he could feel that the person was rich. Initially, Xiaorufai only thought that the pot of Jade Dew looked much better after watering with the water from the pond the day before. As he did not have a deep understanding of the succulent plants, he did not know that his posts had already caused an uproar on both forums. Xiaorufai did not know what ice lantern Jade Dew was, but it looked like it was worth a lot of money. He opened his post with anticipation. Compared to the private messages, the post was even more lively. The 2 posts had dozens of pages of replies overnight. There were at least 1,000 or 2,000 replies. It was as if the entire forum site had exploded. Not only were there many comments in Xiaorufai's post, but there were also quite a number of new posts discussing the Jade Dew that Xiaorufai had posted. Whether it was a reply or a new post, the views were roughly divided into 2 factions, positive and negative. One side naturally bowed down to Xiaorufai. They were full of admiration for Xiaorufai for being able to nurture such supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew. There were even people who clamored to acknowledge Xiaorufai as their master. The other group was skeptical. Some people suspected that the pot of Jade Dew was not ice lantern. The reason was simple. They had never seen an ice lantern that had color gradation from green to purple. Many people said that it was fake and had been applied with coloring. Furthermore, this pot of Jade Dew was crystal clear and looked like real jade. Some people even swore that it was definitely photoshopped by him. A veteran who owned multiple succulent plants said that he had been exposed to many types of plants for more than 10 years and had never seen such a perfect ice lantern Jade Dew. This also indirectly proved that the picture had been photoshopped. The supporters refuted these views one by one. They analyzed the photo from different angles and insisted that it was definitely an ice lantern. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare variant. It was extremely beautiful and was definitely the best among ice lanterns and Jade Dews. There were also many succulent plant owners who worked in the graphic design industry and analyzed from a technical point of view. They claimed that the photos were all original and had not even been edited. They were just raw images. In short, the 2 forums were in a heated argument because of Xiaorufai's post. Xiaorufai flipped through the posts and private messages and could not help but grin. Xiaorufai did not know any of the professional terms of side sprouts, brocade, tree type. However, he was certain that the Jade Dew would be very valuable. What Xiaorufai lacked the most now was money. a private message caught Zia Ryufai's attention. Brother, I am very interested in this ice lantern of yours. I wonder if you are willing to sell it. If you are, please consider me first. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. I specialize in planting and selling succulent plants in Three Mountain City. I have my own workshop and shed. If you are worried, I can personally go to the city you are in. My phone number is 159 XXXXXXXX. Hope to hear from you. It could be seen that this person's tone was rather sincere, and he happened to be in Three Mountain City. Having a transaction in the same city could reduce a lot of trouble for him. Zia Ryufai pondered for a while, took out his phone, and dialed the number left in the private message. The moment the call connected, a young voice came through the receiver. Hello, Zia Ryufai asked directly. Are you cold-stirred succulent from the Jade Dew forum site? The voice on the other end of the line immediately became more enthusiastic. That's right. Do you want to buy succulent plants? We have a wide variety of them. There's the myriad elephant, lifestone flower, jade fan. Basically, I have all the succulent plants that are popular nowadays, and their quality is definitely top-notch. It seemed that this cold-stirred succulent was a cultivator of succulent plants. The place he owned was called Immortal Succulent Store. Hearing this strange name, Zia Ryufai was slightly stunned. Then he said, I'm Bloodwolf from the forum. You left me a private message last night. Bloodwolf was Zia Ryufai's username when he registered the day before. It was his code name when he served in the Lone Wolf Assault Team. Zia Ryufai had deep feelings for this code name. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. Then Zia Ryufai clearly heard the other party take in a breath of cold air. Then his excited voice came through the phone. So you're Master Bloodwolf. Hello, hey, wait. So you're from Three Mountain City too? Oh my, this is such a coincidence. It must be fate. It was obvious that cold-stirred succulent had noticed the origin of his location based on the caller ID. He was so excited that he became incoherent in his words. Zia Ryufai smiled faintly and asked, Are you interested in my ice lantern? Of course. I've been in the industry for succulent plants for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful supreme-grade ice lantern. This ice lantern is perfect in both shape and its transparency. And it's a mutant variant. It's simply perfect. With that said, his tone carried a hint of anticipation as he asked, Master Bloodwolf, are you intending to sell this ice lantern? Even an idiot would be able to tell how much he wanted this exquisite ice lantern. Zia Ryufai could not help but find it funny. This cold-stirred succulent did not seem like a businessman at all. If it was a real businessman, he would definitely not openly express his love for it when he was interested in buying it, because this might cause the other party to ask for a high price. It was just a short interaction, but Zia Ryufai developed a good impression of this straightforward, cold-stirred succulent. If the price is reasonable, I can sell it to you, Zia Ryufai said after a moment of silence. That's great. When he heard that Zia Ryufai was willing to sell it, he was very happy. He quickly said, You will definitely not lose out on the sale. Furthermore, since you are able to cultivate such a supreme-grade ice lantern, you must be an expert. No one would dare to deceive you. With that said, cold-stirred succulent eagerly said, Master Bloodwolf, please give me an address. I'll be right there. How about I go over to your place? I'll come over in the afternoon. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said, Didn't you say you have a lot of succulent plants? I want to visit your greenhouse too. Zia Ryufai saw the hope of earning money from this ice lantern, so he naturally wanted to understand more about succulent plants. It was definitely not as good to look up information online as in real life. This cold-stirred succulent was obviously an easygoing person, so Zia Ryufai wanted to learn more about succulent plants from him. Therefore, he decided to go personally. The moment he heard that cold-stirred succulent was even happier, and he hurriedly said, Welcome, Master Bloodwolf. I'll send you the address immediately. Not long after hanging up, Zia Ryufai received a text message on his phone. It was the address from cold-stirred succulent. Zia Ryufai took out the spiritual map that was hidden on his body and entered the spiritual map space with a thought. He walked over, picked up the supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew, and left the spiritual space in a flash. Zia Ryufai found a large plastic bag and packed the Jade Dew. Then he made some simple lunch at home. After he finished eating, he carried the plastic bag containing the Jade Dew and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zia Ryufai felt his hand go soft. The plastic bag almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly reached out his other hand to grab the plastic bag. He stopped and steadied his steps. After a while, the weakness in his hand gradually disappeared. Zia Ryufai could not help but smile bitterly. That damn Lou Gehrig's disease seemed to be getting worse. After so many years of battle experience, Zia Ryufai was used to seeing life and death. Furthermore, he had been diagnosed with this illness for some time, so he was not too afraid of death. However, he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. It seemed like he had to speed up the pace of earning money. He had to earn enough money for Hu Zai's mother to get a kidney transplant before he couldn't move. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Hu Zai. After calming himself down, Zia Ryufai walked out of the rental apartment with firm steps. In order to save time, he hailed a taxi and drove straight to the Immortal Succulent Store in Anhua District. In the suburbs of Anhua District, at the entrance of a 10-acre plantation with the sign Immortal Succulent Store hanging, 2 security guards stood guard in high spirits. This was because their boss, who rarely appeared, had brought a few friends to the cultivation base that day. There was a 3-story building in the cultivation base. It was the daily office for the store. The walls on the entire 3rd floor had been removed. It was the exclusive floor for the store owner's use. It was a large office that was more than 200 square meters. There was a lounge, a reception area, a gym area, and even a professional snooker table and an indoor golf course. At this moment, there were 4 or 5 youngsters sitting around the coffee table in the reception area. One of them was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a fitted suit. His eyebrows were very thick, and his eyes were bright. This young man was skillfully making tea for everyone. The rest of the people were also dressed exquisitely, and they seemed about the same age as the tea-brewing youth. There was also a girl in her early 20s sitting with them. This girl was very beautiful. Her exquisite face was almost flawless, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed like it could break with a blow. Especially her long legs. Any man who saw her would involuntarily imagine the scene of placing her long legs on his shoulders. Such a beautiful girl naturally became the center of attention. However, this beautiful girl was a little cold. She remained indifferent towards the people around her. These people were the children of some entrepreneurs in Three Mountain City. They could be considered the typical rich second-generation heirs. The young man who brewed the tea was called Liang Kichou. His father was the owner of Jade Dew Corporation, a well-known property enterprise in the city. Liang Kichou was the owner of the Immortal Succulent Store. He was the cold-stirred succulent that Zia Ryufai contacted. Of course, Liang Kichou was just playing around, mainly because he liked succulent plants. The long-legged beauty's name was Ling Kingsu. Her father was Ling Zai Ocean, the boss of the food industry in Three Mountain City. Her family's Lingjai restaurant chain was very influential in the entire southeast province and had at least several hundred million assets. Of the remaining 3 youngsters, the slightly plump one was called Lu Wen. His family also worked in the food and beverage industry. His family's famous restaurant chain had the same influence as Lingjai's restaurant chain. The other young man with smooth hair and a middle hair parting was called Liu Minghao. His family was involved in the real estate business. Being in the same industry meant that they were nemesis, so he and Liang Kichou had never been on good terms. The last person who wore gold-framed glasses was Lu Ping. He was also a rich second-generation heir. His family was in the logistics industry. Of course, these youths all had a common identity: Ling Kingsu's admirers. Thus, there was a faint sense of competition between these men. In reality, Ling Kingsu was the one who really liked the succulent plants. Liang Kichou was influenced by Ling Kingsu and slowly fell in love with the adorable succulent plants. Later on, he even opened this immortal succulent store. Liu Minghao, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping also tried to win her over with her interests. He found some precious succulent plants and gave them to Ling Kingsu, but Ling Kingsu probably didn't like them. This time, Ling Kingsu heard from Liang Kichou that he had found a pot of supreme-grade ice lanterns online, and Liang Kichou had even praised it to the skies. That was why Ling Kingsu was a little tempted and came to the store. Liu Minghao and the others also followed them, but only they knew what they were planning. Liang Kichou brought the first cup of tea to the girl and smiled while saying, "Kingsu, I didn't expect you to come here to join in the fun. My humble place is honored by your presence." The girl named Kingsu said indifferently, "I'm just a little curious about the supreme-grade ice lantern you mentioned. I hope it won't disappoint me later." Liu Minghao grinned and said, "Kingsu, I think Liang Kichou must have been deceived. You saw the picture just now. How could there be such a beautiful ice lantern? Needless to say, it must have been photoshopped." Liu Minghao and Liang Kichou were both wooing Ling Kingsu, and their families were in real estate development, so they naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to attack Liang Kichou. The slightly plump Lu Wen added, "I think what Minghao said makes sense. There are many scammers online now. Liang Kichou, you can't trust others too easily." Although his words sounded kind, he was actually mocking Liang Kichou for not having any real-world experience and for being deceived. Liang Kichou snorted and said, "It's not the first time I've played with succulents. How could I not tell if it's real or fake? Besides, we're doing a face-to-face transaction. If it's photoshopped, how would he dare to come? Wouldn't he be exposed once they see the goods?" Liu Minghao chuckled. "Even if it wasn't photoshopped, it could have been dyed with coloring. It looks beautiful, but it'll be revealed in a few days." The silent Lu Ping adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "No matter what, we can just appraise it together later. How can we not be able to tell if it's real or fake? Then let's see what happens next." Lu Wen laughed. The few men were engaged in a verbal sparring while the main character, Ling Kingsu, remained calm throughout. She sat on the sofa and occasionally took a sip of her tea, looking elegant and beautiful. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Liang Kichou got up and walked over to press the speaker button. he heard the security officer's voice on the phone. Director Liang, there's a young man at the door. He said that he has an appointment with you to make a deal on the succulent plant. Liang Kichou immediately said, tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right out. Liu Minghao chuckled. Liang Kichou, you are actually going to fetch a swindler personally. You're really getting worse as you live. Liang Kichou snorted and said, I can't be bothered to tell you. He hurried toward the door. Lu Wen called out, come, come, everyone have some tea. He acted like he was the master. Xia Ruifai waited at the security booth for 2 minutes before he saw Liang Kichou walk out hurriedly. When Liang Kichou saw Xia Ruifai, he was stunned as well. He did not expect Master Bloodwolf to be so young. He was in a daze for a moment before asking in an uncertain tone, you are Bloodwolf. Xia Ruifai smiled and nodded. You must be cold-stirred meat, right, Master Bloodwolf? It's really you. Liang Kichou immediately extended both his hands enthusiastically and said, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young. Xia Ruifai smiled faintly and said, my name is Xia Ruifai. May I know your name? We should call each other by our names when we are meeting face to face. It feels weird to call you by your ID. Liang Kichou laughed and said, my surname is Liang and my name is Liang Kichou. Liang Kichou. Xia Ruifai repeated subconsciously. Liang Kichou laughed and said, I knew you would misunderstand. My chi means tidy, not startup. I have another close friend called Kang Yu Tu. Our fathers are good friends and they both worship the two reform pioneers, so they gave their children such names. We have to explain it every time we introduce ourselves. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, the name is pretty good, at least it's easier to remember. He could tell that Liang Kichou was an extroverted person with a straightforward personality. Xia Ruifai had a good first impression of him. Then Xia Ruifai smiled and said, Director Liang, I brought that ice lantern. Hurry, 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 please come in, Liang Kichou said impatiently. Let's talk in my office. The two of them walked into the immortal succulent store. Along the way, Xia Ruifai saw the neat rows of greenhouses on both sides. From time to time, workers would come in and out. They would greet Liang Kichou respectfully when they saw him. It was obvious that the farm was not small and it was well managed. Liang Kichou led Xia Ruifai through the greenhouse and arrived at the 3-story building. He quickly led the way and soon arrived at the office on the 3rd floor. Mr. Xia, I have a few friends who are also succulent lovers. They also want to see your supreme grade ice lantern. Liang Kichou asked carefully, you don't mind, do you? Xia Ruifai smiled and said, of course not. That's good, that's good. Liang Kichou was overjoyed. When they arrived at the entrance of the large office on the 3rd floor, Liang Kichou made an inviting gesture and said, Mr. Xia, please come in. As soon as Xia Ruifai walked into the office, a few gazes landed on him. However, he was someone who had experienced all sorts of big scenes, so he was not reserved at all. He continued walking alongside Liang Kichou with his usual expression. Ling Kingsu's eyes widened when she saw Xia Ruifai. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Xia Ruifai. This was the first time Liang Kichou and the other rich second-generation heirs had seen Ling Kingsu so infatuated. They were all dumbstruck. Was this still the legendary goddess of ice? Was this still the little princess of Ling Jai whose smile could not be bought with money? Why did she look like a little fan meeting a big star now? Am I dreaming? Xia Ruifai was still in a daze. Liu Minghao, who was beside, had a dark look in his eyes as he asked, Kingsu, do you know this young man? Ling Kingsu ignored Liu Minghao and came to Xia Ruifai excitedly. Xia Ruifai, don't you remember me? I'm Ling Kingsu, your middle school classmate. Not only did Liang Kichou, Liu Minghao, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping find it unbelievable, even Xia Ruifai was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he said, I think I have some impression. You remember, Ling Kingsu said happily. That's great. I thought you really forgot about me. As she spoke, Ling Kingsu's entire body was almost touching Xia Ruifai's body. Her towering breasts were so close to Xia Ruifai's chest that Xia Ruifai took half a step back unnaturally. Liang Kichou and the rest could not help but change their view of the world once again. The cold Ling Kingsu actually had such a side to her, and just now, Xia Ruifai obviously did not remember her. He said it casually, but Ling Kingsu actually believed it. When did this little princess of Ling Jai, who had always been known for her intelligence and calmness, become a complete love-struck fool? Liang Kichou and the rest, including Xia Ruifai, did not know that Ling Kingsu was actually a student from the class next to Xia Ruifai's in junior high school. Xia Ruifai was considered an influential figure in junior high. He played football especially well and was considered handsome and bright. There were many girls who liked him. Ling Kingsu was one of them. Most importantly, Ling Kingsu was harassed by a group of hooligans near the school gate when she was in the 2nd year of junior high school. It was Xia Ruifai who rushed forward and beat the hooligans away. From that moment on, Xia Ruifai's figure was deeply engraved in Ling Kingsu's heart. Of course, that incident was insignificant to Xia Ruifai. He had forgotten about it not long after. When they were in high school, Ling Zai Ocean, whose business was getting bigger, arranged for Ling Kingsu to enter a high school while Xia Ruifai entered an ordinary high school. From then on, the two of them never crossed paths again. However, Ling Kingsu could not forget Xia Ryufai. The first awakening of love was the most unforgettable. Ling Kingsu even secretly went to Xia Ryufai's school to watch him play soccer, but Xia Ryufai was completely unaware of all this. Later, Ling Kingsu heard that Xia Ryufai became a soldier after graduating from high school. After that, Ling Kingsu lost all news of Xia Ryufai. In these past few years, she had quite a few suitors, especially as her father's business grew bigger and bigger, and there were more and more outstanding young men and handsome men by her side. However, not a single one of them caught her eye. It was even to the extent that she was even more annoyed by such pursuits, and her attitude became colder and colder. Ling Kingsu did not expect to be reunited with Xia Ryufai under such circumstances. In her excitement, she seemed to have become that innocent and naive middle school girl again. When she saw the Prince Charming in her dreams, her joy was overflowing. Xia Ryufai, I heard that you joined the army after graduating from high school. What happened after that? Ling Kingsu asked. I just retired not long ago, Xia Ryufai said. Xia Ryufai had no impression of this passionate beauty. The current situation was really awkward. Ling Kingsu didn't notice at all and continued to ask with interest. Oh, life in the army must be exciting, right? It's all right. Xia Ryufai smiled awkwardly. It's just exercise, training, and learning. Then where do you work now that you're retired from the army? Ling Kingsu raised her head and asked with a pair of beautiful eyes. I just came back not long ago. I don't have a job yet, Xia Ryufai answered honestly. Liu Minghao could not help but say, it's not easy to find a job for soldiers nowadays. My dad's company hired someone who used to be the head of the army a few days ago. He chose to be a freelancer and is now the head of our company's office. Oh right, little Xia, what is your ranking in the army? Xia Ryufai smiled faintly and said, Sergeant, so he's not an officer, then it's even harder to find a job, Liu Minghao said. He even glanced at Ling Kingsu and his words were filled with a sense of superiority. Ling Kingsu did not even look at Liu Minghao. All her attention was on Xia Ryufai. Ling Kingsu said, Xia Ryufai, why don't you come to our Ling Jai's restaurant chain? We have a new branch in the Bell Tower area and we are lacking a manager. Kingsu, the position of manager is so important, and little Xia doesn't have any experience in the food industry. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, Lu Wen said with a smile. None of your business, Ling Kingsu mercilessly retorted. Lu Wen looked at Xia Ryufai resentfully, pouted, and said sarcastically, Little Xia, you have to know your place. Don't try to take advantage of others. Ling Kingsu said with a cold expression, Lu Wen, don't blame me for falling out with you if you keep nagging. Who do you think you are? Who are you to interfere with our Ling Jai restaurant's matters? Kingsu, I'm doing this for your own good, Lu Wen explained. Xia Ryufai hurriedly said, My classmate Ling Kingsu, I appreciate your kindness. Actually, I don't have any plans to come out to work yet. I see. Ling Kingsu was very disappointed. Then if you want to find a job, you must consider our place. The door to Ling Jai's restaurant will always be open for you. Xia Ryufai smiled bitterly. Definitely, definitely. At this moment, Liang Kichou finally had a chance to interject. He quickly said, Mr. Xia, can you show us your ice lantern Jade Dew? Compared to Liu Minghao and Lu Wen, Liang Kichou was much more polite to Xia Ryufai. Xia Ryufai smiled and said, Of course. Liu Minghao laughed and said, Liang Kichou, do you really believe that little Xia can cultivate a supreme-grade ice lantern? Haven't you heard? He just retired from the army. Could it be that little Xia majored in succulent plants cultivation? Haha. Lu Wen took the opportunity to quip. I think young Master Liang is going crazy trying to please others. Xia Ryufai frowned. Ever since he entered the room, Liu Minghao and Lu Wen had been targeting him. He had never met them before. Were they mad dogs? At this moment, Ling Kingsu frowned and said, Liu Minghao, Lu Wen, be more polite. Why can't Xia Ryufai nurture a supreme-grade ice lantern? Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Xia Ryufai was her idol when she was young and the Prince Charming in her heart. Furthermore, this time when she reunited with Xia Ryufai, she realized that Xia Ryufai, who had been through military training, seemed to have a more manly aura. It simply fascinated her. How could she allow Liu Minghao and Lu Wen continue to mock Xia Ryufai? Liu Minghao and Lu Wen both shrugged and shut their mouths. However, their expressions were still filled with mockery. Xia Ryufai looked at Ling Kingsu thoughtfully. He could roughly guess what was going on. He smiled bitterly and decided not to stoop to the level of those two mad dogs. He opened the plastic bag and took out the pot of ice lantern Jade Dew. Seeing this, Liu Minghao could not help but mock. This is the first time I've seen someone put a supreme-grade ice lantern in a plastic bag. Haha, in this flower pot, it's too shabby. He was only focused on mocking, but he didn't realize that Liang Kichou, Ling Kingsu, and Lu Ping were completely attracted by the pot of ice lantern Jade Dew. They didn't even hear what he said. Liang Kichou's gaze was a little too focused, and he revealed an extremely fanatical expression. He immediately threw himself in front of the coffee table, squatted down, and stared fixedly at the ice lantern Jade Dew. It's too beautiful, it's simply the work of the creator, Liang Kichou muttered. This shape, these leaves, is too perfect. Liang Kichou didn't hide his fondness for this ice lantern Jade Dew at all. Although Ling Kingsu didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes also flickered with a loving light. She stared intensely at the pot of Jade Dew. The crystal-clear dew reflected an enchanting light under the sunlight. Ling Kingsu's beautiful face became even more alluring. Liu Minghao finally reacted. He stared at the ice lantern Jade Dew and muttered, how is this possible? Lu Wen was also dumbfounded. After a while, he said with uncertainty, this can't be dyed, right? This ice lantern Jade Dew was truly too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a fake. It was like a work of art. Liang Kichou, Lu Ping, and Ling Kingsu raised their heads in unison and said, nonsense. Ling Kingsu snorted, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This is obviously an extremely rare mutated supreme-grade ice lantern. Lu Ping shook his head and said, Lu Wen, from my experience, there's nothing wrong with this ice lantern Jade Dew. It's even prettier than the pictures on the internet. Because of Ling Kingsu, these people had done some research on succulent plants. Liang Kichou even opened a succulent plant cultivation base. In fact, Lu Wen had a vague feeling that the ice lantern Jade Dew wasn't fake. However, he couldn't help but say those words out of indignation. He hadn't expected to incur public wrath. Xia Ruifai did not take it to heart. There was still a faint smile on his face. At that moment, Liu Minghao looked at Xia Ruifai, then at Ling Kingsu. His eyes darted around as he said, Little Xia, you're selling this ice lantern, right? How about this? I'll offer 80,000 yuan. Sell it to me. A pot of succulent plant for 80,000 yuan. You've earned a lot. You've been a soldier for so many years, but your retirement fee is probably not even that much. Liang Kichou immediately jumped up and said, Liu Minghao, what do you mean? I was the one who contacted Mr. Xia. If he's going to make a deal, he will have to do it with me. Lu Ping also said, Liu Minghao, you're a little unreasonable. How dare you give a price of 80,000 yuan? This is just the price of an ordinary supreme-grade ice lantern. The one that Mr. Xia has is a mutated variant. How about this? I'll offer 100,000 yuan. Mr. Xia, are you willing to part with it? Lu Ping seemed soft-spoken, but how could these rich second-generation heirs be simple? His words also mocked Liu Minghao, and he pretended not to hear Liang Kichou's words, still preparing to fight for the ice lantern. Liu Minghao was furious. I'll pay 120,000, 130,000, sell it to me. Lu Wen also joined in the fun. These people wanted to buy this pot of ice lantern Jade Dew for Ling Kingsu to win her favor, so they naturally wouldn't back down. And this supreme-grade ice lantern in fact was worth this price. You guys are too shameless, Liang Kichou shouted. Then he looked at Xia Ruifai pitifully and said, Mr. Xia, Master Bloodwolf, you promised to sell it to me. Before Xia Ruifai could speak, Ling Kingsu spoke first. 1 million, I want this ice lantern. Who wants to fight with me? Liang Kichou and the rest were dumbfounded, while Xia Ruifai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Before he came, he had roughly checked the price. Although a supreme-grade mutated ice lantern was valuable, it was definitely not worth as much as $1 million. It was not even a fifth of $1 million. Ling Kingsu's bid was clearly not only because she liked the ice lantern. In reality, when Ling Kingsu saw that Xia Ruifai's outfit added up to less than 200 yuan, and that he had just retired from the army and had no job, it could be said that he was in dire straits. Hence, she thought of helping Xia Ruifai. However smart as she was, she knew that she had to take into account a man's pride and was considering how to get the best of both worlds. Then Xia Ruifai took out this pot of Jade Dew and prepared to sell it. Thus, Ling Kingsu did not even think about it and gave an exaggerated price. Liu Minghao quickly said, Kingsu, no matter how good this ice lantern Jade Dew is, it's not worth $1 million. I know you like this pot of Jade Dew. I'll buy it for you later. Lu Ping adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Kingsu, this price is too high. Ling Kingsu snorted, I like it and I'm willing. It's hard to buy my favorite thing with money. What can you do about it? This Liang Kichou did not expect things to turn out this way. He could not help but look at Xia Ruifai pleadingly. Xia Ruifai's gaze was like a torch, and he had already seen the situation clearly. Furthermore, he more or less understood Ling Kingsu's thoughts. However, Xia Ruifai could only appreciate her good intentions. He had no impression of Ling Kingsu at all. How could he accept such a large sum of money? To put it nicely, it was called cheating her feelings. To put it bluntly, it was the act of a gigolo who was living off a woman. Xia Ruifai thought about it and said, Director Liang, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's bid. The highest bidder wins, fair and just, however. At this point, Xia Ruifai looked at Ling Kingsu and smiled. My classmate Ling Kingsu shall not participate in the bidding. At first, Liang Kichou thought that Xia Ruifai's words were as good as not saying anything. Ling Kingsu had already offered 1 million. How was he going to bid? Besides, who would dare to bid against Ling Kingsu? Fortunately, Xia Ruifai added the sentence afterwards, and Liang Kichou's worries turned into joy. However, Ling Kingsu could not take it. She pouted and said to Xia Ruifai, Why can't I bid? It's not fair. Liang Kichou and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. They had known Ling Kingsu for so long, but this was the first time they had seen her reveal such a feminine side. They couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Liu Minghao and Lu Wen were especially furious. Xia Ruifai looked at Ling Kingsu helplessly and said, "Stop fooling around. I'm doing something serious. If you like succulent plants, I'll find you another one." Ling Kingsu immediately became happy. "Then you have to keep your word." Definitely, Xia Ruifai said half-heartedly. Liu Minghao couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, "Since that's the case, let's start bidding. Little Lu will bid 130,000, right? I'll bid 150,000. Liu Minghao added another 20,000 yuan. In fact, this price was already considered very high. The rare ice lanterns on the market were only worth about 100,000. 160,000. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and added 10,000 yuan. 170,000. Liang Kichou was not to be outdone. He was the owner of this place and he had not made a bid just now. Lu Ping shrugged and said, "I quit." He had always been a calm person. Now that the price had exceeded the actual value of this ice lantern, he decisively chose to stop. The money of these rich second-generation heirs didn't come from nowhere. Their fathers were indeed billionaires. However, they didn't have any businesses on their own. Basically, they were living on their monthly allowance. If they took out a few 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at once, they would have a hard time surviving the month. Lu Wen thought about it and shook his head. Liu Minghao sneered and said, 180,000. He wasn't on good terms with Liang Kichou, and the two families were competing with each other for enterprises, so he had the intention to fight. Liang Kichou snorted and said, "Then I'll pay 200,000. Liu Minghao's expression changed slightly as he said angrily, "Liang Kichou, are you crazy? This ice lantern isn't worth that much money at all. Are you just bent on competing with me? Am I crazy to bid higher than you?" Liang Kichou said disdainfully. "Kingsu even offered 1,000,000 just now." Liu Minghao was shocked and quickly looked at Ling Kingsu. As expected, Ling Kingsu's expression had turned a little ugly. He hurriedly explained, "Kingsu, that's not what I meant." Ling Kingsu said coldly, "If you want to buy it, then continue bidding. If you can't afford it, then give up. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" This was intolerable. What was the most important thing in front of the woman he liked? Of course, it was the dignity of a man. Tens of thousands was nothing. Liu Minghao shouted with bloodshot eyes as if he had been injected with chicken blood. 250,000. I bid 250,000. Liang Kichou, do you still dare to raise the bid? Xia Ruifai knew that Ling Kingsu was purposely trying to arouse Liu Minghao's competitive spirit so that he could sell his ice lantern Jade Dew for more money. He did not expect Liu Minghao to be so cooperative and foolishly increased the price by 50,000 yuan. Xia Ruifai looked at Ling Kingsu reproachfully. Ling Kingsu blinked at Xia Ruifai as if they were telepathic, revealing a mischievous look. Liang Kichou was also beginning to feel troubled. This price was at least twice the actual value. It would be unwise to raise the price further, but the issue of face was also very important. At that moment, Liang Kichou saw Xia Ruifai secretly giving him a look, so he quickly came back to his senses. He laughed and said, "Liu Minghao, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Since you like this pot of ice lantern Jade Dew so much that you're willing to pay twice the price, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, Liang Kichou shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had given up the competition. Liu Minghao also calmed down, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. This amount of money could buy a lot of precious succulent plants. Then Ling Kingsu said, "Since no one is bidding anymore, Liu Minghao, pay up." I didn't bring so much cash." Liu Minghao said hesitantly. "I have a payment machine here." Liang Kichou laughed. "If you swipe your card here, I'll get the finance department to transfer the money to Mr. Zia's account." Liu Minghao knew that it was impossible to go back on the payment, so he could only take out his card resentfully and watch Liang Kichou transfer 250,000 yuan. Liang Kichou asked for the card number from Xia Ruifai and walked out of the office to look for the financial personnel at the store. After a while, the finance personnel transferred 250,000 yuan into Xia Ruifai's account. "Haha, you're welcome." Liang Kichou laughed heartily. "It's a pity that I didn't buy this supreme-grade ice lantern this time. I hope we can still work together in the future." Of course, Xia Ruifai said with a smile. Among these rich second-generation heirs, other than Lu Wen and Liu Minghao who kept making things difficult for him, Liang Kichou and Lu Ping were still not bad. Ling Kingsu, on the other hand, looked at him with stars in her eyes. Liu Minghao looked at Xia Ruifai and Liang Kichou, who were chatting happily, and felt as if he had eaten a fly. His eyes fell on the bowl of ice lantern Jade Dew that he spent 250,000 to buy. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly brought it to Ling Kingsu. "Kingsu, this supreme-grade ice lantern is for you. I hope you like it." Ling Kingsu coldly glanced at the Jade Dew and said, "If I want it, won't I buy it myself? I appreciate your kindness, but keep it for yourself." Initially, although Ling Kingsu had a cold personality, at least she spoke appropriately. However, when she saw Liu Minghao targeting Xia Ruifai, she did not hold back. Liu Minghao was stunned. He spent half a month's pocket money to buy this thing to win the hearts of this beauty. How could it be like this? Didn't he become a fool then? Xia Ruifai laughed and said, Director Liang, since the transaction is completed, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first. I'll send you off. Liang Kichou said hurriedly. No need. You should accompany your friends. I can go out myself, Zia Ruifai said. Then he gave Liang Kichou a look and said, I'll contact you later. Liang Kichou immediately understood and nodded. Hence, Zia Ruifai walked towards the door. Ling Kingsu suddenly spoke. Ruifai, I have to go back too. Let me send you back. With that, Ling Kingsu strode towards Zia Ruifai, leaving Liang Kichou and the rest looking at each other. Liu Minghao's expression was the ugliest. At the entrance of the immortal succulent store, Zia Ruifai said helplessly, My dear classmate Ling Kingsu, I still have matters to attend to, so I shan't trouble you to send me off. Ling Kingsu smiled and asked, What matters are you attending to? Of course I'm going to the bank to check the transactions. Zia Ruifai said, This is the first time I've earned so much money. How can I feel reassured if I did not check? Zia Ruifai purposely put on an unscrupulous look. Unexpectedly, Ling Kingsu did not show any disgust. Instead, her eyes lit up as she said, I happen to be going to the bank to settle some matters too. We're heading in the same direction. You should take my car. Zia Ruifai could only smile bitterly and nod. He was not a blockhead and could naturally tell Ling Kingsu's feelings. However, he had no impression of this beautiful girl at all. Moreover, he had contracted a terminal illness, so he did not want to have any more emotional entanglements. However, Ling Kingsu was so proactive that Zia Ruifai could not bear to reject her. Soon, Ling Kingsu drove the latest Porsche 911 sports car over and smiled at Zia Ruifai. Get in. The Porsche 911 sped through the streets of Three Mountain City like an orange bolt of lightning, attracting many attention along the way. In the car, Ling Kingsu kept looking for a topic to chat with Zia Ruifai about. Zia Ruifai could only reply casually to each sentence she said, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Actually, Zia Ruifai's mind was not on Ling Kingsu at all. His mind was spinning non-stop as he thought about his next step of plan. Zia Ruifai already had a basic plan in his mind, which was to cultivate the succulent plants. Succulent plants had always been popular in Japan and Korea. Perhaps it was due to their cute appearance that attracted people, or perhaps it was due to the intentional hype by the merchants. But in any case, succulent plants had inexplicably become popular in China these few years. The price of many succulent plants rose as well. Since Zia Ruifai had a killer tool like the spiritual map space in his hands, his money path to cultivating succulent plants must be very bright. Zia Ruifai had initially decided to sell the seedlings of the succulent plants. This was mainly out of safety considerations. Even though the spiritual map space was in his hands, and it was not difficult for Zia Ruifai to cultivate the plants to their mature form, everyone knew that the growth period of succulent plants was very long. If he sold a large number of mature and rare succulent plants, it would definitely attract the attention of people and cause unnecessary trouble. Comparatively speaking, it was much safer to sell the seedlings. There were also quite a number of businesses on the internet that do the same, but the quality of their seedlings was not always great. As for the sales model, Zia Ruifai planned to rely on online platforms. Now that e-commerce was so advanced, people's shopping habits had already changed. Moreover, most succulent plants grew well in shade and dry environment, so long-distance transportation was not a problem. Furthermore, the quality of the products would definitely be very high. Zia Ruifai was confident that he could create a well-known e-commerce brand. It was not impossible for him to monopolize the market of high-end succulent plants. Of course, the most important thing was that he could conceal the fact that he didn't have a piece of land or a large shed, yet he was able to cultivate many rare succulent seedlings. If he had to do transactions in real life, it would be very difficult to cover it up. Instead, if he was doing online sales, these troubles could be avoided. Looks like I'll have to research how to open a shop online when I get back, Zia Ruifai thought to himself. Ling Kingsu, who was driving, suddenly asked. Actually, you don't remember me at all just now, right? As he thought about his own matters and dealt with Ling Kingsu, Zia Ruifai was naturally distracted. Hence, Zia Ruifai nodded subconsciously and said, Yeah. After he said that, Zia Ruifai finally reacted to it and turned to look at Ling Kingsu awkwardly. How did you know? Ling Kingsu smiled and said, I'm not stupid, how could I not tell? After saying that, Ling Kingsu smiled sweetly again. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other reaching out to Zia Ruifai, she said, Let's get to know each other again. My name is Ling Kingsu, and I graduated from Three Mountain City No. 2 High School. I'm now the financial manager of the Lingjai restaurant chain. Three Mountain City No. 2 High School was both Ling Kingsu and Zia Ruifai's alma mater. It was when Ling Kingsu was studying at No. 2 High School that the seed of love sprouted in her heart, and Zia Ruifai's figure was engraved in her mind. Zia Ruifai reached out to shake Ling Kingsu's hand and smiled. This is the first time I've heard someone introduce herself with her high school. Ling Kingsu playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Isn't this to remind you of the past? After she made a small joke, Zia Ruifai was not as awkward as before. His mind did not wander off again, and he started chatting with Ling Kingsu. Even though Zia Ruifai did not have any other intentions, her beauty was still very pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because Zia Ruifai's thoughts were pure that he did not feel pressured by the difference in wealth and status between the two of them. He had always been very calm. Unexpectedly, this made Ling Kingsu award additional impression points to him. Soon, the car arrived at the bank. Zia Ruifai opened the car door and got out. He turned around and said, "Oh, right, Mr. Zia. Why have you returned to look for Arami? Could it be that you still have some 1,148 high-quality succulents like the ice lantern Jade Dew for sale?" After saying that, Zia Ruifai prepared to walk into the bank. Ling Kingsu quickly stopped him. "Ruifai, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Shall we find a place to catch up later? I really have something on today. Let's find another chance next time," Zia Ruifai said. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Zia Ruifai practically ran into the bank. Ling Kingsu looked at Zia Ruifai's retreating figure and could not help but laugh. Then she wrinkled her nose and said, "This time, God let me meet you again. Don't think of running away from me again." Ling Kingsu then stepped on the accelerator and drove the Porsche 911 away from the bank. After driving a few meters away, Ling Kingsu patted her forehead and muttered to herself, "Aya, I can't believe that I forgot to ask him for his phone number HMPH. Liang Kichou definitely has it. I'll get it from him." Recalling how awkward Zia Ruifai was when she exposed his lie, Ling Kingsu could not help but burst into laughter. Her pretty face looked even more radiant. Through the glass window of the bank, Zia Ruifai saw Ling Kingsu's car drive away. He let out a long sigh of relief and walked out of the bank quickly. He just made up a lame excuse to check his accounts. He had set an automatic notification from the bank, so he had received a text message when the transaction was made earlier. An hour later, Zia Ruifai appeared at the immortal succulent store again. The moment he entered Liang Kichou's office, Zia Ruifai looked around subconsciously. Liang Kichou could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, Ling Jai's little princess has already left. Liu Minghao and the rest also left not long after you left." Zia Ruifai heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. Liang Kichou hesitated and said, "But Mr. Zia, Kingsu called to ask for your contact number. I didn't ask for your permission before giving her your number. I'm really sorry. I really can't reject her request." Zia Ruifai smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. Since she wants to obtain my number, even if you don't give it to her, she can still find it. It's good that you don't mind." Liang Kichou heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked with a hint of anticipation, "Oh, right, Mr. Zia. Why have you returned to look for Arami? Could it be that you still have some high-quality succulents like the ice lantern Jade Dew for sale?" Zia Ruifai smiled and said, "There are so many types of succulents that Director Liang likes. How can it be so easy to find? But I have a friend who has connections in this area. If you give me some time, it should be no problem." Zia Ruifai was already planning to cultivate the seedlings of succulents. He would definitely not lack any succulent plants in the future. When the time came, he would pick 1 or 2 pots to cultivate into mature plants and sell them to Liang Kichou. But to Liang Kichou, these words had a different meaning. Other than cultivating themselves, there were also other ways to import succulent plants from overseas. Many of the rare succulent plants did not originate from Huaxia, but due to environmental concerns, their imports were forbidden. Hence, Liang Kichou mistakenly thought that Zia Ruifai had the means to get good stuff from overseas. Therefore, he was overjoyed when he heard that. "You're welcome," Zia Ruifai said with a faint smile. "Director Liang, I came back today because I wanted to take a look at your greenhouse. Is it convenient now?" "Of course," Liang Kichou said readily. "I have quite a lot of experience in cultivating succulent plants. When we tour the greenhouse later, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Liang Kichou personally brought Zia Ruifai down the stairs and started to tour the succulent plants cultivation base. "Director Liang, this cultivation base of yours is quite big," Zia Ruixin said with a smile as he walked around the shed. It's mainly because I like this. I invested some money to build this base. Actually, it doesn't cost much." Liang Kichou laughed casually. Zia Ruifai could tell that he was obviously a rich second-generation heir. He probably ran this store for fun. Liang Kichou continued to speak. "By the way, stop calling me Director Liang. I'm just a few years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Liang. I'll call you Ruifai." Zia Ruifai had a good impression of the straightforward Liang Kichou. He followed his advice and said, "Sure, Brother Liang." Liang Kichou beamed. "Hey, Ruifai, I don't have anything else here, but I do have a lot of succulent plants. If you see anything you like later, feel free to tell me. Take it as a gift from Brother Liang." "Okay." Zia Ruifai did not stand on ceremony with Liang Kichou and nodded. As the two of them walked forward, Liang Kichou introduced to him eagerly. "Ruifai, one of the big sheds here is filled with jade fans. The one next to the big shed is planted with life stone flowers. There are also some tortoiseshell peonies over there, but the quantity isn't large. This one is too hard to get, and over here, it's mainly used to cultivate Jade Dew, but they are all ordinary plants. They can't compare to your supreme grade ice lantern." Zia Ryufai looked at them seriously, especially when some workers were caring for the plants. He would stop by the side to watch and ask questions about planting. Liang Kichou was a succulent plant lover, so he was naturally not annoyed by Zia Ryufai's questions. He patiently explained everything to him. Zia Ryufai kept all the information regarding planting and nurturing the succulents in mind. Brother Liang, the variety of succulent plants here is really diverse. Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Then he raised his question. But why are all these succulent plants so small? Can they be sold for a good price? Liang Kichou smiled bitterly and explained. Brother, succulents plants are famous for growing slowly. If my cultivation base is filled with succulents as big as your ice lantern, won't I be rich? Good quality mature plants are hard to come by. We usually use them to breed other seedlings. In fact, we mainly sell succulent plant seedlings. Zia Ryufai nodded his head secretly. Liang Kichou's answer was similar to what he had expected. It seemed like he had made the right decision to sell high-quality succulent plant seedlings. The two of them chatted as they toured the place. Zia Ryufai gained a rough understanding of the growth and reproduction of the succulent plants, and the plan he came up with on Ling Kingsu's car gradually became more concrete. The immortal succulent store was not small. In addition, Zia Ryufai would stop to ask questions from time to time. Hence, after touring the place one round, 2 hours had passed. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Liang Kichou enthusiastically invited Zia Ryufai for dinner, but Zia Ryufai politely declined his offer. The two of them bade farewell at the entrance of the store. As Zia Ryuxin got into the taxi, Liang Kichou reminded him outside the window. Ryufai, the next time there's succulent plants, you must consider your brother Liang first. The price is not a problem. It seemed that Liang Kichou was still a little upset that he did not manage to buy the supreme-grade ice lantern this time. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. He waved at Liang Kichou and the taxi drove away from the store. Zia Ryufai alighted from the car near the shantytown. Then, he found a random noodle shop by the roadside and ordered a big bowl of beef noodles. He slurped his noodles and quickly cleared his bowl. With the training during his military career, Zia Ryufai was not very particular about food. However, the noodles at the roadside stall did not taste good, especially the vegetables in the noodles. They were overcooked and hard and tasted like wax. After eating, Zia Ryufai suddenly had an idea. Since the spiritual map space was so magical, why don't he plant some vegetables inside? Even if it wasn't for the sake of earning money, it would be good to improve his meals occasionally. The vegetables grown in the spiritual map space would definitely be much better than the vegetables sold in the market. At the moment, he only wanted to use the spiritual map space to cultivate the succulent plant seedlings. The amount of land in the space was more than enough. At the thought of this, Zia Ryufai decided to take action immediately. He took a taxi to a seed company in the city and bought some common vegetable seeds. At the same time, he also bought some common farm tools. Zia Ryufai had been in charge of the team's vegetable fields when he was a new recruit, so it was not difficult for him to grow vegetables. After bringing the seeds and farming tools into the spiritual map space, Zia Ryufai dug up a small vegetable patch beside the pool. The soil in the space was very soft, and Zia Ryufai quickly finished the reclamation work. After soaking the seed in the water from the spiritual pond, Zia Ryufai returned to the outside world to rest for a while. After a few hours, he entered the space to sow. As for the rest, he basically didn't have to do anything, because he believed that after soaking the seeds in the spiritual pond water, the chances of them germinating would definitely be extremely high. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about any harmful bugs. Zia Ryufai sprinkled the seeds evenly while covering the ground with a layer of soil. After he was done, he used the spiritual pond water to water all the vegetable fields. After he was done, Zia Ryufai looked at the newly planted vegetable field with a sense of accomplishment and left the spiritual map space in satisfaction. After showering, Zia Ryufai slept for 2 hours before waking up at 10 in the evening to enter the spiritual map space again. Actually, he only wanted to drink some water from the spiritual pool because his mouth was dry after waking up. However, once he entered the space, Zia Ryufai's eyes were immediately attracted by the patch of green that came into view. The greenery came from the vegetable field beside the pond. Zia Ryufai was pleasantly surprised to find that in just 2 hours, all the vegetable seeds had sprouted. Some of them had even grown to the length of a finger. The tender green leaves were filled with vitality. The magic within the spiritual map space shocked Zia Ryuoxi once again. In just 2 hours, the plants had sprouted and even grew so much. This completely overturned the science of plant growth. After thinking for a long time, Zia Ryufai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility and his face was filled with excitement. To verify his conjecture, Zia Ryufai left the spiritual map space in a flash. He picked up a small alarm clock by his bed and immediately returned to the space. He glanced at the time displayed on the small alarm clock. It was 6:23 p.m. He took note of this time in his heart. Then Zia Rufai placed the small alarm clock gently on the ground and left the spiritual map space quickly. Once he returned to the outside world, Zia Rufai immediately took out his counterfeit phone, switched to the stopwatch, and started the timer. Then Zia Rufai sat by the bed with a hint of anticipation and nervousness as he waited. He looked at the numbers on the stopwatch that kept jumping until 120 seconds had passed. That was 2 minutes later. With a thought, he returned to the spiritual map space. Zia Rufai could not wait to pick up the small alarm clock. He looked at the time on it and was instantly overjoyed. It was already 6:43 p.m. In reality, only 2 minutes had passed outside, but the small alarm clock had gone on for 20 minutes. In other words, the flow of time in this spiritual map space was 10 times slower than the outside world. When 1 day had passed in the outside world, 10 days had already passed in the spiritual map space. Therefore, although the vegetable seeds had only been planted for about 2 hours, they had spent almost an entire day in the space. In addition to the effects of the soil and the pond water in the space, and perhaps the mysterious effects of the space itself, the growth of the plants here far exceeded that of the outside world, so there was a reasonable explanation. Now that his conjecture was verified, Zia Rufai's mind started to work. With 10 times the flow of time, there were too many possibilities for him to work with. For example, crops that needed 2 months to grow under normal conditions in the outside world could fully mature in less than a week under the combined effects of the time acceleration, pond water, and soil. Especially when it came to Zia Rufai's next step of succulent plant cultivation, the effects were even more obvious. This was because succulent plants were known for growing slowly. Of course, there were other uses as well. For example, Zia Rufai could enter the spiritual map space to rest. If he had 8 hours of sleep, less than 1 hour would have passed in the outside world. That way, he would have more time to do other things. Zia Rufai thought happily for a while. After he calmed down a little, he walked to the pond and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He felt instantly refreshed. He admired the strange blue, yellow, and red flowers growing from the unknown plant by the pond. This flower seemed to have a special charm. Every time Zia Rufai entered the space, his gaze would involuntarily be attracted. He was also used to admiring this flower every time he came in. After appreciating the flowers, Zia Rufai left the spiritual map space. He carefully hid the spiritual map close to his body. This was his most important treasure. Whether he could earn enough money for Hu Zai's mother to get a kidney transplant, follow-up care, and recovery fees, it would all depend on the map. The night passed. The next morning, Zia Rufai hid the spiritual map on himself, locked the door, and left the rental apartment. He walked to the 3 Mountain Plaza, which was not far from the shantytown. Before he carried out his plan to get rich, he still had some preparation work to do. The 3 Mountain Plaza was a very large city complex. All the basic necessities of life could be found there. Zia Rufai first found a cell phone store and bought a smartphone that cost about 1,000 yuan. Even though he earned over 200,000 yuan in one go, Zia Rufai still maintained his habit of being thrifty. Furthermore, he still had a lot of costs to cover, and it was not the time to spend extravagantly. After buying the phone, he also paid for a new number. At this time, the number was not tagged to a name yet, so Zia Rufai easily bought a phone card. It was not cheap, but this number would only be used for a short period of time, so Zia Rufai did not pay much attention to it. Then he went to a nearby bank to apply for a new card and transferred 100,000 yuan into his bank account. He also activated online transactions and other functions. After settling the matters, Zia Rufai wandered around the vicinity and memorized the locations of the delivery sites near the shantytown. Just like that, the morning passed. Zia Rufai found a random place to have lunch. After he finished eating, he went home and started working on his computer. He used his new cell phone number to apply for a Taobao account and Alipay account. At the same time, he tied Alipay's new bank account with the online transaction function. Then Zia Rufai started searching for succulent plant sellers on Tmall. He had been busy for half a day, all for one thing, buying a mature succulent plant. Even though Liang Kichou gave Zia Rufai many succulent plant seedlings before he left that day, they were all very ordinary. Obviously, they did not meet Zia Rufai's high-end pursuit. He could not always depend on the spiritual map space to mutate all the succulent plants and produce rare species. Thus, the most reliable method was naturally to purchase the rare succulent plant seedlings and then use the spiritual map space to allow the seedlings to mature in a relatively short period of time. Then, these rare mature plants would be used as mature plants to reproduce and sell. Zia Rufai was a cautious person, so he specially applied for a brand new account and bought a new phone line to prevent others from finding any clues. After all, he was going to reproduce on a large scale in the near future and sell the rare succulent plant seedlings. If someone were to trace the information of his purchase of the succulent plant seedlings, they might discover something amiss and even expose the secret of the spiritual map. Hence, Zia Rufai would rather spend a lot of effort to get a new phone number and apply for a new account to do this. The previous day at the Immortal Succulent store, Zia Ryufai had also gotten a lot of information from Liang Kichou while chatting with him, including some reputable sellers on Taobao and Tmall. Thus, he used his new account to search the shops of these merchants online and started his shopping spree. A supreme grade Jade fan, I can buy this. There's actually a pale pink mutated myriad elephant. Of course I have to get it, and I've just been waiting to get a flower of life. Zia Ryufai muttered to himself as he shopped. All of the breeds that he chose were extremely rare, so the price naturally wouldn't be cheap. In just a short while, he had spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Most of the time, Zia Ryufai only chose seedlings. However, when he came across a shop selling mature plants, he also bought them. For example, a mature blooming cage that cost 20,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, Zia Ryufai decided to buy it. This was because the growth rate of succulent plants like the blooming cage was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Every year, they would grow by about 1 millimeter. Even with the 10 times acceleration of time in the spiritual map space and the unique advantages of the spiritual pond and soil, it would take at least several years for a seedling to grow. There were ready-made mature plants available to buy, and Zia Ryufai naturally would not let the opportunity miss. Relatively speaking, the time needed to cultivate the seedlings was still very short. Other than the blooming cage, Zia Ryufai also spent about 15,000 yuan to bid for a white-skinned moon realm. Liang Kichou was indeed a succulent plant expert. The few shops he recommended sold many rare species. Of course, he would only know the quality after receiving the goods. The after-sales guarantee online was quite good. In addition, Liang Kichou had recommended merchants with good reputation, so Zia Ryufai was not too worried. By the time the purchase was completed, Zia Ryufai had spent a total of more than 90,000 yuan to buy the seedlings of more than 10 rare varieties of succulents and 2 mature succulents. His heart ached. The speed he took to spend the amount was a little too fast. 250,000 yuan seemed like a lot, but it was still not enough. Zia Ryufai did not write the delivery address as his rental apartment in the shantytown. Instead, he chose a delivery collection point. He was extremely cautious and even chose different collection points for different merchants. In the next few days, Zia Ryufai began to busy himself with opening an online store. Considering that Tmall was mainly targeted at enterprises, not only did one have to register an enterprise on Tmall, they also had to pay a deposit and a considerable amount of technical service fee. Therefore, Zia Ryufai did not consider using Tmall directly and instead set up a Taobao shop first. Compared to Tmall, the process of opening a shop on Taobao was much simpler. However, it also required various certifications. Zia Ryufai used his old phone number as the corresponding Taobao and Alipay accounts to apply to open the shop. He uploaded his identification photo and finally managed to apply for the shop after some trouble. Then, Zia Ryufai began to perfect the information of the shop. After thinking for a long time, he named his Taobao shop Peach Garden Succulents. This name was naturally taken from peach blossom origins. In Zia Ryufai's opinion, the spiritual space in the spiritual map was like the peach blossom origins. The next step was to renovate the shop. Actually, there was nothing much to design. Zia Ryufai only chose some free templates provided and simply built the framework of the online shop. As for those fancy templates that charged money, Zia Ryufai would not spend on them. As there were no products yet, Zia Ryufai was not in a hurry. He fumbled around and slowly established the online store framework by himself. Soon 4 or 5 days had passed. During this period, Ling Kingsu called Zia Ryufai twice to ask him out for a meal, but he rejected her politely. When he heard the little girl's aggrieved voice on the phone, Zia Ryufai could not bear to see her like this. However, he was really busy, and he also had a terminal illness. He did not know how long he could live, so he could only reject her heartlessly. In the past few days, the succulents that Zia Ryufai had bought online began to arrive one after another. He also became busy. Every time he received a delivery call, he would rush over to collect it immediately. These were all extremely valuable rare succulents, and were also the seeds for him to earn big money in the future. If he lost them at the collection point, it would be too late for Zia Ryufai to cry. The first item he received was the mature plant from the white-skinned moon realm that cost Zia Ryufai 15,000 yuan. After Zia Ryufai retrieved it, he locked the door and entered the spiritual map space with the parcel. As the small potted plant was sold for 15,000 yuan, the shop owner was naturally very careful and wrapped it in well-protected packaging. When he opened the large cardboard box, the first thing Zia Ryufai saw was the foam strips that were filled to the brim. He pried open the top layer of the foam strips and saw a transparent plastic cover. A large flower pot was fixed inside, and in the flower pot was the white-skinned moon realm that was worth 15,000 yuan. It had huge fleshy roots. It looked like a big turnip, but a little harder than a turnip. Its surface was covered with a layer of wax. On the exposed fleshy roots there were dense green leaves. Every leaf had snow-white fur. At a glance, it looked like a misty rain. It was very beautiful and dreamy. Xia Ruifai carefully took the pot of white-skinned moon realm out of the cardboard box and moved it to the side of the spiritual pond. Then he carefully pried away the granular soil around the root and slowly pulled the white-skinned moon realm out of the flower pot. If Liang Kichou saw Xia Ruifai's actions, he would definitely reprimand him. How could he pull out such a precious supreme-grade white-skinned moon realm so roughly? Wouldn't it be a waste if the plant had died because of the large movements? There were also particular steps to take when replacing the soil for the succulent plants. Of course, a layman like Xia Ruifai would not know so much. However, Xia Ruifai naturally had a reason for doing so. At the same time, he had confidence. He carefully put the white-skinned moon realm aside, then poured all the granular soil mixture out of the flower pot. He picked up a shovel and poured some spiritual soil, mixing them evenly. Xia Ruifai believed that adding spiritual soil to the pot would definitely promote the growth of the white-skinned moon realm. As for whether such a move would cause harm to the white-skinned moon realm, Xia Ruifai was not worried at all. With the magical spiritual map space, as well as the soil and pond water, how could it not grow? As expected, when Xia Ruifai put the plant material mixed with the spiritual soil back into the flower pot, replanted the white-skinned moon realm, and watered it with the spiritual pond water, the originally listless white-skinned moon realm immediately became energetic. If Liang Kichou saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. In the following days, Xia Ruifai kept receiving deliveries. He did the same to these succulents, be it mature plants or seedlings. After mixing some spiritual soil in the plant material, he carefully planted them in the spiritual space. For convenience's sake, he placed the flower pots with rare succulents by the spiritual pool. Out of habit, Xia Ruifai arranged these flower pots neatly. At a glance, they looked like soldiers waiting to be inspected. Moreover, the succulent plants that had been watered with the spiritual water were all growing happily and energetically. Coupled with the fact that they were all rare mutated species, they looked even more pleasing to the eye. In the following days, Xia Ruifai lived very leisurely. Every day, other than entering the spiritual space to see the growth of the succulents and admire the beautiful flowers of the mysterious plant by the pond, he basically had nothing else to do. The renovation of the online store was also constantly being perfected. Now, everything was ready except for the products to be put on sale. Considering that he needed to take some high-quality photos to open an online store, Xia Ruifai gritted his teeth and went to a digital store in the Three Mountains Plaza to buy a DSLR camera. Even though it was only an entry-level one, it still cost him more than 10,000 yuan. Soon, only half of the 250,000 yuan earned from the sale of the supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew was left. Due to the magical effects of space and the difference in the flow of time, the vegetables that Xia Ruifai had planted previously grew very quickly. For example, the mustard greens that had a shorter growth cycle were completely ripe in 3 or 4 days after they were sown and could be picked and eaten. It was worth mentioning that the vegetables grown in this spiritual space were not only much larger than those sold outside, but they also looked quite good. They were green and full of vitality. They didn't even look like real vegetables, but like works of art carved from jade. Xia Ruifai had a small induction stove in the rental apartment, so he couldn't wait to pick some mustard greens. After leaving the space, he rinsed them casually with clean water. The vegetable leaves growing in the spiritual space could be said to be spotless and very clean. Then cut and stir-fried them. Xia Ruifai had received professional wilderness survival training in the army, so although his culinary skills could not be compared to a restaurant chef's, he could at least cook a plate of vegetables. Soon, a plate of stir-fried mustard greens was freshly prepared. Other than a little vegetable oil and salt, no other seasoning was added. The stir-fried mustard greens on the plate looked fresh and green, making Xia Ruifai's appetite grow. He picked up his chopsticks and put some vegetables into his mouth. Before he could chew, Xia Ruifai felt a fragrance assault his nose, making him start chewing. With a bite, the sweetness and crispness of the mustard greens made every one of his taste buds bounce in joy. Xia Ruifai took several large mouthfuls before stopping. His eyes lit up with delight. He had never eaten such delicious vegetables in his life. What was certain was that the vegetables sold on the market, including the expensive organic ones marked in supermarkets, were worlds apart from the mustard greens he had grown in the space. There was no doubt that this was the magical effect of the spirit map space. Looks like I'll always have a great meal in the future. Xia Ruifai thought of the many vegetables planted in the space and could not help but mutter to himself happily. The vegetables in the space grew extremely quickly. He definitely did not need to buy vegetables in the future. He could even take some out to sell. Compared to the growth rate of vegetables, the growth rate of the succulents seemed a little slow. Even though time was accelerated by 10 times, Xia Ruifai could only see that they had grown a little every day when he entered the space. The growth of the blooming cage and white-skinned moon realm was the slowest and could not even be seen with the naked eye. Xia Ruifai knew that succulents grew slowly, so he was not in a hurry. Xia Ruifai was not in a hurry to reproduce them, including the 2 mature blooming cages and the white-skinned moon realm. What he was hoping was that by letting them grow in the spiritual map space for a longer period of time, they could gain greatest vitality. Moreover, they might even undergo a surprising mutation like the Jade Dew that was sold previously. Since he had decided to take the route to selling high-end products, Xia Ruifai knew that he could not be too hasty. The days passed in a leisurely manner. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed in the outside world and 10 months had passed in the space. With the magical enhancement of the resources in the space, those succulents might even be considered to have grown in the outside world for a year or two, or even more. In the past month, Xia Ruifai had not been idle. He had to enter the spiritual map space every day to maintain those succulent plants. As he watched the succulent plants grow at an unimaginable speed, a sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. As for the vegetables in the spiritual space, he had harvested them one after another. The quality of these vegetables far exceeded the premium organic vegetables sold outside. Be it mustard green, romaine lettuce, cabbage, or other leafy vegetables, or cucumbers, tomatoes, and so on, not only did they grow extremely fast, but they could also be harvested in 3 to 4 days. Moreover, they looked extremely good. The leaves were green and full of vitality. The pure green color even gave off an unreal feeling. The cucumbers and tomatoes were also clearly much larger than ordinary ones. Cucumbers were generally as thick as an adult's arm, and the shortest ones were 40 to 50 centimeters long. Each of the tomatoes was the size of a bowl, and the juice flowed out when bitten, sweet and refreshing. Xia Ruifai called the vegetables he planted super vegetables. They certainly lived up to their names. Xia Ruifai naturally could not finish so many vegetables alone. Therefore, after he harvested them, he placed them in baskets and left them in the spiritual space. From this, Xia Ruifai accidentally discovered another function of the spiritual map space after the vegetables and fruits were plucked. As long as they were stored in the spiritual map space, they would not be affected by time at all. A few days in the outside world was equivalent to dozens of days in the space, but those vegetables and fruits were still as fresh as when they were just plucked. Even more amazingly, this function only worked on plucked vegetables and fruits, and they had to be stored in a container. Xia Ruifai specially left a cabbage outside for testing and let it grow in the ground. In the end, it quickly turned yellow after its growth period. In the next day or two, it even rotted in the ground and melted into the soil. With this discovery, Xia Ruifai specially went to purchase a batch of wicker baskets and packed the harvested vegetables in time. After a month in the outside world and 10 months in the space, the succulent plants had generally grown a lot. In particular, the blooming cages and white-skinned moon realm that were originally mature plants became even more lively and looked quite energetic. The expected mutation did not happen, but since Xia Ruifai had bought rare breeds, he was not too disappointed. On this day, he decided to begin the crucial step, the first crossbreeding of the succulents. In fact, many succulents could also be sown and reproduced, but in order to save time, Xia Ruifai still chose the method of cuttage. Moreover, this method allowed for asexual reproduction and could preserve the characteristics of the previous generation of plants very well. For Xia Ruifai, who had made up his mind to produce high-quality plants, this was naturally the best choice. Some of the succulent forums mentioned that the survival rate of succulents such as the white-skinned moon realm during cuttage was low. However, Xia Ruifai, who had the spiritual map space, did not consider it at all. First, he lined up the small flower pots that he had already prepared. They were half filled with planting materials. Then he walked to the largest pot with the white-skinned moon realm and slowly squatted down. Xia Ruifai flipped his hand and a dagger flashed. Anyone who knew what was going on here would be surprised. Dagger was clearly one of the top 10 military daggers in the world. The blade of this dagger was short and looked like a kitchen knife. It looked a little simple. However, there was a terrifying killing intent hidden under this plain appearance. There was also a faint coldness on the blade. It was obvious that it had been stained with blood before. Xia Ruifai looked at the dagger in his hand with a reminiscent look in his eyes. This was the reward he had obtained after killing a mercenary employed by an international drug trafficking organization during his first overseas battle. It was also the first time in his military career that he had personally killed an enemy. After that, this dagger had accompanied Xia Ruifai and experienced many battles. In many close combat battles, Xia Ruifai relied on this dagger to cleanly finish off his enemies. Looking at the dagger, Xia Ruifai said with a wry smile, "Buddy, you're supposed to be a killing blade, but now I have to use you for gardening. It's been hard on you." With that, Xia Ruifai first gestured with the dagger in the air in front of the white-skinned moon realm, then slashed down without hesitation. He was still very decisive when he swung it, and the blade was extremely stable and did not tremble at all when his condition was not acting up. He was still the blood wolf that made his enemies tremble in fear. However, once the illness acted up, he would not even be able to hold a glass of water steadily. The dagger cut precisely along the pre-observed angle, and a piece of rhizome with dreamy leaves was cut. Xia Ruifai cut it diagonally. This way, he could increase the area of the cut surface as much as possible and increase the success rate of the cuttage. Of course, this was all information found on the internet. Xia Ruifai picked up the small piece of root that had been cut and gently inserted it face down into the small flower pot. Then he reached out and grabbed a handful of plant material that had been mixed into the space soil and piled them around the root, gently pressing it. Then Xia Ruifai picked up the watering can filled with water from the spiritual pond and poured it over the roots that had just been inserted. Then Xia Ruifai did the same thing for the other plants. His movements became more and more proficient. In half a day, he had finished inserting all the succulents. There were hundreds of small flower pots neatly arranged beside him. They were all small plants that he had cut from the roots of the succulents. Xia Ruifai looked at the neat rows of small flower pots. Large amounts of money seemed to be appearing in his eyes. In the market, slightly better succulents cost hundreds of yuan, and it was very normal for rare species to cost thousands. The succulents that Xia Ruifai had inserted were all very precious and rare species. Moreover, they were cultivated from asexual reproduction and could almost perfectly replicate the characteristics of the previous generation. Coupled with the magical spiritual map space abilities, their quality would definitely be top-notch in the future. Therefore, these 100 pots of succulents were worth at least 100,000 yuan, and this was the first batch. When the mature succulents had grown back, the cuttage could continue. Furthermore, Xia Ruifai had made up his mind to leave behind some especially outstanding seedlings among the succulent seedlings to be cultivated into mature plants. This way, the scale of his succulent army could be further expanded. However, the succulents that had been cut looked rather miserable. The originally chubby and cute plants were now covered in wounds. It was as if beautiful women with beautiful hair had been shaved by a hairdresser. Especially the pots of succulents that had been cultivated from saplings, only a small piece was left. If it was in an ordinary environment, the mature plant would basically not be able to survive after being cut to this extent. Moreover, the success rate of inserting the seedlings was very low. The seedlings might not even survive, so it was impossible for most people to do this. However, Xia Ruifai naturally did not have such concerns. After he finished inserting, he carefully brought over the spiritual pond water and watered the mature succulent plant. At the same time, he specially sprinkled some spiritual pond water on every incision. Then he stood up with relief and rubbed his sore waist. These originally listless succulents quickly became energetic after absorbing the spiritual water. In particular, the wounds that were originally dripping with green juice were now showing signs of healing. Seeing this, Xia Ruifai was completely relieved. The spiritual map space was no longer as lifeless as before. More than 100 flower pots were neatly placed beside the small pond. They were all succulent plants, including the mature plant and the seedlings that had just been planted. Beyond that area, there was a small vegetable field with green cucumbers hanging on a shelf. There were also various vegetables and fruits planted in the field that could be harvested almost every day. Beside the vegetable field were neatly stacked baskets. There were all kinds of vegetables and fruits in them, which Xia Ruifai did not have time to finish eating. These fruits and vegetables were all the same as when they were first picked. They were very fresh, as if time had frozen on them. Of course, there was also a strange-looking plant by the pond. There was also a beautiful three-colored flower on it that never withered. This was something that already existed in the space. Every time Xia Ruifai entered the space, he could not help but admire it for a while. The nameless flower seemed to have a magical attracting power that made Xia Ruifai involuntarily approach it. As long as Xia Ruifai stayed beside this nameless plant and looked at the beautiful flower, it was as if his heart would become extremely calm and he would be extremely relaxed. He even brought a small plastic stool into the space and placed it beside the plant. Every time he sat on the stool, he quietly admired the tricolor flower. That day, after Xia Ruifai finished his cuttage work, he naturally walked towards the mysterious plant again. This was almost a compulsory task for him every time he entered the space. However, something unexpected happened that day. Just as Xia Ruifai approached the nameless plant, his feet suddenly went limp. Ever since he had Lou Gehrig's disease, Xia Ruifai had often experienced this state of weakness in his limbs. However, this time, perhaps because he had worked for too long and was caught off guard, he could not help but stagger forward. This step just happened to trip the plastic stool. Xia Ruifai lost his balance and fell towards the nameless plant. The nameless plant was only as thick as a thumb. If he landed on it, it would probably break. Xia Ruifai loved this nameless plant very much, especially that beautiful tricolor flower. Naturally, he did not want this to happen. Being well trained in the troops also allowed him to react faster than most people. He almost subconsciously tried to turn his body to the side, causing his fall to deviate slightly as he lost his balance. It was this slight shift that allowed him to avoid the stem of the nameless plant. However, his head could not avoid it. His head touched a branch hanging from the nameless plant. The branch was where the mysterious tri-colored flower was hanging from. Xia Ruifai's heart skipped a beat. Ignoring the pain in his body, he suddenly turned around and his expression changed. He saw that the branches were shaking non-stop, and the 3 petals of the tricolor flower had all fallen off and were falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Xia Ruifai's heart seemed to be bleeding. Over the past month, he had entered the space almost every day to admire the tricolor flower. He also loved this beautiful flower that seemed to contain the truth of the world. He did not expect that because of his carelessness, all the petals would fall off. Xia Ruifai was filled with regret, but it was useless. He stood up, not bothering to dust himself off, and immediately walked over to the nameless plant. Where a beautiful tricolor flower had originally sprouted from, only a bare crown remained, and it no longer had that inexplicable appeal. Xia Ruifai sighed and squatted down to look at the 3 petals that had fallen to the ground. The red, blue, and yellow petals lay quietly on the ground. Even though they had fallen off the flower crown, they still looked breathtaking. Xia Ruifai did not know what kind of plant this was, nor did he know the origin of this tricolored flower. However, his intuition told him that it must be very precious, because it was the only native in this spiritual space, and it was filled with mystery. Unable to resist, he reached out to pick up the 3 petals. Just as Xia Ruifai's hand touched the yellow petal, there was a sudden change. The yellow petal actually sank into Xia Ruifai's palm with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This process was too fast. Xia Ruifai did not have time to react at all. He could not help but open his mouth in shock. In the next moment, Xia Ruifai felt a heat surge through his body. A warm feeling made him feel as if he was soaking in hot spring water. Even his soul was trembling with pleasure. He could not help but let out a comfortable moan. Although Xia Ruifai had participated in the extermination of many drug gangs, he had never taken drugs. However, he was certain that even when a drug addict was on drugs, it was impossible to experience this floating sensation. This process lasted for about half a minute before slowly disappearing. Xia Ruifai felt deeply unsatisfied and could not help but extend his hand towards the second petal. When his hand touched the blue petal, as expected, the petal instantly sank into his palm. Immediately after, the familiar fluttering sensation attacked again. Soon, the blue petals were also absorbed by Xia Ruifai. At this moment, he had no other thoughts and reached for the last red petal without hesitation. The entire process was completely subconscious and not within his control. It was not until the red petal was completely absorbed that Xia Ruifai came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his body seemed to have changed drastically. The faint sense of weakness that he had felt since his illness had long disappeared. The familiar strength seemed to have returned, and Xia Ruifai could clearly feel that he was much stronger than when he was at the peak of his strength. What was going on? What were those tricolored petals? Xia Ruifai could not help but open his mouth wide. He took a deep breath and exhaled. As Xia Ruifai exhaled, a black mist came out of his mouth, startling him. This mist had a fishy smell. Xia Ruifai quickly took a few steps back. It was then that he realized that he was also covered in this stench. His skin had been caked with a dark layer of dirt. Could it be that the petals had expelled the virus and impurities from my body? A thought surfaced in Xia Ruifai's mind. He didn't have time to think too much about it, because the sticky feeling was too uncomfortable, and he stank. This stench was a little overwhelming, even for a special forces soldier who could once lurk in a smelly pond for a few days. So he couldn't wait to get a rinse. Xia Ruifai naturally would not be so extravagant as to bathe in the water of the spiritual pool, so he left the spiritual map space without hesitation. Everyone in the rental apartment shared a small bathroom. Fortunately, most of the tenants had gone out to work during the day. Otherwise, Xia Ruifai's stench would really have stink up the place for everyone. He quickly found a change of clothes and hurried into the public bathroom. He turned on the shower and started to rinse. After washing 3 times, Xia Ruifai finally washed all the dirt off his body. He changed into cotton pajamas and walked out of the public bathroom in a refreshing manner. Then he opened all the windows in the public area. When he passed by previously, even the small public living room was filled with that pungent smell. He had to open it to ventilate it. Otherwise, it would be bad if the other tenants came back and smelled the stench. After doing all this, Xia Ruifai returned to the small room he had rented. When he was bathing previously, Xia Ruifai had already vaguely felt that after absorbing the tricolored petals, all his illnesses seemed to have healed. That familiar feeling of power almost made him cry. Ever since he was diagnosed with ALS, Xia Ruifai's world had been gray. It was a terminal disease, even worse than cancer. For one thing, there was no effective treatment for ALS at the moment. Of course, what was even more terrifying was that patients with the disease would feel as if they were slowly being frozen. At first, only a finger might lose its sensation. Eventually, it would spread to every bone, muscle, organ, and even their tongues and eyeballs would be unable to move. Finally, most of them would die of respiratory failure. The most terrifying thing was that throughout the entire journey to death, the patient's mind and senses were conscious. It was equivalent to watching helplessly as his body lost consciousness bit by bit and he suffocated to death. This process could go on for 2 or 3 years, or even 5 or 6. Imagine how horrible that would be. Death was not the worst thing. The worst thing was waiting for it. And now, because of the 3 magical petals, this terrible disease was cured. The excitement of surviving a calamity was indescribable. Xia Ruifai sat on his small bed in a daze. He had mixed feelings as he recalled the hardships that he had gone through after he was diagnosed. Now that his illness had disappeared, this former iron-blooded soldier could not help but tear up. After a while, Xia Ruifai, who had calmed down, stood up and inadvertently glanced at the small mirror hanging on the wall. He could not help but be stunned. His reflection in the mirror seemed different. After many years of harsh training in the army, Xia Ruifai had learned a lot of martial arts. His skin had also become tanned from the day-to-day training. The muscles on his body were intertwined like dragons. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful soldier. However, the biggest and most obvious change now was that his skin had become much paler. It could even be said to be tender. Many girls would probably envy his skin if Xia Ruifai walked outside. Also, his muscles were no longer so obvious. His figure became more well-proportioned, and he even looked like a weak scholar. However, Xia Ruifai knew very well that although the magical tricolored petals had transformed his originally developed muscles, his strength had not decreased at all. On the contrary, be it his reaction speed or physical strength, they were much better than his peak state in the special forces. All of this was brought about by the tricolored petals. Xia Ruifai looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a little emotional. At this moment, Xia Ruifai suddenly remembered something and could not help but slap his forehead. He muttered to himself in frustration, "Oh my, crap, I'm such a pig brain." It turned out that Xia Ruifai, after completely calming down, had suddenly thought of something. Since this magical tricolored petal could cure his owls, it might be effective to treat the uremia of his comrade Huzai's mother. While suffering from a terminal illness, Xia Ruifai was still thinking of ways to make money using the spiritual map space. His original intention was to leave as much money as possible for Huzai's mother, at least enough for the kidney transplant. And if the tricolored petals could directly cure uremia, then why bother? However, when Xia Ruifai realized this, the tricolored petals had already been absorbed by him. Now he could not have them even if he wanted them. Furthermore, Xia Ruifai could vaguely sense that even if there was only one petal, it could completely cure his owls. This was because after absorbing the 3 petals, not only did his illness disappear, but his body had also been completely transformed. Although he had yet to verify how powerful he was, Xia Ruifai knew that his strength had definitely improved greatly compared to before. In other words, he could have saved 2 petals for Huzai's mother. Thinking of this, Xia Ruifai felt even more regretful. Under those circumstances, Xia Ruifai had no time to think too much. He was almost completely affected by the comfort that came from his soul. The last 2 times he took the initiative to absorb the petals were all subconscious actions. Now that he thought about it, it was too late for regrets. Xia Ruifai thought for a moment. Those tricolored petals grew on the nameless plant. Since they were flowers, would they bloom again after they withered? Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. He took out the spiritual map that he had hidden on him and entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruifai took 3 steps to the nameless plant by the pond, but he was disappointed. There was still only a bare flower crown on the plant, and no new petals grew. Xia Ruifai sighed. It was useless to regret now. He could only hope that the petals would grow again after some time. However, Xia Ruifai was not confident about this at all. After all, this nameless plant was native to the spiritual map space. He knew nothing about this plant. Xia Ruifai walked around the succulents and vegetable garden, then glanced at the nameless plant indignantly before leaving the spiritual map space. In the afternoon, Xia Ruifai arrived at the city people's hospital alone and did a full body checkup. Although he was almost certain that his owls had been cured, he still came for a checkup just to be safe. He would feel more at ease this way. There were many tests, and it required several working days before the report could be ready. For this, Xia Ruifai did not hesitate to spend a few hundred yuan to expedite it. Even so, it took him half a day to get the complete report. The test came back as he'd expected. He was in perfect health condition. Not only were there no illnesses, but many of the indicators were much better than ordinary people. The doctor who read the report said that one look at the report, and he knew that Xia Ruifai must have been exercising and maintaining a good routine for a long time. Otherwise, his physical indicators could not have been so good. His judgment was confirmed, but Xia Ruifai felt even more regretful. If he hadn't impulsively absorbed all 3 petals in the morning, he could have used them to treat Huzai's mother. However, at this point, Xia Ruifai was not someone who would keep harping on the past. He quickly adjusted his mood and took a taxi back to his rental apartment in the slums. After Xia Rufai returned home, he carefully locked the door and entered the spiritual space. He first went to the pond to check on the nameless plant. However, the result was still disappointing. There was still only a bare flower crown on the nameless plant. No petals grew out. Then he went to check on the succulents. To his relief, these succulents were full of vitality. If nothing went wrong, they should all be alive. Now, he just had to wait a few days before he could take a photo and upload it for sale in the online store. After patrolling around, Xia Rufai came to an empty space. He casually posed in a stance, and his entire aura immediately changed. If someone who knew martial arts were here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was the Yang's Taiji stance. This was taught to him by his squad leader when he first joined the army. This squad leader Yang was from Hebei Yanyan and was said to be the direct descendant of the Yang Taiji. At that time, a new comrade in the class had learned the Yang's Taiji from squad leader Yang. Meanwhile, Xia Rufai was the fastest to master it and was also deeply liked by squad leader Yang. When the new recruits were allocated to different squads, Xia Rufai was also assigned to his squad leader's previous squad. Later on, he participated in the selection for the Fresh Blood of the Lone Wolf Commando Brigade. Xia Rufai was successfully selected before leaving squad leader Yang's side. However, his martial arts ability did not fall behind. When he was free, Xia Rufai would practice a few rounds of Taiji Fist. This time, after absorbing the tricolored petals, not only did his illness disappear, but he also felt that his body had been greatly strengthened. Hence, Xia Rufai wanted to verify how much his body had been strengthened. Grabbing the sparrow's tail with the right, left single side, hand lifting, white crane spreading its wings. His movements were like flowing water without any delay. Xia Rufai's joy grew. In the past when he practiced, although he was very familiar with every move, he had never felt this feeling of integration. Squad leader Yang also commented that Xia Rufai's Taiji was skilled in form but not in the spirit. Xia Rufai felt the same way. No matter how skilled he was, he could not do it freely. Now, all the hesitation had disappeared. After a full set of Taiji, he felt refreshed. There was even a faint heat in his lower abdomen. Xia Rufai practiced Taiji over and over again, and his movements became increasingly refined. He did not even follow the standard Taiji movements of the Yang Consortium, but there was a very natural and smooth feeling that was filled with the charm of the Yang's Taiji. There was a sense of winning with no moves. After practicing 5 times in a row, Xia Rufai finally stopped. Clearly, the benefits of those 3 petals were far more than just reaction speed and physical strength. This enhancement was definitely comprehensive in all aspects. Xia Rufai could not help but look at the nameless plant again, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. I hope the tricolor flower can grow back, Xia Rufai muttered to himself. In the next day or two, Xia Rufai entered the space several times a day. Other than taking care of the succulent plants, his main purpose was naturally to check on the nameless plant, but he was always disappointed. The flower crown was still bare, and there was no sign that it was about to bloom again. On the other hand, the succulents had all come to life and were still growing. They should be able to be photographed and uploaded soon to be sold in the online store. On the 3rd day, Xia Rufai entered the space again. Every day he had to come in to maintain the vegetable patch and water the succulent plants. As soon as he entered the space, Xia Rufai subconsciously looked at the nameless plant. Although he had been disappointed countless times in the past 3 days, Xia Rufai was still filled with intense anticipation. This time, his eyes focused on the nameless plant. Then his face lit up with joy. Xia Rufai saw at a glance that the flower crown of the nameless plant had grown petals again, and there was more than one. There were still 3 petals, red, yellow, and blue, almost identical to before. When the tricolored flower grew out again, the entire nameless plant immediately had that inexplicable attraction that matched the principles of heaven and earth. Xia Rufai was extremely excited. He jogged all the way to the nameless plant and looked at the beautiful tricolor flower. He was so excited that his lips were trembling slightly. With the petals, whose eyes mother's illness could be cured, Xia Rufai's hand trembled slightly as he reached for the tricolor flower. Just as his hand was about to touch the petals, he suddenly realized something and quickly retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. In his excitement, Xia Rufai had almost forgotten the most important thing. As long as the tricolored petals touched his hand, they would be directly absorbed and could not be plucked. Xia Rufai frowned and thought for a while. He felt that there was no other way. He could only try to pluck and preserve the petals without touching them with his hands. He walked to the side. There were a few boxes on the side, and they contained all the junk from the old house that he had sorted out. The rental apartment was too small to accommodate them, so he brought them all to the spiritual space to store. Xia Rufai rummaged around and found a first aid kit. He opened it and took out a pair of tweezers. After thinking about it, he felt uneasy. He took out some gauze and wrapped it around the forceps to prevent them from hurting the petals when he picked them. Then, Xia Rufai found another small plate and walked to the nameless plant. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and reached for the tricolor flower. He touched the blue petals gently with the tweezers, and his heart began to race. The petals shook slightly after being held by the forceps, but there was no change. Xia Ruifai secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then carefully used the tweezers to grab the blue petal. With a little force, the petal fell off the flower crown. Xia Ruifai placed the petals into the small plate and then repeated the same actions. He plucked the yellow and red petals and placed them in the small plate together. These tricolored petals were infinitely useful, and it seemed that they would grow back 3 days after being plucked. The more, the better. Xia Ruifai also took the opportunity to test if new petals would grow in 3 days. After picking the petals, Xia Ruifai began to worry about the small plate with the 3 petals. First of all, the petals could not come into contact with his body at all. Did he have to wear gloves or use forceps to hold them for Huzai's mother to absorb it? Moreover, Xia Ruifai vaguely felt that these flower petals had endless uses. Perhaps they did not even need an entire petal to cure Huzai's mother's uremia. Moreover, the soul-piercing comfort when absorbing the flower petals was too strong. All of this meant that if Xia Ruifai took out the petals like this, the secret might not be kept. If Huzai's mother or family let it slip, there would definitely be endless trouble. Moreover, it was a little too shocking for him to rashly take a petal for others to consume. Even if the petal had just touched his lips, it might directly disappear. Xia Ruifai thought hard for a long time and suddenly had an idea. He left the spiritual map space in a flash and found a bottle of 1L mineral water in the rental apartment. Ever since he had the spiritual map space, he had been using the spiritual pond water, so he had not drunk this bottle of mineral water. Xia Ruifai opened the bottle and poured out all the mineral water inside. Then, with a thought, he returned to the spiritual map space. He hurried to the edge of the pond and filled a full bottle of water. Then he gently picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and carefully placed it in the mineral water bottle. Then he looked at it expectantly. As soon as the yellow petals touched the spiritual pond water, they immediately melted without a trace. Moreover, the entire bottle of water was still extremely clear, as if the yellow petals had never existed. Xia Ruifai heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. He raised the bottle to his mouth and took a sip. As soon as the pond water that had fused with the yellow petals entered his mouth, he immediately felt a familiar warmth. He felt extremely comfortable. However, this sense of comfort was completely incomparable to directly absorbing an entire petal. Basically, it would not arouse any suspicion. Only then did Xia Ruifai feel completely relieved, because this way, he could easily treat Huzai's mother with diluted petal solution. Thinking of this, Xia Ruifai did not want to wait any longer. He left the spiritual map space with the bottle of water that had fused with the yellow petals. As for the remaining blue and red petals, he carefully placed them in a small box and stored them in the spiritual map space. Xia Ruifai returned to his room and changed into his clothes. This time, he did not wear desert camouflage clothes. Instead, he dug out the casual clothes he had bought before he joined the army from the simple closet: a pair of jeans, a thin sweater, and a jacket. Xia Ruifai had never bought casual clothes since he joined the army. The style of this set of clothes was naturally a little old-fashioned. After all, he had bought it many years ago. However, after Xia Ruifai absorbed the tricolored petals, his entire aura changed. Even though he was wearing ordinary clothes, he still gave off a sunny and refreshing feeling. As he was about to go out, he looked at the large bottle of mineral water in his hand and frowned slightly in thought. He found a small bottle of mineral water and washed it clean before pouring most of the petal solution into it. Then he opened a bottle of grape juice drink that he had not drunk last time. After filling the bottle, Xia Ruifai closed the cap and gently shook it to let the two liquids mix completely. The liquid in the small mineral water bottle turned light brown and looked a little like a potion. Then Xia Ruifai found 2 bottles of soda water and poured it into the mineral water bottle, mixing it with the solution. He opened it and took a small sip. It tasted slightly sweet and at the same time faintly medicinal. Most importantly, the familiar warmth was still there, but it had become even less obvious after being diluted again. Xia Ruifai tightened the cap of the bottle in satisfaction, then entered the space again with the big mineral water bottle and put it away. Xia Ruifai could not directly put things into the spiritual space in the outside world yet. He had to bring the items with him. This small bottle of petal solution mixed with grape juice and soda water was the medicine Xia Ruifai had prepared for Huzai's mother. After all, this looked more like a potion. The original solution was too clear, no different from clear water. As for the amount, Xia Ruifai was not worried. Even if this potion could not completely cure Huzai's mother's uremia, they could at least relieve it greatly. At worst, he could just deliver the medicine a few more times. Xia Ruifai put the bottle of medicine into the black military-style satchel, then carried the satchel and left, heading straight for Huzai's house. Huzai's family lived in Changping County, a suburban county in Three Mountain City. After Zia Ryufai left home, he went straight to the South Station. There was a bus from Three Mountain City to Champing every half an hour. Zia Ryufai quickly bought the nearest ticket to Champing from the ticket counter. There was still about 20 minutes to go. Zia Ryufai left the ticket counter and prepared to enter the bus station. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Zia Ryufai turned around and saw an old man lying on the ground in the distance. Soon there were people pointing at him. Some people even took out their phones to take photos, but no one went forward. Zia Ryufai hurried over. At this moment, there were already many onlookers around the old man. Zia Ryufai squeezed in forcefully, and someone shouted unhappily, "What are you squeezing in for?" Zia Ryufai had no time to argue with anyone. He saw an old man in his 70s or 80s with gray hair lying on the ground in pain. He must have an acute condition. Zia Ryufai did not have time to think too much and hurriedly went forward to check on him. At this moment, the onlookers persuaded, "Hey, don't go over there, lad. Be careful not to get cheated of money." "That's right. This old man looks very sick. Don't ask for trouble. Don't go over there. I've already called 120. Zia Ryufai could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. There were indeed some strange sight in society, such as the famous Nanjing incident. There were also many similar cases, causing many people to not dare to touch the old man after he fell to the ground, afraid of getting into trouble. However, Zia Ryufai had been trained by the army for many years. He could not watch an old man lay on the ground and do nothing. His conscience could not take it. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take 2 steps forward and squat down in front of the old man. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his face was filled with pain. His face was very pale, and his lips were already slightly purple. Zia Ryufai gently extended a finger to check the old man's breathing. It was already very weak, and he could clearly feel that the old man's skin was cold. Acute myocardial infarction. The words came to Zia Ryufai's mind. He had received first aid training in the army. He was not a professional doctor, but he could make a rough judgment. His first instinct was to quickly search the old man's body. Under normal circumstances, a patient with heart problems would carry drugs like nitroglycerin, but Zia Ryufai did not find any. Zia Ryufai thought that perhaps this old man did not have a history of heart disease. This time it might be a completely acute condition, so it was naturally impossible for him to carry heart medicine. He shouted without looking back, "Can someone please call 120? Young man, someone has already called 120. Get up quickly. Don't get into trouble that you can't get rid of," someone reminded him. When Zia Ryufai heard that someone had already called 120, he ignored that person's reminder and directly changed the old man's position to a lying position. He raised the old man's feet slightly and placed his military satchel at his feet. Then he hurriedly checked the old man's pulse and found that it was also very weak. The old man's condition was getting worse. Zia Ryufai knew that if this continued for a few minutes, the old man would die before the ambulance could arrive. He could not help but become anxious. At this moment, Zia Ryufai's gaze inadvertently landed on the military satchel under the old man's feet. He quickly grabbed the satchel and quickly took out the bottle of grape juice. Then he forced open the old man's mouth and poured the juice into his mouth. After Zia Ryufai put away the bottle of potion, he nervously paid attention to the old man's condition. Although it had already confirmed that the petals were effective against his owls, this was still a diluted solution. Furthermore, Zia Ryufai was not sure if they could be effective against such a serious myocardial infarction. Fortunately, the petal solution did not disappoint Zia Ryufai. Not long after the old man drank it, his breathing began to steady and strong, and the color slowly returned to his face. Seeing this, Zia Ryufai heaved a long sigh of relief. The onlookers could also tell that after Zia Ryufai fed the old man a liquid of unknown composition, the old man's condition was rapidly improving. They could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The old man had yet to wake up, so Zia Ryufai did not dare to leave. He squatted at the side and paid attention to the old man's condition. After another 5 minutes or so, the old man's breathing was completely steady and his face was back to normal. He frowned slightly at first, then slowly opened his eyes. He's awake, the lad's too good. Yes, I thought the old man was dying just now," the onlookers chattered. What happened to me?" the old man asked weakly. Zia Ryufai said, "Old man, you just fainted. It could be an acute myocardial infarction. How do you feel now?" "My chest is still a little tight, but it's better," the old man said. Zia Ryufai nodded. "That's good. Lie on the ground and don't move. Someone has already called 120. The ambulance will be here in a while. You should go to the hospital for a thorough examination and treatment." Zia Ryufai had only fed the old man 2 or 3 mouthfuls of diluted petal solution. He was doing this to prevent the old man from recovering too rapidly or even jumping around if the effect of the petal solution was too good. That would really be shocking. Now it seemed that he had been right to be careful. He had saved the old man's life without exposing his secrets. Zia Ryufai stood up and said, "Old man, since you're fine, I still have to catch the bus, so I'll leave first. You must go to the hospital for a thorough checkup later." "Oh right, it's best to inform your children immediately." With that, Xia Ruifai prepared to return to the station. At this moment, the old man hugged Xia Ruifai's leg. The onlookers immediately discussed. "See, he's going to rip off. I told him not to go over just now. The lad is still too young and inexperienced in society." Xia Ruifai was a little stunned. Could it be that he really met someone who was going to extort him? That old man didn't look like that kind of person. The old man seemed to have heard the discussion beside him. He quickly let go again and said. Xia Ruifai relaxed and smiled. "Old man, there's no need to thank me. I'm just acting out of kindness. It's good that you're fine. I'm really going to miss the bus. Goodbye, young man, then take my business card. You must contact me later." The old man struggled to take out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ruifai with trembling hands. Xia Ruifai thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. He took the business card and put it in his pocket. Then he greeted the old man and quickly left the scene, walking into the waiting room of the South Station. As he entered, he heard the distant wail of an ambulance siren behind him. Xia Ruifai knew that the ambulance had arrived. He was completely relieved. After some time, it was almost time for the bus to depart. Xia Ruifai did not wait long before he boarded the bus heading to Champing County. The bus quickly drove out of South Station, stopping and moving slowly in the congested roads of the city. About half an hour later, it got on the expressway and its speed increased. Xia Ruifai had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, but he was a little emotional. This petal solution had a miraculous effect on such a serious acute heart attack. It also gave Xia Ruifai more confidence in curing Huzai's mother's uremia. He opened his eyes, took the business card from his jacket pocket, and looked at it. He saw that it was written with the words Professor Tian Ruwen, School of Life Science and Engineering at Three Mountain University. It also had his office phone, personal phone, email, and other information. He did not expect the old man he saved to be a university professor. Xia Ruifai was also slightly surprised. However, this matter was just a small interlude for Xia Ruifai. The reason why he accepted the business card was only to get out as soon as possible so that he would not miss the bus. He had no intention of blackmailing the man for a reward. It was definitely impossible for him to contact this Professor Tian in the future. Just as the bus Xia Ruifai was driving towards Champing County, a group of people in white coats were waiting solemnly at the entrance of the Three Mountain City People's Hospital. The medical staff entering and exiting the hospital had clearly become a little reserved. It was obvious that the people in white coats were all supervisors in the hospital. A black Audi A6 approached at high speed and pulled up in front of the hospital's outpatient building. The door on the passenger side opened quickly, and a woman in her early 30s in a beige business suit got out quickly. But before she could walk around to the backseat, the door opened directly, and a woman in a small black business suit got out, looking anxious. The woman was in her mid-40s with delicate makeup on her face. She was in good shape. She looked plump but not fat and had a certain charm. She got out of the car and stood there, her body naturally emitting this aura. This aura must have accumulated over time, and it was impossible for ordinary people to have it. When the hospital leaders waiting in front of the outpatient building saw the Audi A6, they quickly approached it. However, they did not expect the woman to push open the door and get out without waiting for the secretary to open it. Therefore, the leaders had no choice but to speed up and jog directly to the woman. One of the doctors with gold-rimmed glasses was half a step ahead of the other hospital leaders. He came up to the woman and called out with a hint of respect, "Mayor Tian." If one often followed the local news, they would definitely recognize at a glance that this woman in a black professional suit was the mayor of Three Mountain City, Tian Huilan. She was considered a political celebrity. In a patriarchal society, female officials, especially high-ranking officials, were as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. However, this Mayor Tian had already risen to a leadership position at the official level when she was around 40 years old. Furthermore, she was the mayor of the provincial capital, Three Mountain City. This was even more eye-catching. Now, she had been in office for 5 to 6 years. These 5 to 6 years were also the period of rapid development in Three Mountain City. Her outstanding political achievements were countless. That year was an election year. There were rumors that Mayor Tian would probably take it a step further and replace Secretary Dew, who was about to retire. It had to be known that the secretaries of provincial capitals were all concurrent members of the provincial committee. In other words, this female mayor was very likely to become a high-ranking deputy minister soon and a member of the provincial committee with a lot of power. With the arrival of such a big shot, it was no wonder that the leaders of the City People's Hospital had come out in full force to welcome her. Tian Huilan's face was filled with anxiety. She couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with these hospital leaders and directly asked, "Director how is my father, Mayor Tian? I went to understand the situation immediately after receiving your call. Professor Tian was indeed admitted to our hospital," Director he quickly reported. The preliminary diagnosis is an acute myocardial infarction, but don't worry, the situation isn't very serious. His life shouldn't be in danger. When Tian Hulan heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she frowned and said, "My father's heart has always been quite good. How did he suddenly have a heart attack?" Director, he quickly explained. Mayor Tian, some cardiovascular diseases might not be very obvious in the beginning. The patient himself might not be able to detect it. Even a routine physical examination might not be able to detect it. Moreover, Professor Tian is already so old. It's normal for some minor problems to appear in his organs. Tian Hulan nodded and said, "Where is my father now, Director he? I've already arranged for Director Chen of Cardiovascular Medicine to follow up personally. A full examination should be underway now. I'll bring you over now, Director," he said. Tian Hulan nodded and looked at the hospital leaders surrounding her. "Director, he can accompany me. Comrades, go back to work." Originally, the hospital leaders had appeared together to show their importance to their leaders. However, now that the old man was suddenly hospitalized, it was naturally impossible for them to gather around and give instructions like usual. Therefore, the hospital leaders immediately bade farewell and left. Director, he accompanied Tian Hulan and her secretary, Wu Liqian, to the elevator. In the elevator, Director, he received a call. After a few hurried words, he immediately hung up and said to Tian Hulan, "Mayor Tian, Professor Tian has completed the examination. We have arranged for a high-class ward." "Then let's go directly to the ward," Tian Hulan immediately said. Okay, Director Ho said, pressing the floor button. They soon arrived at the hospital's high-class ward. It was the best ward in the city's People's Hospital. Not only did it have a small reception room, but it also had a study, an accompanying room, and a small kitchen. The facilities were quite complete. Tian Hulan and the others waited in the ward for a while before they heard Professor Tian's voice coming from the corridor. "Since there's nothing wrong with my body, there's no need to go to the trouble of being hospitalized. I want to go straight back. Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction is no joke. You have to stay in the hospital for observation," a calm voice said. Tian Hulan quickly opened the ward door and walked out. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her father sitting in a wheelchair with a helpless expression. A young and beautiful female nurse was pushing the wheelchair, and there was a middle-aged doctor in a white coat explaining to him as he walked. This old man was Professor Tian, whom Xia Ruifei had saved at the passenger terminal. Xia Ruifei would never have thought that the old man he happened to save was actually the father of a dazzling female political star. Professor Tian's gray hair was a little messy, and there was a piece of gauze on his forehead had knocked his forehead on the ground when he fainted, and he looked much older. Tears welled up in Tian Hulan's eyes. She hurried forward and asked in a choked voice, "Dad, how are you feeling?" When Professor Tian saw Tian Hulan, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. Hulan talked to them. "There's nothing wrong with my health. Let me discharge from the hospital immediately." Tian Hulan looked troubled. "Dad, you can't underestimate heart problems. Let's listen to the doctor." After saying that, Tian Hulan shot Director He a look. Director He quickly understood and stepped forward to say, "Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction is not a small illness. Although there are no major problems with your examination now, to be safe, you still have to stay in the hospital for observation for a day or two. If the condition changes, we can deal with it in time." The middle-aged doctor who had been accompanying Professor Tian also said, "Professor Tian, from the results of the examination, although we haven't found any serious problems for the time being, we still need to organize an expert consultation. If you leave the hospital rashly now, there might be unpredictable dangers." Professor Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "I know my own body, forget it, I'll just stay in the hospital." Professor Tian also knew very well that with his daughter's status, the hospital would definitely not discharge him so rashly. If anything really happened, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. He was already mentally prepared when he informed Tian Hulan. If it weren't for the fact that he had something else for her to do, Professor Tian definitely wouldn't have alerted his daughter. Seeing that her father's tone had softened, Tian Hulan heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to ask about her father's condition in detail when Professor Tian spoke again. "Hulan, come in with me for a moment. I need to talk to you." "Oh, sure." Tian Hulan replaced the female nurse and personally pushed the wheelchair into the ward. Director, he and the others naturally wouldn't be so insensible as to follow them in. They all stood at the door and waited. Tian Hulan closed the ward door and turned around. "Dad, why did you go out alone again?" "Didn't I ask little Shen to follow you? Fortunately, it didn't lead to serious consequences this time. Otherwise..." Professor Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Hulan, I called you here because I have something for you to do." "Go ahead," Tian Hulan said quickly, pretending to listen carefully. Tian Hulan knew that her father had always kept a low profile. Apart from some old colleagues in the university, very few people knew that he was Mayor Tian's father. If he hadn't taken the initiative to call her this time, the doctors at the City People's Hospital definitely wouldn't have recognized him, so it must be something important for her father to do this, Professor Tian said. Then Professor Tian explained what had happened that day. When Tian Huilan heard this, her expression changed drastically. She did not expect her father's illness to flare up so dangerously this time. Now she could not help but feel a chill down her spine, and she was very afraid. Then we really have to thank him, Tian Huilan said. Professor Tian nodded and continued. That's what I'm talking about. However, the scene was very chaotic, and that young man was unwilling to leave his contact details. Although I gave him my business card, I'm afraid he might not take the initiative to contact me. Therefore, immediately arrange for someone to investigate that young man's identity. We have to thank him properly later, Tian Huilan immediately said seriously. I understand. I'll arrange this immediately. There were many surveillance cameras at the scene, and Xia Ruofei had even bought a bus ticket at the counter. With Tian Huilan's status, it was naturally easy to find out his identity. Dad, if there's nothing else, you can rest here. Don't say anything about being discharged, Tian Huilan continued. When she heard that Professor Tian's illness was so serious, her heart was already pounding. She insisted that Professor Tian stay in the hospital. Tian Huilan helped Professor Tian lie down on the bed. After covering him with a blanket, she quietly left the ward. Director He and Director Chen of the cardiology department were still waiting at the door. When they saw Tian Huilan coming out, they quickly stood up to welcome her. Tian Huilan waved at them and then said to her secretary, Little Wu, come here for a moment. The female secretary, Wu Liking, quickly walked to Tian Huilan's side and asked respectfully, Mayor Tian, what are your instructions? Tian Huilan told Little Wu what Professor Tian had instructed her to do in a low voice, then said, You don't have to worry about me. Go and take charge of this now. I want to see the results before work ends this afternoon. Yes, said Wu, hurrying away from the hospital. After Tian Huilan finished arranging Professor Tian's matters, she walked towards Director He and Director Chen and asked, Please tell me about my father's illness. Director He and Director Chen both displayed a strange expression, but they quickly came back to their senses. Director Chen quickly said, Mayor Tian, let's talk in my office. The reason why their expressions were a little strange was because they had just discussed Professor Tian's condition. After Tian Huilan and Professor Tian entered the ward, Director He pulled Director Chen aside to understand the situation. Director Chen originally was confused about Professor Tian's condition. However, since Tian Huilan and Professor Tian were present, he could not say anything. When Director He asked, he naturally spilled everything. It turned out that Professor Tian's examination showed that there was nothing wrong with his heart. Moreover, all the indicators were quite good for Professor Tian's age. There was no sign of a heart attack at all, but the house doctor's diagnosis was acute myocardial infarction. By the time the ambulance arrived at the scene, although the situation was not very critical, his symptoms were very obvious. These were reflected in the house call report. It should be acute myocardial infarction. It was precisely because of these two contradictory results that Director Chen was puzzled. It was impossible for a house doctor to make such a low-level mistake, and the results of this examination were here. There was really no way to explain it. Actually, Director Chen did not know that the petal solution that Xia Ruofei fed Professor Tian had a miraculous effect on all kinds of illnesses. However, Xia Ruofei was worried that it would shock the world, so he did not use much. Otherwise, Professor Tian would be completely fine. It was also because of this that when the emergency doctors arrived at the scene, Professor Tian still had some symptoms of a myocardial infarction. But by the time the ambulance returned to the hospital, the petal solution had completely taken effect, and the lesion in Professor Tian's heart had been completely cured. Director He and Director Chen also looked at each other in puzzlement, unable to come to a conclusion. He couldn't tell Mayor Tian that there was nothing wrong with her father and that his heart was healthier than most people's, right? He had clearly fainted and was sent to the hospital. Could it be that he was pretending to be sick? Besides, who could bear the responsibility if there were any problems in the future? He was Mayor Tian's father. Therefore, when they arrived at Director Chen's office, they could only be vague when reporting to Tian Huilan. They said that from the examination results, the problem was not very serious and suggested that he stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. At the same time, they would prescribe some medicine for him to recuperate. When Director He and Director Chen reported to her, there were inevitably some technical jargon mixed in, so Tian Huilan did not understand them fully. But all she had to know was that her father's life wasn't in danger. Tian Huilan, who was busy with work, thanked Director He and Director Chen after listening to the report. Then she returned to the ward to talk to her father for a while. She reminded him to follow the doctor's instructions and stay in the hospital for a few days before leaving the hospital and returning to the city government. Xia Ruofei, who did not know that he had saved the mayor's father, had just arrived at the bus station in Changping County. All he could think about was treating Hu Zai's mother. Changping County was located in the east of Three Mountain City and was close to the East Sea. Three Mountain City's only international airport was located by the sea in Changping County, so its overall economic development level was above average among the 8 counties in the 5 districts of Three Mountain City. Hu Zai's family lived in Little Island Village in Linhai Town. This small fishing village was more than 20 kilometers away from Changping County. Zia Ruifai came out of the station and booked a taxi for 200 yuan and went straight to Little Island Village. Hu Zai's sacrifice made things worse for this family. That was why Zia Ruifai felt so guilty. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the village. After Zia Ruifai paid the fare, he got out and walked towards Hu Zai's house at the east end of the village. He carried a black military satchel and a large plastic bag in his hand. After all, he was here to visit an elder. It was definitely not good to come empty-handed, so before Zia Ruifai left, he had packed a large bag of vegetables produced in the spiritual map space. In this small village by the sea, the air was filled with the smell of the sea. Zia Ruifai thought that he would be able to treat Hu Zai's mother's illness soon, and he was both excited and expectant. He could not help but speed up. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far ahead. A young girl's voice was heard. Zhang Qiang, what do you? Get out of my way. Zia Ruifai frowned and looked up. He saw a girl carrying a bucket of water not far ahead, and 3 young men were blocking her way. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a plain white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans that had gone a little pale from washing. However, ordinary clothes still could not hide her natural beauty. Her curvaceous figure still exuded attractive temptation even in the cheapest t-shirt. Her face was also very delicate. Under her light eyebrows were large watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and her pale pink cherry lips were gently pursed. Because she was carrying water, her face was flushed, and there were small beads of sweat on her forehead, giving her a pitiful appearance. The leader of the 3, a young man with a tuft of green hair, said cheekily, Kaior, don't be so fierce, I don't mean anything else. I just want to invite you to the county city to play. The girl called Kaior said coldly, I'm not interested. Move Zhang Qiang was not angry at all despite being turned down directly. He still smiled and said, then let's go for a ride on the beach. I just bought a new car. Do you want to try it? I already said that I'm not interested. If you don't move aside, I'll call for help. Kaior gritted her teeth and said coldly, call for help, Lin Kaiyo, you're too naive. Who in Little Island Village dares to interfere in Brother Qiang's matters? One of Zhang Qiang's lackeys sneered. Another sidekick chimed in. Lin Kaiyo, it's your good fortune that Brother Qiang has taken a fancy to you. Don't be shameless. By the way, I heard that your mother is quite seriously ill. If you follow our Brother Qiang, perhaps Brother Qiang will help your mother pay for treatment when he's happy. Zhang Qiang nodded with a smile. Of course. Kaior, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll pay for your mother's treatment. With that, Zhang Qiang took a step forward to pull Lin Kaiyo's hand. Lin Kaiyo was so frightened that her face turned pale. Just as Zhang Qiang's hand was about to touch Lin Kaiyo, a large hand grabbed Zhang Qiang's wrist tightly like an iron hoop. Zhang Qiang immediately cried out in pain. It was Zia Ruifai. In fact, when Zia Ruifai heard that lackey call out Lin Kaiyo's name, his expression had already turned cold. Then he strode over. Because Tiger's original name was Lin Hu, and he had a younger sister at home whose name was Lin Kaiyo. Moreover, Zia Ruifai knew that in the entire Little Island Village, only Hu Zai's family did not have direct water access at home because of their financial difficulties. This girl's name was Lin Kaiyo, and she was carrying water. It was obvious who she was. Who the hell are you? Let go. It hurts. Zhang Qiang gritted his teeth and shouted. Zia Ruifai snorted coldly. As he let go, he gently pushed forward. Zhang Qiang immediately fell to the ground. Zhang Qiang stood up and glared fiercely at Zia Ruifai. He gritted his teeth and said, You're an outsider. How dare you be so arrogant in our Little Island Village? A cold smile hung on Zia Ruifai's face. Disappear while I'm still in a good mood. Zia Ruifai had used a lot of strength just now, causing Zhang Qiang to have some reservations, but this sentence immediately angered him. Zhang Qiang thought about how this was Little Island Village, and there were 3 people on his side. What was there to be afraid of? After taking a sip, he shouted, FCK, he really thinks he's something else. Little Hui Big Mao beat him up. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them rushed towards Zia Ruifai aggressively. Lin Kaiyo couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She was very worried for this righteous young man. However, her scream stopped halfway. Her mouth was still wide open and she was unaware of it, because in almost an instant, Lin Kaiyo only felt her vision blur. She did not even see Zia Ruifai's actions clearly. Then she saw Zhang Qiang and the other 2 fly 4 to 5 meters away and land heavily on the ground, wailing nonstop. Clearly, all 3 were badly hurt. Zia Ruifai's lips curled up slightly as he thought to himself, my strength and speed are much better than before. Those petals are really good stuff. As if he had done something very unimportant, he gently dusted off his non-existent hands and walked over to Lin Kaiyo. A caring look flashed in his eyes as he asked, Are you all right? Lin Kaiyo came back to her senses and quickly said. Zia Ruifai smiled and said, If there's nothing else, let's go. I'll take you back. Without asking for Ling Kaiou's permission, he stuffed the plastic bag of super vegetables into Ling Kaiou's hands. Then he picked up the bucket of water and strode towards Huzai's house. Lin Kaiou looked at Zhang Qiang and the other two on the ground, and a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed Xia Ruifai. Lin Kaiou saw Xia Ruifai carrying the water easily and walked straight to her house without asking her. She couldn't help but ask in curiosity, How did you know where my family lives?" Xia Ruifai turned to Lin Kaiou and smiled. "Not only do I know where your family lives, I know your name is Lin Kaiou. You're 18 years old. Chocolate is your favorite food. The idol you admire the most is Jolin Sai." Xia Ruifai said a lot, and Lin Kaiou was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a possibility flashed across her mind, and she immediately revealed a happy expression. Only then did she realize that Xia Ruifai had already walked away with the water. Lin Kaiou quickly chased after him and said as she jogged, "Your brother Ruifai, aren't you?" Xia Ruifai laughed and said, "This little girl is quite smart. You've guessed it so quickly." Xia Ruifai knew so much about Lin Kaiou, so it was naturally through Linhu. When they were in the army, Xia Ruifai and Linhu were the best brothers, and Linhu doted on his sister. The two of them often talked about his sister when they chatted. Lin Kaiou usually attended high school in the county city. The last time Xia Ruifai came to Little Island Village, the two of them did not manage to meet. As for Lin Kaiou, she had naturally never seen Xia Ruifai before. However, when Huzai sent photos home in the past, there were photos of Xia Ruifai and him. Although a few years had passed, and Xia Ruifai had long lost his youthful appearance as a recruit, Lin Kaiou still felt that he looked a little familiar. In addition, Xia Ruifai had said so much about her just now. Moreover, she heard from her mother that Xia Ruifai had come to Little Island Village not long ago, so Lin Kaiou quickly guessed Xia Ruifai's identity. After confirming Xia Ruifai's identity, Lin Kaiou was naturally very excited. However, she quickly realized something and quickly said, "Brother Ruifai, leave Little Island Village quickly. This Zhang Qiang is a tyrant in the village. His father is also the village director. If you beat him up, they will definitely not let you off." Xia Ruifai smiled indifferently and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lin Kaiou, aren't you studying in the county city? It's not the weekend today. Why are you at home? Also, I heard from those hooligans that your mother's illness is very serious. Didn't I already transfer 500,000 yuan to Auntie's account? Why didn't you go for treatment? Although uremia was very dangerous, if one persisted in doing treatment, it should not worsen immediately. Of course, if she wanted to cure it completely, she still had to change the kidney. Otherwise, it would only be a temporary solution." Lin Kaiou's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Ruifai, so you were the one who transferred the 500,000 yuan. I knew it." When Xia Ruifai transferred the money, he was worried that Huzai's mother would reject such a huge sum of money, so he transferred it anonymously. Therefore, Huzai's mother and Lin Kaiou did not know who transferred the money. Seeing Lin Kaiou's expression, Xia Ruifai could not help but have a bad feeling. He could not help but ask, "Why, Auntie didn't use the money, is it?" Lin Kaiou smiled bitterly and said, "My mother is a person like that the money came from an unknown source. She said someone else might have made a wrong transaction, so she insisted on not using it. She hasn't been on dialysis for a month." At this point, Lin Kaiou's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Isn't this a huge mistake? How can she survive so long without dialysis? Xia Ruifai couldn't help but cry out. Then he asked nervously, "How is Auntie now?" "It's not very good." 2 tears fell from Lin Kaiou's eyes as she sobbed. "She has been bedridden for a week, Brother Ruifai. If this continues, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to hold on for long." Xia Ruifai quickly comforted her. It's fine. Lin Kaiou, with me around, Auntie will be fine." At this moment, Lin Kaiou recalled the matter about Zhang Qiang and hurriedly said, "Brother Ruifai, Zhang Qiang will definitely seek revenge on you. You should leave first. We'll talk about Mom's illness a few days later." Xia Ruifai said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, girl. If that Zhang Qiang dares to come over again, I don't mind letting him taste my fist again." Lin Kaiou had seen Xia Ruifai's heroic act with her own eyes and was relieved to hear that. However, she was still worried. After all, this was a lawful society. Many things did not work just because one was strong. Not only was Zhang Qiang the son of the village director, but he also had an uncle who was an official in the town's police station. Lin Kaiou's opinion, this was considered a strong background. How could ordinary people afford to offend him? She glanced at Xia Ruifai worriedly. Seeing that he still looked indifferent, she did not dare to persuade him further. She obediently followed Xia Ruifai and walked towards her house. Soon they reached the house at the east end of the village. This was Huzai's house. Such houses were basically extinct in the economically developed coastal areas. They were also the only one in Little Island Village. The mottled walls, dilapidated roof, and dilapidated courtyard all revealed how poor this family was. With one hand on the shoulder pole, Zia Ryufai pushed open the courtyard door that was about to fall off and walked straight into the overgrown courtyard. He went to the door of the simple kitchen on the right side of the house and poured both buckets of water into the vat under the eaves before walking into the house with Ling Kingsu. The house was filled with junk, and the light was dim. However, Zia Ryufai's vision seemed to have improved a lot after absorbing the tricolored petals. He did not feel uncomfortable coming in from outside. There was a worn-out wooden bed on the inside of the house. Huzai's mother was half lying on it, two pillows beneath her. Zia Ryufai immediately saw that Huzai's mother's face was very pale and her edema was very serious. She was on the verge of death. Hearing footsteps, Huzai's mother thought her daughter had returned. She gave a low moan and said weakly, "Kaior, you're back." Zia Ryufai hurriedly walked forward and squatted down in front of the bed. "Auntie, it's me." Huzai's mother struggled to open her eyes. After seeing Zia Ryufai, she forced a smile and said, "It's Ryufai, quick, take a seat." Seeing Huzai's mother like this, Zia Ryufai almost cried as he asked, "Auntie, I sent you some money. Why didn't you go for dialysis?" Huzai's mother struggled to sit up when she heard this. As she panted, she said, So you were the one who transferred the money, child. Where did you get so much money?" "Auntie, don't worry about where I got the money from. You're already so sick. Why didn't you take the money to see the doctor first?" Zia Ryufai said with heartache. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. If he had known this would happen, he would have come back after transferring the money. No matter how much Huzai's mother refused, even if he had to carry her to the hospital by force, it would not have delayed her illness to such a serious extent. "Child, you just retired from the army. Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you." Huzai's mother was clearly worried that Zia Ryufai did not take the right path and asked anxiously. "Auntie, I sold the house a few days ago. Including my discharge fee, I only managed to raise 500,000 yuan. There's definitely no problem with the source of it," Zia Ryufai hurriedly explained. "Ah, sell the house," Huzai's mother said anxiously. "How can you do that? Ryufai, why are you so impulsive?" Seeing that Huzai's mother was struggling to speak, Zia Ryufai hurriedly said, "Auntie, let's not talk about this first. I heard about a prescription a few days ago. It's said to be very effective for uremia, so I made some medicine and brought it over. Take the medicine first." With that, Zia Ryufai quickly opened the military satchel and took out the bottle of petal solution. Ling Kingsu came over with a glass of water for Zia Ryufai. When she saw Zia Ryufai take out a mineral water bottle, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Ryufai, is this Chinese medicine?" Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "Something like that. Kaior, go get a cup. Hurry." Ling Kingsu hurriedly found a small glass and came out. It was the kind of glass meant for drinking beer. She cleaned the cup and heated it with boiling water before handing it to Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured out a cup of diluted petal solution. He said to Huzai's mother, "Auntie, quickly drink the medicine." Huzai's mother actually did not have any hope in her heart. She knew very well that if she did not have a kidney transplant, her illness would worsen day by day. It was impossible for there to be any remedies to treat it. However, Zia Ryufai had come all the way to deliver the medicine, so she could not brush off his good intentions. Hence, she nodded with difficulty and said weakly, "Auntie, Huzai and I have a life and death relationship. Stop being polite and quickly drink your medicine." Zia Ryufai said. Then he went forward and supported Huzai's mother's back with one hand. With the other hand, he held a cup and carefully fed a cup of petal solution to Huzai's mother. After feeding Huzai's mother 3 cups of petal solution in a row, Zia Ryufai felt slightly more at ease. He couldn't take his eyes off Huzai's mother. At the side, Ling Kingsu said in amusement, "Brother Ryufai, my mother just finished drinking the medicine. Even if it's the right medicine, it can't be effective so quickly." Zia Ryufai smiled and did not refute Ling Kingsu's words. Huzai's mother, however, looked puzzled. She said, "Kaior, this medicine seems to be really effective. I feel much better than before." "Ah, no way, it really worked so quickly." Ling Kingsu's eyes widened in shock. While Ling Kingsu was making a fuss, Zia Ryufai had already carefully observed Huzai's mother's condition. After drinking the petal solution, he realized that her face had clearly begun to turn red and her edema was slowly fading. Seeing this, Zia Ryufai was finally relieved. "Ryufai Kaior, I think my stomach feels warm. I feel much stronger and less uncomfortable," Huzai's mother said. She was obviously talking with a lot more energy. Ling Kingsu also realized that her mother's face was starting to turn red and she was clearly more energetic. She was only surprised at first, but then her face turned pale and her eyes turned red. She tugged at Zia Ryufai's sleeve and gestured for him to go out and talk. Seeing that Zia Ryufai did not react, she simply pulled Zia Ryufai's hand and walked out. Zia Ryufai originally wanted to observe Huzai's mother's condition again, but he did not expect Ling Kingsu to pull him out. He could only follow her out of the house in confusion. As soon as he went out, Zia Ryufai saw that Ling Kingsu's eyes were red and tears were about to flow. He hurriedly asked, "Kaior, what's wrong?" "Brother Ryufai, my mother's situation doesn't seem right." Lin Kaiou choked. She can't be. What is it? Xia Ruifai said in confusion. I think she's doing great. The medicine is obviously taking effect. Lin Kaiou said anxiously. It's not that. I've heard people say that patients suddenly become spirited before they die. Then. Xia Ruifai could not help but laugh. You mean the last radiance of the setting sun? Lin Kaiou's face turned even paler and she said with a crying voice. Even you think so. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but pat Lin Kaiou's head gently and say, Girl, what are you thinking about all day long? You were even talking about the last radiance. Auntie is clearly fine, don't curse her. It's really not. Lin Kaiou's eyes revealed a trace of hope. If I say it's not, then it isn't. Don't you trust Brother Ruifai? Xia Ruifai said, Please have some confidence in the medicine I brought, okay? Then from inside the house came the voice of Hu Zai's mother. Kaior, what are you talking about with Brother Ruifai? Come in and get me a glass of water. When Lin Kaiou heard her mother's voice that was full of energy, and since Xia Ruifai had already guaranteed it, she smiled through her tears. She stuck out her tongue playfully at Xia Ruifai and replied loudly, Coming. With that, she skipped happily into the house to get water for her mother. Xia Ruifai looked at Lin Kaiou's youthful back and could not help but laugh. When he returned to the house, he saw Hu Zai's mother sitting by the bed, gulping down water. When she saw Xia Ruifai enter, she handed the cup to Lin Kaiou and asked, Ruifai, what medicine did you bring? The effect is too good. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, Auntie, it's a good thing that it's effective. I'll send you more after you finish this bottle of medicine. You have to drink 3 glasses every day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. It won't be long before you completely recover. In the past, Hu Zai's mother would never have dared to think about treating her illness without a kidney transplant. However, after drinking the medicine that Xia Ruifai had brought, she inexplicably felt confident. Because the effect of this medicine was really too good, Hu Zai's mother smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lin Kaiou finally believed that her mother's condition had improved greatly because she had taken the medicine brought by Xia Ruifai. She looked at Xia Ruifai gratefully. Then Lin Kaiou thought of Zhang Qiang and her expression changed slightly. Brother Ruifai, there's nothing else here. You should leave quickly. Hu Zai's mother could not help chiding her. Kaiou, why are you so rude? Brother Ruifai came all the way here to deliver medicine to me. He didn't even drink any hot water, yet why are you chasing him away? Lin Kaiou was so anxious that her face turned red. Mom, you've misunderstood. It's not that I want to chase Brother Ruifai away. It's Aya, I'm dying of anxiety. Brother Ruifai, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hu Zai's mother was even more confused. She was about to ask when an arrogant voice came from outside the door. Leave? Where to? No one in Little Island Village can leave after hitting me. It's Zhang Qiang. Hu Zai's mother's expression changed drastically. She asked Ruifai, did you have a conflict with Zhang Qiang? They were pestering Kaiou at the entrance of the village. I casually taught him a lesson, Xia Ruifai said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his lips. It was obvious that he did not take Zhang Qiang seriously. Hu Zai's mother immediately struggled out of bed and said, Ruifai, I'll go talk to him. After all, I'm his elder. Xia Ruifai hurriedly stopped Hu Zai's mother and said, Auntie, you're still very weak. You mustn't get out of bed. With that, Xia Ruifai looked at Lin Kaiou and said, Kaiou, take good care of Auntie. Lin Kaiou nodded, then looked at the door worriedly and said, But. At this moment, Zhang Qiang was still clamoring outside the door. Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you hiding like a tortoise now? If you don't get out, I'll kick the door open. Haha, don't tell me you're having a threesome with the mother and daughter. Then this kid is in trouble. After being frightened by Brother Qiang, he'll probably have become impotent in the future. Ha ha ha, the hooligans brought by Zhang Qiang also joined in the teasing. A cold glint flashed across Xia Ruifai's eyes, but he quickly restrained it. When he looked at Lin Kaiou, his gaze became gentle again. It's fine. They're just a few small fry. I'll go out and send them away. With that, he walked out the door. Lin Kaiou also wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Xia Ruifai's gaze. She looked at Xia Ruifai's back as he walked out unhurriedly. At this moment, that back seemed to have become very tall and lofty. The fear and uneasiness in her heart disappeared in an instant. Xia Ruifai pushed open the door and walked out of the house with a dark expression. A dozen roguish young men stood in the ruined courtyard, each of them armed with steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons. They had kicked down the dilapidated courtyard door and it lay in pieces on the ground. The leader was Zhang Qiang, who had harassed Lin Kaiou at the village entrance. Zhang Qiang's face was swollen, and one of his eyes was bruised, making him look even more ferocious. Seeing Xia Ruifai come out, Zhang Qiang's eyes revealed ruthlessness as he sneered. Kid, you have guts. You actually dared to stay in Little Island Village after hitting me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll really be letting you down. Previously, at the village entrance, Zhang Qiang and the other two were knocked down by Xia Ruifai without any resistance. Therefore, he knew that Xia Ruifai was quite skilled. This time, he came to take revenge and called for more than 10 hooligans. Moreover, everyone was armed. In Zhang Qiang's opinion, no matter how powerful Xia Ruifai was, he would not be able to defeat so many of them. Xia Ruifai looked at these hooligans who were rubbing their fists before staring into Zhang Qiang's eyes and asking calmly, "Why did you bring so many men here?" Zhang Qiang was slightly stunned, then laughed and said, "What do you want? Big guns, tell him what we want." Beside Zhang Qiang, a young man in ripped jeans and dyed blonde hair immediately teased. "Kid, of course we're here to mess with you. Don't tell me we want to have tea and chat with you." The ruffians also roared with laughter and said, "Haha, is there something wrong with his FC King brain? I think he's been scared silly by Brother Qiang." With a smug smile on his face, Big Guns said, "Kid, kneel down and apologize to Brother Qiang now. We can be gentler when we hit you, otherwise hee." Xia Ruifai looked coldly at this group of arrogant and domineering hooligans. He pursed his lips slightly and looked at Zhang Qiang. "So there's nothing to talk about between us." Xia Ruifai's calmness and disregard angered Zhang Qiang. He snorted and said, "Talk my ass. You're the first person who dared to hit me in Little Island Village. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your surname. Also, this Lin family can't escape responsibility. I'll tear down this lousy house in a while." A sharp light flashed in Xia Ruifai's eyes. "The Lin family is the family of a valiant soldier. How dare you touch their house?" Zhang Qiang laughed arrogantly and said, "Soldier's family? So what? I used to dislike Lin Hu. If he hadn't died in the army, I would have beat him up too." The fire in Xia Ruifai's heart began to burn fiercely, and his eyes became extremely sharp. His entire body suddenly emitted a cold aura. This was the killing intent of a soldier who had truly seen blood on the battlefield. No matter how arrogant and despotic Zhang Qiang was previously, no matter how much he mocked and ridiculed him, Xia Ruifai did not really get angry. After all, in his eyes, such a hooligan was completely unpresentable. However, Zhang Qiang's disdain when he spoke of the soldiers' families, especially the insult to Huzai, was something Xia Ruifai could not tolerate no matter what. The bloodlust buried deep in his heart was starting to stir. Zhang Qiang, who was closest to Xia Ruifai, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a step back. Even he could not understand why he felt a chill in his heart, as if the young man in front of him had suddenly become a god of death. Xia Ruifai slowly clenched his fists, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Actually, this state was very dangerous. Xia Ruifai and Huzai were both from the most elite special forces. They had received the most rigorous special forces training and had experienced many real battles. It could be said that they were the sharpest human-shaped killing weapons. Even bare-handed, they were extremely dangerous. There were many vulnerable and fatal parts of the human body. Xia Ruifai undoubtedly knew these parts like the back of his hand. Once he lost control of his emotions, it was no exaggeration to say that the lives of these dozen or so hooligans were definitely in danger. At this moment, Xia Ruifai was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. At that moment, a crisp voice sounded, "Brother Ruifai." It turned out that Ling Kingsu was worried and walked out to take a look. When Xia Ruifai heard Ling Kingsu's voice, the boiling killing intent in his heart immediately subsided. Zhang Qiang and the others also felt relieved. "Kaior, why did you come out?" Xia Ruifai frowned slightly and said, "You have nothing to do here. Go in first." "I don't want to." When Ling Kingsu saw that Zhang Qiang had brought so many people over, how could she still be willing to go in? She grabbed Xia Ruifai's arm and said to Zhang Qiang, "Zhang Qiang, today's matter has nothing to do with Brother Ruifai. If you have anything, come at me." Zhang Qiang had just taken a step back from Xia Ruifai, so he naturally felt embarrassed in front of his lackeys. Now that he saw Ling Kingsu and Xia Ruifai being so intimate, he was even more jealous and hateful. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, attack together and teach this kid a lesson." The thugs murmured in agreement. They raised their steel pipes and machetes and looked at Xia Ruifai maliciously as they surrounded him. Ling Kingsu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Xia Ruifai shielded her behind him and said calmly, "Kaior, close your eyes." Ling Kingsu was stunned. "Be good," Xia Ruifai said calmly. Then Ling Kingsu felt her soft body being grabbed by Xia Ruifai and could not help but blush. Xia Ruifai calmly raised Ling Kingsu's hand to cover her eyes and said, "Stand here and don't move." Before Ling Kingsu could react, she felt a gust of wind pass by. Then she heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. She could not help but secretly open her fingers and look out. She saw Xia Ruifai alone like a tiger in a pack of wolves. More than a dozen hooligans with knives, steel pipes, and car chains surrounded him, but they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. On the other hand, every time Xia Ruifai attacked, one or even several hooligans would be defeated. As long as the hooligans were hit by Xia Ruifai, those who could stand up after falling to the ground would once again grimace and scream on the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hooligans were lying on the ground. Everyone was groaning in pain and could not get up at all. Only Zhang Qiang was left standing. Extreme fear was found in his eyes. He was trembling and he was holding up a machete. He was frozen like a clay statue and looked ridiculous. Xia Ruifai's hair was not even messed up. He easily dusted off the non-existent dust on his hands, then walked towards Zhang Qiang with a faint sneer on his face. "Well, what do you want?" Zhang Qiang was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his machete properly. It fell to the ground with a clang. He backed away, putting on a brave face and shouting, "Don't come near me. My uncle is the deputy director of the police station. If you dare touch me, you're dead." Xia Ruifai did not even blink as he walked towards Zhang Qiang unhurriedly. Although Xia Ruifai did not take any actions and only walked towards Zhang Qiang step by step, Zhang Qiang felt a great pressure. He still felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't even believe his eyes. Why were the dozen or so people he had brought all taken down in less than a minute? They were all armed, whereas this fellow was unarmed. He's practically a monster. Zhang Qiang finally couldn't take the pressure anymore. He shouted and turned around to run out of the door. As for those dozen or so lackeys, he had no time to care about them. Xia Ruifai snorted coldly and took a few steps forward with a flying kick. Zhang Qiang immediately flew up and fell to the ground. His teeth hit the door frame and 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. He cried out in pain. Xia Ruifai walked forward and easily picked Zhang Qiang up with one hand. There was no emotion in his eyes as he said indifferently, "What did you just say? The soldiers' families are nothing, and you wanted to beat up Hu Zai. Big brother, I was wrong, I was blind, please spare me." Zhang Qiang was in pain and afraid. He could not help but cry. Tears mixed with the blood in his mouth, and he looked extremely sorry. Xia Ruifai looked at the sobbing Zhang Qiang in disgust. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he slapped him as fast as lightning for more than 10 times. Then he let go and Zhang Qiang immediately sat on the ground. Xia Ruifai's attack was extremely strong. Almost all of Zhang Qiang's teeth had been knocked out, and both his cheeks were swelling up at a visible speed. His entire face looked like a pig's head, and it was very miserable. "Take your men and disappear," Xia Ruifai said calmly. "If this happens again, it won't be just this. Ye will get out of here right away." Zhang Qiang spoke through his missing teeth. He and the dozen or so hooligans supported each other and disappeared from Xia Ruifai and Ling Kichou's sight. "Brother Ruifai, you're amazing." Ling Kichou's eyes lit up as she looked up at Xia Ruifai. There was clear admiration in her eyes. Xia Ruifai smiled faintly and said, "They are just a few hooligans. Your brother and I even arrested vicious international drug dealers back then." When Xia Ruifai said this, his voice suddenly paused. He and Ling Kichou both looked sad. They naturally thought of Hu Zai, who had lost his life again. Sadness flashed across Ling Kichou's eyes. She bit her lower lip gently and forced a smile. "Brother Ruifai, let's go in. My mother must still be worried." The 2 of them returned to the house. As expected, Hu Zai's mother was sitting by the bed anxiously. When she saw the 2 of them enter, she quickly asked, "How is it? I thought I heard a fight outside. Are you hurt, Ruifai?" Before Xia Ruifai could speak, Ling Kichou smiled and said, "Mom, Brother Ruifai is amazing. You didn't see it just now. Brother Ruifai fought more than 10 of them alone and defeated everyone in 2 or 3 moves. Zhang Qiang was beaten up by Brother Ruifai." Ling Kichou had been harassed by Zhang Qiang a lot these days. Today, when she saw Xia Ruifai beating up Zhang Qiang, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Hu Zai's mother's face fell. She said, "Ruifai, did you hit Zhang Qiang again?" Xia Ruifai nodded and said, "Auntie, I didn't want to attack him. It's just that these people were too nasty with their words. It's really too detestable. Besides, they were the ones who attacked first." "What should we do?" Hu Zai's mother looked anxious and said, "Ruifai, leave quickly. Leave Little Island Village. Zhang Qiang's family is very powerful. Us commoners can't afford to offend him." At this moment, Ling Kichou also realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly said, Yes, Brother Ruifai, leave quickly. As long as you leave Little Island Village in Changping County, no matter how powerful Zhang Qiang is, he can't do anything to you." She pushed Xia Ruifai towards the door as she spoke. Xia Ruifai smiled wryly, then frowned slightly. The beating just now was satisfying, but the after-effects did not seem to be insignificant. Of course, he couldn't just walk away. After he left, only Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kichou were left. If Zhang Qiang came to take revenge, the 2 of them would not be able to resist at all. Hu Zai was no longer around, and he had sacrificed himself to save him. How could he abandon the 2 of them and leave? Xia Ruifai thought for a moment and said, "Auntie Ling Kichou, why don't the 2 of you come with me? Let's go to 3 Mountain City and stay there for a few days. We'll talk about the rest later," Hu Zai's mother said. "Ruifai, stop caring about us. Auntie has lived in this village for decades. Everyone is our neighbors. As long as you're not here, the Zhang family can't do anything to me." Ling Kichou's expression changed slightly. Her mouth opened, but she did not say anything. How could Xia Ruifai not know that Hu Zai's mother was comforting him? With Zhang Qiang's personality, if he left, the 2 of them would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, Xia Ruifai said, "Auntie, if you don't leave with me, I won't leave either. I'll stay here and wait. Let's see what that Zhang Qiang can do." Hu Zai's mother did not expect Xia Ruifai to be so stubborn. Why is this child so disobedient? Xia Ruifai looked carefree as he found a chair and sat down. "Auntie, if you want me to leave, let's leave together. If you want to stay, I'll stay together. Do as you see fit." Hu Zai's mother looked anxious. She knew that it would be too late if she delayed any longer. Over the years, Zhang Qiang had been running rampant in the countryside. She knew his methods very well. No matter how good Xia Ruifai was, he would still suffer if he encountered the family of officials. In the end, Hu Zai's mother gave in reluctantly. All right, then let's go together, Ruifai. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Xia Ruifai grinned and said, That's right. Auntie, you need to go to Three Mountain City for further treatment anyway. Let's go. Ling Kaiou also looked relieved. Clearly, she had her reservations about staying. There's no need to pack anything. Just buy new ones in Three Mountain City. Xia Ruifai said. Kaiou, help Auntie over. I'll carry her. Soon, Xia Ruifai carried Hu Zai's mother out the door while Lin Kaiou followed closely behind them. As for the courtyard door, it had long been broken by Zhang Qiang and the others. In addition, there was nothing valuable at home, so they did not bother about it. To return to the city, they had to go to the county road at the entrance of the village to get a taxi, so Xia Ruifai carried Hu Zai's mother and led Lin Kaiou straight to the road outside the village. However, after the three of them arrived at the village entrance, they waited for more than 10 minutes but did not see a passing bus. At this moment, Xia Ruifai heard the sound of sirens approaching. Soon, he saw a police car arriving at the village entrance. Seeing 3 or 4 people in police uniform getting out of the car and running straight towards him, Xia Ruifai could not help but frown. They were led by a police officer with a 3-star ranking. The other 3 were probationary officers with 2 arrowheads and no police number on their chests. Their armbands said, Assistant Police. They were obviously not official police officers. Xia Ruifai knew the military rank like the back of his hand, but he didn't know much about the police rank. However, he at least knew that the official police officer with a 3-star ranking was the leader of this group. Hence, Xia Ruifai frowned slightly and said to the police officer, What can I do for you, fellow police officer? The policeman's face was red and his mouth reeked of alcohol. He glanced sideways at Xia Ruifai and said, We've just received a police report that you're suspected of assault. Now we're officially arresting you. Come with us to the police station. From the corner of his eye, Xia Ruifai saw a familiar figure in the backseat of the police car. That person was staring at him with hatred. How could he not understand what was going on? Before Xia Ruifai could speak, Hu Zai's mother hurriedly said, Inspector Li, Ruifai is young and ignorant. Can you make an exception? This police officer was also from Little Island Village. He was Zhang Qiang's uncle, Li Zhengyi, and was now the deputy director of the Linhai Town Police Station in Changping County. This Li Zhengyi had wasted his righteous name. He was not a righteous person at all. All these years, he and Zhang Qiang's father, who was the director of the Little Island Village, had colluded with each other and ran rampant in the countryside. They had done many stupid things. Therefore, Hu Zai's mother naturally recognized him at a glance. The appearance of the infamous Li Zhengyi worried Hu Zai's mother. Li Zhengyi snorted and said, Exception. Do you think the laws of this country are child's play, that if you break the law you'll be fine? Over the years, Li Zhengyi had done countless illegal things with the Zhang family, but this did not stop him from being arrogant. Lin Kaiou mustered her courage and said, It was clearly Zhang Qiang who brought people to attack Brother Ruifai just now. Brother Ruifai was just defending himself. Li Zhengyi's eyes widened. He said sharply, Watch your mouth, young lady. Are you questioning me? Are you a cop or am I one? Do we need you to teach us how to work a case? Lin Kaiou bit her lower lip lightly and wanted to defend Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai waved her off and said to Li Zhengyi, I can follow you to the station, police comrade, but what happened today has nothing to do with either of them. Can you let them leave? Xia Ruifai was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage when he arrived at the police station. The local government would have a record of those who had retired from the special forces. Even if law enforcement authorities wanted to take coercive measures against them, there would be special agencies to investigate and coordinate carefully. In a situation like that days, even if Li Zhengyi wanted to arrest Xia Ruifai, he would immediately be suspended in the internal system. Furthermore, someone would immediately come to the Linhai Town Police Station to handle and investigate. The reason was very simple. People like Xia Ruifai were all the most dangerous human-shaped weapons. Once they suffered unfair treatment, they would cause great harm to society. Therefore, the government and the army were very cautious in this aspect. Of course, if it was really a retired special forces personnel who had broken the law, they would still be dealt with according to the law. However, the level of security and supervision would be raised to a very high level. Xia Ruifai's only worries were Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiou. He could long tell that Director Li and Zhang Qiang were in cahoots, and Zhang Qiang had been coveting Lin Kaiou for a long time. Once Lin Kaiou was also in the police station, how could Zhang Qiang not take the opportunity to touch her? Moreover, Hu Zai's mother had yet to recover, so she could not withstand such torture and shock. It's not up to you to decide whether it's related to them or not. Li Zhengyi snorted. The fight happened in the Lin family. The two of them are involved in this matter. The three of you have to go to the police station with me. Xia Ruifai narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zhengyi. Inspector Li, are you sure you want to do this? The moment Xia Ruifai stared at him, Li Zhengyi inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he had been targeted by a ferocious cheetah. He could not help but lower his eyes and avoid Xia Ruifai's gaze. Then he immediately raised his head again, as if he was embarrassed by his momentary cowardice, or perhaps he was emboldening himself. He said fiercely, "That's right, all three of you have to go to the police station. What, you want to fight the law with violence?" Xia Ruifai suppressed his anger and said, "Auntie and Ling Kichou are the families of the martyrs, and I was the one who beat them up. Why are you making things difficult for the two of them?" Li Zhengyi sneered, "The family of a martyr. How much is the family of a martyr worth? There's no one in Linhai town that I can't arrest. If you continue to nag, you'll be resisting the law using violence. When the time comes, you will be sentenced to another crime." Xia Ruifai clenched his fists so hard that they produced a cracking sound. His eyes spewed anger as he glared at the smug Li Zhengyi. Li Zhengyi stepped back, startled, his hand on the handle of his gun. He said, "What do you want?" Before he came, he had heard from Zhang Qiang about Xia Ruifai's terrifying skills, so he looked like he was facing a great enemy. Hu Zai's mother hurriedly tugged at Xia Ruifai's clothes and said, "Ruifai, calm down." Xia Ruifai took a deep breath and said, "Auntie, I'll be fine." Xia Ruifai forced himself to calm down, then looked at Li Zhengyi without any emotion. "Okay, we'll follow you to the police station. I hope you won't regret your decision later." Li Zhengyi sneered, "Cut the crap, get in the car." After saying that, he gave a look to an auxiliary police officer beside him. The auxiliary police officer immediately walked up with handcuffs. Xia Ruifai did not resist. He only smiled coldly and let the auxiliary police officer cuff him. As for Ling Kichou and Hu Zai's mother, they were not handcuffed. In Li Zhengyi's eyes, only Xia Ruifai was the biggest threat. The weak appearance of the mother and daughter would not worry him at all. The group arrived at the police car. Xia Ruifai and the other two were escorted into the iron cage used to imprison suspects in the back of the police car. The two auxiliary police officers followed them into the iron cage and stared at Xia Ruifai warily. Zhang Qiang, who was sitting in the back seat of the police car, saw that Xia Ruifai had been handcuffed and felt relieved. He turned around and revealed a ferocious smile at Xia Ruifai through the iron cage. "You'll be dealt with properly later, fellow." Xia Ruifai ignored Zhang Qiang's threat and did not even look at him. Zhang Qiang immediately felt like he had punched cotton. He sized up the terrified Ling Kichou greedily before reluctantly turning his head away. The police car turned around at the village entrance and sped toward Linhai town. In the police car, Xia Ruifai's handcuffed hands reached awkwardly into his pockets. The two auxiliary police officers were on guard. One of them asked sternly, "What are you doing?" Xia Ruifai revealed a mocking smile and took out his phone. "Can't I make a phone call?" "You can't." The auxiliary police officer shouted and stood up to snatch Xia Ruifai's phone. The space in the iron cage was very small, and Xia Ruifai was handcuffed. The auxiliary police officer thought that he would be able to capture him easily. However, he did not expect Xia Ruifai to suddenly stand up and hit him with his knee without hesitation. He immediately felt his stomach suffer a heavy blow and almost vomited on the spot. Immediately after, the auxiliary police officer's vision blurred. Xia Ruifai had already flashed behind him and strangled him with both hands. The chain between the handcuffs was instantly stuck in his throat. The auxiliary police officer grabbed the handcuffs with both hands and used all his strength, but he could not move them at all. He only felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. At this moment, the other auxiliary police officer also came back to his senses. However, Xia Ruifai had already occupied a favorable position in the corner of the iron cage and was holding his companion hostage. He did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Li Zhengyi, who was sitting in the back of the police car, also noticed the situation behind him immediately. He quickly took out his gun and aimed it at Xia Ruifai through the barbed wire. "Stop now, or I'll shoot." Xia Ruifai had long treated the auxiliary police officer as his human shield and used the narrow terrain to hide himself well. He was not afraid of Li Zhengyi's threat at all. Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kichou were already stunned by the scene just now. Only then did they return to their senses. Hu Zai's mother quickly said, "Ruifai, don't be rash." Xia Ruifai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Auntie, I know what I'm doing." Then he said to Li Zhengyi with a teasing smile, "Take it easy. I just want to make a phone call, that's all. But if you don't put the gun down soon, this buddy of yours is really going to suffocate." At this moment, the auxiliary police officer's face was already purple from lack of oxygen. Li Zhengyi was starting to panic too. He put the gun away and said, "Let go of him. Do you know you're assaulting a police officer?" Seeing that he had put away the gun, Xia Ruifai relaxed his grip a little. The auxiliary policeman hurriedly took deep breaths, feeling as if he had just escaped death. Zhang Qiang was not afraid when he saw this scene. Instead, he felt a burst of ecstasy. Fighting was not a big deal. Even if he found some connections to get a serious injury assessment, Xia Ruifai would only be sentenced to a few years at most. Now, this kid was courting death by holding a police officer hostage in a police car. This was a huge crime. Xia Ruifai was naturally not interested in Zhang Qiang's thoughts at all, and he did not take Li Zhengyi's threat to heart at all. He sighed in his heart and dialed the familiar number on his phone, then put his ear to the phone. He was handcuffed, and the handcuffs were wrapped around the neck of the auxiliary police officer in front of him. It was naturally very awkward to make a call like this. However, this was not a problem for Special Forces Elite Xia Ruifai. The call was answered on the third ring. A steady voice said with suppressed excitement, "You're finally willing to call me, you brat. I thought you'd FC King vanished off the face of the earth." Xia Ruifai chuckled in embarrassment and said, "Chief, aren't I calling you now? You won't be looking for me if you don't have something on right." The person on the other end of the line snorted and said, "Tell me, did you get into trouble? The Wolf King knows me best." Xia Ruifai giggled. "Boss, I'm handcuffed and being sent to the police station. Hurry up and save me." The voice on the other end of the line was suddenly grave. "What's going on? Tell me." The person Xia Ruifai called was his leader when he was serving in the army, the captain of the Wild Wolves commando team, Gu Zhan, codenamed Wolf King. Xia Ruifai, who had a terminal illness after retiring, was basically waiting for death. After returning to his hometown, he had never contacted Gu Zhan again. If he had not been forced into a corner by Li Zhengyi, Xia Ruifai would not have troubled the leader of his previous troop. However, that day's matter involved Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kingsu. Xia Ruifai had to protect them no matter what. He did not know anyone in the area, so he could only look for Gu Zhan. "Yes, Wolf King," Xia Ruifai replied. Then he told Gu Zhan everything that had happened that day. On the other end of the phone, Gu Zhan's expression became uglier and uglier. His eyes were about to spit fire. After Xia Ruifai finished reporting, Gu Zhan asked indifferently, "Blood Wolf, are you saying that Wild Wolf's family is already poor, and that little gangster has harassed Wild Wolf's sister many times in the past? Wild Wolf was Hu Zai's codename in the Lone Wolf Commandos when he was alive." "Yes," Xia Ruifai said. "That little hooligan insulted the Wild Wolf and the family of the martyrs today." Gu Zhan's voice was cold. "Yes, I understand," Gu Zhan said. "I'll handle this. You should do as you deem fit. I only have 2 requests. First, don't kill anyone. Second, don't forget that you're part of the Lone Wolf Commandos." Gu Zhan's tone was very calm. However, Xia Ruifai had been with Gu Zhan for so many years. He knew very well that once Gu Zhan spoke in this tone, it meant that he was really angry and someone was going to suffer. "Understood," Xia Ruifai said without hesitation. With Gu Zhan's words, Xia Ruifai had nothing to worry about. He hung up with a relaxed expression. Li Zhengyi and Zhang Qiang looked at Xia Ruifai fiercely, but Xia Ruifai ignored them and held the auxiliary policeman hostage, a cold smile on his lips. Little Island Village was not far from town. Soon a police car with a siren drove into the courtyard of the Linhai Town police station. As soon as the car stopped, Li Zhengyi jumped out and shouted, "Men, come out, all of you. Little Wang, go to the gun warehouse and take out all the guns and distribute them to everyone." When the police officers in the police station heard Li Zhengyi's shouting, they all ran out of their offices. A police officer with 2 arrowheads and a 1-star rank also hurried out. He frowned and asked, "Deputy Director Li, what's going on?" This was Li Zhengyi's immediate superior, Su Ruiwu, the director of the Linhai Town police station. "Director Su, something terrible has happened. A suspect has taken our auxiliary police officer hostage during the escort. He's in the police car right now." Li Zhengyi said quickly. "What?" Su Ruiwu was shocked. He glanced at Zhang Qiang, who had gotten out of the car with Li Zhengyi. He frowned slightly and asked, "This is your nephew, right? Why is he in the car?" Li Zhengyi's expression froze slightly. His eyes darted around before he said, "Director Su, Zhang Qiang is the victim. He was beaten up in Little Island Village this morning. I brought him to identify the suspect." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Su Ruiwu's face. He knew very well what kind of person Zhang Qiang was. He had also heard about Li Zhengyi's dirty involvement in Little Island Village, but Li Zhengyi was usually sensible and never violated his interests, so he turned a blind eye. He did not expect the matter to blow up so much this time. Even the auxiliary police were being held hostage. If he did not handle this well and caused the matter to blow up, he would definitely lose his reputation if someone died. However, at this moment, Su Ruiwu was not in the mood to ask about Li Zhengyi's matters. He came to the police car with a solemn expression and shouted after checking the situation, "Will you release our comrade first, lad? Are you powerful enough to call the shots here?" Xia Ruifai asked calmly. "I'm Su Ruiwu, the director of the Linhai police station. I'm the person in charge here. You can feed back anything to me. Don't go to the extreme," Su Ruiwu quickly said. Xia Ruifai pursed his lips and said, "Then open the door." Su Ruiwu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this suspect who was holding the auxiliary police hostage to be so easy to talk to. After a moment, he reacted and hurriedly gestured for a police officer to open the door from the back of the police car. As soon as the door opened, the other auxiliary police officer in the iron cage rushed out as if he had been pardoned. Xia Ruifai only smiled faintly and ignored him. He said. Xia Ruifai gently nudged the auxiliary policeman again and said, "Let's go." Thus, Zia Ryufai used the handcuffs to strangle the auxiliary police officer, and the two of them got out of the police car one after another. Ling Kingsu supported her mother and followed closely behind Zia Ryufai. As soon as the group got out of the car, Li Zhengyi felt as if he was facing a great enemy and instinctively reached for his gun at the side. He pulled it out and pointed it at Zia Ryufai. "Release him immediately," Zhang Qiang also said proudly. "You're dead this time, boy." Zia Ryufai pursed his lips and exerted a little force with his hand. The kidnapped auxiliary police officer immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The purple red mark on the auxiliary police officer's neck was shocking. It was obvious how strong Zia Ryufai's hand was. "Put your guns away." Su Ruiwu glared at Li Zhengyi and Zhang Qiang unhappily, then hurriedly said to Zia Ryufai, "Young man, don't be rash. Let's talk things over." Only then did Zia Ryufai relax a little and say lightly, "Inspector Su, I need an interview room." "Young man, shouldn't you release the person first?" Su Ruiwu advised. "You can feed back any situation to me. There's no need to use this method." "I don't want to repeat myself," Zia Ryufai interrupted Su Ruiwu impatiently. Su Ruiwu could not help but feel embarrassed by the young man's retort. However, given the current situation, Su Ruiwu had no other choice. Scowling, he nodded and said, "Okay, come with me." With that, he personally led the way. Zia Ryufai held the auxiliary police hostage and followed behind. Ling Kingsu and Hu Zai's mother followed closely behind Zia Ryufai. Li Zhengyi and the gang of policemen looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Soon, Su Ruiwu opened the door of an interrogation room and said, "So this is our interrogation room, lad." Zia Ryufai nodded slightly and gestured for Ling Kingsu and her mother to enter first. Then he also walked in with the auxiliary policeman. As soon as he entered the room, Zia Ryufai kicked the door of the interrogation room and closed it tightly. Su Ruiwu did not give up in asking, "Young man, let's talk this through. There's nothing that can't be resolved. You don't have to resort to such extreme measures, do you? Attacking a police officer is a serious crime. It's not too late to stop." Zia Ryufai pursed his lips and said, "Director Su, there's plenty of time to talk, but not now. Just wait. Don't worry, as long as you don't act rashly, I won't hurt your subordinate." At this point, Zia Ryufai paused and added, "By the way, here's a piece of advice. You should take the initiative and deal with some problems as early as possible. When it's too late to settle them, you'll regret it." After that, no matter what Su Ruiwu said, Zia Ryufai ignored him and stayed in the interrogation room calmly. After Su Ruiwu probed a few times and saw that Zia Ryufai did not respond, he could only instruct the police to guard it tightly before leaving the interrogation room resentfully. He walked up to Li Zhengyi with a furious expression and scolded him. Li Zhengyi was stunned and wanted to explain, but he could not get a word in. After cursing enough, Su Ruiwu asked hatefully, "Tell me, how do we end this now?" Li Zhengyi thought for a moment, then said, "Director Su, actually, we can look at the bright side. Although this kid has a hostage, we blocked him in the interrogation room. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape." "Are you stupid? He doesn't even want to escape, okay?" Su Ruiwu couldn't help but get angry again. It was obvious that Zia Ryufai wanted an interrogation room because he wanted to use the location to deal with the police. The interrogation room had no windows, only a steel door. The room had almost no blind spots, and with a hostage in his hand, he was practically invincible. Well, Li Zhengyi was lost for words for a moment. Then he said, "Director Su, we'll have to ask the county office for help. Let the criminal police brigade deal with him." Su Ruiwu looked at Li Zhengyi and wanted to slap him. If this matter was reported to the county office, no matter what the outcome was, he as a supervisor would definitely be held responsible. However, the police station really could not handle the situation. Su Ruiwu thought for a moment and said coldly, "You're the one who caused this. Call the county office and report this." After saying that, Su Ruiwu turned around and left without looking back. However, Su Ruiwu was only thinking about shirking his responsibility and had completely ignored Zia Ryufai's meaningful last few words. Director Su Li Zhengyi called weakly from behind, but Su Ruiwu did not stop walking and ignored him. Li Zhengyi and Zhang Qiang looked at each other. "Qiang, you've screwed me over this time." Uncle Zhang Qiang gritted his teeth and said, "Since Director Su has said so, let's inform the county office. This kid has committed a huge crime. It's enough to kill him on the spot." Zhang Qiang had long hated Zia Ryufai to the core and wanted him dead. To him, the current situation was a very good opportunity. As for how Su Ruiwu and Li Zhengyi would be dealt with, he did not care at all. Li Zhengyi sighed and said, "That's the only way. I'll call Chief Zhang." He picked up his phone and went to the side to call Chief Zhang. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Jinling, a huge storm was brewing. The target of the storm was this small Linhai town police station. At the joint office of the Jinling war zone, there was a sharp squeal of brakes and a mud-spattered SUV command vehicle screeched to a halt. A colonel in woodland camouflage, with his face still painted, jumped out of the car and hurried into the staff office building. In the Joint Staff Operations Department, the colonel, covered in mud, came straight to the minister's office. Report, he shouted energetically. When he received permission, he pushed open the door and went in. Chief. The colonel called out with a crisp lean-to as he entered the room. There was a middle-aged man of about 50-year-old sitting behind the desk. He had a gold-flecked rank of Major General on his crisp uniform. The Major General was slightly surprised to see the colonel. He asked, Gu Zhan, shouldn't you be training with the wolf cubs at the Green Cloud Mountain base? Why did you suddenly come back? Gu Zhan was the captain of the Lone Wolf Commando Team, codenamed Wolf King, he said. Chief, I have an emergency to report to you. One of our brothers who retired this year has run into a little trouble. Retired this year? I remember that during this year you only recruited people and didn't have anyone who retired, the Major General said in confusion, but then he reacted and raised his eyebrows. You mean the Blood Wolf? The Blood Wolf who voluntarily withdrew from active service because he was terminally ill? Yes, Chief, Gu Zhan said. What happened to him? Did he encounter some problems? The Major General asked, sitting up a little straighter. For Gu Zhan to rush over from the training base in the suburbs in such a hurry, without even having time to change out from his muddy camouflage uniform, this matter must not be small. As the head of the Lone Wolf Commando, the Major General knew that his soldiers were all killing machines. If they were to be treated unfairly when they retired to the local area, it was very likely that their killing intent would be aroused and cause serious social harm. Even though the soldier was terminally ill, the Major General did not doubt his lethality. Chief, this matter has something to do with Wild Wolf, Gu Zhan said. Wild Wolf. The Major General looked wistful. You mean Comrade Linhu who died at the border 2 years ago? Yes, Gu Zhan said. Linhu and Xia Ruifai are from the same hometown and are best brothers. Moreover, Linhu sacrificed himself to save Xia Ruifai, so Xia Ruifai has deep feelings for Linhu and his family. After he retired, he went to the small island village, where Linhu's family lived to visit Linhu's mother. Gu Zhan briefed the Major General on what had happened. The Major General's face grew uglier as he listened. When he heard that the deputy director of the small police station had actually spoken rudely and said, "How much is the family of a martyr worth?" he finally couldn't hold back his anger. He slammed the table and stood up. Bastards. My soldiers sacrificed their lives at the border to protect these lawless bastards. If the Wild Wolf knew about this in the underworld, how disappointed would he be? Chief, calm down. Gu Zhan quickly stood up and said, I can't calm down. The Major General was furious, his face cold and murderous. He said, Gu Zhan, I'll handle this matter personally. If the local authorities don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll personally go over and destroy that bullshit police station. Yes, Gu Zhan said, saluting. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was very clear about the background of the chief. He was definitely more than just a major general in the military. This time, the chief was really angry, and he was going to take action personally. Li Zhengyi, Zhang Qiang, and the others were going to be in deep trouble this time. The Major General made several calls in front of Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan did not know who the chief had called, but he could infer from the few words he had heard that the people on the other end of the line were of extraordinary status. Some were from the local area and some were in the military. The chief, who only had the rank of Major General, was also very solemn in his conversation. He was obviously very angry. After the telephone call, the Major General leaned back in his chair and said, Go get yourself a glass of water. Stay here and wait for the news. If I'm not satisfied with today's matter, I'll go to the southeast province with you. The Major General's phone calls had already caused an uproar in Southeast Province. In the Three Mountains City Government Office building, Mayor Tian Hulan was signing a document with a slight frown when the red phone on her desk rang urgently. Tian Hulan put down her pen and reached for the phone. Hello, Secretary Lin. Hello, yes, understood, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Tian Hulan's expression became extremely solemn. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee had personally called, and it even involved a military conflict. Most importantly, it had happened in the jurisdiction of her three-mountain city. How could this matter be small? She pressed the internal intercom and said, Little Wu, come in for a while. There was a soft knock on the office door. Secretary Wu Liqian pushed it open and said, You wanted to see me, Mayor. Little Wu, inform Comrade Chen Bo from the Municipal Public Security Bureau and Commissar Wu Huai from the garrison to come to the municipal government immediately. It's an urgent matter. Also, get Little Zhang to prepare the car. When Director Chen and Commissar Wu arrive, we have to set off immediately. Tell them that I'll tell them in detail on the way. Okay, I'll do it right away, Wu Liqian replied. Tian Hulan's expression was very serious as she spoke. It was obvious that something big had happened. Furthermore, she had specially informed Commissar Wu of the garrison, which meant that this matter was very likely to involve the military. Wu Liqian naturally did not dare to delay and quickly returned to her office to make a call. 10 minutes later, 4 cars drove out of the city government building and sped in the direction of Linhai Town in Changping County. 2 of the 4 cars had military plates, 1 had police plate, and the other was Tian Huilan's Audi. Among the two military vehicles, other than Commissar Wu's from the garrison area, there was also a cadre who was in charge of dealing with special retired personnel. While Tian Huilan was rushing towards Linhai Town with the relevant personnel, another large group of police officers arrived at the small Linhai Town police station. These police officers were all armed with guns. They were police officers from the City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Brigade. The leader of the team was Deputy Director Zheng of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Little Li, what's wrong with you? How did such a big mess happen?" Deputy Chief Zheng frowned and questioned as soon as he got out of the car. Su Ruiwu and Li Zhengyi were already waiting in the courtyard. At this moment, Su Ruiwu looked down and clearly did not intend to make a move. Li Zhengyi had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain. "Chief Zheng, I would like to reflect on this matter. We don't know enough about the danger of this suspect, and we were careless during the escort." Deputy Chief Zheng waved his hand and interrupted Li Zhengyi. "This is no time for pursuing responsibilities. The point is to solve the problem. Have you talked to the suspect? We've made some efforts, but he won't respond no matter what we say. He's obviously prepared to put up a stiff resistance," said Li Zhengyi. Deputy Chief Zheng snorted and said, "He's simply lawless. He's too arrogant. Let's go, I'll go meet him first. Little Jai, get your snipers in position." "Yes," replied Captain Jai Hua. The backup police officers had already surrounded the interrogation room. Under Deputy Chief Zheng's orders, the two snipers quickly occupied the sniping position. Unfortunately, the interrogation room's terrain was special. There was no way to find the suspect through the small visitation hole. Deputy Chief Zheng came to the door of the interrogation room and said loudly, "People inside, listen up. I'm the Deputy Director of the Changping County Public Security Bureau, Zheng Xiaodong. You're already surrounded by the police. I advise you not to have any wishful thinking. Release the hostages immediately and we will give lenient charges." When Xia Ruofei heard Deputy Chief Zheng's shout in the interrogation room, he pursed his lips in disdain and could not be bothered with him. On the other hand, when Hu Zai's mother heard that the leaders of the county's public security bureau were here, she knew that this matter had blown up. The worry on her face deepened. She looked at Xia Ruofei anxiously and said, "Ruofei, Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen. I've already made arrangements," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Deputy Chief Zheng was still shouting outside, but Xia Ruofei turned a deaf ear to him. Instead, he looked at Lin Kaiou and said, "By the way, Kaiou, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. It's not the weekend. Why are you at home?" "Huh." Lin Kaiou was stunned. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to be in the mood to care about such a small matter at a time like this. It was Hu Zai's mother who said with a sigh, "Sai, isn't this all because of me? Kaiou hasn't been to school for 2 weeks in order to take care of me. This wretched girl doesn't listen to me at all. No matter how I persuade her, she's unwilling to return to school. She said that she wants to drop out of school and go home to take care of me." Lin Kaiou's eyes turned red. "Mom, you're so sick. How can I leave you alone?" Xia Ruofei had already guessed the answer, but after personally confirming it, he could not help but frown and say, "Kaiou, you should be in your 3rd year of high school this year. The college entrance examination is next semester, so your studies can't be delayed. There shouldn't be any major problems with Auntie's health now. She'll recover soon. After this matter is resolved, go back to school and attend classes. Do you hear me?" "I understand," Brother Ruofei. Lin Kaiou lowered her head and said, "But now." "I told you nothing will happen." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. "You don't trust Brother Ruofei. I believe you." Lin Kaiou looked up at Xia Ruofei and said seriously. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Deputy Chief Zheng, who was outside the door, spoke righteously but did not receive any response. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation and shout sternly, "People inside, listen up. If you continue to resist, we'll organize a strong attack immediately. I heard that you have an old woman and a girl with you. If the situation gets out of control and they get hurt." Xia Ruofei frowned and raised his voice. "They're innocent. They had nothing to do with this. They were illegally arrested by the police who abused their powers. HMPH. Since it has nothing to do with them, let them out first." Deputy Chief Zheng snorted. "Bullshit," Xia Ruofei said without thinking. "If they go out, you guys would arrest them and I would be under threat. Do you think I'm stupid? Have you lived your life in vain?" Just now, Deputy Chief Zheng had actually used Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiou's safety to threaten Xia Ruofei. This made Xia Ruofei quite unhappy, so he naturally did not show any mercy. Deputy Chief Zheng was so angry that he almost exploded. "This kid is indeed stubborn." Deputy Chief Zheng said to Jai Hua, the captain of the criminal police force who was beside him, "Inform Team 1 to prepare to attack. Ask the snipers to closely monitor the situation. If there's an opportunity, they can directly kill the 3 suspects without asking for instructions." This included Lin Kaiou and Hu Zai's mother. When Xia Ruofei heard this in the interrogation room, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Well, Jai Hua hesitated. After all, there was an auxiliary police hostage inside. but when he saw Deputy Director Zhang's stern gaze, he immediately said yes. After another 3 to 4 minutes, Zia Rufai heard Deputy Chief Zhang say fiercely, "Break the door down, not good." Zia Rufai knew that Deputy Chief Zhang was really prepared to take the risk and attack forcefully. Once they rushed in, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, but he would definitely not be able to protect Ling Kingsu and Hu Zai's mother. Without hesitation, he struck the auxiliary police's carotid artery with the flat of his hand. The man crumpled to the ground without even a grunt. Zia Rufai quickly rushed out. At this moment, the police outside had already started banging on the door. Zia Rufai hurriedly used his shoulder to block the metal door. The police had brought specialized assault equipment, and the impact on the iron door was getting stronger. It almost broke open several times, but fortunately, Zia Rufai gritted his teeth and held on. "Wolf King, are you reliable? I can't hold on anymore." Zia Rufai gritted his teeth and held on as he complained in his heart. After they banged 8 or 9 times, Zia Rufai felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He knew that with such strength, the iron door would be completely broken open in 3 more hits at most. The situation was not good. Zia Rufai could not help but frown. At this moment, a female voice shouted authoritatively from outside, "Stop right now, what are you doing?" It was Tian Huilan, who had rushed to the Linhai police station with the Public Security Bureau, the Southeast Province Military District, and the Three Mountains police team. Tian Huilan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the armed police surrounding the police station. When she saw a few police officers at the entrance of the interrogation room charging at the door with equipment, and Deputy Director Zhang of the Changping County Public Security Bureau, who was in charge of the scene, still holding a gun in his hand, urging the police officers to speed up the process with a ferocious expression, she could not help but be furious and shout at them to stop. Deputy Chief Zhang was furious because of Zia Rufai's attitude. In addition, he was the leader of the county office, so he scolded without turning his head. "FCK, who dares to stop me? You must be tired of living." When Chen Bo, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, who had come with Tian Huilan, saw this, he was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly took a step forward and shouted, "Zhang Xiaodong, who are you scolding? The words that come out of your mouth are all vulgarities. Do you still have the demeanor of a party member?" How outrageous! Deputy Director Zhang Xiaodong was just overwhelmed with anger. In addition, a bureaucrat of his level did not have much chance to come into contact with the city leaders, so he was not familiar with Tian Huilan's voice. However, Chen Bo was his direct supervisor, the boss of the city's Public Security Bureau. How could he not recognize Chen Bo's voice? Zhang Xiaodong trembled and turned around in shock. Only then did he realize that there was a group of people standing behind him, all glaring at him. One of them was a middle-aged woman in a black business suit. Her face was dark and her eyes were cold. Meanwhile, his boss, Chen Bo, and a senior colonel officer accompanied the middle-aged woman on both sides. Even a fool could tell that this woman's status was even more impressive than Chief Chen's. Immediately after, a bolt from the blue struck Zhang Xiaodong's mind because the more he looked at this woman, the more familiar she looked. This wasn't this Mayor Tian, who appeared in the Three Mountains news every day. Did I curse at Mayor Tian just now? And I cursed at her so badly. Zhang Xiaodong's mind went blank. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his face turned extremely pale. Chief Chen, Zhang Xiaodong stammered with a pale face. Chen Bo glanced at Zhang Xiaodong as if he was looking at a dead man and snorted coldly without saying anything. In Chen Bo's opinion, Zhang Xiaodong was indeed no different from a dead person. Now that the highest-ranked official here was Tian Huilan, he naturally wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Tian Huilan asked coldly, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaodong quickly said, Reporting to Mayor Tian, I'm the Deputy Director of the Changping County Public Security Bureau. Zhang Xiaodong, I didn't know." Usually if the leader asked for his name and position, Zhang Xiaodong would definitely be overjoyed because this meant that the leader had an impression of him. But that day, Zhang Xiaodong felt as if he had lost his soul. He had left an impression and it was extremely deep, but it was an extremely bad one. Sure enough, Tian Huilan was not interested in listening to Zhang Xiaodong's explanation at all. She directly interrupted him and asked, "Deputy Chief Zhang, what were you doing just now?" Zhang Xiaodong glanced at the interrogation room in surprise, and a ridiculous thought appeared in his mind. Could Mayor Tian, Chief Chen, and the others be here for that fellow inside? But he dismissed the idea in an instant because it was indeed ridiculous. Besides, Li Zhengyi had reported to him that the 2 women were the daughter and widow living on the little island village. How could they have alerted the mayor? Mayor Tian must have been doing a sudden inspection and happened to be here. Zhang Xiaodong firmed up his thoughts and quickly organized his words in his mind before saying, "Mayor Tian, I'm leading a team to deal with an emergency. A suspect kidnapped one of our police officers during the escort. We've already cornered him in the interrogation room and are preparing to attack. Just now, because the situation was complicated, I didn't know that you were here, so please forgive me." Tian Huolan's expression did not change at all. She did not comment on Zheng Xiaodong's explanation and only continued to ask, "A suspect, what's his name?" Zheng Xiaodong really did not know Xia Ruifai's name. Hearing this, he quickly looked at Su Ruiwu and Li Zhengyi. Su Ruiwu immediately lowered his gaze and pretended not to see it. Li Zhengyi forced himself to come out and say, "Mayor, the suspect's name is Xia Ruifai. He's suspected of causing trouble." When she heard Xia Ruifai's name, Tian Huolan raised her eyebrows and her expression finally changed a little. When Secretary Wu Liqian, who was half a body's length behind Tian Huolan, heard this name, she could not help but be slightly stunned and revealed a thoughtful expression. The one thing that Tian Huolan had asked her to do in the morning was to find out the identity of the young man who had saved Professor Tian. Wu Liqian had basically found out everything, but before she could report to Tian Huolan, she had to follow Tian Huolan to deal with the unexpected incident. According to Wu Liqian's investigation, the young man's name was Xia Ruifai, and he had taken a bus to Changping County in the morning. Could it be the same person? Wu Liqian thought to herself. As Wu Liqian's mind raced, Tian Huolan's expression changed slightly. Then she asked calmly, "Deputy Chief Zheng, how are you going to deal with this sudden incident?" Zheng Xiaodong immediately puffed out his chest and said, reporting to Mayor Tian, "The criminal suspect is extremely vicious. Not only did he beat up the villagers, but he also kidnapped police officers during the escort. He can be said to be lawless and extremely dangerous to society. Therefore, I have already ordered the Criminal Police Brigade to organize a strong attack and authorize snipers to kill the suspects if necessary. Mayor Tian, the scene is very dangerous. Please take a seat in the lounge upstairs for the time being. Our Changping County Public Security Bureau is confident and capable of handling this sudden incident well. If he didn't express his resolve, when would he be able to show it?" In Zheng Xiaodong's opinion, whether he could make up for his mistake depended on this. It would be best if he could kill the suspect cleanly and let the mayor see his capability. Perhaps she would let bygones be bygones. However, he did not see that Tian Huolan's expression was getting uglier. As soon as Zheng Xiaodong finished speaking, a lieutenant colonel beside Tian Huolan suddenly said angrily, "Bullshit, a bunch of useless officials. You are even going to shoot a suspect. If Xia Ruifai loses a single hair, I'll shoot you." Zheng Xiaodong was dumbfounded by this sudden scolding. After a while, he stammered, How can you curse at me?" The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened. "It's a light punishment to even curse at you. You're lucky I didn't slap you." Zheng Xiaodong was, after all, the leader of the county's Public Security Bureau and a leading officer of the main branch. He naturally couldn't maintain his dignity after being scolded like this, and his face turned red and white. However, with Tian Huolan, Chen Bo, and the other leaders here, he did not dare to flare up at all. He could only put on an aggrieved expression. The lieutenant colonel glared at Zheng Xiaodong before turning around and saying, "Mayor Tian, Commissar Wu, Director Chen, I'm sorry I didn't control my emotions." Tian Huolan smiled and said, "It's fine. Director Niu, we're all here to hold the line for you. You still have to handle this matter." This lieutenant colonel was Officer Niu Tao, who was in charge of the special retired personnel. Although he was called an officer, his rank was not low. Tian Huolan was not just being respectful when she called him Director Niu. Among the leaders of this line of work, Tian Huolan, Wu Hua, and Chen Bo were all representing the Three Mountain City government. Even though Wu Hua was the political commissar of the garrison, he was also a member of the Three Mountain City Committee. This time, he was called over mainly because the military was involved. The one who was really in charge of handling this matter was Niu Tao. Niu Tao represented the provincial military region and had accepted the direct order from the Jinling war zone to handle this matter. Therefore, Niu Tao did not stand on ceremony. He nodded at Tian Huolan and the others, then walked forward and pulled Zheng Xiaodong away. He came to the door of the interrogation room and said, "Comrade Xia Ruifai, I'm Niu Tao from the provincial military. Please open the door and let him go. Don't worry, we'll definitely seek justice for you." As soon as Niu Tao said this, Zheng Xiaodong and Li Zhengyi's faces turned pale. The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The last thing they wanted had happened. The city leaders and the military were actually all here for that fellow inside. They had hit an iron nail. At this moment, Zheng Xiaodong even had the intention to kill Li Zhengyi. It was one thing for him to court death, but now he had actually dragged him down with him, and he was still foolishly trying to perform in front of Mayor Tian. This time he was really done for. Then a lazy voice came from the interrogation room. "Are you one just because you said so? Why should I believe you?" Niu Tao smiled bitterly. As expected of Gu Zhan's most valued soldier, even his tone was equally annoying. Niu Tao sighed and leaned over to the peephole. He lowered his voice a little and said, "Blood Wolf, stop playing I'm your senior after all. Can you give me some face?" When he heard the words Blood Wolf, Xia Ruifai's heart finally relaxed. It was impossible to know the code names of the Lone Wolf Special Forces unless one was an insider. Moreover, Xia Ruifai had also heard the commotion outside the door clearly. He did not think that Zhang Xiaodong would put on such a show just to capture him alive after all. He was about to succeed in breaking down the door just now. Click, as everyone watched, the steel door to the interrogation room opened. First to appear in the doorway was the auxiliary policeman, who staggered out after his release, a look of utter horror on his face. Then Xia Ruifai swaggered out, followed by Lin Kaiou and Hu Zai's mother. Xia Ruifai walked up to Niu Tao and sized him up. His expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you Fire Wolf?" Niu Tao said wryly, "Looks like there's still a picture of me in the hall." It turned out that Niu Tao was also from the Lone Wolf Commando team, codenamed Fire Wolf. He was a soldier in the same year as the Wolf King, Gu Zhan, who was also his life and death partner. However, Niu Tao had been seriously injured in battle 10 years ago, and his body was left with injuries. He was not suitable to serve in the special forces, so he took the initiative to be transferred to the provincial military system to be in charge of special retired personnel. The eyes of the special forces soldiers were naturally quite sharp. Although Xia Ruifai had only seen Niu Tao's youthful appearance 10 years ago, he still recognized him. Xia Ruifai stood at attention and raised his head and puffed out his chest in a standard military salute. "Good day, Chief." Niu Tao returned the salute and said, "Comrade Xia Ruifai, you have suffered." After Xia Ruifai saluted, he returned to his lazy appearance and smiled. "Fire Wolf, since you're my senior, do me a favor." "What is it? Tell me." Niu Tao agreed readily. "Help me take responsibility for what happened today," Xia Ruifai said. Niu Tao had an ominous feeling, but Xia Ruifai didn't give him time to react. After saying that, he shot out and arrived in front of Zhang Xiaodong in a flash. Xia was all Niu Tao could manage. Slap. In front of the city leaders, the garrison leader, and a large group of police officers, Xia Ruifai slapped Zhang Xiaodong hard on the face. This slap was extremely heavy. Zhang Xiaodong was sent flying before landing heavily on the ground. He spat out 2 molars from his mouth and his cheek swelled up visibly. There was dead silence. Everyone was stunned, but Xia Ruifai did not stop. He walked forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaodong's collar. He slapped him twice again and said, "The first one was for Hu Zai. The other 2 were for Auntie and Kaior. You are too arrogant, too arrogant." Zhang Xiaodong was in pain and angry as he trembled. Xia Ruifai looked at Zhang Xiaodong disdainfully and said, "I'm arrogant. Deputy Chief Zhang was so impressive just now. He even wanted to kill a weak woman on the spot." I've said many times that they're from the family of martyrs and are victims. They have nothing to do with what happened today. What did you do? Huh? Niu Tao originally wanted to stop Xia Ruifai. After all, it was still inappropriate to hit Zhang Xiaodong in front of the leaders of Three Mountain City. Even if Zhang Xiaodong's political career was probably over, he was still a civil servant. However, when he heard Xia Ruifai mention the word family of martyrs, his expression immediately turned serious. He strode over to Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiou and asked, "Are you the family of Comrade Lin Hu?" Hu Zai's mother nodded. Niu Tao immediately saluted them both and said, "Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry, we didn't do our job well and made you suffer." No, it's okay," Hu Zai's mother quickly waved her hand and said. Niu Tao was in his 30s and was almost 40 years old. Furthermore, he was a lieutenant colonel. She really felt a little at a loss as to what to do when he directly called her Auntie. Niu Tao said with a smile, "Auntie, although I've never worked with Comrade Lin Hu before, Hu Zai's unit is my old unit. We're all brothers and sisters in the unit. Now that Hu Zai is gone, we're your family. I'm working in Three Mountain City now. If your family has any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me." Lin Kaiou also thanked Niu Tao obediently. After exchanging pleasantries with Hu Zai's mother, Niu Tao walked up to Xia Ruifai and asked, "Ruifai, who else insulted the martyrs?" Xia Ruifai's gaze swept across the uneasy Li Zhengyi, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He pointed at him and said, "And this deputy director Lei. He was the one who arrested Auntie and Kaior." Niu Tao's eyes turned cold. He turned to Tian Hulan and said, "Mayor Tian, I'm sorry. I'll reflect on today's matter and report to the military chief when I get back." "Director Niu, what do you mean?" Tian Hulan asked with a slight frown. Just now, Xia Ruifai had directly taught Zhang Xiaodong a lesson, which had already made Tian Hulan a little unhappy. She was a member of the system, and what she paid the most attention to were rules. And Xia Ruifai's rash behavior just now made her very unhappy, even though she knew that Xia Ruifai had been wronged that day, and even if Secretary Lin from the provincial committee personally paid attention to him, it still could not change Tian Hulan's opinion of Xia Ruifai. Now that Niu Tao was obviously going to make trouble, Tian Hulan felt a little aggrieved as someone who was supposed to settle the matter. Niu Tao smiled and did not answer Tian Hulan. Instead, he strode towards Li Zhengyi. Li Zhengyi was also holding a gun in his hand, was the most proactive when Zhang Xiaodong commanded the attack just now. Now that he saw Niu Tao striding towards him, he retreated in fear and said, What do you want?" Niu Tao came forward and grabbed Li Zhengyi's wrist, neatly removing his gun. Seeing this, Xia Ruifai grinned and said, "Fire Wolf, not bad. You didn't fall behind in your skills." Niu Tao ignored Xia Ruifai's nonsense and directly kneed Li Zhengyi in the stomach. Li Zhengyi immediately held his stomach and squatted down in pain. Niu Tao followed up with a heavy elbow strike, and Li Zhengyi immediately fell to the ground. Niu Tao stepped forward and stepped on Li Zhengyi's face. He said coldly, "How dare a coward like you insult a martyr? Compared to Hu Zai, you're not even a piece of shit. If I hear you being rude again, I'll shoot you." Tian Huilan watched from the side and could not help but frown, feeling increasingly unhappy. At this moment, Wu Liqian whispered in Tian Huilan's ear. Tian Huilan asked in surprise, "Are you sure, Mayor? I've seen the surveillance videos. I'm sure there's no mistake. And he did take the bus to Changping County today," Wu Liqian quickly said. Tian Huilan couldn't help but look at Xia Ruifai a few more times before nodding. "I understand. Little Wu, it's been hard on you." After Niu Tao taught Li Zhengyi a lesson, his anger was finally vented. Then he walked to Tian Huilan and said, "Mayor Tian, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. I'll take the initiative to report this to the military chief. The organization will deal with me as it should. I definitely won't complain." Tian Huilan looked thoughtfully at Xia Ruifai, who was not far away, before saying, "Director Niu, I didn't see anything just now. Director Chen, Commissar Wu, what about you?" Chen Bo and Wu Hui smiled wryly and agreed. Even the mayor had said so. What else could they say? Niu Tao was also quite surprised. He did not expect this female mayor, who was known for being strict, to let them go so easily. He was prepared to be punished. Tian Huilan nodded and walked over to Xia Ruifai. Her expression became friendly as she asked, "Little Xia, please tell us in detail what happened today. Our comrades from the army are also here. We will definitely uphold justice for you." Originally, Tian Huilan had some displeasure regarding Xia Ruifai's rashness, but now that she knew that this young man was her father's savior, that little bit of unhappiness had long flown out of her mind. Xia Ruifai nodded and said, "Dear leaders, I've really troubled everyone today. Here's what happened." Xia Ruifai told them everything that had happened after he arrived at Little Island Village. Tian Huilan listened attentively, and her expression grew uglier. Under her rule, the deputy director of the police station had actually colluded with local hooligans and tyrants to run rampant in the countryside. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau did not distinguish between right and wrong and enforced the law violently. No leader would be happy after knowing this. Especially after hearing Xia Ruifai say that Li Zhengyi and Zheng Xiaodong had insulted the martyrs and their families, Tian Huilan was even more furious. She even lost her usual composure and directly showed her anger on her face. Because in fact, Tian Huilan was also a family of the martyr. Her husband had been a police officer. The year her daughter had been born, her husband had been killed in the pursuit of a fugitive. All these years, Tian Huilan had not started a family again. She knew how difficult it was for a family without a pillar, and to this day, she missed her husband deeply. Now that she heard Li Zhengyi, who was also a police officer, say such insulting words, how could Tian Huilan endure her anger? She said angrily, "This is simply nonsense. Chief Chen, we have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Also, the village hooligans from Little Island Village are so rampant. You have to establish a special task force to deal with them severely. In addition, I think it's necessary for your Public Security Bureau to conduct an in-depth reorganization. Those who have problems should be removed from their positions, those who should leave should go, and those who have problems should be transferred to the judiciary immediately." "Yes," Chen Bo replied immediately. Zheng Xiaodong, Li Zhengyi, and the others' faces were pale and their hearts were dead. None of them were free from these involvements. Now that such a thing had happened, they would definitely be severely punished by the law. After swiftly arranging the work, Tian Huilan turned to Xia Ruifai and the others. Before she could speak, Xia Ruifai suddenly called out, "Zhang Qiang, where are you going?" With that, he strode over and grabbed Zhang Qiang, who was about to slip away. Xia Ruifai carried Zhang Qiang back to the yard of the police station like he was carrying a chicken. He threw him on the ground and said, "Chief Chen, this is Zhang Qiang, the bully from Little Island Village. He's also Li Zhengyi's nephew. When Li Zhengyi captured us just now, Zhang Qiang was sitting in a police car. When Chen Bo heard this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately waved his hand and instructed the Changping County Police Force to capture Zhang Qiang. Although these police officers had followed Zheng Xiaodong here, Chen Bo was the head of the city bureau, so they naturally had to obey his orders." Tian Huilan then said, "Comrade Xia Ruifai and two ladies, it's our fault that the Public Security Bureau did not manage the internal department strictly. A black sheep has appeared and made you suffer. On behalf of the Three Mountain City Council, I apologize to you. Mayor, please don't say that. If you hadn't arrived in time, Ruifai and we wouldn't know what to do," Hu Zai's mother said quickly. Although the middle-aged woman had suffered, she harbored no resentment. Hu Zai's mother said in a startled voice, "Mayor Tian, I didn't receive any subsidies after Hu Zai died. The leaders of the army only sent a pension, there hasn't been any since." Xia Ruifai pursed his lips and said, "Auntie, it must be the village police who are secretly embezzling money. Isn't Zhang Qiang's father the village director? He's definitely not a good person. Tian Huilan said angrily when she heard this. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. They even dare to embezzle the money for the families of the martyrs. They're simply crazy. Tian Huilan's words also decided that the Zhang family, which had dominated Little Island Village for many years, was about to face a calamity. The storm was over. Chen Bo, the director of the City Public Security Bureau, stayed behind to clean up the mess while Tian Huilan and the others prepared to return to Three Mountain City. After learning that Xia Rufai and the other two were also returning to Three Mountain City, they naturally invited them to go with them. Niu Tao was prepared to let Xia Rufai and the others take his car. They could also reminisce about the troop on the way, but before he could speak, Tian Huilan said, "Little Xia, come with me to the car. I have something to ask you." Xia Rufai was a little stunned, but he immediately replied, "Okay." He was indeed a little confused. He didn't know why Tian Huilan was looking for him, but since the mayor had already asked, he naturally couldn't refuse. Niu Tao was also a smart person. Seeing this, he quickly said, "Auntie Ling Kingsu, take my car. My SUV is spacious." Thus, the group separately got into the cars and left. As soon as the car drove out of the gate of Linhai Police Station, Tian Huilan said, Xia Rufai was even more confused. "Mayor Tian, why are you thanking me for no reason? I should be the one thanking you." Strictly speaking, he had caused quite a bit of trouble for Tian Huilan that day. Even if he had the right reasons, there was no need for Tian Huilan to thank him. "Did you save an old man with a sudden heart attack this morning at South Station?" "I did." Xia Rufai was surprised, but he nodded. "How did you know?" Tian Huilan smiled and said, "That old man is my father." Really, Xia Rufai was also very surprised. This was really a coincidence. Xia Rufai then asked with concern, "Mayor Tian, how is Professor Tian now?" Tian Huilan said. Xia Rufai said humbly, "It's nothing, I just happened to be there. Anyone in that situation would have helped." Tian Huilan said. Xia Rufai smiled faintly and said, "Mayor Tian, it's really nothing. I just happened to have some Chinese medicine that I concocted myself. It has a certain effect on myocardial infarction. At that time, the situation was urgent, so I took the initiative to give Professor Tian some. Fortunately, the effect was good. You know how to concoct Chinese medicine yourself?" Tian Huilan asked in surprise. "I used to work with an old Chinese doctor before I joined the army," Xia Rufai said. "How impressive," Tian Huilan praised. Then she said, "Little Xia, after my father is discharged in a few days, our entire family wants to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude." Xia Rufai hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's fine. It's really nothing. You don't have to be so kind." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "It's just a helping hand for you, but it's a life-saving favor for us. Besides, my father gave me an order. If I can't invite you, I won't be able to explain myself when I go back." At this point, Xia Rufai could only say helplessly, "All right then." Tian Huilan said with satisfaction, "I'll get my secretary Little Wu to pick you up then." Then Tian Huilan looked thoughtfully at Xia Rufai, who was dressed simply, and said, "Little Xia, you've just retired from the military, so you probably don't have a job yet, right? Also, are you facing any difficulties in life? If you need help, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the organization, I'll do it for you." Tian Huilan wanted to return the favor. When Xia Rufai saved Professor Tian, he had never thought of a repayment, so he subconsciously wanted to reject Tian Huilan's kindness. However, at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind and he swallowed his words. He thought for a moment, then said, "Mayor Tian, if it's possible, I really have something to trouble you with." "Go ahead," Tian Huilan smiled. It was good that Xia Rufai had something to ask of her. The mayor did not want to owe him a huge favor. Xia Rufai said, "Mayor Tian, I'd like you to help me contact a good high school in Three Mountain City. I want to arrange for a friend to transfer here." Tian Huilan thought that Xia Rufai would ask for a job or something, but she was surprised that he made such a request. Tian Huilan asked curiously, "May I know who this friend of yours is?" Xia Rufai smiled and said, "Of course. Actually, you've seen her just now. She's Ling Kingsu. She's the sister of my comrade in arms, Lin Hu. She'll be taking the college entrance examination next semester. Some time ago, she even dropped out of school to take care of her sick mother. I think it would be good for her to continue studying at a reputable high school in the city. Moreover, Auntie will be recuperating in Three Mountain City during this period of time. It will also be convenient for Lin Kingsu and her daughter to live together when she goes to school in the city." Xia Rufai paused, then said, "Mayor Tian, I personally have no difficulties that I can't overcome. I hope you can help me with this matter. Of course, if it makes things difficult for you, then forget it." Xia Rufai's meaning was very clear. If Tian Huilan helped solve the problem of Lin Kingsu's school transfer, then this favor would be repaid. Tian Huilan had been in the bureaucracy for so many years, how could she not tell? But because of this, she admired Xia Rufai even more. If it were someone else, they would definitely want to build a relationship with the mayor, or at least gain some benefits for themselves. In fact, with Tian Huelan's current status, it was easy for her to help Xia Ruifai get a job as a civil servant. After all, Xia Ruifai was a retired soldier and a city resident. According to the organization's policy, he could be assigned to a job position. However, Xia Ruifai's attitude had always been neither servile nor overbearing. The only thing he asked for was actually for the sister of his comrade. Tian Huelan looked at Xia Ruifai approvingly and said, "All right, I'll help." After saying that, she immediately instructed her secretary, Wu Liqian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Little Wu, as soon as you go to work tomorrow, settle this matter and get Bureau Chief Liu from the Education Bureau to personally handle it. First, find out which high school is the best for the third year of high school. Then directly settle the transfer procedures." "Yes, Mayor Tian," Wu Liqian said immediately. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Tian Huelan waved her hand and said with a faint smile, "This is just a small matter. It's really nothing compared to your life-saving grace. By the way, little Xia, which aspect of the job are you more interested in? I can arrange for you to work in the corresponding department. The local authorities will still be very welcome to you outstanding soldiers." Tian Huelan also admired Xia Ruifai's character, so she planned to help him. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruifai only smiled faintly and said, "I appreciate Mayor Tian's kindness, but I might be planning to start my own business and don't want to work in a government organization anymore." I see Tian Huelan was slightly disappointed, but she quickly smiled and said, "That's not bad. Young people are driven. It's good to start your own business." As they spoke, the car had already driven into Three Mountain City. After learning that Xia Ruifai was preparing to find a hotel to settle Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kingsu, Tian Huelan immediately instructed the driver to go straight to the city government's guest house. She also asked her secretary, Wu Liqian, to call and arrange a suite. Tian Huelan and Niu Tao's car arrived at the city government guest house one after another. Tian Huelan specially arranged for Wu Liqian to stay behind before getting into the car and leaving. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee was still waiting to hear her report on the process of handling that day's matter. Niu Tao originally wanted to have a good chat with Xia Ruifai about the troops, but that day was obviously not the right time, so after taking down Xia Ruifai's phone number, he also got into the car and left the city government guest house. With the mayor making the arrangements personally, the government guest house naturally had the room ready. Wu Liqian asked the guest house to prepare a fruit platter and dinner before politely leaving. Before leaving, Wu Liqian expressed that she had already informed the staff. They could stay there for as many days as they wanted. Xia Ruifai also smiled and expressed his gratitude. Of course, he would not let the two of them stay in the government guest house forever. After Ling Kingsu's school was finalized the next day, he planned to rent a house near the school for the mother and daughter to settle down. That would be the case for the next 6 months. Everything could be discussed after Ling Kingsu's college entrance examination. Dinner was sent directly to the room. Xia Ruifai ate with Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kingsu. During the meal, Xia Ruifai talked about the school transfer to the city. When Ling Kingsu heard that she could go to school and take care of her mother, she agreed without much hesitation. After chatting with the mother and daughter for a while, Xia Ruifai bade farewell and left the city government guest house. He walked back through the night to his rental apartment in the shanty town. Hu Zai's mother's illness would soon be cured, and Xia Ruifai felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Now, all his thoughts were on the succulents. When he returned home, he carefully locked the door, then took out the spiritual map that he had hidden close to his body and entered the space with the DSLR camera. Xia Ruifai was prepared to take photos of the succulent seedlings overnight, then display them up on his online store to sell and officially start his money-making plan. The neatly arranged succulent seedlings in the spiritual space were growing well. Xia Ruifai started to get busy with the brand new DSLR camera. He picked the best-looking pot for each type of succulent and started taking photos from multiple angles. During the filming, Xia Ruifai used plastic to cover it up to a certain extent. This way, it would look like the photos were taken in a large shed, and there was no danger of revealing the secret of the spiritual map space. After taking the photos, Xia Ruifai left the spiritual map space and returned to his room. He imported more than 100 photos into the computer and then carefully checked them one by one, making sure that he did not inadvertently capture the background in the spiritual space. The next step was to put the merchandise online. This was very tedious work. The price had to be marked, the description for these succulents had to be filled in, and the photos had to be sorted and uploaded. Of course, it was best to edit the photos, but Xia Ruifai was not familiar with PS software, so he could only keep everything simple. Even so, it was already past 2 in the morning when Xia Ruifai, the novice shopkeeper, finished listing all the succulents online. Xia Ruifai could not help but smile in satisfaction when he saw that the webpage of the online store he had created was no longer empty. Instead, there were more than a dozen items on it. Although the shop still looked very simple and there were only a dozen pots of succulents in each pot, Zia Ryufai was still filled with a sense of accomplishment. In terms of pricing, since these were all very rare succulents, and Zia Ryufai did not intend to rely on quantity to win, he wanted to take the high-quality route, so the price was set at 888 yuan per pot. The relatively slow-growing blooming cages and white-skinned moonrealm seedlings were directly priced at 1,000 yuan. It was already past 2 in the morning, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to visit the online store. Hence, Zia Ryufai prepared to rest after browsing for a while. After washing up, Zia Ryufai fell asleep. He had been busy so late that day that his body was already exhausted. Soon, Zia Ryufai fell asleep. He slept soundly and did not even dream for the entire night. It was past 10 in the morning when Zia Ryufai was woken up by the sound of his phone ringing. Zia Ryufai rubbed his eyes in a daze and reached for the phone on the bedside table to look at the caller ID. Kingsu, disturbing someone's sleep is very immoral. Zia Ryufai picked up the phone with a bitter smile. It was Ling Kingsu. These days, she would call Zia Ryufai when she had nothing to do and talk about her work and life. Previously, although Zia Ryufai did not have much thoughts about Ling Kingsu because he felt that he would not live long in this world, he was still a good listener. Therefore, the two of them were much more familiar with each other than when they were at the immortal succulent store that day. In addition, Zia Ryufai's terminal illness had been cured, and especially since Hu Zai's mother's uremia was becoming hopeful, he was in a good mood and started joking. Ling Kingsu giggled and said, "I knew you were still asleep, you lazy bugger. The sun's shining on your arse. Get up." She paused and then said, "Open the door now. Open the door," Zia Ryufai asked. "What do you mean? What can it mean? I'm at your door," Ling Kingsu said coquettishly. Zia Ryufai quickly got out of bed and said, wait a minute. Zia Ryufai buttoned up his clothes and opened the door. The rental house was divided into many small rooms for different residents. After Zia Ryufai walked out of the room, he walked straight to the door of the entire rental house. He looked through the peephole and saw Ling Kingsu standing in the corridor with a smile. She even looked around from time to time and looked very casual. Zia Ryufai opened the door and looked straight at Ling Kingsu. "Kingsu, is your family really in the food and beverage industry? Of course. Are you still in your sleep? Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question?" Ling Kingsu asked Zia Ryufai in amusement. Zia Ryufai said, "I think running a restaurant is your cover identity. Your family must be in the intelligence business. How can you find such a remote place? How did you get my address anyway?" Only then did Ling Kingsu react and burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes at Zia Ryufai and said, "You are making your guest talk at your doorstep. Is that how you treat your guests?" Sorry, Zia Ryufai slapped his forehead and stepped aside to let her in. "Miss Ling, please come in, that's more like it." Ling Kingsu squeezed her nose cutely. Then she raised her head slightly and walked past Zia Ryufai into the rental house, bringing with her a fragrance. Zia Ryufai quickly led the way and said, "The house is a little messy. I haven't had a chance to clean it up yet. I hope you don't mind." "It would be strange if a guy's room wasn't messy," Ling Kingsu said indifferently. Soon, the two of them arrived at Zia Ryufai's room. What surprised Ling Kingsu was that everything in the room was in order. Ling Kingsu asked in amusement, "Ryufai, you call this a messy room?" Zia Ryufai scratched his head and chuckled. Isn't the blanket unfolded? It was true that he had not had time to fold the blanket when he got up after answering the phone. However, the rest of the house was orderly, and the room was almost spotless. There were habits that Zia Ryufai had developed over his years in the military. Ling Kingsu was speechless. She looked round the room. Her pretty face creased slightly as she said, "Ryufai, isn't your living environment a little too tough? Didn't you just earn 250,000 yuan selling ice lantern a while ago?" Zia Ryufai smiled faintly and said, "Enough about me for now. You still haven't told me how you got my address." Ling Kingsu smiled proudly and said, "I can do anything. Isn't it easy to get an address? Do you want to know? Beg me and I'll tell you." Zia Ryufai pursed his lips and said, "Forget it if you don't want to tell me." Boring. Seeing that Zia Ryufai did not respond, Ling Kingsu pouted slightly and said, Forget it. I'll tell you. Guan Ping gave me your address. I happened to meet him at Ling Jai restaurant that day and mentioned you when we were chatting." Realization dawned on Zia Ryufai. Guan Ping and he had been classmates in junior high and high school and worked as a real estate agent for a company. At that time, in order to raise money, Zia Ryufai had asked Guan Ping to help sell the house in a short period of time. Guan Ping had also helped find this cheap rental house, so Guan Ping naturally knew his address. Ling Kingsu then asked with concern, "Ryufai, I heard from Guan Ping that you sold your family's house as well, and in a hurry. Are you facing any difficulties?" Zia Ryufai smiled faintly and said, "I was in desperate need of money at the time, but that's all settled now." Zia Ryufai could give everything he had without hesitation for the sake of his life and death brother's mother, but he did not want to publicize it. In his opinion, taking care of Hu Zai's mother was his duty. Ling Kingsu was a smart woman. Seeing that Zia Ryufai was unwilling to say more, she stopped asking. Zia Ryufai asked with a smile, "Miss Ling, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Ling Kingsu was slightly annoyed. She rolled her eyes at Zia Ryufai and said, "What else?" "I wanted to have a meal with you, but you refused to go out on many occasions. I had no choice but to come and invite you myself." Zia Ryufai smiled awkwardly and said, "I've been very busy previously. How about this? I'll treat you today. You can choose any place you want." Ling Kingsu's anger turned to joy. She looked at Zia Ryufai expectantly and asked, "Then can we eat at home? You cook for me yourself." Zia Ryufai hesitated. The rental house had a communal kitchen, but Zia Ryufai was single and did not buy any kitchenware. He only had a small induction stove. Seeing this, Ling Kingsu immediately grabbed Zia Ryufai's hand and shook it. "Can't you?" Zia Ryufai immediately felt that he could not take it anymore. He hurriedly pulled his hand out and said, "Fine, fine, fine, whatever you say, let's just eat at home." Ling Kingsu was overjoyed and said excitedly, that's great, Ryufai, let's go out and buy groceries together." When we just arrived, I saw a Walmart at Three Mountains Plaza. When Ling Kingsu mentioned grocery shopping, Zia Ryufai had an idea. He smiled and said, "There's no need for groceries, I have them all at home." With that, Zia Ryufai casually picked up a tomato from the fruit plate on the table and handed it to Ling Kingsu. "By the way, I don't have any fruits to serve you. These tomatoes taste quite good. Try them first, just rest in the house for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare. Lunch will be ready at 11 o'clock sharp." These were tomatoes produced in the spiritual map space. Zia Ryufai would bring a few out every day to eat as fruits, so there were ready-made ones in the room. This tomato was twice the size of an adult's fist. The red tomato emitted a faint fragrance that made one's appetite increase. Ling Kingsu's family was in the food and beverage industry, so she naturally knew her stuff. She was so focused on talking that she did not notice the tomato on the table. Now that she saw it, her eyes lit up. She quickly took the tomato and looked at it for a while before slowly bringing it to her mouth and taking a bite. 34-2 Delicious. The sweet juice flowed into Ling Kingsu's cherry mouth. She felt her entire body tremble. All her taste buds seemed to be cheering at this moment. She couldn't help but swallow it in big mouthfuls. Then she took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "This is too delicious." With that, she completely disregarded her ladylike image and ate an entire tomato in big mouthfuls. Then she asked impatiently, "Ryufai, where did you buy these tomatoes? Do you have more?" Zia Ryufai saw that there was still some red tomato juice around Ling Kingsu's mouth. He couldn't help but smile and hand over a tissue. "You still want to eat it? Don't you want to have lunch?" Ling Kingsu smiled in embarrassment. After wiping her face clean, she said, "Who says I'm going to eat it? I'm trying to understand where it came from, okay? Don't forget what my family does." Zia Ryufai smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll tell you at lunch. Miss Ling, take a break first. You can play with the computer. I'll prepare lunch for you." Oh, Ling Kingsu pouted and said, "You're still keeping me in suspense, but seeing that you're so solicitous in preparing lunch for me, I'll tolerate it. Go." Zia Ryufai laughed and left the room. He first went to the public bathroom and carefully locked the door. After carefully checking that it was safe, he took out the spiritual map and entered the space with a thought. Zia Ryufai quickly went to the area where the super vegetables were stored. He chose a few vegetables and packed them in a basket, then left the space with the basket. It only took 2 to 3 minutes. After carefully hiding the spiritual map, Zia Ryufai carried the basket of vegetables to the communal kitchen and started working. Zia Ryufai only had a small induction cooker and a few noodles and eggs left. However, with the super vegetables produced in the space, it was enough for lunch. The only flaw was that there were no meat dishes. However, a beautiful girl like Ling Kingsu must be very concerned about her figure. She probably wouldn't mind not eating meat. After preparing for more than half an hour, Zia Ryufai had made a total of 4 dishes: cucumber salad, braised eggplant, stir-fried romaine lettuce, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As for the main dishes, he had made 2 large bowls of noodles. Of course, he did not forget to add the vegetables produced in the space. Zia Ryufai placed the 4 dishes on the table one by one, then pushed one of the bowls of noodles to Ling Kingsu and said with a smile, "The place is simple, so I just made a few dishes. Don't mind them." Ling Kingsu lowered her head slightly and said, "Everything tastes good when I eat with you." Zia Ryufai immediately felt awkward and did not dare to continue the conversation. He quickly changed the topic and said, Come, let's eat, taste my cooking." Ling Kingsu gave Zia Ryufai a resentful look, but when her gaze fell on the 4 dishes, she could not help but look surprised. These 4 dishes were all very good looking. The emerald green vegetables and tender cucumbers made one's index finger itch. Ling Kingsu forgot about her disappointment and picked up her chopsticks to place a piece of cucumber into her mouth. She chewed slowly with her eyes closed, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Then she picked up a piece of every dish and savored it carefully. After a while, Ling Kingsu praised, "Ryufai, I've never eaten such delicious vegetables. Your cooking is amazing." Zia Ryufai smiled smugly and chuckled. "That's of course." Ling Kingsu took another bite of tomato with scrambled eggs and frowned. "No, this egg is a little old." She immediately ate a few more mouthfuls of eggplant and vegetables. Suddenly she came to a realization and said, Ryufai, I was almost deceived by you. It must be because of the ingredients. The ingredients you used must be extraordinary. And that tomato you gave me just now, tell me honestly, where did you get such good ingredients? Zia Ryufai laughed. As expected of the little princess of Ling Jai's restaurant chain, I really can't hide it from you. Eat first. I'll tell you after eating. Seeing that Zia Ryufai was keeping her in suspense, Ling Kingsu glared at him unhappily. However, she still could not resist the temptation of delicious food. The two of them cleared the noodles and vegetables like a whirlwind. Ling Kingsu touched her stomach without caring about her image and said coquettishly, I ate too much, it's all your fault. I finally lost 1 kilogram. Now I'm going to gain back. Zia Ryufai chuckled and said, You're in great shape. Why would you need to lose weight? Ling Kingsu looked delighted. Really? You really think I'm in good shape? Zia Ryufai touched his nose awkwardly and changed the topic. Didn't you just want to know the origin of my ingredients? This topic was obviously interesting to Ling Kingsu, and her thoughts immediately shifted to this side. She quickly asked, Yes, tell me quickly. Where did you buy all these vegetables and fruits? I'll get the company's procurement department to buy some too. We need premium ingredients too much now. Zia Ryufai had already found an excuse and said with a smile, Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. These vegetables can't be bought on the market at all. A friend of mine who does research on new varieties of vegetables gave them to me. They're their latest products and haven't been released to the market yet. Is that so? Ling Kingsu was slightly disappointed. Recently, the sales of Ling Jai's restaurant chain had fallen a little. As for their main competitor, Ming Hao Restaurant, they had poached a famous chef to serve as the executive head chef. It was said that his ancestors were once imperial chefs in the palace. The restaurant had launched several signature dishes at once, and their sales had soared. The young master of the restaurant chain was Lu Wen. The little fatty who had teamed up with Liu Ling Kingsu was sincerely happy for Zia Ryufai, and she said, 1546. Ryufai, this project is definitely worth investing in. You have good taste. Ming Hao at the immortal succulent store that day. Ling Kingsu had been worrying about the decline of the company's business recently. That day, she suddenly discovered such good ingredients and saw a glimmer of hope to break out of her predicament. She did not expect Zia Ryufai to tell her that it was still in the research stage and had not been mass-produced. She was naturally quite disappointed. At this moment, Zia Ryu changed the topic and said, But my friend can still do it in small batches. Miss Ling, are you interested in a collaboration? When Ling Kingsu heard this, she immediately felt a glimmer of hope. She shouted in surprise, Of course I am. Ryufai, where is that friend of yours? Take me to him now. Even if it was just a small-scale supply, it was no different from providing timely help to Ling Jai's restaurant. Moreover, this new vegetable was meant to be used for high-end users. It was not a big deal if there was a small quantity. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. Its main function was still to be used as the Ling Jai's restaurant's signature product. To put it bluntly, it was used for their reputation. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Speaking of which, I'm still working with him. I can be his representative. Ling Kingsu was even happier when she heard that. Then she revealed a look of realization and asked, So you sold your house some time ago to raise money to invest in this new vegetable variety project? Zia Ryufai was stunned for a moment, but since Ling Kingsu had misunderstood, he went with the flow and said vaguely, something like that. After saying that, Zia Ryufai thought to himself, I'll definitely invest a lot of money in super vegetables in the future. This shouldn't be considered a lie. Ling Kingsu was sincerely happy for Zia Ryufai, and she said, Ryufai, this project is definitely worth investing in. You have good taste. Zia Ryufai chuckled and said, Of course. Ling Kingsu then asked, Ryufai, how many of these new vegetables can your friend provide us at most? After saying that, Ling Kingsu looked at Zia Ryufai expectantly. Zia Ryufai thought for a moment and said, There are about 6 new vegetable types available now, including romaine lettuce, cucumbers, tomatoes, water spinach, and eggplants. They are all common varieties on the market, but their quality is definitely much higher. In the early stages, 10 kilograms of each vegetable type can be supplied a day. After a week, 25 kilograms a day shouldn't be a problem. After a month, we can supply 50 kilograms a day. Zia Ryufai had only started planting these vegetables because he wanted to keep them for himself to eat. However, because the vegetables in the spiritual space were growing too quickly, there were already a lot in excess. Now that he was prepared to progress in this area, Zia Ryufai naturally wanted to expand the planting area. With the production speed of the spiritual map space, 50 kilograms a day was no pressure at all. Of course, there was only so much land in the space, and some had to be reserved for the succulents. Therefore, the only way to continue to increase production was to plant them in the outside world. However, if he planted them in the outside world, he had to rent land and hire people. Moreover, the issue of maintaining the quality of the vegetables was also a problem. However, Zia Ryufai did not have the energy to worry about these and would leave it for the future. When Ling Kingsu heard this number, she pondered for a moment before nodding. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to solve our immediate problem. 50 kilograms a day seemed like a lot, but Ling Jai's restaurant was a large chain of restaurants. There were more than 10 stores in the Three Mountain City alone. 50 kilograms of vegetables were like a pebble thrown into the sea. It would not cause any ripple at all. However, it was enough to gather popularity, and as a limited supply in the stores of a few central areas. Ling Kingsu continued, Ryufai, in terms of price, if the spinach and eggplant are 50 yuan per 500 grams, and the rest are 30 yuan per 500 grams, do you think it's okay? This price was at least 10 times the market price. Ling Kingsu was really full of sincerity. Zia Ryufai nodded almost without hesitation. Deal. Since he had decided to launch these vegetables to the market, he was naturally going to take the high-quality route. Besides, he also felt that his super vegetables were completely worth this price. Ling Kingsu said happily, I hope we work well together. By the way, when can you start supplying the vegetables? Zia Ryufai thought for a moment and said, in 3 days, I'll give you an address then. Just send someone to pick up the groceries every day. Since they were going to work together for a long time, Zia Ryufai definitely needed to rent another place. This rental house lived too many people, and Zia Ryufai could not possibly supply the vegetables here every day. If he only went out and stayed inside for a long time, it would definitely attract attention. All right, I'll go back and draft a contract now. Let's sign it in 2 days, Ling Kingsu said. She seemed a little too eager. Zia Ryufai asked half-jokingly, what's the hurry? Aren't you going to sit a little longer? Ling Kingsu immediately glanced at Zia Ryufai flirtatiously and asked, would you like me to stay longer? Zia Ryufai hurriedly said, business is more important, more important. Seeing this, Ling Kingsu burst out laughing and rolled her eyes at him. Coward, I'm leaving. I'll look for you to sign the contract tomorrow. Don't vanish somewhere again. I'll send you out, Zia Ryufai said with relief. After sending Ling Kingsu off, Zia Ryufai tidied up the cutlery and sat in front of the computer. He had always been concerned about the situation of the online shop. He had put all the goods on sale yesterday, and he could not wait to see if there was any business. Opening the Taobao sellers platform, Zia Ryufai was instantly disappointed. It was empty. There was not a single purchase record. There were even very few people browsing. A wry smile crossed Zia Ryufai's face. It seems I've been too idealistic. Zia Ryufai frowned slightly and sat in front of the computer, thinking, it was probably not a good idea to wait like this. He had to think of something. The first thing Zia Ryufai thought of was to spend money to promote on Taobao. Moreover, Zia Ryufai had originally planned to take the high-quality route and not care about the sales volume, so there was not much point in doing a paid promotion. After thinking about it, there was only one way. That was to first make a name for himself in the succulent social circle. Zia Ryufai's target client was originally a small group of high-end users in the succulent circle. At the thought of this, Zia Ryufai immediately thought of Liang Kichou. This buddy was a rich second-generation heir, and he ran his immortal succulent store. He should have many connections in the succulent plant industry. Zia Ryufai definitely had to ask him for help. With his mind made up, Zia Ryufai immediately picked up his phone and called Liang Kichou. Ryufai, is there some supreme-grade succulent that you want to sell? Liang Kichou asked impatiently as soon as he picked up the phone. Zia Ryufai chuckled and said, Brother Liang, that supreme-grade ice lantern last time was hard to come by. How can it be so easy to get? However, I do have some good things on hand. Liang Kichou said quickly, Brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, what is it? Zia Ryufai said. Brother Liang, a friend of mine has cultivated some very good succulent seedlings. I wonder if you're interested. Seedlings. Liang Kichou was slightly disappointed, but when he thought of the extremely stunning supreme-grade ice lantern Jade Dew that Zia Ryufai had brought last time, he felt that since Zia Ryufai recommended it, the quality must not be bad. So he said quickly, I'm interested. Where's your friend little Zia? Can I see the goods now? Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Brother Liang, my friend has an online store. I'll send you the website address after I hang up. You'll know when you go there and take a look. At this point, Zia Ryufai thought for a moment and added, that online store may have just opened, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I verified it myself. All right, send me the website address, Liang Kichou said readily. After hanging up, Zia Ryufai sent the website to Liang Kichou. Less than 5 minutes later, Liang Kichou called. As soon as Zia Ryufai picked up, he heard Liang Kichou's excited voice. Damn little Zia, your friend is too awesome. Where did he get so many rare supreme-grade succulent seedlings? I can't believe my eyes. White-skinned moon realm, blooming cages, jade fans, and myriad elephant, they're all mutated rare species. If you didn't guarantee it yourself, I would definitely think that the shop owner is a scammer. Liang Kichou was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Zia Ryufai laughed and asked, So, are you interested, Brother Liang? Yes, it's simply too interesting, Liang Kichou said loudly. I'll place an order immediately. I want all these succulent seedlings. Zia Ryufai was stunned for a moment, then he could not help but smile bitterly. He had guessed the process correctly, but not the ending. Liang Kichou did have a lot of connections in the succulent circle, but he was also a rich second-generation heir who spent money like water. These succulent seedlings were expensive to ordinary people, but the total price of more than 100 seedlings was only about 100,000 yuan. To Liang Kichou, this bit of money was nothing. It was not easy for him to come across such rare species, so how could Liang Kichou let it go? Brother Liang, wait, Xia Ruifai quickly said. What is it? Brother Liang asked, puzzled. It's like this my friend is intending for me ask you to help promote his new store. He wants to attract more customers, Xia Ruifai said in embarrassment, if you buy all of them. Liang Kichou's family ran a big business. He had been influenced since he was young, so he immediately understood what Xia Ruifai meant. I understand, Liang said, but those succulent seedlings are too hee-hee. This guy still couldn't bear to let go of something good. Xia Ruifai hurriedly said, Brother Liang, don't worry. You can also buy some in appropriate quantity this time. Moreover, there will be more and better succulents on sale in the future. Don't be afraid that you won't be able to buy them. At this point, Xia Ruifai pondered for a moment and added, also, I heard that my friend has a pot of mature supreme-grade white-skinned moon realm that he's also interested in selling. The quality is not lower than the previous pot of ice lantern. If you help him this time, he'll definitely prioritize you when he wants to sell it in future. Liang Kichou was immediately interested and quickly asked, is the quality really no lower than the supreme-grade ice lantern last time? Xia Ruifai said firmly. Of course, then he lowered his voice a little and said, actually, it's the mature plant of the white-skinned moon realm seedlings sold on his online store. Do you think the quality can be bad? Of course, it was impossible for Xia Ruifai to sell the mature plant. However, after he cut and reproduced it this time, he chose 2 or 3 pots of the best quality from each of the succulent seedlings and kept them. He was prepared to nurture them into mature plants for the next reproduction to increase the production as soon as possible. In a month or so, he would just choose one of these 2 or 3 white-skinned moon realm and sell it to Liang Kichou. After growing in the spiritual map space for 2 to 3 months, the quality of the newly cultivated mature white-skinned moon realm would definitely far exceed the pot that Xia Ruifai had bought online. Upon hearing that it was actually the mature plant of those white-skinned moon realm seedlings, Liang Kichou's doubts immediately disappeared. The quality will definitely not be bad. Ruifai, you must help me talk to your friend and ask him to reserve that pot of white-skinned moon realm to me. Don't worry, I'll immediately contact some friends in the circle and guarantee that your friend's online shop will make a name for itself in the circle in the shortest time possible. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed. Liang Kichou repeatedly reminded Xia Ruifai not to forget about the white-skinned moon realm. Xia Ruifai naturally agreed. After hanging up, Xia Ruifai snapped his fingers and waved his fist happily. 2 minutes later, Xia Ruifai saw that someone had placed an order for 2 pots of each type of succulent. Just as Xia Ruifai was marveling at Liang Kichou's efficiency, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the buyer's information. The delivery address was the Immortal Succulent Store, and the recipient was Liang Kichou himself. Xia Ruifai understood after some thought. Liang Kichou was still worried that he would not be able to snatch it after introducing his friends to buy it, so he must have made the first move after hanging up. He was probably just starting to promote the store to his friends in the succulent circle. Fortunately, Liang Kichou was quite kind. He only bought 2 pots for each type of succulent. After another 10 minutes, Xia Ruifai began to see new orders on Taobao. This time it was not Liang Kichou, but a real succulent customer. For half an hour after that, new orders kept appearing. Some ordered 3 pots and others 5. More than 100 pots of succulent seedlings were snapped up in half an hour. Most of these orders had the words recommended by Director Liang of the Immortal Succulent Store written in the remarks. Xia Ruifai looked at the sales statistics. After all these transactions were completed, he would have earned more than 110,000 yuan. In the spiritual map space, it would take at most a few months for the mature plant to recover and grow. Moreover, this was the first time. Later on, with the increase in the number of mature plant, there would be more seedlings that could be cultivated with each cuttage. In other words, in the future, Xia Ruifai would be able to earn at least 100,000 yuan a month from the succulents, and it would be almost at 0 cost. This was something Xia Ruifai would never have dared to think about in the past. With the spiritual map space, it became so easy to earn money. Moreover, this was only one of the many functions of the spiritual map space. There were also the super vegetables, the magical tricolored petals, and other possible functions that had yet to be discovered. The value of this spiritual map space was really immeasurable. Xia Ruifai calmed himself down and began to make plans for the next step. First of all, the most important thing now was to find another place to live. Be it super vegetables or succulent seedlings, the current rental house was obviously no longer suitable. There were too many people. Thinking of this, Xia Ruifai first put up an announcement on the website's home page. After hanging up the announcement, Xia Ruifai packed his things, hid the spiritual map, and prepared to go out to look for a house. Zia Ruifai had just reached the alley of the shanty town when his phone rang. This was a call from Tian Huilan's secretary, Wu Liqian. It turned out that she had already coordinated with the city's education bureau to settle Ling Kaiou's school transfer. The school was set at the number 8 high school in Sanshan City. It was a reputable high school in the province. Moreover, the third-year class of this school was the best among all the other schools. In the past 5 years, 3 of the provincial top scorers in humanities had come from this class of the number 8 high school. Ling Kaiou was an arts student. Zia Ruifai quickly thanked her. Wu Liqian told him that she would personally send Ling Kaiou to number 8 high school in the afternoon. Since the mayor's secretary was going to be involved personally, Zia Ruifai naturally could not be absent. Hence, he could only put aside the matter of finding a house and meet Wu Liqian at the city government guest house at 2 in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Zia Ruifai looked at the time and saw that it was almost 1:30 p.m., so he called Ling Kaiou directly and told her about the new school. He told her to leave at 2 o'clock and report directly at number 8 high school. Then, Zia Ruifai took a taxi straight to the city government's guest house. At 2 o'clock sharp, Zia Ruifai brought Ling Kaiou downstairs. Huzai's mother had yet to fully recover, so Zia Ruifai let her rest in the house. With Zia Ruifai around, Huzai's mother was very relieved and did not insist on following them to the school. The two of them walked to the first floor and saw that Wu Liqian had just walked into the lobby. After a few pleasantries, the three of them got into Wu Liqian's passat. Zia Ruifai took the front passenger seat, and Wu Liqian took Ling Kaiou's hand and got into the back seat. As a third-year art student, Ling Kaiou naturally knew of the famous number 8 high school, so she was both excited and nervous along the way. Wu Liqian could tell that Ling Kaiou was a little nervous. She smiled and said, "Little Lin, don't worry. The Education Bureau has already informed them. When you reach there, you can transfer directly into the top class for arts. If you can't keep up with progress for the time being, it's fine. The school will arrange for experienced teachers to tutor you." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Hey, why are you calling me Secretary Wu? Just call me Sister Wu." Zia Ruifai also smiled and turned around. "Little Zia, don't stand on ceremony," Wu Liqian said. "It's just a small matter." As they talked, the car reached number 8 high school and stopped in front of an office building. The principal, vice principal, dean, and other teachers of class 1 of number 8 high school were already waiting downstairs. They had already received a call from the director of the Education Bureau himself and knew that it was Mayor Tian's secretary who was bringing the transfer student to report that day. Naturally, they did not dare to treat them poorly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Liqian didn't want to attract too much attention, the director of Education Bureau might have personally accompanied her. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to get close to the mayor, especially since Wu Liqian's boss was very likely to become a member of the standing committee of the provincial committee. "Director Wu, hello. Welcome to number 8 high school for inspection and guidance." Principal Rao of number 8 high school took a step forward and said enthusiastically. Wu Liqian had a smile on her face. She shook Principal Rao's hand gently and said, "Principal, I'm not here to inspect and provide guidance. Mayor Tian only gave me one task today, which is to send student Ling Kaiou over to report." Principal Rao had already paid a lot of attention to the student because the director of Education Bureau had personally informed him. Now that he heard Wu Liqian's words, he immediately understood that this matter was not Wu Liqian's private matter, but Mayor Tian's personal instructions. The importance of the matter immediately rose to another level in his heart. Yes, it is important for her to report," Principal Rao said with a warm smile. "We have already completed the relevant procedures." Then, Principal Rao pointed at a slightly reserved middle-aged woman beside him and said, "This is Teacher Su, the form teacher of the arts class." "Hello, Director Wu." Teacher Su hurriedly came forward to greet her, looking a little reserved. Wu Liqian gave a friendly smile and said, "Teacher Su, please take care of Ling Kaiou as she learns in your class in the future." Of course. Principal Rao also said from the side, "Teacher Su, Ling Kaiou has just transferred over. You have to pay more attention to her studies and life. Help her integrate into the new class as soon as possible." "I will, Principal," Teacher Su said quickly. Zia Ruifai couldn't help but feel a little emotional as she watched from the side. The school leaders lined up to welcome her, and the form teacher was seemed to be stepping on thin ice. Ling Kaiou could probably be considered the most impressive transfer student in the history of number 8 high school. Fortunately, Zia Ruifai also knew Ling Kaiou's character. He believed that she wouldn't become complacent because of this and lose her position. Principal Rao looked at Wu Liqian and asked, "Director Wu, then should we invite student Ling Kaiou and Teacher Su to meet the students in class?" "Sure." Wu Liqian nodded and smiled. Then she said to Ling Kaiou, "Little Lin, then follow your teacher to class. If you have any difficulties in the future, just call Sister Wu directly." Zia Ruifai also said, "Kaiou, when you reach the new class, you have to study hard and get along well with your classmates, understand?" Ling Kaiou nodded and said seriously. Zia Ruifai and Wu Liqian smiled and nodded. The two of them watched as Ling Kaiou gradually walked away with teacher Su. Principal Rao very politely invited Wu Liqian to inspect the school and give feedback. However, Wu Liqian's purpose for this trip was not for anything else, so she politely declined. She got into the car with Xia Ruifai, and the school leaders waved goodbye. The car drove out of the gates of number 8 high school before Wu Liqian asked, "Little Xia, where are you going?" "I'll drive you," Xia Ruifai said. "Sister Wu just dropped me off somewhere in front. I'm going out to find a place to rent this afternoon. I have no specific destination." Wu Liqian had obviously misunderstood and thought that Xia Ruifai was looking for a house for Ling Kaiou and her mother. She smiled and said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you just now. I happened to hear this morning that a colleague's house is being rented out. He bought a house outside and moved out. The family building is 2-bedroom and very close to number 8 high school. Personally, I think it's very suitable for Ling Kaiou and her mother. And the rent isn't expensive. It's only 800 yuan a month. How about that? Do you want to see the house?" Xia Ruifai was immediately tempted. At the same time, he could not help but look at Wu Liqian in a different light. Although Wu Liqian had said it casually, it was obviously not as simple as happening to hear about it. Whether it was the location, size, or rent, this house was simply tailored for Ling Kaiou and her mother. Wu Liqian had definitely put in a lot of effort to find it. It had to be said that this secretary was smart and meticulous. Wu Liqian knew what Xia Ruifai meant by saving Professor Tian's life, and she also knew very well that Tian Hulan appreciated Xia Ruifai very much. Therefore, she was also very concerned about Xia Ruifai and spared no effort. Xia Ruifai pondered for a moment and said, "Sister Wu, since you have helped us find it, it must be very suitable. But since Auntie and Kaiou are living in the house, why don't I bring them to see the house after Kaiou finishes school? You don't have to personally be there. Just give us the landlord's contact information and help us inform the landlord." "Sure, no problem," Wu Liqian said readily. Then she asked with a smile, "Since you don't have to look for a house anymore, where are you going now?" Xia Ruifai was stunned for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister Wu, actually I want to rent a house myself. Before you called me, I was just about to wander around and try my luck." "Oh, you live alone?" Wu Liqian asked. "Then what kind of house are you looking for? Your sister Wu knows quite a lot of people. I might be able to help you find a suitable one." Xia Ruifai thought for a moment and said, "Wu Liqian, the house I'm looking for might not be easy to find." "Oh, tell me about it first." Wu Liqian became even more interested. "First, I hope it's a house that is somewhere quieter. It doesn't matter if it's a little more remote. There must be a separate yard and not many other houses around. That would be best." Wu Liqian couldn't help but laugh. "Little Xia, look at you, are you intending to become a hermit?" "Hee, I like peace and quiet," Xia Ruifai said. "That's why I said it might not be easy to find." "It's fine, Sister Wu. I'll go to the suburbs myself and look for a suitable one." Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Little Xia, now that you mention it, I do know a house that fits all the conditions you mentioned." Oh, Xia Ruifai's eyes lit up. "Sister Wu, tell me what kind of house it is." Wu Liqian said with a smile. "After what you just told me, I thought of one of my relatives' houses that basically fit your criteria, but I don't know if you'll find it too remote. His house is in Champing County and about a half-hour drive from the city. Half an hour's drive shouldn't be a problem." Xia Ruifai was very tempted. Then he asked, "Sister Wu, is your relative's house a separate unit? Does it lead to a connecting road?" Wu Liqian said with a smile. "Of course there's a connecting road. To be honest, it's a small detached villa my relatives have built on a local homestead for their holidays. Now their whole family has emigrated overseas, so the house is not in use. So are you interested in renting it?" Actually, Wu Liqian's relatives wanted to sell it directly, but if she stepped in, it would not be an issue to rent it out. After all, they were not in urgent need of money, and if they did not sell it for the time being, the property might still increase in value. With a phone call from her, it could do Xia Ruifai a favor. "Why not?" Xia Ruifai immediately said. "Of course I'm interested. It's just a single villa, Sister Wu. Will the rent be very expensive?" Wu Liqian chuckled and said, "It definitely won't be cheap for someone else, but if you want to rent it, we can just charge you a symbolic sum." "My relatives aren't short of money." Xia Ruifai chuckled in embarrassment and said, "Isn't that a little inappropriate? Just tell me if you want it or not." Wu Liqian glanced at Xia Ruifai and said with a smile, "If you want to rent it, I'll call my relative now. We'll go look at the house in the afternoon. If there's no problem, we'll settle this matter." "Sure, but it's too much trouble for you, Sister Wu," Xia Ruifai said. Wu Liqian smiled and said, "There's no trouble. Mayor Tian gave me half a day off, and she specially instructed me to settle your matters well. I'm just carrying out my boss' instructions." Xia Ruifai stopped turning down the offer and said sincerely. Wu Liqian immediately took out her phone to contact her relative. Perhaps her relative was very close to her, or perhaps it was because of her status as the mayor's secretary. In any case, the other party agreed readily. Moreover, they had agreed to view the house immediately and to meet at the villa. Therefore, Wu Liqian hung up the phone and instructed the driver to turn the car around and drive towards Champing County. After about half an hour of driving, they turned onto a newly built concrete road and drove for a few minutes to an almost 80% new villa. Wu Liqian's relative had arrived first. He was a very elegant middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they went straight to the house. Xia Ruifai was very satisfied with this villa. Although it was remote, the mode of transport was still very convenient. The cement road was built in front of the house, so it was not a problem to drive a small van. The villa was not big. It covered an area of more than 200 square meters and had a small courtyard in front and behind. The two-story villa had a total of 6 rooms. Moreover, there were all kinds of appliances and facilities. He could directly carry his bags and move in. Because Wu Liqian's relatives were preparing to emigrate, these appliances and furniture were originally planned to be packaged and sold. The front of the villa faced the sea, but it was about 3,000 meters from the sea. In front of the villa was a large piece of wasteland. At the same time, there was a small mountain behind the villa. It was really a good place to have both the mountain and the sea. In terms of rent, Wu Liqian's relative only charged 3,000 yuan a month. For such a big vacation villa, 3,000 yuan a month was no different from free rent. Xia Ruifai felt that he had taken too much advantage, so he took the initiative to increase the monthly rent to 5,000 yuan. Even this was considered a low price. After the two parties reached an agreement, they immediately signed the rental contract. The other party did not even want the deposit and gave Xia Ruifai an account number, telling him to transfer the rent to this account when the time came. Moreover, he said that it was fine if he did not have money for the time being. He could pay when he had the money. Xia Ruifai did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he had seen such an easygoing landlord. Compared to the fierce landlady of the rental house in the slums, this landlord was simply a saint. Of course, Xia Ruifai also knew that this was all because of Wu Liqian, so he was still very self-conscious. In front of everyone, he transferred 2 months' rent, totaling 10,000 yuan into that account. In less than half an hour, the rental issue was settled. Wu Liqian's relative handed the key, the access remote, and everything else to Xia Ruifai before politely leaving. Xia Ruifai still had to go back to pack his things, and he had to bring Hu Zai's mother and Ling Kingsu to look at houses at night, so he took Wu Liqian's car back to the city. After the long journey, coupled with the house viewing and signing the contract, it was almost time for lessons to end in the afternoon. Wu Liqian simply decided to be kind all the way and asked the driver to drive to the entrance of number 8 high school, where he found a parking space and stopped. After waiting for a while, Xia Ruifai saw Ling Kingsu walk out of number 8 high school. She was talking to a girl as she walked. Xia Ruifai was very relieved to see her. It seemed that this little girl had already made new friends on the first day she transferred school. Xia Ruifai pushed open the car door and waved vigorously at Ling Kingsu. When Ling Kingsu saw Xia Ruifai, she immediately revealed a surprised smile. She quickly said a few words to the female classmate beside her, then jogged towards Xia Ruifai. Brother Ruifai. Ling Kingsu did not avoid arousing suspicion at all. She immediately grabbed Xia Ruifai's hand with a bright smile on her exquisite face, attracting the attention of many students. Instead, Xia Ruifai was a little embarrassed. He calmly pulled his hand out and asked, "Kaior, how do you feel about lessons in the morning?" "Very good. The students are all quite friendly, and the standards of teaching is very high," Ling Kingsu said happily. "Haha, not bad, not bad." Xia Ruifai was also very happy. "Let's go. Brother Ruifai will take you to a big meal to celebrate." Ling Kingsu hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Ruifai, next time. I want to eat with my mother." Xia Ruifai laughed and said, "All right, you're such a filial girl. Let's go then. Let's go over together and eat at the government guest house with Auntie. We still have something to settle tonight." "What do we have tonight?" Ling Kingsu asked curiously. Xia Ruifai did not keep her in suspense and said, "Sister Wu has found a house for you. It's very close to number 8 high school and is quite suitable in all aspects. I'll bring you there after dinner." "Really? That's great," Ling Kingsu cheered. They got into the car together, and Wu Liqian asked the driver to take them to the city government's guest house. When they arrived at the city government's guest house, Wu Liqian originally wanted to have dinner with Xia Ruifai and the rest before personally showing them the house. However, Xia Ruifai felt very embarrassed to have troubled her for the entire afternoon. Moreover, the mayor's secretary must be very busy. How could he have the cheek to take up her night's rest? Hence, Xia Ruifai politely declined. Wu Liqian did not insist. Instead, she made a call to her colleague at the forestry department and arranged for house viewing at 7:30 p.m. She then gave Xia Ruifai her colleague's contact information before leaving. Mom, Ling Kingsu called as soon as she entered. Hu Zai's mother, who had been resting in her room since the afternoon, quickly asked when she saw Ling Kingsu, "Kaior, how was school in the morning? Are you used to it? Did any of your classmates bully you?" Ling Kingsu revealed an amused expression and said, "Mom, don't worry. Number 8 high school is the best in arts teaching in the province, and the teachers are very good to me. When I went to report today, even the principal came." "Huh? Even the principal went?" Hu Zai's mother sounded incredulous. Xia Ruifai smiled and explained, Auntie, the school leaders went down to welcome her because of Sister Wu. Oh, it's Mayor Tian's secretary, Wu Liqian. Oh, I see. It must be so much trouble for her, Hu Zai's mother said. Zia Rufai smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry. Mayor Tian has personally greeted them. The school will take good care of Kaior, so you don't have to worry about her life or studies in school. That's right. Mom, don't worry, Lin Kaiou said with a smile. Let's go and have dinner. We still have to look at houses later. Look at houses. What house? Hu Zai's mother asked, puzzled. Brother Ryufai helped us find a house. It's the family home of the Forestry Bureau. It's also very close to my school. We're going to see the house after dinner. Lin Kaiou said happily. Ryufai, sorry to trouble you, Hu Zai's mother said gratefully. Zia Ryufai said, Auntie, actually, it was Sister Wu who helped to contact them. If you want to thank someone, thank her. If you think it's all right after seeing the house tonight, let's settle on it. You don't have to worry about the rent. I'll transfer it to the landlord directly. How can we do that? Hu Zai's mother said. Ryufai, our family still has some savings. Now that I don't have to see a doctor, I have enough to spend. We can pay for the rent ourselves. We've already troubled you enough these days. Zia Ryufai looked at Hu Zai's mother and said sincerely. Auntie, don't treat me like an outsider. On the battlefield, Hu Zai even sacrificed his life to save me. He's your only son. Before Hu Zai died, I personally told him that from now on I'll be filial on behalf of him. His mother will be my mother. Thinking of her sacrificed son, Hu Zai's mother's eyes reddened and her lips trembled slightly. She said emotionally, good boy. Hu Zai's mother nodded slightly. Beside her, Lin Kaiou also had tears in her eyes. Hu Zai's mother said, okay, Ryufai, we'll do as you say about the rent, but you have to promise me something. Zia Ryufai said happily. Yes, just tell me what you need. Hu Zai's mother said to Lin Kaiou, Kaior, go get my coat. Oh, okay. Lin Kaiou quickly brought the coat over. Hu Zai's mother took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Zia Ryufai. Ryufai, this card contains the 500,000 yuan that you transferred to treat my illness. I didn't touch a single cent. I heard from Kaior that this is the money that you obtained from selling your house. Young people definitely need money for their careers. Take this card back. The password is Hu Zai's birthday. Zia Ryufai waved his hand and said, Auntie, this won't do. This is all a piece of my filial piety. Even if you don't need dialysis and a kidney transplant now, you can still save it for your health. Kaior needs a lot of money in her third year of high school. Moreover, she still has to go to university next semester. She can't do without money, Hu Zai's mother said. Ryufai, listen to me. We all know how you feel. However, we don't need such a large sum of money for the time being. On the other hand, you've just returned from the army. There are many things that officers need money for. Take this money back. I promise you that I'll definitely talk to you if I need money, okay? That's right, Brother Ryufai. You gave us so much money, but we don't have anywhere to spend it on. It's just benefiting the bank. Lin Kaiou also said, just take it back. Zia Ryufai thought for a long time before nodding. All right, I'll take this money back first. Hu Zai's mother said with relief, yes, that's a good child, but Zia Ryufai continued. Auntie, I haven't finished yet. I can take the money back, but there are conditions. Go ahead, I can't take all this money. You have to leave at least 100,000 yuan for you to live in Kaior to study. Zia Ryufai said firmly. If you don't agree, I won't take this money no matter what. Just let it rot in the bank. Although Hu Zai's mother had said that she would ask for money when she needed it, Zia Ryufai knew that if she had previously refused to use the money when her life was in danger, how could she ask him for help in the future? Although Zia Ryufai could take the initiative to help the mother and daughter, he could not take care of everything, so it was absolutely necessary for them to keep some money. Seeing that Zia Ryufai was determined, Hu Zai's mother could only agree to this condition helplessly. Only then did Zia Ryufai accept the bank card. Lin Kaiou said happily, all right, now that the matter is settled, can we go eat? We still have to look at the house later. Let's go, let's eat, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. The three of them arrived at the restaurant on the first floor and ate a buffet with their meal vouchers. Then they sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and chatted for a while. When it was about time, they went out and took a taxi straight to the Forestry Bureau's residence. Wu Liqian had already informed them, so the landlord was already waiting at the entrance of the residence. After greeting them, he brought Zia Ryufai and the others to see the house. Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiou were very satisfied with the house. It was not high-rise, and although the house was not big, it was fully functional. The security in the residence was better, and it was only 2 stops away from Lin Kaiou's school. It could be said that to be very suitable. Hence, Zia Ryufai signed a rental agreement with the landlord on the spot and rented this house in his name. Because Wu Liqian had already contacted the landlord, the rent was so cheap that it made one's hair stand on end. It only cost 800 yuan a month, so Zia Ryufai decided to pay the landlord half a year's rent in one go. Half a year later, Hu Zai's mother would definitely be completely healed, and it was time for Lin Kaiou to go to university, so she did not have to stay here anymore. The landlord passed them the key and left. Lin Kaiou happily looked around the house. Seeing an innocent smile on Lin Kaiou's face, Zia Ryufai felt very relieved. Although the house was fully equipped with appliances, there were no bedsheets or blankets yet, so after everyone stayed in the house for a while, Zia Ryufai took a taxi to send the mother and daughter back to the city government guest house. They planned to stay there for another night and officially move in the next day. The next morning, Zia Ryufai first went to the bank to transfer 400,000 yuan from Hu Zai's mother's card to his account. His financial difficulties, which had begun to be tight again, immediately eased. Then he went straight to the Oriental department store in the center of Three Mountain City and began his shopping spree. From bedsheets and bedding to kitchen supplies like pots and pans, and also some daily necessities, or even small things like hangers, toilet paper, as long as Zia Ryufai could think of it, he would buy everything. After buying everything, Zia Ryufai had spent more than 10,000 yuan because he tried his best to buy everything from big brands, so the price was naturally not cheap. There were so many things that even a taxi could not fit them all. Zia Ryufai directly called for a small van. When they arrived at the Forestry Bureau's residential building, he had to make several trips before he finished moving everything. Then Zia Ryufai personally cleaned the house from inside out. He placed all the things he had bought in place and even made the bed. Then he entered the spiritual space to retrieve a lot of super vegetables and placed them in the refrigerator in the kitchen. After finishing all this, the morning had passed. Zia Ryufai sent a message to Ling Kingsu and told her to return to the forestry department residence after school at noon. Then he took a taxi to the city government's guest house to pick up Hu Zai's mother. At noon, Zia Ryufai personally cooked, mainly using super vegetables as ingredients, and made lunch. The three of them had a meal at home together as a housewarming celebration. The deliciousness of the super vegetables made Hu Zai's mother eat half a bowl of rice more. Ling Kingsu almost swallowed her tongue and exclaimed that it was too delicious. Zia Ryufai smiled and said that there were still a lot of these vegetables in the fridge. He asked Ling Kingsu and the others to tell him after finishing them, and he would send them over. After lunch, Zia Ryufai bade farewell and left. The mother and daughter had finally settled down. Before leaving, Zia Ryufai left the bank card with the remaining 100,000 yuan at their house. At the same time, he left a small mineral water bottle of petal solution. Of course, it was a special mixture with grape juice and soda water. Then Zia Ryufai returned to the rental house in the shanty town and began to pack his things, preparing to move house himself. It was much simpler for Zia Ryufai to move on his own. The precious items were all in the spiritual map space. He only needed to put the few items he left in the house into the spiritual map space. He quickly gathered his things, called the landlord, left the room key on the back of the refrigerator in the communal kitchen, and left the shantytown rental house. As for the deposit that he had paid for 2 months of rent, Zia Ryufai did not mention it at all. This was because he knew that even if he cut his tongue, that fierce landlady would not return him a single cent. He might as well not waste his effort. As he walked through the alleys of the shanty town, Zia Ryufai suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing the most important thing. Zia Ryufai thought that although the resort villa in the suburbs was very convenient, it was built on the premise that there were cars. If he did not have his own car, taking a taxi would not be a long-term solution. Moreover, if he were to travel to and fro the city from the villa, he would still have to walk a long way to reach the highway. It would be too inconvenient to take a minibus. Hence, buying a car had become Zia Ryufai's top priority. Fortunately, when Zia Ryufai retired, he had already converted his military license to a local driving license. Now, he only needed to buy a car to drive. Hence, Zia Ryufai was in no hurry to go to the villa in the suburbs. He planned to settle the matter of the car in the afternoon. Zia Ryufai did not hesitate much on the choice of model before deciding to buy a pickup. Although he had nearly 500,000 yuan on hand now and could totally buy a good joint venture car, money had to be spent on the blade. There was still a lot to spend in the future. Besides, Zia Ryufai was not someone who liked to show off. From a practical point of view, a pickup was undoubtedly the most suitable. Because at this stage, Zia Ryufai would definitely need to transport things often, such as mailing succulent seedlings, buy flower pots, cardboard boxes, vegetable seeds, farm tools, and so on. If he bought a luxury car or SUV, he would not put it to much use. After making up his mind, Zia Ryufai took a taxi straight to the Huaxia Motor City in the southern suburbs. There were many car shops there. It did not take long for Zia Ryufai to buy a pickup car that cost about 100,000 yuan. This pickup car was also the most popular model in the country and was very practical. Zia Ryufai paid the full amount on the spot. The car shop also sent some conventional gifts such as film patches, foot pads, and fenders. Zia Ryufai added another 2,000 yuan and asked for the trunk cover for the back of the car. He also entrusted the car store to handle the license plates and insurance. This was not a popular car model from a big brand, so there were available cars for collection on the spot. After Zia Rufai and the other staff of the car store installed the window film and fenders in place, they drove out of the shop. Although the license plate would take a few days to arrive, with the purchase receipt for the new car, it would not be a problem even if he encountered traffic police on the way. After leaving the car shop, Zia Rufai drove to buy some cardboard boxes, transparent tape, foam strips, bubble bags, and other things for packing and mailing. Then he went to the electronic city to buy a new computer and a printer. He bought a few boxes of printing paper before driving back to his vacation villa in the suburbs with a full truckload. After returning to the villa, Zia Rufai first arranged his life matters. He chose a large room on the second floor facing the sea with a small balcony and its own bathroom as his bedroom. After carefully locking the door and drawing the curtains, Zia Rufai took out the spiritual map and entered the spiritual map space with the cardboard box and other packed items. Then, he brought his beddings and daily necessities out of the space. It took a moment to make the bed and place some of the daily necessities in place. Then Zia Rufai connected the new desktop and printer in his bedroom. The room's internet interfaces were already made, and the landlord had paid for a year's worth of broadband, so he could go online as soon as he was connected. Zia Rufai first went to his Taobao platform to collate all the orders and printed them out in a form. Then, he entered the spiritual map space with the order information. He was prepared to pack the succulent seedlings in the space and send out the delivery as soon as possible. That was a transaction of 110,000 yuan. The sooner the customer received the goods, the sooner he would get the money. As for why he had chosen to pack it in the space, it was naturally because the 10 times faster time flow would save him a lot of time. Now, the most precious thing to Zia Rufai was undoubtedly time. After entering the space, Zia Rufai distributed the goods according to the contents of each order. After gathering the succulent seedlings for an order, he started packing. Before packing, he would first water them with the spiritual pond water. Then he would wrap each pot of succulent seedlings in a bubble bag and tie them tightly with tape. After placing all the seedlings into the cardboard box, he would fill the gaps with foam strips. Finally, he would seal the cardboard box tightly with transparent tape and paste the order number on the outside. It could be said that there was extreme protection, and it could basically avoid damage to the succulent seedlings caused by the violent sorting of packages. There were more than 100 pots of succulent seedlings, and a total of more than 40 orders. It took Zia Rufai more than 5 hours to pack them up, of course. It was only half an hour in the outside world. Zia Rufai took a lot of effort to bring all 40 over cardboard boxes out of the spiritual map space. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the pond water to recover his energy, he carried the cardboard boxes into the pickup truck and drove straight to Changping County. It was only a 10-minute drive from here to the county city, which was much closer than returning to the city. He had checked the map online before setting off, so he quickly found a branch of the parcel forwarder. Zia Rufai asked the staff for a stack of delivery slips and began to fill in the delivery slips according to the order information. After filling one slip, he pasted it on the corresponding cardboard box according to the order number. Finally, he weighed and counted the money. While filling out the delivery form, the store's television was broadcasting the local news. The county television station announced that Deputy Chief Zheng of the county's Public Security Bureau was being investigated by the organization. At the same time, Zhang Qiang and his son were also suspected of crimes and were arrested by the local police. They were also on the county television news. Zia Rufai could not help but reveal a pleased expression. This was really satisfying. After venting his anger, Zia Rufai was in a good mood, and the speed at which he filled in the delivery form was much faster. Soon he had all the sheets filled and pasted. A few staff members helped him carry the cardboard boxes in and weigh them. There were more than 40 orders, and the delivery fee alone was more than 500 yuan. He was not a mere customer given that he had sent so many parcels in one go, so the post office staff's attitude was very good. After Zia Rufai paid, the staff member gave him a receipt and said, "Sir, if you send packages regularly and in large quantities, we can sign an agreement. You can give us a call when the time comes and we'll go straight to your place to collect them, and there can be a certain discount on the delivery fees." "Sure," Zia Rufai said without thinking. "I have about 40 to 50 orders every month. There might be more in the future, but I live a little far away. It's about a 10-minute drive from the county city. Is that okay?" "That won't be a problem," the staff said. "Here's a sample of the agreement. You can take a look. In your case, we can give you a 20 discount. If the collaboration is long, the cost might be even lower." Zia Rufai took it and browsed through it before nodding. "No problem. Let's sign the agreement." The staff immediately found a manager. After registering Zia Rufai's ID number and address, they quickly typed out an agreement and signed it together. The manager shook hands with Zia Rufai and said, "Happy cooperation." Zia Rufai said with a smile, "By the way, Mr. Zia, you can also bring some delivery slips back," the manager said. "Our official website has a delivery slip template for download." You just have to fill in the information according to the template on the computer, and you can print the delivery slips directly. Really? Zia Ryufai said happily. That's great. Get me 100 first. After filling in more than 40 delivery forms, Zia Ryufai's hands were sore. If he could print them directly, it would indeed be a lot easier. A few minutes later, Zia Ryufai left the place with a stack of delivery slips. He'd just driven the pickup back to the resort house. Before he could get out of the car, the phone on the console rang. Zia Ryufai turned off the engine and pulled up the handbrake before picking up his phone. When he saw that it was Ling Kingsu calling, he immediately picked it up. Kingsu, Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Are you au fait? Where are you? I just came to your house and a woman said you've moved away. Ling Kingsu asked anxiously. Zia Ryufai laughed and asked, was it a middle-aged woman who spoke very harshly? Zia Ryufai had already guessed that the woman Ling Kingsu was talking about was the fierce landlady. Although the fierce landlady could earn 2 months' deposit for free, he was in such a hurry to check out the house. She must be worried that the house had been damaged or something had happened, so she would definitely come to check it out at once. Yup, you sound like you've eaten gunpowder. Ling Kingsu's tone was still a little indignant. You're getting impatient after asking a few more questions. Oh, you haven't said anything yet. Why did he suddenly move? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, what are you thinking? Didn't you say yesterday that my living environment was too bad? I thought that what you said made sense, so I simply found another place to live. Why, you're looking for me. Why didn't you make a call first? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to make a wasted trip? Nonsense. Didn't we agree to sign a supply contract in the next 2 days? Ling Kingsu pouted and said, I didn't think that you would go missing again. This time you're even worse. You even moved the entire house away. I'm sorry. Zia Ryufai apologized profusely. There's no hurry to sign the contract. It's getting late. We'll start supplying tomorrow, right? I'll give you an address and you can just ask the person who picks up the goods to bring the contract over. Ling Kingsu thought for a moment and said, that's fine too, but you're not allowed to disappear again. Don't worry. I'm still counting on those vegetables to make a lot of money. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. This is more like it. Ling Kingsu chuckled. The two of them chatted for a while more before they hung up. Zia Ryufai sent the address of the holiday villa to Ling Kingsu. Then Zia Ryufai used WeChat to share his location with Ling Kingsu. This way, he would not have to worry about Ling Kingsu's men not being able to find him tomorrow. Zia Ryufai returned to his room and opened the Taobao platform on his computer. He confirmed the delivery of each order and entered the express delivery number. After he was done, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and then put on his slippers and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare food. After dinner, Zia Ryufai gave Liang Kichou a call to express his gratitude. He also told him that the succulent seedlings had been delivered and asked him to check and receive them in the next few days. Liang Kichou was very happy. At the same time, he kept reminding Zia Ryufai not to forget about the white-skinned lunar boundary. Zia Ryufai naturally agreed. Back in his room, Zia Ryufai carefully locked the door and took out the spirit map scroll. With a thought, he entered the medium. It had been 3 days since he plucked the petals. Zia Ryufai entered the medium and ran straight to the nameless plant by the pond. As expected, the tri-colored flower bloomed on the branch again. It had a natural charm that made Zia Ryufai focus his eyes on the flower. Zia Ryufai was completely at ease now. It seemed that the tri-colored flower's pattern was that once it was picked, it would recover in 3 days. He squatted in front of the tri-colored flower and admired it for a long time before reluctantly taking out a Lanat preservation box and a pair of tweezers. No matter how beautiful the tri-colored flower was, it would not grow again if it was not plucked. This was a strategic resource to Zia Ryufai, so once it grew, it had to be plucked and preserved well. Zia Ryufai carefully used a pair of tweezers to pick off all 3 petals and put them in a Tupperware. In addition to the 2 remaining petals from the last harvest, there were already 5 petals in the safety box. Zia Ryufai thought for a moment and reached out to pick up a petal with a pair of tweezers. Then he carefully extended his hand. The moment his hand touched the petal immediately burrowed into his palm. Immediately after, he felt a familiar warm current. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but moan in comfort. After absorbing the flower petal, Zia Ryufai could clearly feel that his body had been strengthened. This strengthening was all round, including his strength, hearing, vision, and reaction. Zia Ryufai had already made up his mind to harvest the petals every 3 days. He would keep 2 petals and absorb 1 for himself to strengthen his body. He felt that in the long run, there would definitely be unexpected benefits. There was still a lot of the medicinal liquid that he had mixed for Hu Zai's mother's treatment. Zia Ryufai filled another bottle of mineral water and was prepared to send another bottle to Hu Zai's mother in a few days. At the same time, he took out the small stainless steel wine pot he bought a few days ago and filled it with the medicinal liquid. This flat wine pot could be carried with him, and he could take it out at any time in an emergency. The next morning, Zia Ryufai woke up and went into the spirit map space to harvest the ripe vegetables. After weighing them, he placed about 20 caddies of each type of vegetable in a basket and brought it outside. Zia Ryufai had also sprinkled a lot of space pond water on the vegetables. To a certain extent, it could replace the preservation effect of the spirit map space. After moving the vegetable basket to the small garage on the first floor, Zia Ryufai went to make breakfast for himself. The breakfast was also very simple. It was all ready-made bread and milk. After heating it a little, they finished the meal. At around 8 o'clock, Zia Ryufai heard a honking sound from outside the villa. He stood up and looked outside. He saw a white van parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Zia Ryufai walked out. When he passed by the door, he pressed the remote control to open the courtyard door. When they reached the villa's courtyard, Zia Ryufai realized that Ling Kingsu's flashy orange Porsche 911 was right behind the small truck. He could not help but smile bitterly. This girl had still come personally. The two cars stopped and Ling Kingsu quickly got out of the Porsche 911. The moment she saw Zia Ryufai, she shouted, "Ryufai, this place you found is really good. Facing the sea, flowers blooming in the warm spring. Not bad, you're directly buying a big villa." Zia Ryufai greeted him with a smile and said, "How can I afford it? I rented this." At this moment, a man in his late 20s got down from the front passenger seat of the small truck. When he saw Ling Kingsu and Zia Ryufai chatting happily, he could not help but look at Zia Ryufai warily. Then he quickened his pace and walked towards the two. The man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He wore a pair of glasses and looked decent. He walked in front of the two of them and glanced at Zia Ryufai. Then he said, "Kingsu, is this our new supplier? Introduce me to them." Ling Kingsu's brows furrowed slightly as she said, "Manager He, I've reminded you more than once. You can call me Manager Ling or Miss Ling, but please don't call me Kingsu. Our personal relationship is not that close." Manager He's face turned red and white. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ling Kingsu looked at Zia Ryufai and smiled. "Are you au fait? This is Hidong, the manager of our Lingjai restaurant chain's procurement department. The procurement department is in charge of signing all the supply contracts for our food ingredients procurement." Ling Kingsu had no intention of introducing Zia Ryufai to Hidong. She said indifferently, "Manager He, please take out the contract." Zia Ryufai saw Ling Kingsu's frosty expression in front of others. Even if he did not have any other thoughts about Ling Kingsu, he still felt a little proud. As the host, he had to be polite, so Zia Ryufai took the initiative to extend his hand to Hidong and said with a faint smile, "Manager He, nice to meet you. I'm Zia Ryufai." Hidong ignored Zia Ryufai's outstretched hand. His dark eyes swept over Zia Ryufai, not hiding his hostility at all. Then he said to Ling Kingsu in a business-like tone, "Manager Ling, the chairman has always emphasized the strict control of ingredients. Before coming here this time, the chairman has also specifically emphasized the issue of food safety, so before signing the contract, I still have a few questions to confirm with Mr. Zia. Please understand." Ling Kingsu's eyes flashed with anger. However, Ling's restaurant was a large-scale chain enterprise that was even looking to go public in the future. It was not something that those small family workshops could compare to. The company had its own rules. Even if she was the chairman's daughter, she still had to follow them. Hidong precisely grasped this point and occupied the moral high ground first. Ling Kingsu snorted and said, "Hurry up, the restaurant is still waiting for these dishes." Hidong revealed a fake smile and said, "It'll be quick, it's just a routine inquiry." Ling Kingsu turned to look at Zia Ryufai. Her eyes were apologetic and uneasy. She was afraid that Zia Ryufai would be angry. Zia Ryufai smiled at her and shook his head to show that he didn't mind. When Hidong saw the two of them making eyes at each other, an unknown fire rose in his heart. His gaze towards Zia Ryufai was filled with coldness. He put on a serious face and asked, "Mr. Zia, although you were recommended by Manager Ling, Ling's restaurant is a famous chain in Sanshan City. We have very high safety standards for our ingredients. May I ask if you have your own vegetable planting base?" "Not yet, but it will be built soon." Zia Ryufai replied indifferently. "That means there's no one." Hidong said coldly with a dead fish face, then continued to ask, "Then do the vegetables you provided have an inspection and quarantine certificate issued by an authoritative organization?" "No, I didn't." Zia Ryufai shook his head. "These new vegetables are the latest research. You don't have to explain." Hidong interrupted Zia Ryufai and said, "This is clearly a 3-no-none product. It's impossible for Lingjai to acquire it. I'm sorry, Manager Ling, but I can't sign this contract. P.S. Sweat, the scheduled update is out of order again. Next time I'll definitely manually update the gun." "Hidong, what are you trying to do?" Hearing this, Ling Kingsu's anger surged and she rebuked loudly, "I personally confirmed the collaboration with Zia Ryufai. Who are you to deny it?" Hidong revealed an innocent expression as he spread his hands and said, "Manager Ling, I'm doing this for the sake of the public." He was also acting according to the company's regulations. The standards and principles of the procurement department were personally decided by the chairman, and I don't dare to violate them. "Mr. Zia, you don't have a qualified vegetable plantation base, nor do you have the identification certificate from the relevant organization. I really don't dare to purchase such products. Zia Ruifai could feel Hidong's deep enmity towards him. Although he was not clear about the whole story, he could roughly guess it. It was probably because Hidong had some feelings for Ling Kingsu and thus treated him as a love rival. Under such circumstances, Zia Ruifai decided to just stand by and watch. Ling Kingsu snorted and said, "Hidong, stop talking nonsense. I've personally tested and tasted these new vegetables. Would I harm my own company?" Hidong glanced at Zia Ruifai and said in a strange tone, "Manager Ling, you're the little princess of Lingjai FB, of course. You wouldn't do anything bad to the company on purpose. However, I'm worried that you're still inexperienced and have been deceived by someone. A few thousand yuan a day is indeed nothing to Lingjai Restaurant, but if these ingredients have safety issues, it won't be as simple as a few thousand yuan. That will be a devastating blow to Lingjai Restaurant's brand image." The more Hidong spoke, the more serious his words became. He made it seem like everything he did was for the company. Ling Kingsu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stared at Hidong. "Manager He, it seems that you've been doing too well in the company recently, and you're not able to maintain your position. I think you don't want to work in Lingjai FB anymore." Hidong had an aggrieved expression as he said, "In all honesty, I have always been loyal to the company. Even if Miss Ling wants to fire me because of today's incident, I will still stick to my principles. But I believe that Uncle Ling, no, Chairman Ling will understand my difficulties." It was obvious that this Hidong didn't seem to be afraid and didn't take Ling Kingsu's threat seriously. Ling Kingsu's perky chest heaved up and down in anger, and she glared at Hidong with her almond-shaped eyes, as if they were about to spew fire. This was clearly the prelude to her rage. It was only then that Zia Ruifai used his eyes to stop Ling Kingsu. Then with a faint smile, he looked at Hidong and asked, "Manager He, I have a question to ask." "You say it." Hidong's eyes flashed with pride as he looked down at Zia Ruifai. "You haven't seen the new vegetable I've been providing since you came in, have you?" Zia Ruifai asked. The corners of Hidong's mouth twitched and he said arrogantly, "I don't need to look. You don't even have the most basic qualifications, so you're not qualified to be a supplier of our Lingjai FB. Hidong, don't be too arrogant." Ling Kingsu chided. Hidong shrugged and said, "Manager Ling, although it's not nice to hear, it's the truth. All of our vegetable ingredients come from the green planting base that the company has a share in. Pure green vegetables have always been a sign of our company's publicity. Mr. Zia's so-called new vegetable, in my opinion, has an unknown origin. As the procurement manager, I have the right to reject this purchase." Before Ling Kingsu could speak, Zia Ruifai waved his hand to stop her. Then he looked at Hidong and asked, "So you're saying there's no way to talk about this business?" Hidong had a mocking smile on his face as he said, "You think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for Kingsu's insistence, would I have the time to listen to your nonsense? Do you know how busy I am every day?" After he finished speaking, Hidong looked around with a proud expression and continued, "This house looks like something, but I think I heard you say something just now. You rented it, right?" Then he looked at the pickup truck that was parked at the side and sneered, "Mr. Zia's car is quite new. Could it be that you rented it? But I don't think that's the case. You can probably afford a small pickup." Seeing that Hidong was getting more and more excited, Ling Kingsu finally couldn't hold back her anger. She coldly rebuked, "Hidong, you're too much. Apologize to Ruo Fei immediately." Zia Ruifai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for an apology, but since the business deal has failed, can I trouble Manager He to help me close the door from the outside?" Hidong didn't react in time and subconsciously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zia Ruifai said indifferently, "I mean." When he said this, he suddenly raised his voice several times, and his voice became extremely sharp. "I told you to FC King, get as far away as you can." Hidong jumped in shock and subconsciously took a step back. Then he revealed a resentful expression and pointed at Zia Ruifai with a trembling finger. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Zia Ruifai looked at Hidong with disdain and turned to the small truck driver. "Sir, please drive the car back. I'm really sorry for making you come here in vain." The driver was also an employee of Lingjai Restaurant. When he heard this, he turned his questioning gaze to Ling Kingsu. Ling Kingsu sighed inwardly. She knew that this matter would definitely not be completed today, so she nodded her head slightly. After getting permission, the driver jumped into the driver's seat and started the car without saying a word. He then drove out of the villa yard. Zia Ruifai strode towards Hidong. Hidong looked at the aggressive Zia Ruifai and was scared. He asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? Don't come over. Do you dare to touch me?" Zia Ruifai walked to Hidong in a few steps and grabbed his collar with one hand. Like picking up a little chick, he lifted Hidong up with one hand and threw him lightly. Hidong's entire body flew up and landed right on his butt outside the courtyard door. Zia Ruifai clapped his hands and said, "No problem. I don't have much to do today, so I can definitely be a good listener. Come, 1013, come in. You haven't seen my new home yet. Come in and take a look. You're not welcome in my territory. If you don't get lost, your legs will be broken." Hidong groaned as he got up from the ground, and he shouted in exasperation, "Just you wait. HMPH. As long as I'm in Lingjai FB, don't even think about your vegetables coming in. You country bumpkin. Zia Ryufai pretended to chase after him. Hidong was so scared that he peed his pants and ran to the small truck. He pulled open the door and got in. His movements were more agile than a monkey. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'll make it clear today, I'm going to let all of my vegetables enter Lingjai FB. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay until that day." The small truck quickly drove away from the villa. Ling Kingsu was still in the courtyard with an apologetic look on her face. She walked in front of Zia Ryufai and said in a low voice, "Ryufai, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "Student Kingsu, it seems like you still haven't established your prestige as the Lingjai's young miss. Even a small department manager is disobeying you." Ling Kingsu's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, "The situation here is a little complicated. Let me slowly explain to you." Zia Ryufai quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just joking. I don't have any intention of blaming you. Besides, you don't have to explain anything to me." Ling Kingsu glanced at Zia Ryufai with a hint of resentment in her eyes and said, "Then I want to complain to you. Is that okay?" Zia Ryufai chuckled and said, "No problem. I don't have much to do today, so I can definitely be a good listener. Come in. You haven't seen my new home yet. Come in and take a look." When Ling Kingsu heard this, the haze in her heart seemed to dissipate. A bright smile appeared on her face as she said, "All right. I'd like to try your cooking again at noon. Is that okay?" Zia Ryufai said readily, "No problem." The two of them walked into the villa together. Ling Kingsu seemed to have forgotten about the unhappiness caused by Hidong earlier. She was admiring the villa as she looked around, very envious of Zia Ryufai's living environment. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but find it funny and asked, "Can you not be so exaggerated? You're the little princess of Lingji FB. What villa can't you afford to live in? What's a small holiday villa like this?" Ling Kingsu rolled her eyes at Zia Ryufai and said, "What do you know? I'm envious of your freedom. Living alone in a house facing the sea, doing whatever you want without any restrictions." Ling Kingsu's tone seemed to have dropped a little. Zia Ryufai said, "Tell me, what was going on with this Hidong? I don't think he's as simple as a department manager in your company." Ling Kingsu sighed and walked straight to the sofa in the living room. She sat down and then began to tell Zia Ryufai. It turned out that Hidong's relationship with the Ling family wasn't shallow. Hidong's father, He Xiangjun, and Ling Kingsu's father, Ling Xiaoshan, were comrades in arms. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that He Xiangjun had once saved Ling Xiaoshan's life, and because of that, He Xiangjun had been permanently disabled. Back then, both of them had served in a military unit in southern Yunnan province. He Xiangjun was Ling Xiaoshan's squad leader. Due to historical reasons, a large number of mines had been left in the border area, and the two of them had belonged to a unit that specialized in mine clearance. That year, during the minesweeper operation at the border, Ling Xiaoshan had accidentally touched a mine, and He Xiangjun, who was beside him, had pushed him away. Yet his own legs had been blown apart. Later on, He Xiangjun returned home as a disabled soldier, and Ling Xiaoshan also left the army after his service was up and returned to his hometown to start a business. Although one of them was in the southeast province and the other was in Yubei province, Ling Xiaoshan had always been concerned about He Xiangdong's life. Especially after his business had grown bigger and bigger, he had often sponsored He Xiangjun's family. As He Xiangjun's only son, Ling Xiaoshan had borne all of Hidong's expenses from elementary school until he graduated from his master's degree. Moreover, after Hidong graduated from Yubei University, Ling Xiaoshan had directly absorbed him into Lingjai FB. After training in a basic position for a period of time, Ling Xiaoshan had entrusted him with the important task of being the manager of an important department like the procurement department. Ling Xiaoshan had always felt that he owed He Xiangjun, so he had spared no effort in nurturing Hidong. It could be said that he thought highly of Hidong. Ling Kingsu naturally wouldn't say anything about this. She also felt that it was only natural. However, what truly troubled Ling Kingsu was that Hidong had launched a fierce offensive on her since the first time they had met, making Ling Kingsu unable to bear it. But because of He Xiangjun, Ling Kingsu couldn't show Hidong too much face. Today's situation was also because Hidong's attitude towards Zia Ryufai had completely infuriated Ling Kingsu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have flipped out on the spot. What made Ling Kingsu even more vexed was that she had mentioned to Ling Xiaoshan that Hidong had wooed her, and she had also clearly expressed that she had no feelings for Hidong, hoping that Ling Xiaoshan would step forward and tactfully persuade Hidong. She didn't expect Ling Xiaoshan to persuade her to interact more with Hidong. This instantly gave Ling Kingsu an ominous premonition. She guessed that Ling Xiaoshan might have the intention of matchmaking her and Hidong to repay her kindness. Although Ling Xiaoshan wouldn't interfere too much in his daughter's love life, his silent approval was like a shot in the arm for Hidong, making him even more motivated. Now that everyone in the company knew about it, Ling Kingsu was naturally very vexed. After hearing Ling Kingsu's words, Zia Rufai could not help but feel speechless. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but did not know where to start. For a moment, the living room was silent. After a long while, Ling Kingsu forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's nothing. As long as I don't agree, my dad won't force me to do something I don't want to do." Zia Rufai smiled and said, "That's true. What era are we in now? There's no such thing as arranged marriage or marrying someone to repay a debt of gratitude anymore." Ling Kingsu nodded and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Rufai, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't know that Hidong would suddenly make things difficult for you on purpose, and he even said such nasty things." Zia Rufai's eyes lit up and he said, "This has nothing to do with you. However, this Hidong was indeed asking for a beating. After hearing what you said, I feel that Hidong's father is indeed a man. He's definitely a competent squad leader in the army, but he's not good at educating children." Ling Kingsu's eyes flashed with worry as she said, "Ruo Fei, you must not do anything rash. I'll talk to my dad when I get back. Your new vegetables are very important to Ling JFB. He'll definitely listen to my opinion and sign a supply contract with you." Zia Rufai smiled and shook his head. "Kingsu, don't worry about this for now. I have my own way of dealing with it." Ling Kingsu wanted to say something but stopped. Zia Rufai chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely reserve the stock I promised you. Not a caddy less, it'll just be a few days later." "That's good." Ling Kingsu patted her chest lightly and pretended to be relieved. "I thought you were so angry that you didn't want to work with our Ling Jai restaurant anymore." "Why would I?" Zia Rufai smiled and said, "I still have to give face to my old classmate." Zia Rufai smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this, Killjoy. Speak. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll personally cook later." Ling Kingsu immediately cheered, but before she could say anything, the phone in her bag rang. She took out her phone and looked at Zia Rufai. "It's my dad." Zia Rufai smiled and raised his chin, indicating for her to answer the call. Ling Kingsu picked up the phone and said, "Dad." "What, Dad? It's not like what Hidong said." "Aya, Dad, listen to me." "Okay, I know." Ling Kingsu's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. In the end, she hung up the phone sullenly and said angrily, "Hidong is actually the villain who filed a complaint first. You went to my dad's place to stir up trouble. My dad wants me to go back to the company immediately." Zia Rufai shrugged and asked, "Then you're prepared to?" Ling Kingsu snorted and said, "I'll go back. I was just about to tell my dad about this." If it wasn't for our relationship, Ling Jai would have missed a great opportunity to get out of this predicament. If it's really like that, then Hidong can hardly absolve himself of the blame. If it could be said that Ling Kingsu had only been a little annoyed with Hidong in the past, then she now thoroughly loathed him. Zia Rufai smiled and said, "You can go back and talk to your father, but don't get into a conflict with him because of this. Believe me, I can handle this." "All right, I understand." Ling Kingsu said obediently. She then added, "Then you must remember that you owe me a meal, and it's the kind that requires you to personally cook." Zia Rufai laughed. I remember. I'll make it up to you the next time you come." Ling Kingsu laughed and said, "I'll go back first then." Zia Rufai nodded. Only then did Ling Kingsu pick up her handbag and walk out of the villa. Zia Rufai sent her out and watched her get into the Porsche 911. He smiled and waved at her, then watched the sports car drive away. As he turned around and walked back to the villa, the image of Ling Kingsu's beautiful smile kept flashing in Zia Rufai's mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and think, "Don't tell me that I'm really having some thoughts about this girl." In fact, after Zia Rufai recovered from his terminal illness, his mentality had quietly changed. Ling Kingsu was also a first-class beauty. It was obvious that she had feelings for Zia Rufai. She was even more proactive in their relationship. Zia Rufai was not a saint. He had unconsciously developed some feelings for her, but he did not notice it. Zia Rufai got rid of these distracting thoughts and started to think about what had happened today. Hidong's words and actions today had already angered Zia Rufai. In the military, he was known for his unwillingness to admit defeat. If he didn't fight back after Hidong deliberately made things difficult and humiliated him today, then he wouldn't be the blood wolf that made his enemies tremble in fear. Zia Rufai's most powerful counterattack weapon was naturally the new super-quality vegetables. He already had a rough idea, and now that he had sat down and thought for a long time, the plan in his heart gradually took shape. Zia Rufai's lips curled into a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "Hidong, I'll definitely give you an unforgettable lesson this time." Zia Rufai got up and went to the villa's garage. He put all the new vegetables he had prepared in the morning into the spirit map space and watered the succulents in the space pool. After leaving the spirit map space, Zia Rufai saw that it was still early, so he drove back to San Shan City and went straight to the seed company. He bought some new vegetable seeds, which were still the same as before. At the same time, he also bought some pumpkin, radish, and Chinese yam seeds. Although Zia Rufai's cooperation with Ling's restaurant had been temporarily thwarted because of Hidong's interference, the plan to expand the planting still had to be implemented. Zia Rufai even planned to explore ways to plant vegetables in the outside world without greatly reducing the quality. Therefore, he bought more seeds this time to avoid running to the seed company again and again. After all, the spirit map space had an amazing preservation function. Then Zia Ryufai found a chain supermarket and bought some pork, beef, ribs, and other ingredients. He was ready to bring them back to the holiday villa to eat super vegetables. Although it was good, Zia Ryufai could not stand not having meat every day. Especially after absorbing the flower petals, his body's absorption ability seemed to have improved a lot. His appetite was much larger than before. Zia Ryufai knew that it was best to eat beef and mutton every day as it would help with muscle growth. After buying the things, Zia Ryufai drove back. When the car was about to reach the holiday villa, he received a call from Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian had told him that Professor Tian had been discharged from the hospital, and Tian Huilan wanted to treat him to dinner tonight. Since they had already agreed to it, Zia Ryufai did not reject and agreed immediately. However, when Wu Liqian offered to send a car to pick him up, he politely declined. He said that it was not so troublesome and that he could go directly by himself. Zia Ryufai was Tian Huilan's distinguished guest. Since he insisted on not having a car pick him up, Wu Liqian could only let him be. After a few polite words, she told him that she would send him the location of the meal later. After the call, Zia Ryufai placed his phone on the dashboard and continued to drive. Not long after, his phone beeped with a text message notification, but Zia Ryufai did not look at it and continued to drive seriously. Back at the holiday villa, Zia Ryufai put all the beef, mutton, and seeds into the spirit map space. With this magical space, the refrigerator in the house was basically just a decoration. At most, it could be used as a cover when there were guests. After keeping his things, Zia Ryufai turned on his phone. The text message was from Wu Liqian. The dinner location was at a rather famous private club in Sanshan City called West River Moon. Zia Ryufai took a look at the message and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a brilliant idea. At around 5 p.m., Zia Ryufai left the villa in his pickup. There was a small vegetable basket in the front passenger seat of his car. There was a large amount of spinach, a few tomatoes, and a few eggplants in it. These were the new vegetables that Zia Ryufai had picked out from the spirit map space in the afternoon. He brought these vegetables to the banquet and naturally had a complete plan in his heart. The West River Moon Club was located in the 5A scenic area in the city center, Sanfang Chi Street. It was an ancient building complex, and several ancient alleys ran through it. Cars were not allowed in the entire area. Hence, Zia Ryufai found a parking lot outside the area and parked the pickup. Then he carried his basket and walked into the area. The club was located in the yellow lane in the center of the scenic area. It was transformed from an old house that occupied a large area. Overall style was antique and full of oriental charm. The appointed time was 6 o'clock. When Zia Ryufai arrived at the West River Moon Club at around 5:50, he found Wu Liqian already waiting at the door. "Sis Wu," Zia Ryufai walked up quickly with a smile on his face. "Little Zia is here." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Please come in. Mayor Tian and Professor Tian have already arrived. How can I let the mayor wait for me?" "I'm so sorry," Zia Ryufai said. "It's nothing." "You're the guest today," Wu Liqian said with a smile as she led the way. West River Moon Club maintained the style of an ancient building. Everything had the original antique flavor. The lattice windows, cloisters, and exquisitely carved cornices made people feel as if they had gone through time. Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of an elegant private room. Just as Wu Liqian was about to knock on the door, Zia Ryufai stopped her and said, "Sis Wu, I brought some new vegetables that my friend cultivated. Can I trouble you to ask the kitchen to use these ingredients to cook a few dishes? I would like Professor Tian and Mayor Tian to try it together." Wu Liqian was stunned for a moment, but she immediately smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Then she said to the waiter at the door, "Please invite your President Zheng over." "All right." The waiter quickly said a few words through the walkie-talkie, and a few minutes later, a fat man in a suit rushed over with a humble smile on his face. He greeted them from afar. "Director Wu, do you have any orders?" Wu Liqian told President Zheng about Zia Ryufai's request, and President Zheng agreed to ask the customers to bring the ingredients for processing. It was a common thing, but usually the other customers would bring rare and precious ingredients, while Zia Ryufai only took some vegetables. Zia Ryufai passed the basket to President Zheng and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, President Zheng." President Zheng quickly said that he didn't deserve it. Then he greeted them and personally brought the vegetable basket to the kitchen. Wu Liqian walked to the door of the private room and knocked on it gently. Then she pushed the door open and gestured for Zia Ryufai to enter. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded at Wu Liqian. Then he walked in and Wu Liqian followed him into the private room. The private room was not too big and the decorations looked very ordinary. However, there was a hint of low-key luxury in the ordinary. Even Zia Ryufai, who did not know much about these things, could tell that the unassuming furniture and decorations in the private room were expensive. Tian Huilan was accompanying her father as they made tea. When they saw Zia Ryufai enter, Professor Tian immediately stood up personally. Naturally, Tian Huilan also stood up. Young man, I've finally found you. Professor Tian laughed and said, if I didn't have a daughter who is a mayor, I might never have found you again. Xia Ruifai hurried to the two of them and said, Professor Tian, I really didn't do much that day. You don't have to be so polite. Tian Huilan smiled and said, Little Xia, my father taught me since I was young that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, let alone a life-saving grace. Yup, now, when many people see an old man fall to the ground, they avoid him like the plague. Professor Tian sighed. Under such circumstances, little Xia stepped forward bravely and even displayed her miraculous hands of rejuvenation. I owe her a great debt of gratitude. I don't dare. Xia Ruifai quickly said, Professor Tian, you're being too serious. Ha ha ha. Professor Tian laughed heartily and said, Little Xia, there aren't many young people like you these days. You have to accompany me for a drink or two today. Then Professor Tian furrowed his brows and turned to Tian Huilan. By the way, why hasn't Yao Yu arrived yet? Tian Huilan quickly said, she just texted me that she was delayed by something at school. She's already on her way and should be here soon. Professor Tian showed an unhappy expression and said, I already told her to get there before 6, but it's already 6:05. Why doesn't this child have any sense of time? At this moment, a young girl's voice came from the door. Grandpa, you're talking bad about me again. Xia Ruifai looked up and saw a young and beautiful girl at the door of the room. She was wearing a pair of tight-fitting blue jeans and a loose, long Korean knitted shirt. She had a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet, a large silver bracelet on her tender arm, and a linen slanted bag on her back. She was full of youth. Although the young lady was only in her 20s, her body was already very mature. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin was very white, and her facial features were quite exquisite. She looked like a porcelain doll. At this time, the girl's delicate face had a hint of coquettishness. Her cherry-like lips were slightly pouted, and her big watery eyes looked at Professor Tian with grievance. Professor Tian said with a straight face, Yao Yu, didn't your mother tell you that tonight's banquet is very important? You're late and you're still in the right. Yao Yu lowered her head slightly and glanced at Professor Tian. She muttered, isn't it just 5 minutes late? You just love to go overboard. Although her voice was soft, Professor Tian heard it. He glared at Yao Yu and was about to reprimand her when Xia Ruifai saw this and quickly said, it's fine, it's fine. Professor Tian, isn't it just a simple meal? Besides, the timing is just right. Professor Tian's face brightened up a little and said, since Zio Xia interceded for you, let's forget about this. Don't be so undisciplined next time, understand. Yao Yu stuck out her tongue and said, oh, I know. When Professor Tian had criticized Yao Yu, Tian Huilan had remained silent. Although she was the mayor, she was still a dutiful daughter. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the situation. Fortunately, Xia was there. Otherwise, her stubborn father would have reprimanded Yao Yu. Tian Huilan said, little Xia, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Liu Yu, a student of the Three Mountains University. Yao Yu, this is Xia Ruifai, Grandpa's savior. Xia Ruifai took the initiative to smile and greet Liu Yu. Liu Yu sized Xia Ruifai up curiously, and Wu Liqian began to get busy asking the waiter to inform them to serve the dishes, prepare drinks, 1,619 wine, and other things. Then nodded at Xia Ruifai indifferently. Seeing this, Professor Tian's expression turned ugly. Tian Huilan quickly said, little Xia, everyone's here. Why don't we take our seats? All right, Xia Ruifai said. Professor Tian held back his anger and personally led Xia Ruifai to the round table. The group arrived at the round table. Professor Tian and Tian Huilan pulled Xia Ruifai to the main seat. Naturally, Xia Ruifai could not really sit down. After several rejections, Professor Tian took the main seat. Xia Ruifai and Tian Huilan sat on the left and right sides of Professor Tian. Liu Yu naturally sat beside her mother. Wu Liqian began to get busy asking the waiter to inform them to serve the dishes, prepare drinks, wine, and other things. Little Wu, sit down and eat together. These things can be done by the waiters. Tian Huilan said. This was a very private banquet, and it was basically a family dinner. The fact that Tian Huilan allowed Wu Liqian to sit at the table showed that she treated her as a trusted subordinate. Wu Liqian sat beside Xia Ruifai. She understood that her main task tonight was to serve Xia Ruifai well. Since the mayor was treating them to a meal, the West River Moon Club naturally made full preparations. Therefore, the dishes were served after they sat down for a while. After the wine was poured, Professor Tian raised his glass and said to Xia Ruifai, little Xia, I'll toast you the first glass of wine alone. If it wasn't for you, my old bones would have died there that day. Xia Ruifai smiled and clinked glasses with Professor Tian. The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine. Professor Tian laughed and said, I heard from Huilan that you're a retired soldier. Drinking is indeed refreshing. When an elder toasts, I can't not be happy. Xia Ruifai smiled and said he liked the old man's personality. Although he was a university professor, he didn't put on airs. He was down to earth and had a straightforward personality. Xia Ruifai, who was born in the military, liked to deal with people like this. By the way, Professor Tian, how's your recovery going? Xia Ruifai asked again. I'm all well, Professor Tian said happily. The test results showed that he was very healthy. Some of the indicators were even better than before. Little Zia, what you gave me that day must have been a miraculous elixir. In any case, the treatment in the people's hospital would definitely not be so effective. I understand them. Hearing this, Tian Hulan couldn't help but reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This old man really dared to say anything. Lu Yu also had a look of disapproval on her face. To be honest, Lu Yu's first impression of her grandfather's savior wasn't very good. The reason was ridiculous. She originally had an event to attend at school today, so she didn't want to come to this meal at all. However, Professor Tian insisted that she had to be there. He said that this was the only way that it could be considered a family banquet and a sign of sincerity. After she had arranged everything, she rushed to the club, but she was criticized by Professor Tian for being only 5 minutes late. In Lu Yu's opinion, all of this was because of Zia Ruofai. Moreover, Lu Yu's father had sacrificed himself for work when she was very young. Her mother had always been very busy with work and often could not take care of her. She lacked love and was naturally a little rebellious. In addition, Tian Hulan was now in a high position, so Lu Yu's personality had become a little arrogant. In her opinion, those who were close to her family most likely had ulterior motives, even if Zia Ruofai did not know who Professor Tian was when he saved him. Zia Ruofai did not know what Lu Yu was thinking. After hearing Professor Tian's words, he only smiled and said, "It's not really a panacea. It's just some Chinese medicine I made according to the ancient formula, and it just so happens that this liquid has a certain effect on myocardial infarction." Professor Tian sighed. China's traditional Chinese medicine is so profound. The funny thing is that some people look down on traditional Chinese medicine and even call them witch doctors. They're really frogs in a well. Fang Yang smiled and nodded, agreeing with Professor Tian. Then he thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Professor Tian, I also made some of the same liquid as last time. You can take it back and take a small amount of it regularly. Not only can it further improve heart and lung function, but it is also very useful for the health care of the elderly." Zia Ruofai took out a small, flat, stainless steel wine pot and handed it to Professor Tian. Zia Ruofai had originally prepared this for himself in case of an emergency. Today, he had hit it off with Professor Tian, so he simply gave it to him. He would just prepare another set for himself when the time came. "Oh, really? Then it would be impolite of me to refuse," Professor Tian said happily. Then he took the small wine pot as if it was a treasure and carefully put it in his pocket. Tian Hulan also said she didn't believe Zia Ruofai's medicine completely and even disapproved of it a little. In her opinion, the hospital was the main reason why her father could fully recover and even get better than before. Zia Ruofai's medicine had only controlled his condition during the first aid. However, Zia Ruofai had good intentions and he was her father's savior, so Tian Hulan still expressed her gratitude very politely. Lu Yu watched coldly from the side and muttered in her heart, "This is it, HMPH, ingratiating himself for no reason." The young lady had a preconceived idea and was not pleased with Zia Ruofai. She simply didn't say anything and only focused on eating. However, Zia Ruofai did not notice the change in Lu Yu's mood and continued to chat happily with Professor Tian. The two of them seemed to have become friends despite their age. And Tian Huilan could only occasionally interject with a sentence or two. As for Wu Liqian, she spent most of her time serving Zia Ruofai and pouring him wine. After eating for a while, someone knocked on the door. President Zheng of the club personally came in with a plate of stir-fried water spinach. Other than Zia Ruofai, everyone in the room looked at the water spinach in President Zheng's hand. The most ordinary stir-fried water spinach was emitting an alluring fragrance. Moreover, it looked really good. Every leaf was pure emerald green with a little crystal luster. It looked like a piece of jade art against the white plate. Even Tian Hulan couldn't help but take a few more glances, then smiled and asked President Zheng, "I don't think we ordered water spinach. Could it be that this is a new dish in your restaurant and you want us to try it?" President Zheng quickly said, "Mayor Tian, you've misunderstood. These are the ingredients brought by Mr. Zia. We were only responsible for processing them. There will be a few more dishes coming soon, and they will all be using the ingredients provided by Mr. Zia." "Oh, Zia, why did you bring your own food?" Tian Hulan couldn't help but find it funny as she turned to ask Zia Ruofai. Zia Ruofai smiled and explained, "Professor Tian, Mayor Tian, these are the new vegetables cultivated by a friend of mine. Not only are they pure green and pollution-free, but they also taste much better than the vegetables sold in the market. I brought them here today for everyone to try. The vegetables Mr. Zia brought are all of very high quality." President Zheng said from the side. The executive head chef of this small restaurant is full of praise for these vegetables. He said that they are the best vegetables he has seen in his decades of work. "Oh, really? Then we'll have to have a good taste." Professor Tian was also very interested. President Zheng quickly put down the plate and hurried to the other dishes. Come, everyone have a taste. The water spinach looks delicious," Professor Tian said as he picked up his chopsticks. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to pick up some food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Tian Huilan and Wu Liqian also picked up some out of curiosity. Only Lu Yu did not touch her chopsticks. It tastes really good. Professor Tian chewed and said with a look of enjoyment, I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious water spinach. This taste, it's simply indescribable. It's too delicious. Grandpa, are you serious? No matter how delicious it is, it's just water spinach. It's as good as you said. Just now, Lu Yu had also been attracted by the extremely good-looking water spinach and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, after hearing Professor Tian's exaggerated comment, she couldn't help but say, Grandpa, are you serious? No matter how delicious it is, it's just water spinach. It's as good as you said. Before Lu Yu could finish her sentence, Tian Huilan had already praised little Zia. This new vegetable dish is really extraordinary. The taste is too good. Wu Liqian nodded in agreement as she ate. It was obvious that this simple water spinach had won everyone's approval. Of course, Lu Yu, who was a little peeved, was not counted. Professor Tian looked at Lu Yu and said, Yao Yu, why don't you try it? Oh right, what did you just say? This old man was so focused on eating that he didn't hear what Lu Yu had just said. However, Zia Ryufai did hear it. He could not help but look at the little girl in amusement. Lu Yu also felt Zia Ryufai's gaze and immediately glared at him secretly. Her small mouth pouted slightly, and her angry look made Zia Ryufai both amused and confused. This little girl seemed to be hostile towards him. Yao Yu, have a taste. Tian Huilan also said, don't you usually like to eat vegetables? The taste of this water spinach will definitely not disappoint you. Seeing that her grandfather and mother were so impressed by this water spinach, Lu Yu's curiosity finally prevailed. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up some, mumbling as she put it into her mouth, I don't believe it. Is it really as good as you say? However, when the water spinach was in her mouth, Lu Yu's expression suddenly froze. Then her expression became colorful. She chewed in big mouthfuls. Although she didn't say anything, the expression of enjoyment on her face explained everything. Professor Tian laughed and asked, Yao Yu, how's the taste? Lu Yu's face turned slightly red, and she said stubbornly, it's just like that. It's all right, however, even though she said that, she did not slow down. Before she could swallow the food in her mouth, she immediately reached out with her chopsticks again, as if she was afraid that others would snatch it all away. Seeing this, Professor Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tian Huilan also had a funny and helpless expression. Zia Ryufai and Wu Liqian wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. They could only hold it in. Soon the remaining dishes were served. There were braised eggplant, tomato scrambled egg, cold cucumber salad, and stir-fried mustard. They were all very ordinary dishes, but the chef of the club was very good at cooking. In addition, the ingredients that Zia Ryufai had provided were definitely the best, so the dishes looked, smelled, and tasted great. Even Zia Ryufai himself couldn't help but eat a lot. He had to admit that there were experts in every field. Using the same ingredients, the food made by the club's chef was indeed much better than the food he made at home. Professor Tian and the others were eating to their heart's content. Even Tian Huilan kept picking up food, clearly conquered by the deliciousness of these dishes. Lu Yu ate very quickly, not caring about her image. Almost half of these dishes had entered her stomach. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but worry that her stomach would be upset if she ate like this. After the meal, Professor Tian couldn't help but joke, little Zia, we wanted to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude, but we didn't expect to benefit from you. Your new vegetables are really delicious. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Professor Tian, if you like it, I can send some to your house from time to time. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Professor Tian was very tempted, but he still asked with a hint of hesitation, it's nothing. I grew them myself anyway, so they're not worth much. Zia Ryufai smiled. Besides, I have a car. It's very convenient. Lu Yu watched from the side and immediately criticized in her heart. This guy was definitely trying to build a relationship. She was deliberately trying to get close to Grandpa by eating and giving him food. Zia Ryufai naturally didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said in anger, this girl was an ungrateful wretch who would turn her back on him after eating him. She was the one who had the most fun eating just now. Meanwhile, Tian Huilan looked at Zia Ryufai thoughtfully and asked, little Zia, if you put this new vegetable on the market, it should be very popular. Do you have any plans in this area? Lu Yu immediately stared at Zia Ryufai, thinking that this guy was about to reveal his fox tail. He would definitely take advantage of the situation and ask for his mother's help. What she did not expect was that Zia Ryufai would only smile and say, we don't have any plans to promote it on a large scale for the time being. The main reason is that this new vegetable is still in the research and development stage. We still have some problems to solve, such as the problem of large-scale planting. If we can't solve this problem, the output will not increase, and it will be meaningless to push it to the market. Tian Huilan smiled and nodded, saying, steady and steady was the correct way of thinking. If you have any difficulties in the future or need to coordinate with the government, you can come to me. All right, then I'll thank Mayor Tian first, Zia Ryufai replied with a smile. However, even Lu Yu could tell that Zia Ryufai was answering out of courtesy and did not really want to ask Tian Huilan for help. Lu Yu couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. This seemed to be a little different from the script she had imagined. Tian Huilan then asked about Ling Kaiou's school situation. Xia Ruifai told her that the school was very good and that Wu Liqian had helped to find a house nearby. Xia Ruifai expressed his gratitude to her. After everyone chatted for a while, the family dinner came to an end. The clubhouse had an agreement with the 3 workshops and 7 lanes to open a special passage for some important guests' cars to pick them up directly at the clubhouse entrance. When everyone came out, Tian Huilan's driver had already parked her Audi at the entrance and was waiting. Standing at the entrance of the club, Tian Huilan asked with a smile, Xia, shall I get the driver to send you? It's fine, Mayor Tian, I drove here myself, Xia Ruifai said. I'll just find a designated driver at the club later. That night everyone had a few drinks, so Xia Ruifai could not drive. That's good. If you have time, come home and be a guest. Tian Huilan extended an invitation to Xia Ruifai, then turned to Wu Liqian and said, Xiao Wu, you stay behind and help make the arrangements. All right, Mayor Tian, Wu Liqian said. No need, Xia Ruifai quickly said. It's getting late. I'm worried about Sis Wu going home alone. The club has a designated driving service, I'll just look for one. Xia Ruifai still had something to do later. Naturally, he didn't want Wu Liqian to stay. Tian Huilan muttered to herself before nodding, all right, we'll be leaving then. Professor Tian also smiled at Xia Ruifai and said, little Xia, remember to come up. I'm still thinking about your new vegetable dish. Haha. Remember, Professor Tian, don't worry, Xia Ruifai laughed. Liu didn't say anything at the side. In fact, she had been rather quiet the entire night. However, Xia Ruifai wasn't familiar with her. He only smiled and nodded at her. Liu didn't respond to Xia Ruifai and got into the car directly. This child, Tian Huilan glared at Liu reproachfully, then said to Xia Ruifai, little Xia, please don't mind her. We've spoiled Yaoyu, so she's a little arrogant. I'm fine. Xia Ruifai smiled. Mayor Tian, take care. All right, goodbye. Professor Tian's family and Wu Liqian got into the car. Xia Ruifai waved goodbye to them and watched the car leave the clubhouse. Then he turned around and walked back. President Zhang, come out. Mayor Tian and the others have left, Xia Ruifai said with a smile. He had long noticed President Zhang hiding in the shadows of the lights. This was within Xia Ruifai's expectations. Sure enough, the chubby President Zhang walked out with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Xia, thank God you didn't leave. Otherwise, I really don't know where to go to find you. Xia Ruifai smiled and asked President Zhang, is there anything I can help you with? With a warm smile on his face, President Zhang said, I do have something to discuss with Mr. Xia. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Let's talk inside, Xia Ruifai said indifferently and walked into the club. President Zhang quickly followed him. Xia Ruifai had a confident smile on his face because everything was going according to plan. In a small building deep in the West River Moon Club, President Zhang was serving Xia Ruifai a cup of tea that he had personally brewed. He then said, Mr. Xia, this is my precious Jin Junmei. Would you like to try it? Xia Ruifai smiled and said, President Zhang, let's get straight to the point. You're probably looking for me for those vegetables, right? President Zhang chuckled and said, Mr. Xia's eyes are like torches. I'd like to know, how's the output of the vegetables you brought tonight? Is there any possibility of us working together? Xia Ruifai said with certainty, this is a new vegetable that we've been cultivating. It hasn't entered the stage of large-scale planting yet, but if President Zhang wants to cooperate, it's not impossible. Oh, President Zhang asked with great interest, I'd like to hear more. Xia Ruifai said with confidence, although we haven't achieved mass production yet, it's not a problem to carry 10 to 20 caddies a day. And obviously, President Zhang's club doesn't win by quantity. Your real customers are a very small number of high-end people. From this perspective, 10 to 20 caddies a day should be enough. President Zhang couldn't help but look at Xia Ruifai again. He didn't expect Xia Ruifai to have such sharp eyes. He could see the key to the problem with one look. In fact, he was so polite to Xia Ruifai, mostly because of his relationship with Tian Huilan's family. Moreover, the new vegetables that day were indeed very eye-catching, so he had invited Xia Ruifai to further discuss it. Now, he valued Xia Ruifai more. Mr. Xia's eyes are as sharp as a torch. President Zhang laughed and said, so Mr. Xia is willing to supply this new vegetable to our store. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, since I'm staying here, of course I'm willing to cooperate. Then he changed the topic and continued, however, there are also conditions for cooperation. I'll get straight to the point. President Zhang, you can decide whether to cooperate or not after you hear it. Please speak, President Zhang quickly said. Xia Ruifai nodded and said with confidence, I can supply 4 types of vegetables a day, 20 caddies of new vegetables per type. The price is negotiable. My condition is that President Zhang's West River Moon Club must use the vegetables I provide as your signature dish and do a large promotion in the shortest time possible so that all the upper-class people in Sanshan City know about my vegetables. I think it shouldn't be difficult for your restaurant to do this with its influence. The West River Moon Party was definitely a top-tier club in Sanshan City. All the people who went in and out were high-end consumers, especially the area where Tian Huilan had invited Xia Ruifai to. It was a completely membership system. Without a membership card, one could not enter even if they were rich. If the club strongly recommended Zia Ruifai's new dish, it would naturally expand its influence in a very short time. President Zheng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Mr. Zia, are you trying to use this opportunity to promote your own brand?" Zia Ruifai smiled and said, "This should be a win-win situation, right? My new vegetable is definitely qualified to be your restaurant's first signature dish. President Zheng, you don't deny this, right?" President Zheng nodded and smiled. "That's natural. I can agree to Mr. Zia's condition. Once we start working together, we'll first hold a new product promotion event and invite the club's distinguished guests to taste it for free. After the official launch, I'm prepared to leave a small portion of the ingredients for customers to make reservations, and the rest will be limited in supply in the form of an auction. Does Mr. Zia think this arrangement is okay? This plan is very good. It's no wonder President Zheng's club is so successful, especially since you can think of it in such a short time," Zia Ruifai said with a smile. President Zheng laughed and said, "Mr. Zia, you flatter me, then. I have a presumptuous request. Please go ahead, President Zheng." "Well, can you exclusively supply us with your new vegetables?" President Zheng asked. Zia Ruifai raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "President Zheng, can your club digest so many vegetables? Our next step is to expand the scale of planting. The club was meant for a small crowd and wanted to be high-end and grand. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is." Even if they bought a few hundred caddies of vegetables from Zia Ruifai every day, it would be meaningless. President Zheng smiled and said, "We have chain stores in the Southeast Province, and in addition to high-end dining services, we also provide high-quality food sales services to our members. So if Mr. Zia is willing to cooperate with us in depth, the market prospects are very broad." "I see," Zia Ruifai smiled. "I'm afraid I can't do an exclusive supply because I've already promised another company before coming here." President Zheng was slightly disappointed, but Zia Ruifai immediately changed the topic and continued, however, "My other partner is in the mass food and beverage industry, which doesn't have much conflict with President Zheng's main business, so it shouldn't form a competitive relationship. If President Zheng is willing to cooperate, I can promise you first that in addition to the vegetables supplied to this business partner, I can give you the agency rights of the Southeast Province." President Zheng was overjoyed when he heard this. This was simply a ray of hope. He quickly said, "That's great, but I need a promise from you, President Zheng." Zia Ruifai said after some thought, "Oh, Mr. Zia, please speak." "President Zheng, you can sell these new vegetables according to your channels, or use them in your own club." Zia Ruifai said, "But, President Zheng, you have to promise me that you can't sell these vegetables to the Ming Hao restaurant chain or its associated companies." Ming Hao restaurant was opened by the family of the chubby Liu, who had mocked Zia Ruifai with Liu Minghao at the Immortal Meat stall last time. They were also the main competitors of Ling Kingsu's Lingjai restaurant. Naturally, Zia Ruifai would not allow his family's vegetables to enter Ming Hao restaurant. President Zheng was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded and said, "No problem. We can write it down in the terms of the contract." Zia Ruifai was relieved. He nodded and said, "Then there's no problem. President Zheng, I hope we can work well together. Ha ha ha. Happy cooperation," President Zheng said as he shook hands with Zia Ruifai. Then President Zheng asked tentatively, "Mr. Zia, I don't think your new vegetable has a registered brand yet, right?" "Not yet," Zia Ruifai said. "Then I suggest that we register our brand before we start the promotion." President Zheng immediately said, "First of all, this will easily create a brand effect. Also, it will prevent illegal businesses from copying us in the future." Zia Ruifai agreed. What President Zheng said makes a lot of sense. "But I really don't know much about this, and I'm too busy right now, so I'm afraid I can't find the time." President Zheng smiled and said, "You don't have to do this personally. I still have some face in Sanshan City. Of course, I can't compare to Mr. Zia, but I can still handle the matter of the registered trademark." After Zia Ruifai heard this, he smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble President Zheng then. It's nothing. You're welcome, Mr. Zia, we're business partners." President Zheng laughed heartily and then asked, "I wonder if Mr. Zia has a brand name that you're interested in." Zia Ruifai thought for a while and said, "Let's call it Paradise Organic Vegetables." Zia Ruifai's online roadie shop was also called Taoyuan Roadie. He might as well name his new vegetables with this name, so that it would be easier to form a brand matrix in the future. President Zheng chuckled and said, "That's a good name. Mr. Zia's new vegetable is as good as if it's from a paradise, and the name sounds like leisurely seeing the southern mountain, so I can't help but be fascinated." Zia Ruifai didn't expect this chubby businessman, President Zheng, to be so cultured. He couldn't help smiling and nodding in agreement. President Zheng then asked, "Mr. Zia, do you have any specific ideas on the trademark style?" "I haven't considered that." Zia Ruifai said, "Why don't I trouble President Zheng to find a designer to design one for me? It's fine as long as it can reflect the feeling of a paradise." "No problem." President Zheng agreed readily. He thought for a while and asked, "By the way, Mr. Zia, do you have your own registered company?" "If you do, this paradise trademark can be directly put under your company's name." "I don't have that." Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly. "I just retired from the army and I'm still in the early stages of my business." President Zheng looked surprised and his tone became more enthusiastic. He said, "So Mr. Zia is a retired soldier. No wonder I always felt that you had the air of a soldier. I, old Zheng, admire soldiers the most. It's a pity that my body wasn't strong enough when I was young, so I couldn't fulfill my dream of being a soldier." Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "I was just an ordinary soldier in the army. I was a retired corporal. That's still amazing." President Zheng said, "Mr. Zia, I think it is necessary to register a company. How about this? Leave this to me. What do you want to name your new company? Why don't we call it Paradise Corporation? I think this name is pretty good." Zia Ryufai said, "President Zheng, the name of the company is fine, but I heard that a new company needs to be registered with capital. I don't have much money now." President Zheng laughed and said, "Mr. Zia, that's all in the past. After the new company law is implemented, you can register a company with just 1 yuan, and the registered capital is now under a pledge system. For example, if you want to register a company of 1 million yuan, you can directly write that the registered capital is 1 million yuan, and the time of investment is 30 years later. This way, after the business license is issued, your registered capital will be 1 million yuan, and you can invest 30 years later." Zia Ryufai was very surprised and said, "This actually works. That's right. Why else would there be so many shell companies?" President Zheng laughed and said, "Even if the old company law implemented a handover system, there are still many people who take advantage of loopholes and set up companies without money." Then President Zheng changed the topic and said, "But since Mr. Zia wants to set up a company, you don't have to put the time of investment in a few decades. In that case, future partners will really misunderstand that you're a shell company. I'll help you pay for the registration capital and transfer it out later. All you need to do is provide your identification documents and other relevant information. By the way, how about 5 million yuan in registered capital?" President Zheng saw that Zia Ryufai and Tian Huilan's family had such a good personal relationship, so he wasn't worried about the security of the funds. Moreover, if everything was left to him to operate, the security of the funds would definitely be guaranteed. So it was better to sell Zia Ryufai, and their cooperation would be more pleasant in the future. President Zheng was very optimistic about the future of Zia Ryufai's Paradise brand organic vegetables. "This, won't it be too much trouble for you?" Zia Ryufai asked hesitantly. "It's no trouble, no trouble." President Zheng smiled and said, "I'm familiar with the process. If you have acquaintances in some functional departments, it's very easy to handle. If Zia Ryufai had to do these things by himself, it would be very troublesome. If President Zheng was willing to help, Zia Ryufai would be able to save a lot of trouble." "You're welcome, haha. If you don't have a company, we can't sign the cooperation agreement." President Zheng said candidly, "I'm just helping myself." The two of them then finalized some details of the cooperation and had a very good chat. In the end, President Zheng proposed to treat Zia Ryufai to supper. He even said that he would not leave after supper and that he would find the best girl in the club to keep him company. Zia Ryufai was so scared that he waved his hands and refused. When Zia Ryufai was about to leave, President Zheng thought that he had drunk a lot of wine during dinner, so he arranged for a car to send him back. He also found a driver to drive Zia Ryufai's pickup. As both parties had agreed to start supplying the vegetables the next day, the club was responsible for picking up the goods at their doorstep. Today, they would take it as showing the driver the way to the holiday villa that Zia Ryufai had rented. It was not easy to find, so Zia Ryufai did not reject President Zheng's kind intentions. After expressing his gratitude, he got into the car and left, bringing the driver to the nearby parking lot to pick up his pickup truck. The next morning, not long after Zia Ryufai took out the vegetables from the spirit map space for the West River Moon Club, the car sent by the club arrived at the holiday villa. A manager sent by President Zheng came with the car. President Zheng had arranged for him to help Zia Ryufai with the company's registration and trademark registering. The manager made a list of all the information he needed from Zia Ryufai, such as his identification card and bank account. Zia Ryufai prepared everything on the spot. In addition, the manager took out a letter of authorization for Zia Ryufai to sign. With this letter of authorization, they could do all the trivial matters of registration on their behalf. After dealing with these things quickly, the manager directed the driver and a worker to move the new vegetables out of the villa's garage. There was a small scale on the small truck, and they skillfully weighed the vegetables and loaded them on the truck. Zia Ryufai had taken out the vegetables according to their weight in the spirit map space. There were 4 types of vegetables in total, and each of them weighed about 20 caddies. During the discussion last night, Zia Ryufai had given the West River Moon Club a price of 80 yuan per 500 grams for each vegetable. This price was almost double the price he had given Ling Kingsu. There was a difference between family and friends. Moreover, the club was a high-end business, so they didn't care about the price of the vegetables at all. When they sold them to customers, their profit would definitely be several times higher. As the agreement had not been officially signed yet, President Zhang asked the manager to bring cash over directly. The 4 types of vegetables weighed more than 80 catties in total, and they were sold for about 6,500 yuan. This was the first time that Xia Ruifai had reaped any benefits since he started planting vegetables on a whim. 6,500 yuan didn't seem like a lot, but it was only a day's income. That would be close to 200,000 yuan a month, and this was just the beginning. In the future, when the supply increased, there would be more money. Most importantly, other than the almost negligible amount of money spent on the seeds, Xia Ruifai did not have to pay any other costs. It could be said that he would make a huge profit without any capital. Xia Ruifai put the money into his pocket and watched the small truck carrying the food leave. It was time to expand the vegetable planting area. Moreover, he had to start looking for a way to grow high-quality vegetables in the outside world as soon as possible. Otherwise, due to the limited space, it would always be a small project. Xia Ruifai returned to the villa and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. He locked the door and closed the curtains. Then, he took out the spirit map space and entered it. Xia Ruifai looked at the one mu space in front of him and started planning. With the spiritual pond as one of the corners, a space of about 100 square meters was set aside for the mother plant, seedlings, and some of Xia Ruifai's own miscellaneous items and farm tools. The tricolored flower was also in this area. There were still more than 500 square meters of space left. At the moment, the vegetable plot had used up about 200 square meters. Xia Ruifai planned to use the remaining space to temporarily open up a vegetable plot. This way, it would not be a problem to supply both West River Moon Club and Lingjai Restaurant at the same time. Although the collaboration with Lingjai FB had been halted due to Hedong's interference, Xia Ruifai was already very confident. Xia Ruifai immediately rolled up his sleeves and started to work. After his terminal illness was cured, Xia Ruifai was full of energy with the help of the petals of the exotic flower. Hence, Xia Ruifai had no problem completing the seemingly huge workload. He just needed to spend some time. Due to the difference in the flow of time in this space, 10 hours here was only 1 hour in the outside world. Hence, Xia Ruifai had plenty of time. He first used a hoe to open up the soft soil in the space into a vegetable field, which took him a few hours. After that, Xia Ruifai sat down at the spirit pond and used a ladle to scoop up some water. He gulped it down and wiped his mouth as he prepared to process the vegetable seeds. Previously, when Xia Ruifai was planting vegetables, he would fill a large plastic container with the spiritual pond water, soak the seeds in it for a few hours, and then sow them. After waiting in the outside world for a few hours, the seeds would sprout and he would return to the medium to plant them. This time, Xia Ruifai did the same thing. He took the tidying box that was usually used to soak the seeds and filled half the box with water in the spirit pond. Then he took out the water spinach seeds and poured them into the tidying box and began to soak them. At this moment, an idea flashed across Xia Ruifai's mind. He was soaking the seeds in the spiritual pond water. What if he added the petal solution of the tricolored flower to the spiritual pond water? After having this thought, Xia Ruifai could no longer remain calm. The solution could cure ails such as Lou Gehrig's disease and kidney failure, and it could also strengthen the body of healthy people. Could it also be effective on vegetable seeds and improve the quality of the vegetables? If it was really as he had guessed, then the problem of planting it in the outside world would be completely solved. Xia Ruifai felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately found another tidying box and filled it with some spirit pond water. He began to make the solution for the flower petals. He mixed the remaining solution from last time with grape juice and Huixiang Zhengqi water. He was worried that the test results were inaccurate, so he made a new solution. Anyway, the flower petals would grow back every 3 days. It was worth it to use a petal for this experiment. Xia Ruifai found an empty bottle, washed it, and filled it with the spiritual pond water. Then he used a pair of tweezers to carefully pick up a petal and put it into the bottle. The flower petal instantly merged into the spiritual pond and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruifai closed the bottle and shook it a few times to ensure that the solution was even. Then, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured about 1/5 of the spirit pool water into the plastic container. He then mixed it evenly with a wooden stick. Then Xia Ruifai found some cabbage seeds and poured them into the box. Cabbage had a shorter growth cycle and could be harvested in 10 to 20 days. It was the most suitable for experiments. After doing all this, Xia Ruifai left the spirit map space and went to the kitchen downstairs to make some breakfast. Then he took a shower and rested for a while. After about 2 hours, he returned to his room, locked the door and windows, took out the scroll, and entered the spirit map space. According to the time ratio, the seeds in the medium had been soaking for about a day. Xia Ruifai first scooped up the water spinach seeds that had been soaked in the ordinary spiritual pond water and went to a vegetable field that he had specially opened up in the interspace for growing seedlings. He sprinkled the seeds evenly and covered them with a thin layer of soil before watering them with the spiritual pond water. After planting the water spinach, Ryufai returned to the seed-soaking area and took out about half of the cabbage seeds. He then planted them in the nursery vegetable field. He packed the remaining seeds in a small plastic bag and left the spirit map space with a watering can, a hoe, and other farming equipment. Ryufai brought these things to the small backyard of the villa. The backyard was supposed to be a lawn, but the owner of the villa had neglected the villa after the migration, so it was overgrown with weeds. Ryufai took off his jacket and put on a thin autumn coat. He picked up the hoe and started to work. He shoveled all the weeds away and turned the backyard over again. Then he opened up 2 vegetable fields and a small area for seedlings. After that, Ryufai took a short break before starting to sow the seeds. He planted the seeds that had been soaked in the spiritual pond water that had been infused with the petals of the exotic flowers on the seedling growing field. Then, he took water from the tap in the backyard and watered them. The reason why he did not use the soil and spiritual pond water was that Ryufai wanted to see if the quality of the seeds would increase significantly after soaking them in the exotic flower petal solution. Hence, he had to eliminate other factors. After all the seeds were sowed, it was already close to noon. Ryufai took a shower and washed off the stinky sweat on her body. She changed into a set of comfortable home clothes and casually made some lunch for herself. After they finished eating, Ryufai drove the pickup truck to Champing County and bought some plastic film and long bamboo strips. Back in the backyard of the villa, he built a simple greenhouse with bamboo sheets and plastic sheets on the seedling field. After he was done, he could only wait. It should take 10 to 20 days to see the results. He remembered that the succulent seedlings had been sent out 3 days ago. Shunfeng Express was still rather helpful, so perhaps someone had already received the goods. Hence, Ryufai washed his hands at the tap and quickly went upstairs to turn on his computer. He then entered the back end of the Taobao shop. Sure enough, he had already received more than a dozen orders. A total of 30,000 yuan had been transferred to his Alipay account. Ryufai first withdrew all the money into his bank card and then impatiently opened the comments section to see the customers' comments. Looking at the comments backstage, they were all positive, and many of them were very long. Several of them were attached with pictures, which made them more convincing. It's definitely worth it. This is the highest quality raw stone flour I've found in all my years of playing with meat. A good friend in the industry introduced it to me. At first, I thought the price was a little expensive, but after I received the goods, I realized that it's not expensive at all. It's too cheap. Directly post the picture, so as not to be said to be entrusted. He was definitely a good seller. With this tortoise-shell peony, I can throw away all the succulents I used to raise. Then in almost every comment, the buyers were asking when the new goods would be released, saying that they would inform them in advance so that they could be prepared to buy them. Ryufai pulled out his keyboard and was about to reply to the comments, but when he saw the comments urging him to get the new product, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Ryufai immediately took out the scroll and entered the spirit map space. There were still 4/5 of the petal solution left in the bottle, which was placed quietly in the space. Ryufai picked it up and walked to the succulent plant. He carefully poured a little into each pot. After each pot was finished, there was only half of the petal solution left. Most of the fleshy parent plants had been cut last time, so they were full of scars. After days of maintenance in the spatial space, they had almost recovered. However, if he wanted to cut them again, he would have to wait a few more days. There were also a few more pots that Ryufai had selected from the succulent seedlings. They had grown a lot since they had been in the spirit map space. After watering them with the petal solution, the succulent mother plants were clearly more energetic and full of vitality. Ryufai felt that there was hope. The petal solution would definitely help the plants grow. However, time would tell how effective it would be. He carefully placed the rest of the petal solution away, and then left the spirit map space with a thought. After returning to his room, Ryufai first replied to every comment and expressed his gratitude to everyone for their positive comments. At the same time, he told them that the new seedlings were in the cultivation process and that he believed that he would be able to meet everyone soon. In the afternoon, Ryufai rested in his room. He only entered the spirit map space after dinner. Calculating the time, 2 or 3 days should have passed in the space. Ryufai first went to the place where the succulent mother plant was placed and was overjoyed. These precious succulent plants were all in high spirits. The mother plant that had been cut once before had completely recovered and was ready to cut at any time. As for the succulent seedlings left in the pots, they had almost grown a huge circle. It was believed that they would grow into adult plants in a few days, and they could be used for cutting. By a rough estimate, the growth rate of the meaty plants was at least 10 times faster than before. Combined with the space's 10 times time acceleration, the effect was simply terrifying. This proved that the petal solution had an obvious effect on the growth of plants. It also gave Xia Ruifai more confidence in the cabbages that had been soaked in the solution. Xia Ruifai, who was in a good mood, went to the nursery. All the seeds in the interspace had sprouted and grown to the point where they could be planted, especially the cabbages that had been soaked in the petal solution. They were growing much better than the hollow cabbages next to them, which further confirmed Xia Ruifai's judgment. He hummed a song as he began to plant the vegetable seedlings into the ridged vegetable field that had been cultivated in advance. Su and Nai were too precious, and the production wasn't high. At the moment, he didn't need it to grow vegetables in the interspace. As long as the ordinary spirit pool water was compatible with he had done this job countless times during this period of time, so he was very familiar with it. After a few hours, all the hollow vegetable seedlings and cabbage seedlings were planted. Then Xia Ruifai took out the other seeds and started to soak them in different containers. But this time, he didn't use the petal solution. He only used the spirit pool water. The petals of the Suannai were too precious, and the production wasn't high. At the moment, he didn't need it to grow vegetables in the interspace. As long as the ordinary spirit pool water was compatible with the environment of the interspace, it was enough to produce high-quality vegetables. In the future, if he wanted to plant it on a large scale, he would definitely need a large amount of petals. In addition, the succulent mother plant and the succulent saplings would need a petal solution to grow quickly. Hence, it was best to save as much as possible. After soaking all the seeds, Xia Ruifai went to harvest the ripe vegetables and packed them separately before leaving the spirit map space. Xia Ruifai returned to his room and went online to order a large number of plastic flower pots and ordinary succulent plants. The delivery point was chosen to be a courier collection point in Changping County. He planned to start a new round of cutting breeding after receiving the goods in a few days. The next morning, the small truck from the West River Moon Club arrived at the holiday villa on time. To Xia Ruifai's surprise, President Zheng from the club also came in person today. He was in a black Mercedes-Benz. "President Zheng, why did you come here personally?" Xia Ruifai went up to him and said half-jokingly, "You're going to personally make a trip to a business that costs a few thousand yuan. You're a big boss, aren't you going to die of exhaustion?" The manager from yesterday was with them. He directed the workers to the garage to move the vegetables with ease. The chubby President Zheng walked towards Xia Ruifai with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, I'm here to tell you good news." The day before yesterday, he had addressed Xia Ruifai as Mr. Xia. Today, he had addressed Xia Ruifai as Brother Xia. The way he addressed Xia Ruifai was more intimate and revealed President Zheng's intention to be on good terms with Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, could it be that the registration of my company has been settled?" President Zheng immediately scratched his head awkwardly and said this, "We'll have to wait for a few days. Some procedures are necessary. Of course, if Brother Xia personally talks to Mayor Tian, the business license will definitely be issued on the same day." Xia Ruifai smiled and did not reply to President Zheng. Instead, he asked, "Then what good news is President Zheng going to tell me?" "Of course, it's the Paradise brand vegetables that we're working on," President Zheng said excitedly. "When we got the first batch of vegetables yesterday, we immediately organized a new dish tasting meeting in the evening. All the guest members at the tasting meeting were full of praise for our Taoyuan brand vegetables. The response was better than expected." Xia Ruifai was very happy to hear that. He did not expect President Zheng to take action so quickly. He said, "Oh, really? It seems like President Zheng's strategy is very effective." President Zheng laughed and said, "It's because the ingredients provided by Brother Xia are too good. Even the chef of our club praised it, saying that he had never processed such beautiful and delicious vegetables before." Then President Zheng said, "Brother Xia, after yesterday's warm-up, it can be said that our Paradise brand vegetables have a resounding name in the upper circles of Sanshan City. I'm going to officially launch the Taoyuan series of vegetables as our new signature dish from today onwards. Except for a small part of these signature dishes that are reserved for some special guests, the rest will be sold through auction. Of course, we also accept reservations, but members can only make reservations after 3 days, and ordinary guests can only make reservations after a week at the latest. What do you think, Brother Xia?" When Xia Ruifai heard this, he couldn't help but secretly give President Zheng a comment in his heart, "Cunning old fox." A small portion was naturally reserved for big shots like Tian Huilan. In case these customers who couldn't be provoked had a need, they naturally had to be able to provide it at any time. As for the remaining parts, there was a need to pay attention to them. It was needless to say that the gimmicks of auctions could raise one's value and increase one's influence. Even reservations were arranged in different ranks to highlight the identity of the guests. At the same time, it naturally made the identity of a member of West River Moon more valuable. After the name of the Paradise brand vegetable was announced, the business of West River Moon would probably become more and more popular, especially the high-end customers, especially the rich upstarts, who would definitely rush to apply for membership. At that time, even if President Zheng collected membership fees, it would be enough to earn back the money he spent on buying vegetables at a high price. President Zheng chatted with Xia Ruofei for a long time. He hoped that Xia Ruofei would increase the supply appropriately. However, Xia Ruofei did not respond to him and just pretended to be confused. President Zheng could only smile bitterly and give up. Soon, the vegetables were loaded into the truck. It was still more than 6,500 yuan, and the manager who accompanied President Zheng paid in cash. Before he left, President Zheng invited Xia Ruofei to participate in the first auction for a new dish tonight. However, Xia Ruofei rejected him tactfully after some thought. At this time, he didn't want to join in on the fun. As long as President Zheng could push it according to his ideas, the influence of his Paradise brand vegetables would continue to expand, and the plan he had previously thought of would be half successful. Not long after President Zheng left, Xia Ruofei left the villa in his pickup truck. Xia Ruofei's back was filled with some new vegetables. Ran had promised Professor Tian to send him some vegetables the day before yesterday. Xia Ruofei did not want to go back on his word. It just so happened that he didn't have anything to do these few days, so he decided to visit Professor Tian's house today. Professor Tian had long since retired. Although he still had a few graduate students, he still had quite a lot of freedom. Therefore, when he received Xia Ruofei's call and knew that he was going to visit him in the morning, he was very happy and welcomed him. Professor Tian lived in the teacher's family area of Sanshan University. Xia Ruofei drove to the entrance of Sanshan University and called the security guard. Soon, Professor Tian returned to the security room with the landline. The security guard answered the call and let him in immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei drove his pickup truck through the campus of Sanshan University. There was a big basket of vegetables in the trunk, which was quite eye-catching. Many students on the road looked over. Xia Ruofei looked at the youthful university campus and felt very relaxed. He had joined the army after graduating from high school and had never experienced university life. Seeing these university students, he felt a little envious. Soon, the pickup truck passed through the campus and arrived at the staff's family area. Professor Tian's residence was located in a community called Expert Park. There were about 10 small buildings here. The people who lived here were the most respected old experts and professors of Sanshan University. For example, Professor Tian was an old professor who enjoyed special subsidies from the state. Therefore, he could live in the villa only because he was able to enjoy this treatment. It had nothing to do with his father being the mayor. Xia Ruofei followed Professor Tian's instructions and drove to villa number 3. He parked the car in the parking space in front of the villa, grabbed the vegetable basket in the car, and walked into the villa's courtyard. There were a few vegetable fields in the front yard of the villa. Professor Tian was weeding the vegetable field with a small sickle. He was dressed simply and had a worn straw hat on his head. He didn't look like a university professor at all, but more like an old farmer. Seeing Fang Yang enter, Professor Tian straightened up and greeted him with a smile. "Little Xia, hurry and come in." He then raised his voice. "Hulan, little Xia is here." Under Xia Ruofei's surprised gaze, Tian Hulan walked out of the villa and said with a smile, "Little Xia is here. Come in and sit. Yo, Mayor Tian is here too." Xia Ruofei was shocked. "It's the weekend, so I came to see my father," said Tian Hulan with a faint smile. Then her eyes fell on the vegetable basket in Xia Ruofei's hands. "Why did you really bring vegetables? And so many?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's not anything valuable. I just planted it myself. Professor Tian likes it, so I'll just take more." "This isn't appropriate, is it?" Tian Hulan said. Professor Tian wiped his sweat with a towel and said, "Hulan, what's wrong with Xia bringing me some vegetables? I think you've been an official for too long. Everything you see seems like bribery." "Dad," Tian Hulan said helplessly, "what are you thinking? Do you think I don't believe in little Xia's character? But these are not ordinary vegetables. This basket is worth a lot of money. Mayor Tian, I've already told you that these are vegetables that I grew myself. They're not worth much." Xia Ruofei quickly said. Tian Hulan glanced at Xia Ruofei and said with a half smile, "Would the famous Taoyuan brand organic vegetables be worth much?" Now, people who wanted to eat this kind of vegetables in the West River Moon Club had to queue up and make a reservation or go to the auction. "Little Xia, I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and scratched his head. "I can't hide anything from Mayor Tian. But that's just a gimmick made by President Zheng. The actual cost here isn't that high. It's just that the production rate hasn't increased yet, and the rarer something is, the more expensive it is." "Hulan, what Taoyuan brand organic vegetables?" Professor Tian asked, puzzled. "Dad, Xiao Xia is probably working with President Zheng from West River Moon to promote his new vegetable dish. They named it Taoyuan brand organic vegetables." Tian Hulan explained. President Zheng organized a tasting meeting for new vegetables at his clubhouse yesterday to promote these vegetables. Now all the famous people in Sanshan City are flocking to it. I heard that the reservation numbers are all for next month. Tonight is the first auction, so I'm afraid the price will be staggering. Professor Tian was very happy to hear this and said, Little Zia, you're really capable. After I tried Little Zia, don't leave at noon. You just happened to bring the ingredients over, and they're all 1,619 ready-made. Let Hualan cook, and we'll have a few drinks at noon. Your new vegetable dish the other day, I thought it would have a broad market prospects. I didn't expect you to act so quickly and have already started to promote it. President Zheng was interested in working together that day. Our ideas are similar, so we hit it off. Zia Ruifai said with a smile. Not bad, not bad, Professor Tian said, but since your vegetables are so valuable, Zia Ruifai quickly said, two different things. Professor Tian, this is what I grow. To be honest, the cost of these vegetables is not high. The club sells quality and service. Of course, the ingredients are the best. The price doesn't mean anything. You can eat without worry. Give me a call when you're done, I'll bring some over. AI, good, 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 then I'll help myself, Professor Tian said with a smile. However, he had also made up his mind. Since Zia Ruifai had brought the basket of vegetables today, he could not push it away. He could not ask for it again in the future. Father and daughter entered the villa together with Zia Ruifai. Zia Ruifai moved the vegetable basket to the kitchen and returned to the living room. Professor Tian motioned for Zia Ruifai to sit down while Tian Hualan personally went to make tea. Zia Ruifai had just sat down. Seeing this, he quickly stood up and said, Mayor Tian, I don't deserve this honor. Professor Tian laughed and said, Little Zia, just sit there and relax. Hualan is my daughter here, not some mayor of Sanshan. You're a guest of my house, it's nothing for her to make you a cup of tea. At this moment, Tian Hualan also walked over with a cup of tea and said, Yup, Zia, my father didn't hire a nanny. We usually do these things ourselves. Zia Ruifai had no choice but to sit down and take the cup of tea to thank Tian Hualan. Little Zia, don't leave at noon. You just happened to bring the ingredients over and they're all ready made. Let Hualan cook and we'll have a few drinks at noon. The mayor was cooking for him. Zia Ruifai was so scared that he quickly stood up and said, Professor Tian, I have something to do this morning. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Little Zia, I won't stop you if you really need me. Tian Hualan smiled and said, but we're all sincere in inviting you to lunch. As I said just now, I'm not the mayor in this house. I'm just my father's daughter. My father's life was saved by you, so what's the big deal in making you lunch? After she finished speaking, Tian Hualan looked at Zia Ruifai with a half smile, as if she could read his mind. Zia Ruifai could only smile awkwardly and sit back on the sofa. All right then, I'll have to trouble you then. We're so happy that you're staying for dinner. Professor Tian said happily. Hualan, quickly go to the kitchen and prepare. I'll just talk to little Zia. Speaking of which, after eating the vegetables little Zia brought the day before yesterday, I've been thinking about it. At noon, you have to show off your skills and make a few more dishes. Use the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables that little Zia brought. All right, Tian Hualan responded with a smile and went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Zia Ruifai sat in the living room and chatted with Professor Tian. He was a little absent-minded, especially when he saw Tian Hualan in her apron and busy preparing lunch. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. By the way, Professor Tian, did you take the medicinal liquid I gave you the day before yesterday? How do you feel about this? Zia Ruifai asked. Yes, Professor Tian said happily. He had been drinking for the past 2 days. You don't say, but I feel that my body is much tougher and the weather has changed these 2 days, but my legs that have been cold for many years have not acted up. Zia, your medicine is really magical. Zia Ruifai smiled. I also learned the ancient formula from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. I made some according to the formula. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Zia Ruifai paused and continued, Professor Tian, you only need to take a small amount of this liquid every day. After you finish that bottle, your body should be able to recuperate to a very healthy state. You won't need to take it every day in the future. All right. Professor Tian said happily, Zia, your medicine is so effective. It must be very troublesome to prepare it, right? It's not that bad, but 2 of the herbs are not easy to find, and it's easy to fail if you don't control the fire well, so I only made about 1 liter. Zia Ruifai replied with a smile. Of course, he deliberately emphasized the difficulty of concocting the medicinal liquid. Although he and Professor Tian hit it off quite well, and it was not a big deal to give him a small pot of diluted petal solution, he would not be able to bear it if it was a long-term supply. The petals of the strange flower had many uses and were really too precious. Moreover, this medicinal liquid was so magical. A small pot was enough for Professor Tian to recuperate. It would be a waste to drink more. After the two chatted for a while, Professor Tian thought for a moment, stood up and said, Zia, sit here for a while. I'm going to the study. Although Zia Ruifai did not know why Professor Tian suddenly left him to go to the study room, he still said immediately, woof, if you have something to do then go, don't mind me. Professor Tian quickly walked to the stairs and saw that his study room was on the 2nd floor. Zia Ruifai, on the other hand, slowly sipped his tea and sat on the sofa, a little reserved. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Professor Tian walking down with a small, long paper box. Professor Tian, I can't accept this, Xia Rufai declined. Open it and take a look, Professor Tian said with a smile as he pushed the paper box forward. Xia Rufai took the paper box and opened it carefully. A jade paperweight was lying quietly in the box. The paperweight was carved with 2 dragons. The carving was very detailed. The jade paperweight was obviously an old item and definitely not cheap. Xia Rufai quickly placed the paper box on the coffee table and said, Professor Tian, I really can't accept this. It's too valuable. Don't decline, Zio Xia, Professor Tian said. My life was saved by you, and you also gave me such a good health-preserving medicinal liquid and those peach garden vegetables, which one of them isn't good. I'm just giving you a small paperweight. Why can't you accept it? No, your paperweight is too expensive. Xia Rufai said, troubled. Xia, are you saying that my life is worth less than a piece of jade paperweight? Professor Tian pretended to be angry. I didn't mean it that way, then don't decline. This is my kind intention to express my gratitude, Professor Tian said. Just as the two of them were pushing each other around, Tian Huilen walked out and asked curiously, Dad Xia, what are you doing? She walked over and saw the paperweight on the coffee table. She was even more curious and asked, Dad, why did you take out your double dragon paperweight? Don't you hate to use it when you practice writing? Professor Tian's eyes widened and he said, What do you mean you can't bear to use? This thing wasn't worth much. I just wanted to give it to Zio Xia to express my gratitude. Quickly help me persuade Zio Xia. He won't accept it no matter what. Tian Huilen looked at Professor Tian in surprise and then at the paperweight. However, she quickly reacted and her expression returned to normal. She smiled and said, So that's how it is. Little Xia, since it's a gift from my father, you should take it as your subordinate. Mayor Tian this. Xia Rufai was in a difficult position. His ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad, so he naturally noticed Tian Huilen's fleeting expression. It was obvious that this paperweight was Professor Tian's favorite item, and he was not even willing to use it. How could he take away someone's love? What's this and that? Little Xia, aren't you a soldier? Why have you become so wishy-washy? Professor Tian said, Isn't it just a paperweight? What's wrong with accepting it? Tian Huilen also laughed and said, Little Xia, my father has always been a man of his word. How can you take back a gift that has been given out? If you don't accept this paperweight today, I don't think my father will want it. Maybe he'll just throw it out. Professor Tian nodded repeatedly, as if he would throw the paperweight outside if Xia Rufai refused again. Professor Tian's anger turned into joy and he said, Now this is more like it. Huilen, go find a bag to put this paperweight in. All right, Tian Huilen said as she went to find a bag. Very quickly, she came back with a paper bag. Xia Rufai quickly said, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. After saying this, he took the paper bag from Tian Huilen's hand and put it aside. Then he picked up the paper box cover and prepared to close it. At this moment, Xia Rufai's fingers accidentally touched the jade paperweight in the box. Then he felt the spiritual painting scroll that he had hidden on his body suddenly shake. Xia Rufai even had a feeling that the spirit painting was filled with joy and hunger, as if it had a mind of its own. Xia Rufai could not help but be stunned. Ever since he had obtained the scroll, this was the first time he had seen the scroll actively reacting. Professor Tian saw Xia Rufai suddenly stop and was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, Little Xia, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's nothing. Xia Rufai returned to her senses and replied hurriedly. He forcefully suppressed his curiosity and moved his hand away. The spirit painting immediately stopped shaking. Xia Rufai closed the paper box and carefully put it in the paper bag. However, he could not calm down. Then Tian Huilen continued to prepare lunch, while Xia Rufai and Professor Tian chatted. Xia Rufai was still a little absent-minded until lunch. During lunch, Xia Rufai used the excuse that he had to drive and politely declined Professor Tian's invitation to have a drink. Professor Tian did not force him and poured himself a small glass of white wine. Xia Rufai's mind was completely focused on the jade paperweight, so he quickly bade farewell to Professor Tian and Tian Huilen after he finished eating. After leaving Professor Tian's house, Xia Rufai drove straight to the holiday villa he had rented in the suburbs. He was eager to go home. The only thing on his mind was to get home as soon as possible and take out the spirit map scroll in an absolutely safe environment. He wanted to study why it suddenly vibrated when he touched the jade paperweight. After leaving the urban area, the pickup truck roared and rushed forward on the winding expressway, almost at the speed limit. Xia Rufai felt as if he had found the feeling he had when he was learning how to drive in the army. At the holiday villa, Xia Rufai drove the pickup truck straight into the courtyard. There was a sharp screeching sound of the brakes, and 2 black brake marks were left on the concrete floor of the courtyard. Xia Rufai jumped out of the car, held the paper bag in his hand, and rushed into the villa. He jogged upstairs and locked the door and windows in his bedroom. Then he carefully took out the scroll he had hidden on his body and placed it on his bed. He then took out the jade paperweight. When Xia Rufai's hand touched the jade paperweight, the painting started to shake again. Zia Ryufai could feel that the scroll seemed to be looking forward to this paperweight, but he did not know what to do. Should I try bringing this paperweight into the spirit map space? Zia Ryufai had this thought. He held the jade paperweight in his hand and began to communicate with the spirit map space. Just as Zia Ryufai connected to the spirit map space and was about to enter, a suction force came from the spirit map space. Then he saw the jade paperweight being sucked into the spirit map. When the jade paperweight was sucked into the spirit map, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water. It disappeared without a trace. Zia Ryufai was shocked. He opened the scroll and looked around, but the jade paperweight was nowhere to be found. Could it be that it was sucked into the space? The spirit map space would take the initiative to absorb things. At this thought, Zia Ryufai connected to the spirit map space again. Before he could issue the order to enter the space, he was stunned. In the past, he could only use his mind to contact the spirit map space and issue simple instructions like entering or leaving. However, when he connected to the spirit map space now, everything in the space suddenly appeared in his mind as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the entire space seemed to have become somewhat different. Zia Ryufai did not have time to investigate the changes. He sent out the order to enter the space. His body flashed and he was inside the spirit map space. The familiar feeling of dizziness quickly disappeared. Zia Ryufai stood on the ground of the space and looked at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The most obvious thing was that the space had doubled, from the original 1 mu to 2 mu. The space that had been a little cramped after planting the vegetables suddenly became a lot more spacious. At the outermost area of the space, there was an open space, which was in sharp contrast to the scope of the previous space. It was as if a ring was nested outside the land of the previous space. Then the diameter of the pool in the middle of the space also doubled, becoming about 2 meters. The clear water in the pool rippled slightly, making people feel relaxed and happy. Besides, Zia Ryufai could clearly feel that the air in the space had become fresher. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Obviously, after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the spirit map, the entire spirit map space underwent an evolution. What happened to the nameless plant? Would the tri-colored flower change? Zia Ryufai thought fervently. In the entire space, the thing he was most concerned about was undoubtedly this nameless plant. With a trace of anticipation, Zia Ryufai quickly walked towards the nameless plant. From afar, Zia Ryufai could already feel his excitement. Just as he had expected, the nameless plant had also evolved. The branch, which was originally only as thick as a thumb, had obviously grown a size larger. It was as thick as a baby's arm, and it had grown a bit taller. What made Zia Ryufai even more excited was that the flower crown, which had not even been 3 days old, had grown new petals. The number of petals had increased as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. The flower crown had 4 petals. Other than the red, yellow, and blue petals, there was also an additional green petal. The petals of the exotic flower were too important to Zia Ryufai. Not only did he need them to strengthen his body, but they were also indispensable for his future career development. Hence, every piece of land that was added had an extraordinary meaning to Zia Ryufai. With excitement, he carefully collected the 4 petals with a pair of tweezers and put them in a preservation box. Then Zia Ryufai walked around the space. In the end, he stood by the pool and felt that the space had expanded. Even his state of mind seemed to have widened a lot. The invisible pressure that had been produced in the confined space in the past had been reduced a lot. Besides, Zia Ryufai realized that he had established an invisible connection with the space. He had a feeling that he was the absolute master in this space. Every blade of grass, every tree, every speck of dust seemed to be under his control. However, this feeling was still faintly discernible, as if it was very difficult to grasp. Zia Ryufai looked around for a while and suddenly thought of something. If the entire space had evolved, what about the flow of time? Would there be any changes? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zia Ryufai did not want to wait any longer. He immediately left the spirit map space and brought the small alarm clock back to the space to start the test. After waiting outside for a minute, Zia Ryufai entered the spirit map space again. The time on the small alarm clock showed that 15 minutes had passed in the inner space. As expected, the flow of time had also evolved. Now, the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside was 15 times. Zia Ryufai was very happy. The space's all-round evolution was a great thing for him. The more powerful the space was, the more room he would have for future development. Zia Ryufai thought about the strange feeling he had when he connected to the space with his mind after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the spirit map space. It was as if his invisible connection with the space had been strengthened, and he could see every blade of grass and every tree in the space. He pondered for a moment and left the medium. Then he used his mind to contact the spirit map space again, but he did not give the order to enter the space. That miraculous scene appeared once again. Everything in the inner space was reflected in his mind, including the neat rows of vegetable fields, the clear spirit pond in the inner space, and the Tupperware containing the petals of the nameless plant. A thought flashed through Zia Ryufai's mind. He could see the things in the space. Could he try to take them out? Previously, he had to carry items in and out of the space by himself in order to carry things. Zia Ryufai focused on the container with the flower petals and tried to give instructions to the spirit map space. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. The Tupperware appeared in Zia Ryufai's hands out of thin air. Zia Ryufai looked at the Tupperware in his hand, his face full of joy. He didn't expect that after the space had evolved, he could actually take things out directly from the space. This was much more convenient. Then, could he directly send things into the space? Zia Ryufai immediately tried again. He still used his mind to contact the spirit map space and gave an order. The next moment, the Tupperware in her hand disappeared like the most brilliant magic. The moment the container disappeared, Zia Ryufai immediately sensed it reappearing in the medium. Zia Ryufai was like a child who had just received a new toy and kept trying. After many experiments, Zia Ryufai concluded he could now store and withdraw items directly from the spirit map space in the outside world, but this process was also very taxing on his mental strength, much more so than directly bringing things in. There were also restrictions on the size and weight of the items. At the moment, he could at most send 200 kilograms of things into the space or take them out. Any bigger, and one would feel a sense of exhaustion, as if their mental power had been exhausted. They would need to consume the spatial pool's water or even the petal solution to recover. Although there were these restrictions, this was already a great surprise for Zia Ryufai. Zia Ryufai had a feeling that as long as he continued to absorb the petals of the strange flower, or if the space was upgraded, he would be able to store and withdraw bigger and heavier things. Thinking of the realm's upgrade and evolution, Zia Ryufai's excitement gradually calmed down. He began to analyze the process that he had stumbled upon. Without a doubt, the spirit painting scroll had evolved after absorbing the jade paperweight. However, was the jade material of the paperweight necessary for the spirit map, or did the paperweight itself have some special function? After all, this paperweight looked like an old item. Perhaps there was some magical legend about it. Zia Ryufai frowned as he pondered. He was inclined to the former. He thought that the painting might need the jade itself. Wasn't it said that jade gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase one's longevity? The spiritual energy contained in the jade itself might be what the spirit painting scroll needed, right? No matter how one analyzed or guessed, in the end, they had to rely on the facts to speak. Hence, Zia Ryufai decided to test it out for himself. He hid the spirit painting well on his body, then took his bank card and more than 10,000 yuan in cash that he had earned from selling Taoyuan brand vegetables in the past 2 days. He went downstairs to get his car and went straight to Sanshan City. Wenwan Street in Ning and district of Sanshan City was the distribution center of jade, antiques, and jewelry in the entire southeast province. There were more than 100 shops of all sizes here, all of which were in the Wenwan-related industry. It had already formed a large industrial scale. Such a place was always full of good and bad people, and the shops of all sizes were full of counterfeits. Even if an expert came here, he could easily be fooled if he was not careful. Zia Ryufai's destination was Wenwan Street. Of course, he wasn't here to pick up treasures. After parking the car, Zia Ryufai strolled into the busy pedestrian street. In addition to the shops, there were many stalls along the street. These stalls operated on a variety of businesses, such as Grandpa Mao portraits, little man books, ancient coins. There was a dazzling array of things. As soon as Zia Ryufai walked over, a few stall owners greeted him warmly. They were all glib with their words, as if anything in their shabby stalls was a priceless treasure. Zia Ryufai did not stop in front of these small stalls. Instead, he walked straight in. After a short while, he saw a shop with a signboard Spirit Jade House. It looked very big and was decorated in a high-end manner. He thought for a moment and walked into the shop. A young and beautiful waitress came up to him and greeted him with a smile. "Sir, do you want to buy jade? Our Spirit Jade House is having a promotion recently. If you spend more than 20,000 yuan, you will get a free old pit raw stone. If you want to experience the fun of stone gambling, don't miss this great opportunity." Zia Ryufai just wanted to verify his guess. He didn't know anything about the old gemstones, nor did he know what stone gambling was, so he was naturally uninterested. He just said indifferently, "Oh, let me take a look first." "Then what type and price do you want, sir? We have all kinds of jade here, and the variety is very complete," the waiter asked with a warm smile. I'm just looking around." Zia Ryufai asked, "By the way, do you have jade for sale here?" With a professional smile, the waiter said, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only sell finished jade products. We don't have any jade materials for sale." "Oh, do you have any jade products?" Zia Ryufai asked. He just wanted to verify if anything that was made of jade could be absorbed by the spirit map space and upgraded. Finished jade items could also be used, so he was too lazy to change to another store. The waiter smiled. "Of course we do. We have jade earrings, jade bracelets, and jade pendants. However, the price varies greatly depending on the quality. I wonder what price you would like to know, sir." Then, I want to see the jade bracelet. Xia Ryufai thought for a while and said, recommend me a few of them at all prices. I'll take a look first. All right, this way please, the waiter said. People in the service industry were good at reading people's expressions. Seeing that Xia Ryufai was dressed so simply and didn't seem to have a strong desire to buy, the waitress didn't take out anything expensive. The waiter rummaged behind the counter for a while and quickly took out a few boxes and placed them on the counter. He said, sir, these bracelets are all made of jade. The price ranges from 5,000 to 100,000 yuan. You can have a look first. Xia Ryufai was also shocked. He didn't expect jade to be so expensive. These bracelets didn't look like much, but the cheapest one cost 5,000 yuan and the most expensive one was 100,000 yuan. Xia Ryufai thought, there must be a reason why it's so expensive. Since I want to verify my judgment, I'll try the most expensive one first. Which one is the one that costs 100,000 yuan? He asked. The waiter was stunned for a moment, thinking I didn't know how rich this young man is. He actually wanted to watch the one that cost 100,000 yuan. Could it be that he was a low-profile rich man? If he had known earlier, he would have taken out those high-grade goods that were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Of course, she was only stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted, and the smile on her face became more enthusiastic. She pointed to one of the boxes and said, this is a jade bracelet of the ice glutinous type. It's priced at 100,000 yuan. Oh, can I pick it up and have a look? Xia Ryufai asked. Of course, but we have rules. If the bracelet is damaged because of sir, you have to pay the original price. The saleswoman reminded Xia Ryufai carefully. Xia Ryufai nodded and reached out to grab the jade bangle. Just as Xia Ryufai's hand touched the jade bangle, he felt the spirit painting scroll in his arms shake slightly again. Xia Ryufai was overjoyed. The spirit map scroll also had a reaction to the jade bracelet. Obviously, his previous judgment was 80 correct. The real thing that could evolve the spirit map space was the jade itself. In other words, in the future, he could buy jadeite for the spirit map scroll to absorb, thus achieving the goal of further upgrading. In order to make sure that he was not mistaken, Xia Ryufai held the icy glutinous jade bracelet and looked at it repeatedly. Of course, he was actually trying to confirm if the spirit painting had really reacted. Not only that, Xia Ryufai picked up a few other bracelets and made a selection. After looking at it for a while, the professional smile on the waiter's face was almost frozen. Xia Ryufai was finally 100% sure that jade could evolve the spirit map space. This was because the spirit painting would react to every jade bracelet. However, the strength of the reaction would be different due to the different quality. All in all, except for the 100,000 yuan ice glutinous type bracelet, the reaction of the spirit paintings to the other bracelets was very weak. Fortunately, after the spirit map space evolved today, Xia Ryufai's spiritual connection with the space had become closer, so he could sense even the slightest reaction. Even if it was the bracelet that was worth 100,000 yuan, the reaction strength of the spirit painting scroll was at most similar to that of the jade paperweight. Seeing that the waitress was still waiting for him, Xia Ryufai felt a little embarrassed to ask her to serve him so passionately for so long. He had wasted at least 20 minutes of her time by looking at her face. It seemed like he had to buy one. Xia Ryufai thought for a while and pointed at a bracelet that was about 40,000 yuan. The waitress was so bored that she was yawning. She thought that Xia Ryufai was someone who would only look and not buy, so she had wasted her time. She did not expect Xia Ryufai to really buy one. Although a jade bracelet that cost more than 40,000 yuan wasn't considered high-end, her commission was still quite a lot. The waiter immediately perked up and quickly said, sir, you can pay by card. If you're sure you want this bracelet, I'll help you wrap it up. Please pay the bill. Xia Ryufai smiled and nodded. After the waitress had wrapped the bracelet, he followed her to the cashier and took out his bank card to pay. Xia Ryufai was not short of money for the time being. Huzai's mother insisted on returning the 400,000 yuan. After adding the 100,000 yuan that he originally had, he bought a pickup truck. With some recent expenses, he had nearly 400,000 yuan left in his card. It was not a big deal to buy a bracelet that cost 40,000. Moreover, the spirit picture scroll of the bracelet could also be absorbed, so it wasn't a waste. The waiter kept the receipt and handed the jade bracelet to Xia Ryufai with both hands. Xia Ryufai thought for a while and asked, by the way, I actually need raw jade more. The demand is quite high, and I'll be buying it for a long time. Can you help me ask the higher-ups if Spirit Jade House is interested in this business? It would be a waste if he bought jade products for the spirit map scroll to absorb. It was naturally much cheaper to buy jade directly. Anyway, it would be absorbed, so what was the use of processing it? Sir, we usually sell finished products, but I can call the boss for you. The waiter said, a little embarrassed. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Ryufai said with a smile, you're welcome. Please have a seat. I'll make the call now, the waiter said. Then she quickly walked back to the counter, picked up the phone and made a call. After a while, the waiter came over and said, sir, our boss Chen just happens to be working nearby. He said that if it's convenient for you, please take a seat in the shop for a while. He'll be right there. You're welcome, the waitress said with a sweet smile. Xia Ruifai was not only handsome, but also rich. The saleswoman looked at Xia Ruifai in a different light now that she had bought the 40,000 yuan bangle and was about to discuss the sale of Jade with the boss. However, Xia Ruifai only had an indifferent expression. Although he was very kind, he obviously did not react to her secret flirtatious looks. The waitress was a little disappointed, but she immediately thought of something else. By the way, sir, you've bought more than 20,000 yuan in our shop, so you'll get a free old pit raw stone. You can go over there and choose. Old pit raw stone. Xia Ruifai raised his eyebrows and asked, what is this? The waitress didn't expect Xia Ruifai to come and buy jade without even knowing about raw gemstones. This made her even more certain that Xia Ruifai was a rich man's son, which was why he didn't care about money. She quickly explained, it's raw jade. All the jade comes from these raw gemstones, but there's no device or ray in the world that can penetrate through the raw gemstones to detect whether there's jade inside. So many people bet on raw gemstones. If there's a high-quality jade inside, they'll make a lot of money. Of course, there's also a high possibility that there's nothing inside, and the raw gemstones that they've bought at a high price will become worthless trash. The waiter explained for a long time before Xia Ruifai finally understood what a raw stone was. He asked curiously, then wouldn't it be a huge loss for you to give away a raw stone for every 20,000 yuan spent in your store? The waiter looked amused. He looked around and said in a low voice, sir, these raw stones aren't big and they're all leftovers from the customers. The probability of them being green is very low, so the boss took them out as a gift. I see. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but laugh. He was also a little naive. How could a businessman do a losing business? The waiter quickly said, don't tell him I told you. You'll be fired by the boss. All right, I won't say anything. Xia Ruifai said with a kind smile. Sir, since it's a gift, why don't you go and pick one? Just treat it as a game. The waiter said, maybe we can really get jade. No one can see through raw gemstones. It's all based on experience and feeling. There are always times when you're wrong. Xia Ruifai knew that the waiter's words made sense, but the probability of that happening was too low. However, since he had nothing to do, Xia Ruifai did not reject it since it was free. He stood up and walked to a pile of raw stones in the corner of the shop. These raw stones looked black. The big ones were as big as a millstone, and the smallest ones were smaller than a volleyball. It was hard to imagine from their appearance that the fascinating jade was extracted from these ordinary stones. Xia Ruifai squatted down in front of the pile of raw stones and reached out to pick. He came here with the mentality of playing a game, so he was very relaxed. He kept flipping through the raw gemstones, trying to find a piece that he liked. Just as Xia Ruifai's hand touched a rough stone the size of a volleyball with pockmarks on its surface, the painting in his arms suddenly shook without warning. The magnitude of the vibration was even greater than that of the bracelet. Could it be that there was jade hidden in this ordinary-looking raw stone, and the spirit painting could be sensed through the stone's skin? Other than this reason, there was no other possible answer. Moreover, according to the vibration of the spirit painting, the value of the jade in this raw stone was very likely to be high. Fortunately, Xia Ruifai had been in the special forces for many years and had developed a strong mentality. Although he was thinking quickly, he still looked calm on the surface. He put down the stone as if nothing had happened and started to look at the other raw stones. Very quickly, he had passed through every raw stone. Other than the previous one, the other raw stones did not cause the spirit painting scroll to tremble at all. In other words, out of the dozens of raw stones here, only one had jade. The probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Xia Ruifai sighed in his heart. He did not hesitate and picked up the volleyball-sized raw stone. Then he said in a relaxed tone, this one will do. Ah, sir, are you not going to pick again? The waiter was obviously stunned as well. Then he tactfully reminded her, this raw stone has been in our shop for more than half a year. Many experts have seen it. The probability of producing green may be. Xia Ruifai smiled faintly and said, do you think the chances will be higher if we change to another piece? I'm just playing around anyway, so I'll take this one. It's more to my liking. The waiter was speechless. This raw stone was so ugly, but why did it have to be so pleasing to the eye? Rich people were really strange. However, on second thought, she felt that Xia Ruifai's words made sense. To put it bluntly, the raw stones that were used as gimmicks were all leftovers. It didn't make a difference which one was chosen, so it was basically impossible to produce jade. All right, I'll register it for you now, the waitress said. She quickly wrote down the number of the raw stone in her book and said, sir, this raw stone is yours now. Do you need me to untie it on the spot? All right. Xia Ruifai shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The waiter went over to inform the manager and then brought Xia Ruifai to a slightly smaller shop next door. This was also a property of Spirit Jade House, but they only sold raw stones and naturally provided stone cutting services. Sir, these free raw stones were supposed to be cut for a fee, but you're our big customer, so the manager said the fee is free. The worker looked at the stone in Xia Ruifai's hand and asked indifferently, how do you want to solve it? Zia Ryufai shrugged. I don't know anything about this. Let's just cut it in the middle. The stonecutter nodded and did not say anything. He took the raw stone from Zia Ryufai's hands and fixed it on the stonecutter. Then he turned on the power and was ready to cut. If it were any other customer who wanted to cut the raw stone in this way, the master would have tried to persuade them. However, the master knew this raw stone too well. It was impossible for it to contain jade, so he didn't bother to say anything. There were a few customers in the shop who were choosing raw stones, and they all came over to watch the show. With the rumbling of the machine and the ear-piercing friction sound, the small raw stone was quickly cut in half. The master of cutting stones found some clean water to wash the cut surface. After taking a look, he said expressionlessly, "It's ruined, there's no green, no jade. How did this happen?" Zia Ryufai was slightly surprised. He walked forward and squatted down to check the raw stone that had been cut into two. Among the crowd, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He wore a thick gold necklace around his neck and had several big gold rings on his hand. He looked like a nouveau riche. There was also a delicate woman snuggling up to him. This woman was quite beautiful, but she had very heavy makeup on, making her look a little flirtatious. The fat man saw Zia Ryufai's shocked expression and couldn't help but mock, "Hey, brother, there's no need to look. If it's broken, then it's broken. Your stone looks like this. It'd be strange if there's green inside." Flirtatious woman held the arm of the fat man tightly and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Cheng, I didn't expect you to know how to look at raw stones. You're really capable." The fat rich man laughed proudly. "Baby, I don't know anything about raw stones, but I'm rich. You can ask people who understand to look at it. The last time I invited Teacher Kai to be my stone gambling consultant, this stone was still on the shelf for sale. Teacher Kai picked it up and took a look before putting it down. I heard that old Chen gave it to the shop next door as a gift." The fat man's boastful expression was obvious. The expressions of the spectators changed slightly when they heard this. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you talking about Teacher Kai Tianming from the Jade Association?" Fatty was even more proud when he heard this and said, "Is there another Teacher Kai in the jade industry of Sanshan City? This Kai Tianming should be quite famous." After hearing this, the other people who were watching the show looked at the fat rich man in a different light. The flirtatious woman hugged the fat man's arm even tighter and said coquettishly, "Brother Cheng, can you get Teacher Kai to help me pick a raw stone next time? I also want to play some stone gambling." The fat rich man laughed and patted the beautiful woman's hand, saying, "Baby, if there's a chance next time, I'm going to invite Teacher Kai to go stone gambling in southern Yunnan with me. I'll take you to see the world then. Brother Cheng, you're the best," the beautiful woman said excitedly, and then directly kissed the fat man's face in front of everyone. The fat man also enjoyed the feeling of being the focus of everyone's attention, and his smug expression became more and more obvious. He looked at Zia Ryufai and said with disdain, "It's impossible to get jade from this kind of rubbish stone." Everyone was still waiting to cut the stone. "Quickly get out of the way. Don't waste everyone's time." Zia Ryufai had just finished checking the raw stone that had been split into two and had an idea of what was going on. He frowned when he heard the fat man's words. The fat man kept making noise at the side. Zia Ryufai didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but his words were getting more and more unpleasant, which made Zia Ryufai a little unhappy. He raised his head and looked coldly at the fat man, saying, "Since you're so sure that my raw stone won't have any jade, do you dare to make a bet?" "A bet?" Fatty was stunned and asked. "What bet?" "Of course it's to bet on whether my raw stone will have jade," Zia Ryufai said with a smile. Fatty burst into laughter as soon as he heard that. He pointed at the raw stone that had been cut in half on the ground and said, "You've already lost it. How are you going to bet?" Zia Ryufai said indifferently, "Didn't I just cut it once? We'll only know if there's jade in there after all the stones are cut out, right? Just tell me if you dare to bet or not." As soon as Zia Ryufai said that, the people who were watching the show suddenly burst into an uproar. He still dared to gamble after cutting it to pieces. Is there something wrong with his brain? There's no way this raw stone can contain any green. This young man is clearly a newbie. This is a battle of personal feelings. He's rich, so he can do whatever he wants. One look and I can tell he's a prodigal. Everyone was laughing at Zia Ryufai's impulsiveness, but Zia Ryufai's face remained calm as he looked at the fat man quietly. The fat man's mouth twitched and he sneered, "If I don't even dare to bet on a sure win situation, how can I still have the face to stay in the jade world? Speak, what are we betting on?" Zia Ryufai said indifferently, "Gambling with my life." He clearly heard the people around him gasp in unison. He deliberately paused for a moment before he continued, "It seems a little too serious. Let's bet some money then." The people who were watching the show immediately laughed. It was really scary to talk and gasp for breath. However, they saw that Zia Ryufai was still in the mood to joke and seemed to have a plan in mind. They also felt that they could not see through Ying Ying's sure-lose bet. Where did his confidence come from? The fat man was shocked when he heard the word life-risking. Only after Zia Ryufai changed the topic did he realize that he had been tricked. He could not help but sneer, "Gambling is good. I Cheng Junhua don't lack money. Speak. How much do you want to bet? As long as you can take it out, I'll play with you. Zia Ruefai thought for a while and said in a relaxed manner, it's good to have a small bet, just play around. Let's bet 300,000. Boss Cheng, don't tell me you can't even take out 300,000 yuan. Those who could come here to gamble on stones naturally wouldn't be poor. However, most of the people present wouldn't bet 300,000 yuan just because of a few words. The fat rich man, Cheng Junhua's expression changed a few times, but he quickly said 300,000 it is. Even teacher Kai has personally appraised the raw stone, and it even broke with one cut. If you can get green, I'll eat it on the spot. The jade is mine too, why should I let you eat it? Zia Ruefai smiled and said, You, Cheng Junhua said, don't be so sharp-tongued. I agree to your bet, but can you afford 300,000? Cheng Junhua saw that Zia Ruefai was dressed simply and did not look like a rich man, so his tone was full of suspicion and disdain. Zia Ruefai did not say much. He took out his bank card and said, there should be more than 300,000 yuan in here. Boss Cheng, you have to take out some money too. Otherwise, how can I trust you? Cheng Junhua snorted and said, there are 300,000 in there just because you say so. What if it's an empty card? Zia Ruefai shrugged and asked, then what do you think we should do? Going to the bank to get cash. You need to make an appointment to withdraw a large amount of money, and isn't that too time-consuming? Cheng Junhua was also feeling a little awkward. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from the entrance of the shop. Why is my little shop so lively today? A forthright voice said. As soon as he finished speaking, a man split the crowd and walked into the shop. The man was in his early 40s and was wearing a red tang suit. He walked with a strong aura. Boss Chen. Hello, Boss Chen. Everyone greeted the man, and the waiter who had brought Zia Ruefai over quickly introduced him in a low voice. Sir, this is our Boss Chen of Ling Yu House. Zia Ruefai smiled and nodded at Boss Chen. Boss Chen looked at the waitress beside Zia Ruefai. Then he said to Zia Ruefai in a friendly manner, the store just called me, saying that someone wants to buy Jade, and it's a long-term cooperation. I think it must be this little brother. It's me. Hello, Boss Chen, Zia Ruefai said with a smile. Little brother is indeed a man of striking appearance. Boss Chen laughed and then asked what happened just now. Zia Ruefai didn't say anything, but the people around him started to tell him what had happened. When Boss Chen heard this, he looked at the two halves of the raw stone on the ground and said to Zia Ruefai with a strange expression, Little brother, you're all customers of my old Chen's shop. I think we should forget about this bet. Of course, Boss Chen was the most familiar with this raw stone. In fact, the quality of the whole batch of goods was not high, and this raw stone had the worst appearance. Some people even suspected that it was actually an ordinary stone randomly picked up from the mine and sold in the raw stone. Hence, he tactfully advised Zia Ruefai out of good intentions. However, Zia Ruefai just smiled and said, Boss Chen, I appreciate your kind intentions, but since this Boss Cheng is so bold, I will definitely accompany him to the end. Cheng Junhu also frowned and said, Old Chen, we've already agreed on this, so don't get involved. But since you're here, you can be our witness. Otherwise, we can't trust each other. Boss Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly. He looked at Zia Ruefai inquisitively. Zia Ruefai smiled and said, Sure, we'll hand our cards over to Boss Chen and check if the balance exceeds 300,000. Then we can continue cutting the stones. Seeing that Zia Ruefai had made up her mind, Mr. Chen had no choice but to agree. Cheng Junhua had no objections. They both handed their bank cards to Mr. Chen. There was a POS machine in the store, and he could check his balance. Soon, the balance in their cards was found. They both had more than 300,000 yuan. Cheng Junhua was slightly surprised to see that the plainly dressed Zia Ruefai really had more than 300,000 yuan in his card. However, his mind was focused on the bet. After checking the balance, he couldn't wait to say, continue. If I win your 300,000 yuan, it'll be just enough for my baby to get a new car. The flirtatious woman was overjoyed when she heard this. She kissed Cheng Junhua several times, giving Zia Ruefai goosebumps. He was too lazy to argue and said to the master, Master, can I do it myself? The stonecutter looked at Boss Chen, who nodded slightly. Since the boss had agreed, the stonecutter was naturally happy to be idle and gave up his position. The operation of the stonecutter was not complicated. Zia Ruefai could basically use it after looking at it. Besides, he did not need to polish the stone. He could just cut it in half. It was simple and crude. Zia Ruefai's eyes revealed a mischievous look. He picked up half of the raw stone and fixed it on the stone cutter. Then he turned on the power and cut it down from the waist. After a burst of ear-piercing friction sound, the raw stone was also cut in half. Everyone's eyes fell on the cut in unison. After the clear water flowed over it, there was still no green at all. Suddenly, there was a wave of sighs. The onlookers looked at Zia Ruefai with sympathy and some gloated. Everyone was talking about Zia Ruefai's unwise behavior. Cheng Junhua's expression became even more relaxed. In his eyes, 300,000 yuan was too easy a win. Zia Ruefai's expression did not change. He fixed the cut stone back to the machine, turned on the power, and continued cutting. With the roar of the machine, the half of the raw stone was cut into many small stones. However, just as everyone had predicted, there was no jade in it. Cheng Junhu could not help but say sarcastically, "This is the first time I've seen someone cut a stone so thoroughly. It's already cut like this and there's still no green. You have nothing to say now, right?" Xia Ruifai pointed at the other half of the raw stone indifferently and said, "I'm only halfway through. Didn't you cut that piece over there? What's the hurry?" When Xia Ruifai was examining the two raw gemstones, he realized that the painting did not react at all when he held one half in his hand. However, when he held the other half, the painting started to vibrate. This meant that all the jade in the raw stone was concentrated in the other half. Just now, Xia Ruifai had intentionally cut the half without the jade first with a hint of mischief. Cheng Junhua snorted coldly and said, "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I'll wait here and see what you have to say after I cut open the other half." Boss Chen watched from the side and shook his head secretly. He also thought that Xia Ruifai would lose for sure. He was just holding on. The corners of Xia Ruifai's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He calmly cleaned the stones on the machine, and then slowly fixed the other half of the raw stone on the machine. Xia Ruifai turned on the power and operated the cutting blade to cut the half of the raw stone. After returning to the bedroom in the villa, Xia Ruifai locked the door and took out the jade and the jade bracelet that he had obtained that day. Speaking of which, these things cost him 40,000 yuan in total to buy the bracelet. The two pieces of icy jade were cut from the raw stones that were given to him, and the other jade that was worth 300,000 yuan was won from a bet. Xia Ruifai took out the spirit map scroll as well. He picked up the jade bangle first, then used his mind to communicate with the spirit map space. The bangle was immediately sucked into the space. He used his mind to check on the spirit map space and found that there were no changes in the space. However, he was mentally prepared for the jade paperweight to be absorbed during the first evolution of the space. The jade paperweight was far larger than the bracelet in both material and size. Xia Ruifai judged that the amount of jade needed for the second evolution would definitely be more than the first. Hence, it was within his expectations that the bracelet would not evolve after absorbing the space. He didn't stop. He immediately picked up the two icy jade from the free raw stones and let the spirit map space absorb them. After absorbing the icy waxy jade, the space still didn't change. Xia Ruifai could only take out the bag of jades worth 300,000 yuan. There were 5 or 6 pieces of jade in it. They were all absorbed by the scroll until there was only the smallest piece of jade left. Xia Ruifai suddenly felt that his connection with the space had become closer. He quickly used his mind to check and found that the spirit map space had finally evolved again. Xia Ruifai looked at the remaining small piece of jade and could not help but smile bitterly. The jade that was used for the second evolution was worth 500,000 yuan. Although the jade did not cost that much, Xia Ruifai still felt a heartache. If the second evolution was already like this, the next time he wanted to evolve the space, he would probably have to spend several times more jade. Xia Ruifai had thought that he was making money very quickly, but now it seemed that he had to work harder if he wanted the realm to continue to evolve. The money he earned from selling vegetables and meat was barely enough to fill the gaps of his teeth if he were to exchange it for jade. However, Xia Ruifai did not dwell on it for too long. His mind had already flown into the space. He could not wait to see what changes the space had undergone after the evolution. Xia Ruifai entered the spirit map space. After the familiar dizziness had passed, Xia Ruifai took a deep breath in the space and realized that the air was fresher. He felt like he was floating as he took a deep breath. It was like the legendary paradise on Earth. The size of the space doubled again, becoming a full 4 acres. The spirit pool in the middle of the space had also become 4 meters in diameter. Xia Ruifai also realized that a mini stream had appeared in the space. It was called a mini because the width of the stream was only 40 to 50 centimeters. It was actually just a small ditch. The source of the stream was the spirit pond. After winding for more than 10 meters, it formed a pond with a diameter of about 2 meters in a depression. Xia Ruifai was most concerned about the nameless plant. After checking the changes in the space, he quickly walked to the nameless plant by the pond. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed. Just as he had expected, the flower that he had just picked this afternoon grew again, and this time there was an additional petal. The flower now was made up of 5 petals, and the latest petal was purple. The whole flower looked more harmonious and natural, as if it contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed. Just this extra purple petal was worth the 500,000 yuan of jade. After admiring it for a while, he carefully picked all the petals with a tweezer and stored them in a preservation box with a trace of reluctance. He walked around the space and tidied up the mess. Then, he came to the newly formed pond. Looking at the small pond in front of him, Xia Ruifai thought for a while and felt that he should make full use of the resources because he needed to earn more money. Only by making more money could he buy more jade, which would promote the realm's upgrade and evolution, and thus produce more benefits, forming a virtuous cycle. This pond was filled with spirit pond water, so it could be used to rear fish and prawns. He believed that in the unique environment of the spirit map space, the fish raised in the spirit pond water would definitely become a top-class ingredient. Of course, after some exploration, he could also breed some fish with higher value in the space. There was also the flow of time in the space, so no matter what it grew, it would definitely mature quickly. Thinking about the flow of time, Zia Ryufai immediately left the medium. He found the small alarm clock and sent it into the medium with his mind to test it again. Soon, the results were out. As expected, the time flow in the spirit map space had evolved again. Now, the time flow inside and outside was a full 20 times different. After a round of inspection, Zia Ryufai left the spirit map space and kept the spirit map scroll that had evolved again. Then, he lay comfortably on the deck chair on the balcony and basked in the sun. He squinted his eyes slightly, and Ling Kingsu's beautiful figure flashed through his mind. This girl hasn't contacted me for a few days, Zia Ryufai thought to himself. He muttered to himself for a moment, then reached out for his phone, ready to give Ling Kingsu a call. Previously, the collaboration with Ling Jai Restaurant had been halted because of Dong's interference. Zia Ryufai knew that Ling Kingsu must have been feeling terrible these few days and might still be working hard on the collaboration. Now that the name of Paradise Organic Vegetables had been fully established, the company and the registered trademark would soon be registered. Everything was going according to Zia Ryufai's plan, and it was time to let Ling Kingsu know. In the Nantai district of Sanshan City, the headquarters of the Lingjai Food and Beverage Group was located here. It was a 13-story building. The 1st to 8th floors were office buildings for rent, while the 9th to 13th floors were the office floors of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group. In a large conference room on the 12th floor, the middle and senior management of the Lingjai Food and Beverage Group were having a meeting. Sitting in the middle of the long conference table was Ling Kingsu's father, Ling Zai-Ocean. This person in charge of Lingjai Restaurant was around 50 years old. His square face exuded an air of authority and power. As he sat down, he naturally made people feel a sense of respect. The vice president, director, and department manager of the company sat on both sides according to their ranks. As the manager of the finance department, Ling Kingsu and Dong, the manager of the purchasing department, happened to be facing each other. Dong often looked up to steal glances at Ling Kingsu, but Ling Kingsu's face was always as cold as ice, and she didn't give Dong a good look. The meeting today was to discuss how to solve some of the current difficulties and the future development momentum of the group. The current situation was that the Lingjai Restaurant's main competitor, Minghao Restaurant, was very aggressive. They hired a famous chef whose ancestor was said to be a royal chef as the executive head chef at a high price. They launched several royal dishes in a row, and their performance soared. On the other hand, Lingjai's restaurant was the exact opposite. They didn't come up with anything new in terms of their food. In addition, there was a small dispute a few days ago. A customer vomited and had diarrhea after returning home. Then he insisted that it was a food hygiene problem at Lingjai's restaurant. The trouble came every 2 or 3 days, making things worse. Now a few chain stores were deserted and their business was not as good as before. This made Ling Zai-Ocean very anxious. The department managers and senior executives were also very positive, but they didn't put forward any constructive opinions. Ling Zai-Ocean frowned slightly, his gaze falling on his daughter Ling Kingsu. Ever since he had rejected Ling Kingsu's request to cooperate with Zia Ryufai the day before yesterday, Ling Kingsu had been cold to him, her father. Today she was even more absent-minded in the meeting, which made Ling Zai-Ocean even more unhappy. He frowned and asked Kingsu, "Stop looking at your phone. You tell me, do you have any better ideas?" Ling Kingsu closed her phone and said calmly, "The most direct way is, of course, to look for a new chef. However, I'm afraid it's not easy to find someone who is as capable and famous as the executive head chef of Minghao Restaurant in a hurry." Ling Zai-Ocean frowned slightly and said, "We've discussed this just now. The Human Resources Department will contact the headhunting company, but this can't be solved in a day or two. Say something useful." Ling Kingsu shrugged and said, "Since this method can't quench our thirst, we can only find another breakthrough. I've proposed to make an issue of the quality of the ingredients, but my proposal has been rejected by you. Other than this, I don't have any better ideas." This girl's resentment was still very deep. The day before yesterday, when she returned home, she had already mentioned this to Ling Zai-Ocean. However, she didn't know what Dong had said to Ling Zai-Ocean, but Ling Zai-Ocean didn't listen to her explanation. He only said that there couldn't be any compromises when it came to food safety issues, and that ingredients that didn't have an authoritative test report were strictly not allowed to enter. Ling Kingsu's next words were completely sealed off. Ling Kingsu naturally felt indignant. Whether it was public or private, she felt that her father was biased and believed in an outsider's words, but he didn't listen to his own daughter's words. It was really unreasonable. Ling Xiaoshan's brows furrowed even more as he said, Kingsu, let's not talk about this plan today. He said in his heart, Kingsu is getting more and more insensible. It seemed that what Xiao he said was true. She must have been deceived by the student who sold vegetables. At this moment, He Dong, who had not spoken all this time, suddenly said, Chairman Ling, I think Kingsu's opinion makes a lot of sense. Ling Xiaoshan's brows raised in surprise. Even Ling Kingsu couldn't help but look at He Dong with a strange expression. Was he out of his mind? You've been trying all sorts of underhanded methods to stop my plan. Why did your attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn today? Ling Xiaoshan quickly regained his normal expression and said indifferently, Little He, tell me the details. He Dong seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of his words. He looked around at the crowd, cleared his throat, and then said in a clear voice, the reason is very simple. Everyone has analyzed it just now. Other than finding an outstanding chef as soon as possible, what we can do is nothing more than to improve the management system, further improve the service level, and most importantly, make an issue of the ingredients. He Dong paused, then continued, actually, I've always agreed with Kingsu's opinion. If Ling Jai FB can find a phenomenal ingredient that can subvert the market, we can definitely turn the tables. Speaking up to here, He Dong's tone changed, and he said, the reason why I objected to Kingsu's proposal the last time was not because I didn't agree with this idea. I was completely thinking from the company's perspective. After my field study and judgment, I feel that the partner Kingsu found has no ability to guarantee food safety. Moreover, the quality of the ingredients provided is very ordinary. It's impossible to have a disruptive impact on the market. You're talking nonsense. Ling Kingsu's face turned red with anger. You didn't even look at it. Kingsu, let Xiao he finish his words. Ling Xiaoshan interrupted Ling Kingsu's words with some displeasure. Ling Kingsu snorted coldly and shut her mouth. She glanced coldly at He Dong, her loathing for this despicable person growing. He Dong revealed a faint smile and continued, that's why I'm only doing this for the sake of the public. If Kingsu is unhappy because I'm performing my duties as the manager of the procurement department, I can apologize. Ling Kingsu sat expressionlessly in her seat. She didn't even lift her eyelids, not reacting to He Dong's words at all. He Dong didn't mind and continued, back to the topic just now. I actually agree with Kingsu's train of thought. The problem is that we need to find the top-grade ingredients that can really affect the food industry of Three Mountains Restaurant. I've been keeping an eye on related information, and I happened to notice a piece of news recently. I think this is an opportunity for our company. Oh, what's the news? Ling Xiaoshan asked with some interest. He Dong smiled with confidence and said, I don't know if any of you here have heard of the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables. He Dong's words caused the group's senior executives to start discussing in hushed voices. These 2 days, the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables had been in the limelight. Ordinary people might not know, but these people in the food and beverage industry, and they were at least at the manager level, how could they not have heard? Ling Xiaoshan's eyes also lit up as he asked, Xiao he, are you talking about the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables launched by the West River Moon Club? He Dong smiled and nodded. I think this is the real top-grade vegetable. It's also the sound of a phone ringing interrupted He Dong's words. Everyone looked over and saw Ling Kingsu take out her phone and look at the caller ID. Her face instantly revealed a happy expression, and she immediately stood up and walked out of the meeting room with her phone. Ling Xiaoshan glared at his daughter in anger and said, it's getting more and more outrageous. The company's executives and managers all had strange expressions, but this was the chairman's family matter, so they could only lower their heads and pretend not to see it. Ling Xiaoshan took a few deep breaths and said, Xiao he, continue. He Dong looked at Ling Kingsu's empty seat, then said, Chairman, I think if the group can reach an agreement with the West River Moon Club and buy some of Taoyuan brand organic vegetables from them, the performance will definitely rebound. With the celebrity effect of the organic vegetables, it will definitely attract a lot of popularity. Ling Xiaoshan laughed bitterly. Little he, you didn't see how hot these vegetables are. Even the West River Moon Club is limited in supply, and they even put it up for auction. Do you think they'll give us some? That's not realistic. He Dong, however, said with a confident smile, Chairman, we all know that the so-called auction and queuing are just a means of hunger marketing by the Xaijiang Moon Club. Although the peach garden vegetables were very rare, the supply would definitely not be that small. I have an acquaintance who is in charge of purchasing at the West River Moon Club. He told me that their president Zhang is personally in charge of purchasing Taoyuan vegetables. Although he doesn't know much about the specific situation, there is one thing that is very important to us. Oh, what's the situation? Ling Xiaoshan raised his eyebrows and asked. He Dong said with a smile, my friend told me that President Zhang has revealed that this paradise vegetable supplier has a long-term partnership with the Zhejiang Moon Club. In the future, the supply will only get bigger and bigger. President Zhang is prepared to act as the agent for this brand in the future and directly sell this vegetable to the entire province. He Dong paused for a moment before continuing. Chairman Ling, I think that under these circumstances, we can totally do some work in the Xaijiang Moon Club. Since they're going to sell vegetables in the future, why don't we make the first move and reach an agreement with Zhejiang Yue in advance? Moreover, the supply will increase in the future. As long as we pay enough, President Zheng might give us a small portion of the existing supply now. If that's the case, the gimmick of paradise vegetables alone is enough to bring us a lot of popularity. As Ling Xiaoshan pondered over Hidong's words, he nodded his head continuously. It was obvious that he agreed with Hidong's point of view and was moved by his words. Seeing this, Hidong's heart also bloomed with joy. Ever since he realized that it would be very difficult for Ling Kingsu to make a breakthrough, he had begun to shift his focus and put in all his effort to win Ling Xiaoshan's favor. As long as Ling Xiaoshan appreciated him, coupled with the great kindness his father had shown Ling Xiaoshan, he would definitely be able to win the beauty back. His performance today had definitely increased Ling Xiaoshan's impression of him, and Hidong was both happy and proud. At that moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Ling Kingsu had just finished her call and walked in. The executives and managers realized that Ling Kingsu, who had been as cold as ice a moment ago, suddenly looked radiant. There was even a faint smile on her lips. Her entire person had suddenly become bright and beautiful. Even many of the younger managers couldn't help but be dazed. Ling Kingsu walked back to her seat and looked at Hidong, who was sitting across from her with a sneer on her face. She asked, if I didn't hear it wrong, what manager he meant just now. Is that you're saying that Taoyuan brand organic vegetables are undeniably the top quality ingredients? Hidong revealed a fake smile and said, Kingsu, I understand that you want to help your classmate. I'm also very willing to do something for your classmate without affecting the overall situation. However, food safety is our company's red line. Especially since there was a suspected food poisoning incident some time ago, we can't be muddle-headed on this red line. Hidong nagged on, not directly answering Ling Kingsu's question. However, Ling Kingsu didn't get impatient, which was a rare sight. Instead, she revealed a meaningful smile and quietly watched Hidong's performance with an expression as if she was watching a good show. When Ling Xiaoshan and the other company executives heard Hidong's nonsense, they nodded their heads repeatedly. Ling Xiaoshan, in particular, approved of Hidong even more in his heart, thinking that he knew the big picture. After beating around the bush for a long time, Hidong finally returned to Ling Kingsu's question. He continued, Kingsu, I know you might not be happy, but the truth is that the Taoyuan brand organic vegetables are worthy of being called super high-quality ingredients. They are also the key to turning the Lingji F. And your classmate is just a vegetable seller trying to get close to our company and earn a little money by reselling vegetables. The two are not on the same level at all. There's no way to compare. After he finished speaking, Hidong looked at Ling Kingsu with a wide smile, a smug expression on his face. Ling Kingsu's mocking expression became even more obvious. She said indifferently, it seems that manager he is very impressed with this Paradise brand vegetable. I'm not just talking without thinking. Hidong laughed. Although the Taoyuan brand vegetables have only appeared in everyone's eyes for 2 days, the appraisal and auction held by the West River Moon Club are so grand that everyone who has attended the appraisal can't stop praising Taoyuan vegetables. These people are all famous people in Sanshan City. It can't be that they were hired by them, right? Ling Xiaoshan also furrowed his brows and said, Kingsu, what are you trying to say? We're discussing serious matters now, so don't throw a tantrum. Ling Kingsu stood up and looked around at the company's top executives. Finally, her gaze stopped on Hidong and she said sarcastically, when Ling Kingsu said this, Hidong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He then asked, what do you mean by this? Ling Kingsu chuckled and turned to Ling Xiaoshan. Dad, I just received a call. The paradise vegetables that manager he was praising about were cultivated by my classmate, Zia Ryufai. It's also the vegetable that I strongly recommended to you a few days ago. The Paradise Company that is currently being registered is also solely owned by Zia Ryufai. Ling Kingsu's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The conference room immediately buzzed with discussion. As for Hidong, he sat on the chair in a daze as if he had been petrified. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Ling Xiaoshan revealed a shocked expression and asked, Kingsu, is the information confirmed? Ruo Fei told me personally, how could I be wrong? Ling Kingsu said. Hidong had only just recovered from his shock. Hearing Ling Kingsu's words was like grasping at a life-saving straw, and he immediately said loudly, he's definitely lying. He got in touch with Kingsu before because he wanted to use Kingsu to cheat our company's money. He must have come up with another trick after I saw through him. Just so happens that Taoyuan vegetables' reputation has been in the limelight for the past 2 days, so he continued to use Taoyuan vegetables, named to cheat people. It must be like this. Ling Kingsu looked at Hidong coldly, not bothering to explain anything to him. She only said to Ling Xiaoshan, who had an uncertain look in his eyes, Father, Ruo Fei said that you can call President Zheng of the West River Moon Club to confirm this matter. As long as you mention his name, President Zhang will naturally tell you the truth. By the way, you should have President Zhang's phone number right. Ling Xiaoshan nodded his head slightly and took out his phone doubtfully. At this time, He Dong suddenly said, Chairman, you can't make this call. The source of Taoyuan vegetables must be the core secret of the West River Moon Club. If he rashly called President Zhang to ask about this matter, not only would he not get any information, but he would also offend him. The cooperation in the future would definitely be impossible. This Xia Ruifai has evil intentions. He's trying to make Lingjai Restaurant and Zhejiang Moon Club become enemies. Ling Kingsu finally couldn't help but change her expression and coldly said, enough. He Dong, if it wasn't for you deliberately making things difficult for us, Lingjai FB would be the one cooperating with Paradise Corporation right now, and the one in the limelight in the entire Sanshan food industry would also be Lingjai FB. It's because of your stupidity and selfishness that Ruo Fei had no choice but to choose the West River Moon Club as his business partner. Our company has not been able to get out of this predicament, all because of you. You're still stopping my father from investigating this matter. What are your intentions? At this time, he still accused Ruo Fei of being evil. I think you're the one who's feeling guilty. I didn't, He Dong explained with a pale face. Ling Xiaoshan looked at He Dong with a complicated expression, then started to look for a phone number on his phone. He quickly found President Zhang's number and dialed it. Ling Xiaoshan took his phone and stood up to walk out of the conference room. Before he even walked out of the conference room, everyone heard Ling Xiaoshan say enthusiastically, President Zhang, I'm Ling Xiaoshan from Lingjai FB. I have something to ask you. Then, the thick door of the conference room was closed, blocking Ling Xiaoshan's voice. No one could hear what Ling Xiaoshan and President Zhang were talking about on the phone outside the conference room. These high-ranking officials all looked at He Dong with complicated gazes. There was pity, gloating, and also indifference. Meanwhile, Ling Kingsu sat quietly in her seat, looking at He Dong's pale face and dejected appearance. Her heart was filled with joy. After watching this despicable person act so arrogantly for so many days, Ling Kingsu felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly every time she saw him. Today, she had finally vented her anger. If it was anyone else who dared to talk back to Ling Kingsu like this, they would have been kicked out of the company a long time ago. He Dong only dared to be so impudent because his father had saved Ling Xiaoshan's life. It was also because of this that Ling Kingsu especially hated him. Very quickly, the meeting room's door opened once more. Ling Xiaoshan walked back with a somewhat unsightly expression. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, but no one dared to ask. Ling Kingsu was the only one who smiled confidently and asked, Dad, how's the questioning? Ling Xiaoshan's expression became a little awkward, not knowing how to answer Ling Kingsu. After a long while, Ling Xiaoshan furrowed his brows and looked at He Dong, asking in a deep voice, Little He, what's wrong with you? We're all trying to curry favor with such a high-quality supplier like Xia Ruifai. Why are you still pushing him away? Also, Kingsu said that you deliberately made things difficult for her and forcibly ruined the cooperation that had already been drafted. Is that true? It was all good now. Old Zhang from West River Moon had gotten a great deal. What do you want to do? He Dong's face instantly paled when he heard this, and the last bit of hope in his heart also vanished. He slumped into his chair, completely not knowing how to deal with this kind of situation. The company's executives had obviously also gotten the answer, and they couldn't help but speak at the same time. Chairman Ling, is the boss of Paradise Corporation really Kingsu? Can we make contact with him directly? Chairman, since Kingsu has already agreed to work with him, even though it has been temporarily stopped due to He Dong's personal reasons, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we can still continue working together. Yes, Chairman Ling. If we can establish a long-term supply relationship with the Paradise Corporation, our company will definitely be able to take down the Minghao restaurant in one fell swoop. Chairman Ling, all right, be quiet. Ling Xiaoshan furrowed his brows and said loudly, Why are you all so noisy? Do you think this is a wet market? The moment Ling Xiaoshan was enraged, the company's higher-ups and managers immediately fell silent and shut their mouths. For a moment, the meeting room became very quiet. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoshan tried his best to adjust his expression and make it gentler. He then looked at Ling Kingsu and squeezed out a smile, saying, Kingsu, I was deceived by others and blamed you wrongly. Please don't take it to heart. Ling Kingsu pursed her lips and said after a moment of silence, Dad, I know what you want to say, but I've told you before that the production of Ruifai's new vegetable product is still very low. He chose to cooperate with us because of me. Now he has signed a supply agreement with the West River Moon Club. I know that, but aren't you his classmate? Can you discuss with him, even if it's just a small portion, it'll be good enough for us to use it in an emergency. Ling Kingsu revealed a meaningful look and said, but Ruifai's vegetables still can't provide the test report from the authorities. At the moment, he doesn't have his own planting base. Ling Xiaoshan laughed bitterly. Kingsu, don't say such things in a fit of anger. I know you're still angry with father. However, this cooperation is very important to our company. I hope you can look at the big picture and help the company tide over this crisis first. Ling Kingsu let out a soft sigh and said, actually, Ryufai already said on the phone that although the supply of vegetables is tight, I can still squeeze out some if I need it. But you have to talk to him personally. Ling Zai Ocean hurriedly said, it should be. Kingsu, let's not waste any time. Let's go over now. It was unprecedented for the boss of a restaurant chain to rush to see a young man for dozens of caddies of vegetables every day. This showed that the difficulties that Ling Jai FB was currently facing weren't small. Furthermore, the appearance of paradise vegetables was so stunning, which was also an important reason why Ling Zai Ocean placed so much importance on it. Ling Kingsu said calmly, Father, Ryufai has another condition. When we go to negotiate, we must bring this manager, he. After she finished speaking, Ling Kingsu glanced at Hidong in disgust. Hidong also seemed to have somewhat recovered from the shock, and he asked warily, what does he want to do? I don't want to see him. Ling Zai Ocean frowned. He had always had a good impression of his old comrade's son. He was good-looking and had good work coordination skills. In order to repay his old comrade's kindness, he had been nurturing him on purpose. He even had the intention to matchmake his daughter with him. It was just that today's matter had let Ling Zai Ocean see another side of Hidong. This side of him was so unbearable that Ling Zai Ocean could not help but sigh. Zio he, this matter was caused by you. It's reasonable for them to ask you to go to their house and apologize. Ling Zai Ocean said in a low voice, this matter is settled. We will leave in 10 minutes. Old Hong, go get the car ready. Old Hong, the head of the group's office, quickly agreed and arranged for a car to go. 10 minutes later, Ling Zai Ocean and Ling Kingsu walked out of the building and got into a black Mercedes-Benz. Hidong, who had lost his soul, also got into the car with a tearful face. The car started and headed straight for Zia Ryufai's holiday villa in Changping. When he received a call from Ling Kingsu, who was still on the way, Zia Ryufai was preparing dinner downstairs. So he stopped what he was doing and tidied up the living room a little. When the sky was about to turn dark, the black Mercedes-Benz of Ling Jai restaurant arrived at the holiday villa. This was Zia Ryufai's first time meeting Ling Zai Ocean. Because of what had happened last time, he did not have a good first impression of this tall, middle-aged man. However, Ling Zai Ocean was Ling Kingsu's father, so Zia Ryufai still gave him some face. He walked up to Ling Kingsu and exchanged a smile with her. Then he greeted Ling Zai Ocean with a smile, Uncle Ling, how are you? As for Hidong, who was timidly following behind Ling Zai Ocean, Zia Ryufai completely ignored him. Ling Zai Ocean laughed heartily and said, hello. Little Zia, I've heard Kingsu mention you before, but I've never had the chance to meet you. I'm sorry for believing what I heard about the cooperation last time. Ling Zai Ocean did not hide anything from the start and chose to be direct. This made Zia Ryufai have a good impression of him. Zia Ryufai smiled. Uncle Ling Kingsu, let's talk inside. After he finished speaking, he made an inviting gesture and led the group into the villa. In the living room on the first floor, everyone took their seats according to their status. Hidong was the last to sit in the living room, not knowing whether to stand or sit, his face alternating between red and white. When Ling Zai Ocean saw Hidong's cowardice, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He said in a Ling Zai Ocean hurriedly said, deep voice, Zio he, quickly apologized to Ruo Fei. Hidong opened his mouth and looked at Zia Ryufai again with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak with difficulty, Zia Ryufai waved his hand and said to Ling Zai Ocean, Uncle Ling, there's no need to apologize. I don't need it. Then, Ling Zai Ocean looked at Zia Ryufai in confusion. Since he didn't want Hidong to apologize, why did Zia Ryufai specifically ask Hidong to come here to see him? Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Uncle Ling, I already know why you're here. Actually, I didn't intend to push the Taoyuan vegetables to the market so soon. It was Kingsu who strongly encouraged me after she tried these vegetables once. What do you mean by encouraging? That's encouragement, okay. Ling Kingsu pouted and rolled her eyes at Zia Ryufai. Kingsu, don't interrupt little Zia, Ling Zai Ocean said. Zia Ryufai looked at Ling Kingsu in amusement and continued in short. It's because of the clear snow that the peach garden vegetables appeared in advance. I even discussed the details of the contract with Kingsu. Ling Zai Ocean hurriedly said, little Zia, we were wrong in this matter. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Uncle Ling, that's not what I meant. I'm actually quite an easy person to talk to. When I was discussing the collaboration with Zaijiangyu, I intentionally left some leeway because I was the first to agree to Kingsu. Uncle Ling, I'm not done yet. Zia Ryufai smiled faintly and said, this time it's all because of Hidong's personal revenge. We're all adults and we need to be responsible for what we've done. Zia Ryufai glanced at Hidong coldly and said, so, the only condition for us to restart our cooperation is for Ling Jai restaurant to fire Hidong. The dejected Hidong exploded when he heard this. He shouted at Zia Ryufai in exasperation, what, you wish? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fire me? He then turned to Ling Zai Ocean and said, Uncle Ling, you must not listen to him. Even though his paradise vegetables is praised so highly, it's just a rumor. We've never seen it in real life. Moreover, he just admitted that there's no authoritative test report or planting base. Ling Kingsu looked at Hidong in disgust and said sarcastically, during the company meeting just now, I think you were the one who praised Taoyuan vegetables to the heavens, right? We didn't say anything. Hidong was instantly at a loss for words. He could only hope that Ling Zai Ocean would be considerate of their past relationship. He knew that if it was anyone else, Ling Zai Ocean would definitely agree to Xia Ruifai's conditions without hesitation. However, Hidong was the son of Ling Zai Ocean's old comrade. Moreover, he was the son of his former class monitor who had saved his life. That was a different story. As expected, Ling Zai Ocean said to Xia Ruifai with a troubled expression, Zio Xia, I know that Hidong is in the wrong regarding this matter. I've already severely criticized him in the meeting just now. I can ask him to apologize to you sincerely. Firing him, isn't that a little too serious? Xia Ruifai revealed a faint smile and said, Uncle Ling, an apology doesn't always work. At least this time I hope to see the sincerity of Ling Jai Restaurant. Xia Ruifai paused for a moment before he continued, and I don't think firing him is a serious matter. The incident this time has already made it clear that he doesn't care about your company's interests at all. He's acting recklessly for his own selfish reasons and has set up obstacles for this cooperation. I don't think any company will be able to accept such a person. Ling Zai Ocean smiled bitterly and said, Little Xia, Hidong was just being silly. Can you be the bigger person and forgive him this once? Or can you change to another condition? Ling Kingsu saw that her father was pleading with Xia Ruifai and could not help but frown. Dad, Ruifai is right. The company has its own rules. Based on what Hidong did, he should have been fired long ago. Hidong also became anxious when he heard that and called out, Ling Kingsu, what do you mean by this? When did I break the company's rules? In that situation, he didn't have a test report and didn't have his own vegetable base. I asked a few questions and even hit him. How could I agree to sign this contract? Ling Kingsu pouted and said, Don't say those grand words. You know what you're thinking. Kingsu, can you just stop talking? Ling Zai Ocean said helplessly. At first, he had wanted to match Ling Kingsu with Hidong, but now he saw that Hidong seemed like a piece of mud that couldn't be supported on a wall. Moreover, Ling Kingsu and he were like fire and water. Ling Zai Ocean's little thoughts had long faded. However, Hidong was the only son of the former class monitor, so he definitely wouldn't kick him out of the class. Thus, he muttered to himself for a while before saying, Zio Xia, can you just do this for Uncle Ling's sake? Hidong. Uncle Ling Kingsu has told me about the relationship between Hidong and your family. Xia Ruifai said calmly, but I'll still say the same thing. We're all adults. We should be prepared to bear the consequences of our actions. Xia Ruifai glanced at Hidong and ignored his venomous gaze. He then said to Ling Zai Ocean, besides, we're already giving Uncle Ling face by sitting down and talking today. If I didn't give him face, my partner would not be Zaijiang Yue Club but Ming Hao Restaurant. At that time I had enough reason to do so, and I believe that the Ming Hao Restaurant would be very willing to cooperate with me. Ling Zai Ocean's expression changed slightly. He knew very well what it would mean for Ling Jai Restaurant if Xia Ruifai and Ming Hao Restaurant were to work together. Xia Ruifai stood up and said, Uncle Ling, please wait a moment. I have something to show you. Xia Ruifai then walked up the stairs. Ling Kingsu looked at Xia Ruifai's back, her eyes filled with tenderness. After this reunion after so many years, she realized that the image of Xia Ruifai in her heart had not faded at all. On the contrary, her girlish feelings seemed to have been elevated again. It was no longer a hazy love. In comparison, in Ling Kingsu's mind, the ugly Hidong was not even worth a piece of when compared to Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai quickly returned with a document and handed it to Ling Zai Ocean. Uncle Ling, you can open it and take a look. Ling Zai Ocean asked in confusion, what is this? Xia Ruifai smiled and said, I signed a cooperation agreement with West River Moon Club, but because my company is still registered, this is only a draft agreement. It will take some time for the official contract to be signed. I don't think it's appropriate. Ling Zai Ocean said hesitantly, it's fine. Xia Ruifai said with a smile. Then he opened the document and took out the agreement. He flipped through 2 pages and passed it to Ling Zai Ocean. He pointed at one of the terms and said, I asked President Zhang of West River Moon to add this. Do you still think I didn't give you face? Ling Zai Ocean's eyes narrowed, because he saw an exclusion clause on it, which was that the Taoyuan Vegetables, which was the agent of the West River Moon Club, could not have any form of cooperation with the Ming Hao Restaurant and its associated companies. Looking at this clause, Ling Zai Ocean couldn't help but be slightly moved. That's right, the other party was definitely full of sincerity. He had already done it to this extent, yet he still dared to say that he was not giving him face. Although Ling Zai Ocean knew that this was mostly for Ling Kingsu represented Ling Jai FB. Ling Zai Ocean said with emotion. Ling Kingsu, who was standing at the side, also saw this clause. She knew that Xia Ruifai had added this clause for her sake. She could not help but feel sweet in her heart. Xia Ruifai smiled but did not say anything. Ling Zai Ocean knew what Xia Ruifai meant. He sighed and said, "Zio Zia, let me go back and consider this matter." Ling Zioshan obviously knew that Zia Ryufai would not give in, so he did not plead for Hidong. However, he couldn't make up his mind, so he could only put the negotiations on hold. Zia Ryufai smiled and nodded. "Sure, as long as you agree to my only condition, all the cooperation can start immediately, and it will be according to the plan that I have discussed with Kingsu before." Hidong saw that Zia Ryufai refused to give in and wanted to kick him out of Ling Jai restaurant. The resentment in his heart grew. He glared at Zia Ryufai with red eyes as if he wanted to eat him up. However, Zia Ryufai ignored him and took a sip of the tea. Ling Zioshan sighed to himself and stood up. "Little Zia, we'll go back first then. All right, I'll send you guys off," Zia Ryufai said with a warm smile. Ling Kingsu wanted to stay for dinner, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Since Ling Zioshan was here, Zia Ryufai naturally could not brazenly invite Ling Kingsu for dinner, so everyone left the house with their own thoughts and came to the villa's courtyard. Before Ling Zioshan got into the car, Zia Ryufai said meaningfully, "Uncle Ling, I personally think you can report this matter to your former squad leader. I believe that a veteran who is willing to sacrifice his own life for his comrades must have his own principles and bottom line in his heart." Hidong's heart trembled when he heard Zia Ryufai's words. His face was ashen. He knew his father too well. Ling Zioshan also nodded his head thoughtfully and said. Ling Kingsu turned back to look at Zia Ryufai reluctantly before she got into the Mercedes-Benz. Zia Ryufai waved at the car and watched them leave. The next day, Zia Ryufai woke up early and had a simple breakfast. After waiting for the people from the West River Moon Club to transport the Taoyuan brand vegetables, he returned to his bedroom, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the medium. After 2 evolutions, the spirit map space had expanded by 4 times and was much more spacious. Zia Ryufai could now use the space to do more things. He first checked the nameless plant. After picking 5 petals yesterday, there were still no new ones today. It seemed that the growth cycle of the petals had not shortened. However, today was only the 2nd day. It turned out that new ones would grow every 3 days, so he would have to continue observing tomorrow and the day after. Then Zia Ryufai looked at the succulent mother plant. Due to the acceleration of time, the overall environment had become much better after the evolution of the realm. The succulent mother plants were growing well, especially the ones he had bought online. They had completely recovered and were even larger than before. They could be cut again at any time. The succulent plant that Zia Ryufai had chosen to be the mother plant had basically grown to the size of an adult plant. It would not have any problems with cutting. Zia Ryufai took out the flower petal solution that he had concocted last time and watered each of the succulent mother plants. Then he went to the vegetable field. In the innermost circle of the space, which was the space where Zia Ryufai had first obtained the spirit map scroll, there was a neat row of vegetable fields. Further out was a large ring-shaped empty space. This was the space that had been expanded after 2 evolutions. "Looks like I'll have to plant more things. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of land," Zia Ryufai muttered to himself. Zia Ryufai paid special attention to the cabbage that had been soaked in the petal solution. He realized that their growth was much better than other vegetables. They could be harvested in just 2 days. From the outside, they looked more lively than the ordinary vegetables in the space and looked very attractive. Zia Ryufai decided to just pick the ripe cabbages. However, Zia Ryufai did not use the petal solution again. The production of the flower petals was limited, and the planting cycle in the interspace was so short. If he used it every time, it would consume a lot of energy. The petal solution was mainly used for large-scale planting in the outside world, so that the quality of the vegetables planted in the outside world would not be lower than that of ordinary vegetables in the space. After finishing the vegetable field, Zia Ryufai finally came to the small pond. This was a new item that had appeared after the 2nd evolution. Although it was called a small pond, it was actually twice as big as the spirit pool that Zia Ryufai had when he first obtained the spirit map space. However, there seemed to be a spring at the bottom of the spirit pool. Every time Zia Ryufai entered the spatial spirit pool, the water would be replenished after a certain period of time. Hence, the water level in the spiritual pool would remain the same. The water in the pond was obviously drawn from the spirit pool, which meant that the water in the pond did not have any regenerative function. Zia Ryufai walked around the 2-meter-wide pond and made a decision. Expand the area of the pond. He had been thinking about raising some fish and shrimp in the space the day before, but the pond was a little small. If he were to use it to raise fish, the capacity wouldn't be large. Besides, Zia Ryufai also wanted to test the regeneration speed of the spirit pool water after it was drawn into the pond. He went back to the spirit pond, took a hoe and a shovel, and went to the pond. In this space, Zia Ryufai had to rely on himself for everything, and he was already used to it. Moreover, he was now absorbing a petal every 3 days. His physical fitness had been greatly enhanced, and doing some physical work was nothing difficult. Zia Ryufai started to get busy. He didn't expand the pond immediately. Instead, he started to dig from the ground beside the pond. He first used a hoe to dig and then used a shovel to shovel the soil to the side. The soil in the interspace was relatively soft, so it was quite easy for Zia Ryufai to sit on it. After a few hours of hard work, Zia Ryufai had dug a round pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 2 meters beside the pond. Pit was only a dozen centimeters away from the pond, and the ground was slightly lower than the pond. Zia Ryufai wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to dig a hole in the pond. The water in the pond immediately flowed into the hole. At the same time, the water in the spatial spirit pond at a higher altitude started to flow towards them. After waiting for an hour, the pit that Zia Ryufai had dug was filled with the spiritual pond water. However, it was only about half a meter deep. It was connected to the naturally formed pond and looked like a huge peanut lying on the ground. The water level of the spatial spirit pond had dropped by more than a meter. If it wasn't for the fact that its water level was lower than the exit, the water would have continued to flow into the pond. However, Zia Ryufai also saw that the water in the spatial spirit pond was slowly recovering. It seemed like there was a spring at the bottom of the pond. As the water level in the spirit pool recovered, the water level of the spirit pool and the pond would eventually be equal. Zia Ryufai was planning to open up a fish pond in the realm. Of course, he didn't need to do it on a large scale in the early stage. After he excavated the pond, it should be enough. Of course, Zia Ryufai did not stay in the origin space and wait for the pond to store water. He immediately left the spirit map space. After returning to his bedroom, Zia Ryufai first turned on his computer to check the Taobao platform. He realized that the customers had all received the goods that he had sent out last time. The reviews of the products were all positive, and many people asked when the new products would be available. Zia Ryufai opened his order for the flower pot and checked the delivery. He realized that the package had already arrived in Sanshin City and should be received by tomorrow at the latest. Now that the space had evolved twice, the flow of time was 20 times faster than the outside world. With the help of the petal solution, the cutting would be ready for sale in 3 or 4 days. So he hung a notice in the shop's eye-catching position, telling everyone that the new goods would be on the shelf on time at 8 o'clock in the morning 5 days later, and everyone was welcome to buy at that time. After withdrawing all the money that the customers had received from Taobao into Alipay, Zia Ryufai got up and went downstairs to the villa's backyard to check on the progress of the cabbage seedlings. After gently removing the plastic sheet covering the nursery, Zia Ryufai was pleasantly surprised to find that 90 of the seeds had already sprouted. This speed was several times faster than the data he had obtained from the research. At this rate, the seedlings could be planted in 3 to 5 days. This discovery gave Zia Ryufai more confidence in the petal solution. He carefully covered the plastic sheet again, then took out his phone to look at the time. He found that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Although he had been busy in the space for a few hours, only a short time had passed in the outside world when time was 20 times faster. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and decided to drive to Champing County. First, he was going to buy a batch of fish to raise in the space fish pond. Second, now that the space had expanded so much, he also wanted to go to the market to see if he could plant something with higher economic value. Zia Ryufai took his wallet, walked out of the villa, and drove straight to Champing County. After parking his car near the seafood market in the county, Zia Ryufai strolled into the bustling market alone. However, he was not in a hurry to buy it. Instead, he strolled around the market first. When he saw buyers and sellers chatting, he would go over and listen to them to understand the situation. After walking around for a while, Zia Ryufai had a general understanding of the aquatic products market. Not only did they sell all kinds of ornamental fish and edible fish, but they also sold all kinds of young fish. There was a wide variety of species. Zia Ryufai knew that he had come to the right place. He should be able to buy what he needed here. Zia Ryufai found a shop that looked quite big and walked in. On both sides of the store were rows of large glass water tanks with all kinds of ornamental fish. A chubby man came up to them and asked enthusiastically, "Boss, are you here to buy fish?" Zia Ryufai looked around the shop and said, "You sell ornamental fish. Looks like we're in the wrong place. I'm here to buy some fish." Then Zia Ryufai turned around and prepared to walk out of the store. The fat boss quickly stopped him and said, "Boss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We also sell fish fry here, and they're all very high-quality ones that were bred in an environment that imitates the wild. What kind of fish do you need? How much do you want?" Zia Ryufai said, "Just grass carp, carp and chubs, mainly grass carp. I don't need too much if I don't overdo it." When Zia Ryufai was shopping at the seafood market, he used his mobile phone to do some research. He found out that these 3 were the most common edible fish and could be mixed. The space fish pond had just been opened, so it was the most suitable to raise these common fish. Yes, we have these fish in stock. How much do you need?" the fat boss asked. Zia Ryufai made a rough estimate based on the information he found and said, "There are about 500 grass fry, and 100 of each of the other 2 types." Generally speaking, a fish pond could store about 8,000 to 12,000 fish per mew. The fish pond in the inner space was only 20 to 30 square meters, so 5 to 600 fish should be suitable. However, the space was different from the outside world. Perhaps the breeding density could be higher. If that was the case, he could just add some more in. The fat boss smiled and said, "That's not a lot indeed. According to the rules, we need at least 5,000 fish to be considered as wholesale. But since it's fate that we met, I can give you the wholesale price. How about 1.5 yuan per fish? Our fish are all bred in an environment that imitates the wild environment." This price was similar to the 1 Ryufai I had just found out. Hence, he nodded and said, "All right. Let's take a look at the baby fish first." All right. The fat boss led Ryufai to the inside of the shop and pointed to a row of large fish tanks. These were just transported from the seedling base today. A few hundred fish isn't much, we can just take them from the store. Ryufai took a look. These fish were generally 2 to 3 centimeters long. They were arranged neatly and had the same color. The fish looked clean and shiny. He nodded. The fat boss wasn't lying. The quality of the fish fry should be good. Ryufai reached out and stirred the fish in the fish tank. The fish swam away quickly after being disturbed, and their reaction was very fast. Ryufai had an idea and said, "Boss, the fish fry are pretty good. I have a large plastic bucket in my car. Please wait a moment, I'll drive the car over." All right, the fat boss responded. Ryufai returned to the parking lot and drove the pickup truck back to the fish fry shop. He took out a few large plastic buckets from the truck and brought them into the shop. The fat boss had already found a worker to wait there. Ryufai started to fish for the baby fish as soon as he entered. 500 to 600 fish was not a lot, and they were all caught in no time. Ryufai paid the total of 900 yuan in cash. Recently, the West River Moon Club had been paying him 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a day, so Ryufai had plenty of cash. The fat boss enthusiastically helped Ryufai move the plastic bucket to the pickup truck. Just as Ryufai was about to get into the car and leave, the shop assistant rushed out and said to the fat boss, "Boss, that red dragon seems to be in a worse condition. I'm afraid it can't survive." The fat on the fat boss's face couldn't help but tremble a few times. He showed a pained expression and said, "Mother seeker, I've suffered a huge loss this time." Ryufai asked curiously, "Boss, what happened?" The fat boss said dejectedly, "Hey, don't mention it. I bought a red arowana a few days ago. I wanted to raise it for a while and sell it for a good price, but I didn't expect it to get sick in just 5 or 6 days. Now, I don't think it will survive today. I have to hurry over and see if there's any other way." Ryufai's heart skipped a beat. He was not in a hurry to leave and followed the boss back into the shop. The red arowana was kept in a separate fish tank and was about 25 centimeters long. It could no longer maintain its balance and floated in the fish tank on its last breath. The red surface of its body was slightly black and had no luster. The shop assistant said anxiously, "Boss, it hasn't eaten for 2 days. Salt and penicillin have no effect. What should we do?" The fat boss was in a bad mood and said, "How would I know what to do? I'm not a god. How can I possibly save it?" Then the fat boss waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Just admit that you're unlucky. Let's just treat it as that 8,000 yuan went down the drain." Ryufai looked at the dying red arowana and suddenly said, "Boss, how about you sell this red arowana to me?" The fat boss was stunned for a moment and said, "This fish is dying. It's useless even if you buy it. I'm doing legitimate business. I can't do things that cheat people." Ryufai smiled and said, "He's not dead yet, is he? I can't have it even if I die. To tell you the truth, boss, I heard that red arowana tastes good either steamed or fried. I've wanted to get one for a long time to try, but the price is too expensive. Now that your fish is dying, why don't you sell it to me at a lower price? You can reduce your loss." The fat boss was speechless. Red arowana was a high-end ornamental fish with auspicious meanings, especially favored by businessmen. In Hong Kong and Macau, a good red arowana could be sold for millions or even millions, and this man wanted to buy it and kill it to eat. However, the fat boss couldn't care less. At least Ryufai was right. If he didn't sell it, the red arowana might die today. It would be worthless then. If he sold it to Ryufai, he could at least make up for the loss. As for what Ryufai bought it for, it had nothing to do with him. After careful consideration, the fat boss nodded and said, "Little brother, I can sell it to you, but you've seen the situation of this fish. You can't go back on your word after buying it." Ryufai smiled and said, "Of course. Boss, give me a price. Don't set it too high. I can't afford it if it's too high." The fat boss pondered for a moment and tentatively said, "How about 2,000? Little brother, I bought this fish for 8,000 yuan. Ryufai thought for a moment and was too lazy to bargain. The main thing was that the red arowana was about to die, and bargaining would waste time. He nodded and said, "Deal." Ryufai took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to the fat boss. The fat boss also let out a long sigh of relief. Although he lost 6,000 yuan, he finally sent this god of plague away, and it wasn't like he lost everything. He made up his mind to never enter the arowana again. He was scared of her just once. The fat boss gave Ryufai a small plastic water tank and carefully transferred the red arowana into the tank. Zia Ryufai walked out of the store with the water tank and placed it on the mat of the front passenger seat of the pickup truck. Then he said goodbye to the fat boss, got into the car, and left in a hurry. The fish could not hold on for much longer. Zia Ryufai drove very fast. After leaving the county, he found a place where there was no one and parked the car. Then he used his mind to enter the spirit map space and took out a mineral water bottle. The bag contained the flower petal solution that he had prepared. He had originally planned to send it to Huzai's mother, but he had been busy for the past 2 days and had not had the time to go over. Now, it came in handy. Zia Ryufai unscrewed the bottle cap and poured 2 spoons of the petal solution into the plastic water tank. Then he stared at the red arowana in the water tank, feeling a little nervous. The reason why Zia Ryufai was so nervous was because red arowana was extremely valuable. It was one of the best ornamental fish. If he could save this fish, he would definitely make a lot of money. However, Zia Ryufai was recruited into the lone wolf assault team not long after he was dismissed. He did not have much contact with this comrade of his. He heard that he retired from the army and went home to help his father do business after 2 years of service. I wonder how this interesting guy is doing now. When Zia Ryufai saw the red arowana, he could not help but think of his comrade. However, this thought only flashed through his mind as most of his attention was focused on the dying red arowana. Under Zia Ryufai's nervous gaze, the red arowana, which had been motionless for a long time, opened its mouth slightly and then swayed its tail gently. There's hope, Zia Ryufai revealed a look of joy. Sure enough, after a while, the red arowana seemed to have recovered a lot. Its tail swayed even more, and then it twisted its body, regaining its balance and no longer showing the state of turning white. Zia Ryufai was overjoyed. The petal solution was indeed effective. However, Zia Ryufai felt that the red arowana was still recovering a little slowly, so he unscrewed the cap and dripped another drop of the petal solution into it. The red arowana was like a cat that smelled the fishy smell. It swam to the spot where the petal solution was dripped in and lifted its head out of the water with its mouth wide open. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was quite smart. He didn't hesitate any longer and dripped a few drops of the petal solution down. The difference was that this time, he directly dropped the petal solution into the red arowana's mouth. The red arowana swallowed the petal solution in big mouthfuls, and its spirit recovered quickly. The scales on its body gradually became lustrous. Zia Ryufai stopped after dripping more than 10 drops of petal solution. He tightened the bottle cap and could tell that the red arowana had fully recovered. The red arowana couldn't wait for the petal solution, so it swam around in the plastic water tank unhappily. Its tail was so powerful that it even splashed water. If the fat boss saw this, he would be shocked. Was this still the red arowana that was so sick that it could die at any time? Zia Ryufai was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he moved the plastic water tank with the red arowana into the spirit map space. Then he opened the door and got out of the car. He climbed into the back of the car and saw that there was no one around. He also put the plastic bucket with the 600 fish fry into the spirit map space. Then Zia Ryufai got into the driver's seat, picked up his phone, and did some simple research. He had always had an idea to simulate a natural ecosystem in the space fish pond. He didn't need to use any artificial feed when breeding fish, including this red arowana. He was going to use this method to breed it. Zia Ryufai searched for relevant information. The idea was indeed feasible. However, most people did it in places like reservoirs and small lakes. Very few people did it in small fish ponds. Zia Ryufai was still very confident. After all, he had the spirit map space and the petal solution. After looking for information, Zia Ryufai knew that he had to build a complete ecosystem in the space fish pond. There had to be seaweed, plankton, small fish and shrimp and so on so that they could form a complete ecosystem. What should he do? Zia Ryufai furrowed his brows as he pondered. Suddenly, he remembered that there was an abandoned pond on the way to the holiday villa, and an idea came to him. However, before he used his idea, Zia Ryufai had to verify something, so he put down his phone and started the car, driving towards the holiday villa. After he got home, Zia Ryufai jogged upstairs and locked the door and windows. Then he entered the spirit map space. He didn't check the plastic water tank with the red arowana and the buckets of fish. Instead, he picked up his hoe and shovel and went to the big fish pond he had dug up. The water level in the spirit pond had already recovered, and the pond's water level had risen to around 1.5 meters, which was the same as the water level in the spirit pond, so the spring water didn't come out anymore. Zia Ryufai estimated the distance with his eyes, then picked up the hoe and started to work. 2 hours later, a straight ditch appeared beside the pond. The ditch extended all the way to the invisible membrane at the end of the space. Zia Ryufai dug a hole in the pond with his hoe. The water in the fish pond started to flow out through the hole and into the ditch. Zia Ryufai picked up a fish from the plastic bucket and threw it into the ditch. The fish immediately followed the flow of water. Zia Ryufai followed the water flow and soon reached the end of the small space. Zia Ryufai stared at the ditch nervously. The water passed through the space membrane without any resistance and flowed into unknown space outside. As for the young fish, it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall, struggling against the light green membrane. Yay, Zia Ryufai called out happily. His guess had confirmed that the Suan Ni's pool of water was a product of the space itself. The light green membrane did not obstruct it at all, and since the Fry and him were both outsiders, they were blocked by the space membrane. Zia Ryufai guessed that the area outside the membrane was still within the spirit map space, but he would have to wait for the space to evolve again before he could see it. Therefore, the pool water should still be in the spirit map space, and it might even have seeped into the ground and gathered at the spring eye. In this way, Zia Ryufai could change the water in the pond at any time. Although the water in the spatial pond had a strong purifying ability and was extremely clear without a trace of impurities, Zia Ryufai was worried that the fish would not be able to survive and grow for a long time if the water was still. But now that the water could flow away, Zia Ryufai could change the water regularly. He scooped up the fry, then jogged back and threw the fry into the bucket. Then he used a shovel to shovel the soil to block the gap in the fish pond. Then Zia Ryufai started to get busy again. He moved the soil that he had just dug out between the pond and the fish pond. He increased the height of the mini stream and finally made a small dam at the junction of the stream and the fish pond. Zia Ryufai blocked the dam, and the water level of the mini stream started to rise. The spiritual pond and the fish pond were completely separated. Zia Ryufai had gone through so much trouble just to ensure that the spirit pool water was clean. Still, although the purifying ability of the spiritual pond water was very strong, Zia Ryufai did not want the water that he usually drank to be mixed with the small fish, shrimp, and plankton that would go upstream in the fish pond in the future. With this simple dam, the spirit pond and the fish pond were isolated from each other and would only be connected when the water was changed. When the water was changed, the water flowed outward, and under the impulse, it was basically impossible for the creatures in the fish pond to enter the spirit pool. After finishing all this, Zia Ryufai could finally implement his plan to create a space fish pond. He left the spirit map space, hid the spirit map scroll, and quickly went downstairs. He drove the pickup truck straight to the abandoned pond. Soon Zia Ryufai drove to an abandoned pond about a kilometer away from the villa. Out of his habit as a Special Forces member, Zia Ryufai observed the pond the moment he got out of the car. He realized that the pond was indeed abandoned. There were weeds growing around the pond, and there was a simple shed not far away with a big hole in its roof. It was on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. Then Zia Ryufai looked around to make sure that there was no one around. He then slowly walked to the pond and squatted down. Zia Ryufai put his hand into the pond and tried to contact the spirit map space with his mind. Then he tried to give instructions. In an instant, Zia Ryufai felt the water in the pond, the mud at the bottom of the pond, and a large piece of seaweed disappear into thin air. The next moment they appeared in the spirit map space and fell into the spatial fish pond according to his instructions. Of course, due to the size of the pond, losing one piece would not cause the water level to drop significantly. Zia Ryufai was overjoyed. This method was indeed effective. It was so much more convenient after the space had evolved. Zia Ryufai had a plan in mind. He immediately did the same thing and continuously took the water, mud, and algae from the abandoned pond into the spatial pond. It contained a large amount of plankton, small fish, shrimp, aquatic plants, and so on. It would definitely form a complete ecosystem in the space spirit pool. After a few dozen times, Zia Ryufai could feel that the bottom of the fish pond was covered with a thick layer of mud. He knew that it was about time. So he stood up and quickly returned to the car, driving back to the holiday villa. As soon as he got home, Zia Ryufai rushed to his bedroom, took out the spirit map, and entered the medium. Zia Ryufai immediately appeared beside the spatial fish pond. Now that his connection with the spirit map space was getting closer, he could control himself to appear at a certain location in the space. The space fish pond was now very different from how clear it had been before. After the mud and algae were absorbed, the fish pond became very muddy. However, Zia Ryufai knew that this was only temporary. The purifying ability of the spiritual pool was so strong that it should be clear again soon. The small fish and shrimp in the abandoned pond seemed to have realized that the environment had changed. They were very excited about the spiritual pond and swam around in the space fish pond. Zia Ryufai's consciousness had a connection with the spirit map space, so he could even feel the little loaches in the mud wriggling around and a small turtle hiding in a cluster of algae. The pond in the interspace was full of life. Zia Ryufai was relieved. He believed that a stable ecosystem would be formed soon. Then his fish would be living in a wild environment. Moreover, it was several levels higher than the wild environment. After all, this was the interior of the spirit map space, and the quality of air and water was many times higher than the outside world. However, Zia Ryufai felt that the number of fish and prawns in the pond was still too small. After all, the pond was abandoned, and Zia Ryufai had only randomly taken the mud from the pond and brought them into the medium. However, this problem was easy to solve. He could go to the market again, buy some small fish and river shrimp, and throw them into the space fish pond. The biggest purpose of this trip was the plankton in the mud and water, as well as the algae in the pond. Zia Ryufai walked around in satisfaction and came to the plastic bucket that contained the fish. He took the mineral water bottle that contained the petal solution and poured a little into each plastic bucket. The fry in the plastic bucket immediately started to writhe. It was obvious that the petal solution was very attractive to them. After Zia Ryufai poured the solution in, he did not care about the fish fry anymore. He let them absorb the petal solution in the plastic bucket. He went straight to the plastic water tank. The red arowana had fully recovered and was swimming happily in the plastic water tank. The scales of the red arowana were very large, and each one was very neat and bright. The gills had begun to show spreading hair color. The range was not very large, but the orange-red color was very rich and pure. Zia Ryufai was very happy. The red arowana was still in its infancy and would go through several stages of hair color in the future. In the end, the whole fish would be red. The darker and darker the red, the more valuable it would be. This red arowana should have the hair color of a first-stage arowana. The color was already so rich, which meant that it was of a good species. With the various nutrients in the space and the time flow that was 20 times faster, Zia Ryufai would be able to harvest a valuable red arowana very soon. He thought about it and decided not to keep the red arowana in the water tank. The conditions in the space were unique, and it would be more beneficial for the red arowana to grow in a simulated wild environment. However, he couldn't keep it in a big fish pond either. Red arowana were fed with small fish and shrimp. If it was left in a big fish pond, the baby fish wouldn't survive. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and decided to dig a small pond next to the big fish pond to raise the red arowana. Zia Ryufai picked up the hoe and shovel and started to work. More than an hour later, Zia Ryufai, who was sweating profusely, looked at the 2-meter-wide pit he had dug with satisfaction. Other than the pit, Zia Ryufai had dug 2 more water diversion tanks. One was used to draw water from the big fish pond, and the other was used to drain water. Zia Ryufai dug out some mud and algae from the big fish pond, then filled the small fish pond with water. After resting for a while, Zia Ryufai released the fish for more than an hour. They should have absorbed all the petal solution by now. He carried the plastic bucket to the big fish pond and used a water ladle to scoop out the fish and carefully poured them into the fish pond. It was not until all 600 fish had been placed in the big fish pond that Zia Ryufai let out a long sigh of relief. The matter of the space fish pond was finally settled. Then, Zia Ryufai carefully placed the red arowana into the small fish pond and poured some petal solution into both fish ponds. He then left the spirit map space with a peace of mind. Back in his bedroom, Zia Ryufai kept the painting close to his body and looked at the time. It was still early for lunch. The 20 times time flow in the spirit map space was so practical. Hence, Zia Ryufai decided to drive to the seafood market in Champing County. There were many stalls selling small fish and prawns at the entrance. As many people would buy them to feed their fish and cats, Zia Ryufai bought 2 plastic buckets of fish and prawns and placed them in the driver's seat. On the way back to the villa, Zia Ryufai put the 2 buckets of small fish and shrimp into the spirit map space and placed them in the 2 fish ponds. In this way, the ecosystem of the 2 fish ponds was basically completed. Soon, it would be self-sufficient and he would not have to worry too much. At most, he would pour some petal solution into the young fishes and red arowana to absorb from time to time. It was already noon by the time they arrived at the villa. Zia Ryufai's phone rang just as he was about to make lunch. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Ling Kingsu. Zia Ryufai smiled and answered the call. "Are you au fait? My dad has fired Hidong." The moment the call connected, Ling Kingsu said excitedly, "I won't have to see that annoying face again." Hee. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "Oh really? Uncle Ling made a decision so quickly. I thought he would hesitate for a few days." After the brief interaction yesterday, Zia Ryufai could tell that Ling Ziocean was a very loyal person. Hidong was the son of the old class monitor who had saved his life. It would be very difficult for Ling Ziocean to expel Hidong. Ling Kingsu said, "How can I not hesitate? My dad probably didn't sleep last night. His eyes were bloodshot when he woke up in the morning. He was also restless this morning. He went into the study room to give Uncle He a call, and when he came out, he made the decision to fire Hidong. So it's like this. It seems that the old squad leader didn't lose his soldier's character." Zia Ryufai nodded and said. Ling Kingsu hesitated for a moment before saying, "But Ryufai, my dad is calling some of his close friends. He probably wants to arrange a job for Hidong. You won't be angry, right?" Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "Why should I be angry? I only asked Ling's FB to fire Hidong. As for Uncle Ling finding a job for Hidong, that's his own decision. Why should I be angry? To be honest, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be called Ling Ziocean." Ling Kingsu stuck out her tongue and asked, "You're making it sound like you know my dad very well." Zia Ruifai laughed. "There are some people who don't need to be in contact too much. Sometimes you can tell what kind of person they are with just a few words. Yo, he even appreciated my dad's talent." Ling Kingsu chuckled. "That's right," Zia Ruifai said casually, then continued, "Speaking of which, the main reason I asked to fire Hidong was because you were so annoyed by his pestering. So I might as well use this opportunity to drive this fly away. As for which company he goes to work at, what does it have to do with me?" To be honest, Zia Ruifai didn't care about Hidong at all. To Zia Ruifai, Hidong was no different from a fly. When Ling Kingsu heard this, she immediately said happily, "So you care about me that much?" Zia Ruifai patted his forehead and quickly changed the topic. "Well, Kingsu, let's talk about the cooperation." Ling Kingsu pouted and snorted. She was unhappy with Zia Ruifai's behavior of retreating after a single touch. However, she still said unwillingly, "Your request has been met. My dad said that he will personally go over to you in the afternoon to sign the contract. Are you satisfied?" Zia Ruifai chuckled. "Tell him not to come yet. My own company will be registered soon, and I'll sign it directly under the company's name. Otherwise, I'll have to change the contract again. Isn't it better to get everything done in one go? But our company is in urgent need of your Taoyuan vegetables." Ling Kingsu pouted and said, "I can't even wait a day." Zia Ruifai laughed. "We won't delay the supply of vegetables. Tell Uncle Ling that you can send someone to bring the vegetables tomorrow. We'll follow the quantity and price we agreed on last time. This is more like it." Ling Kingsu chuckled. "Then I'll bring a car over to transport the vegetables tomorrow morning." "Ah, you're coming too?" Zia Ruifai asked subconsciously. "HMPH, why?" "I don't welcome you," Ling Kingsu snorted and asked. "That's not it," Zia Ruifai said hurriedly. "But you're a big manager and you're so busy. You don't have to do such a small thing like pulling the vegetables, do you?" "I'm coming." Ling Kingsu said, "You still owe me a meal. Prepare well tomorrow. I'll have lunch at your place." Zia Ruifai groaned in his heart. It seemed that this girl was prepared to stay here the whole morning tomorrow. He had so many things to do every day. Where would he find the time to accompany her? However, since Ling Kingsu had asked for it and he did owe her a meal, Zia Ruifai could not reject her and could only agree with a bitter smile. After hanging up the phone, Zia Ruifai called President Zhang of the West River Moon Club and informed him about the cooperation between him and Ling Jai. This was what the two of them had agreed on back then. Moreover, the target customers of Ling Jai Restaurant and the West River Moon Club were completely different. Moreover, the supply volume was not high, so there was no need to worry about the loss of high-end customers. People with money and status ate in a different way. Even if the ingredients were also Taoyuan vegetables, the club members generally wouldn't lower their status and spend in such a public restaurant. Therefore, President Zhang was not unhappy. Instead, he teased Zia Ruifai over the phone and said that he would arrange a one-stop service for Zia Ruifai the next time he went to Zaijiangyu. President Zhang was in a good mood after hearing the popularity that Taoyuan vegetables had brought to the West River Moon Club. Zia Ruifai made lunch for himself. When he was done with the dishes and was about to go to the backyard to look at the cabbage seedlings, he received a call from the courier. It turned out that the small flower pots, succulent plants, and other things he had ordered had arrived. Zia Ruifai was a little surprised. He had thought that he would only receive it tomorrow. Since he had received it today, it would be for the best. After all, Ling Kingsu was coming tomorrow morning, and she probably wouldn't be able to do much. Hence, Zia Ruifai drove non-stop to the express delivery point in Changping County to pick up the goods. The huge box almost filled the entire car. After driving back to the villa, Zia Ruifai made sure that there was no one around and put the big box into the spirit map space. Then he quickly went upstairs to lock the door and windows, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the space with a thought. In the boundless space, Zia Ruifai opened the box and took out a few hundred plastic flower pots and a few large fiber bags filled with succulent plants. Different species of succulent plants had different requirements for their materials. Zia Ruifai bought a large bag of each type of succulent plant that he currently had. Then Zia Ruifai began the second cutting process on the succulents. With the experience from the first time, Zia Ruifai was even more familiar with the route this time. It was still the Buck Strider 888 military dagger. The only difference was that Zia Ruifai was terminally ill the last time. Now, not only had he recovered, but he was also much stronger than when he was at his peak. Naturally, his work efficiency had also increased. More than 5 hours later, more than a dozen pots of succulent mother plants were scarred and looked miserable, while more than 180 pots of small succulents were next to them. Zia Ruifai took out the flower petal solution that he had concocted and sprinkled some on each wound on the mother plant. Then, he diluted the flower petal solution again and mixed it with the spirit pond water in the watering can. He watered every pot of succulents. Zia Ruifai dusted his hands in satisfaction. He picked up the bottle of spiritual pond water and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Suddenly, he felt refreshed and all his fatigue disappeared. Next, he just had to wait a few days, and these little succulents would be put on the shelves for sale. That would be another income of more than 100,000 yuan. The next day, Xia Ryufai woke up very early and entered the spirit map space. He prepared all the vegetables that were to be provided for the Exaijiang Moon Club and Lingjai restaurant. He also made a mark on the vegetable basket and sprinkled some spirit pond water on each basket to maintain its freshness. He then went to the garage on the first floor and took out all the vegetable baskets. After doing all this, Xia Ryufai went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk and a few pieces of bread for breakfast. Not long after breakfast, Xia Ryufai heard the sound of an engine from outside. He walked out of the villa and saw that the small truck from the West River Moon Club had arrived first. The purchaser was already familiar with the place. He greeted Xia Ryufai, and the two of them led the two workers into the garage. The vegetables for Zaijiangyu and Lingjai were distributed separately. Xia Ryufai asked the workers to carry all the vegetables out of the clubhouse, weighed the weights, and paid. Soon, the small truck from Zaijiangyu clubhouse carried Taoyuan vegetables out of the villa. Xia Ryufai had an extra 6,000 to 7,000 yuan in cash. The club and Ling's restaurant would bring in more than 10,000 yuan of income every day, which was about 300,000 yuan a month. Including the succulent plants, Xia Ryufai could deliver a batch of goods every half a month, which was about 400,000 yuan a month. In total, Xia Ryufai's monthly income was at least 700,000. This money-making speed was terrifying, but it seemed that he spent money even faster. Xia Ryufai estimated that even if he spent a month's income on Jade, it might not be enough for the spirit map space to level up again. After all, the last evolution had consumed nearly 500,000 yuan of Jade. Xia Ryufai strolled around the courtyard for a while before the second batch of guests arrived. A white truck and an orange Porsche 911 drove into the courtyard one after another. "Are you au fait?" Ling Kingsu called out happily after she got out of the car. She quickly walked towards Xia Ryufai. Xia Ryufai's eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Kingsu was wearing a short leather jacket with a plaid shirt, tight-fitting jeans, and beige wool boots. Her figure was curvaceous, and her long legs, which made countless men's imagination run wild, were tight. She was full of youthful energy. This was very different from how she usually dressed, which made Xia Ryufai lose his focus. Ling Kingsu's heart was filled with sweetness, and at the same time her face flushed red. "What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face?" Xia Ryufai quickly looked away, embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and did not know how to answer. Ling Kingsu chuckled and glanced at Xia Ryufai flirtatiously. She said softly, "Dumbo." At this moment, a woman in a black business suit got down from the small truck. She walked over with the driver and a worker. When she saw that Xia Ryufai was very humble, she bowed slightly and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Xia. Ryufai, this is Manager Su from our procurement department." Ling Kingsu introduced. She used to be the deputy manager of the procurement department. It was obvious that this was Dong's successor. For the procurement manager to personally visit him for the first time to pick up vegetables, to a certain extent, it also reflected the importance that Ling Xiaoshan attached to Xia Ryufai. Xia Ryufai smiled gently and said, "Hello, Manager Su. The vegetables are all prepared. They're in the garage. You can get the workers to move them." It was obvious that Ling Xiaoshan had given him instructions before he came, so Manager Su knew that Xia Ryufai's paradise vegetables was of great importance to the company. Hence, his attitude was also very respectful, forming a sharp contrast with Dong's domineering attitude the other day. Soon, Manager Su brought the driver and workers to move the 6 baskets of vegetables to the villa's courtyard. Manager Su's expression was full of excitement as she said to Ling Kingsu, "Kingsu, this paradise vegetables really lives up to its reputation. I've been in the procurement business for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such high-quality and good-looking vegetables. I believe that these famous paradise vegetables will definitely restore our flagship store's business to its original state, or even better than before." Ling Kingsu smiled and said, "Big Sister Su, I've already told my dad that Ryufai's vegetables are the best medicine for our company to get out of trouble. But that stubborn old man didn't believe me, or else why would he go through so much trouble?" Ling Kingsu should have a good relationship with Manager Su, so she didn't hold back when she spoke. However, as a subordinate, Manager Su also felt a little embarrassed when she heard Ling Kingsu say that about the chairman. She pursed her lips and smiled, not daring to respond. Soon, the vegetables were weighed by the pounds. Then, the price was calculated according to the price of 50 yuan for spinach and eggplant and 30 yuan for the other 4 vegetables. The total was more than 4,500 yuan. This price was almost half of the price given to the Moon Club in Zhejiang. Furthermore, they provided 2 more kinds of vegetables. Xia Ryufai was definitely very generous. Manager Su had also brought cash over and paid the money on the spot. Then she instructed the workers to load the vegetables into the truck and politely bid Xia Ryufai farewell. She left the holiday villa with the small truck. After manager Su and the others left, only Xia Ruifai and Ling Kingsu were left in the villa. Ling Kingsu smiled at Xia Ruifai and said, "All right, now that we're done with work, there's only the two of us left. What do you plan to do with me?" Ling Kingsu even blinked at Xia Ruifai cutely. Looking at Ling Kingsu, who had obviously dressed up, Xia Ruifai couldn't help but feel a little tempted. A long-legged beauty like Ma Yinlong was standing in front of him, looking at him with her beautiful eyes full of love. She didn't hide her love for him at all. As long as it was a normal man, he wouldn't be able to help but feel moved. However, Xia Ruifai asked himself honestly. Even though he had a good impression of Ling Kingsu, it was far from the level of liking her. Moreover, Ling Kingsu had been hiding her feelings since middle school. At that time, Xia Ruifai had no impression of Ling Kingsu at all. If he were to go with the flow now, Xia Ruifai would feel that he was lying to his feelings. Thus, he touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Why don't you walk around or go into the house to watch TV while I prepare lunch?" Ling Kingsu chuckled and said, "It's only 8 o'clock now. Why are you preparing lunch so early in the morning? Do you want to stay in the kitchen for the whole morning?" Xia Ruifai laughed in embarrassment. Without waiting for Xia Ruifai to reply, Ling Kingsu continued, "I want to see the sea. You'll come with me." Okay, Xia Ruifai said. "Drive your car," Ling Kingsu said happily. Then she graciously hooked her arm around Xia Ruifai's and stuck her body close to him. Even though he was wearing a lot of clothes in the winter, Xia Ruifai could still clearly feel the softness and elasticity of his arms. His body could not help but stiffen for a moment before he walked unnaturally towards the pickup truck. Xia Ruifai's rented villa was about 3 kilometers away from the beach. It would only take a few minutes to drive there. The two of them did not speak after they got into the car, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Xia Ruifai said, let's listen to some songs." "All right," Ling Kingsu said with a faint smile. Xia Ruifai turned on the radio and a song started to play. "You love it when I take you to see the sea, don't worry, relying on is love. Your happiness is the boat, I am the sea, I will send you to the future." The radio was playing Luya's "Take You to See the Sea." Xia Ruifai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wasn't this too appropriate? The two of them drove to watch the sea. Coincidentally, this song was playing on the radio and the lyrics were so explicit. Ling Kingsu's face also turned red. Then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She turned to look at Xia Ruifai with a red face. Xia Ruifai said awkwardly, "I'll change the channel, I don't want to, this song is quite good, I like it," Ling Kingsu said with a smile. "All right then," Xia Ruifai smiled bitterly. Under Luya's singing, neither of them spoke. Ling Kingsu's face had a hint of shyness and seemed to have a hint of sweetness. Xia Ruifai, on the other hand, sat upright and still, focusing on driving. The atmosphere in the car was really ambiguous. Fortunately, the journey was not far. A few minutes later, the pickup truck stopped by the side of the road. The beach was just in front of them, so they could only walk there. The two of them got out of the car, and Ling Kingsu ran towards the beach like a child, her leather boots kicking up clouds of sand. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene and quickly chased after him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the beach. Ling Kingsu was extremely excited. If it wasn't winter, she might have already rushed into the water. The ocean breeze blew against Ling Kingsu's face, causing her hair to flutter. Under the warm winter sun, her delicate face looked even more beautiful. The two of them walked along the coastline, and the sound of waves rang in their ears. In front of them was the boundless blue sea, which made them feel relaxed and happy. The two of them chatted as they walked. They talked about their past in junior high school. They were in the same grade but were in different classes, so they naturally had a lot of interactions and some common friends. For example, when Xia Ruifai mentioned the literary performance in the first 3 periods, Ling Kingsu was very excited and said that she had a solo dance. She even asked Xia Ruifai if he remembered the girl who had danced Swan Lake. Although Xia Ruifai's impression of him was vague, he was not stupid enough to tell the truth. Naturally, he nodded repeatedly. Ling Kingsu, on the other hand, was very familiar with some of Xia Ruifai's basketball games in middle school, as if the scenes of that time were still vivid in her mind. They talked as they walked, and the distance between the two seemed to have closed a lot. After walking for about half an hour, Xia Ruifai saw that Ling Kingsu was a little tired, so he said, "Kingsu, there's a rock over there. Let's go and sit down, I'm taking a break." Ling Kingsu replied, "All right." The rock was a little steep. Xia Ruifai took the lead and jumped up easily after a few steps. His strong figure made Ling Kingsu's eyes a little blurred. Xia Ruifai turned around and extended her hand towards Ling Kingsu. She smiled and said, "What are you thinking? Quickly come up." Ling Kingsu came back to her senses and smiled sweetly as she reached out to grab Xia Ruifai's big hand. Xia Ruifai felt that Ling Kingsu's hands were very soft and smooth. He could not help but feel a little excited. After calming himself down, he gently pulled Ling Kingsu up. Then Xia Ruifai held Ling Kingsu's hand and climbed up with her. The two of them sat down at the highest point of the reef. Xia Ruifai and Ling Kingsu faced the vast sea. Below them was a cliff that was more than 10 meters high. The cliff was grotesque and craggy. The waves hit the rocks, making loud sounds and splashing water. Even on the rocks that were more than 10 meters high, one could feel the dense water vapor. In such an environment, one's mood would suddenly become cheerful. The two of them sat there for a long time without speaking. After a long time, Ling Kingsu said softly, Ryufai, we talked about so much about the school just now. Now tell me about your army. I want to hear. The army. Zia Ryufai's eyes were filled with reminiscence. After a long while, he said softly, then let me tell you the story of a comrade. His name is Linhu, and he was born in a small fishing village not far from here. He and I were soldiers of the same year, and we were brought to the army on the same train. Many things about the lone wolf commando team were confidential, but the fight with international drug dealers in China was not so sensitive. Central TV even sent reporters to interview the team and broadcast a documentary, but it was only after the military security department removed the secret. That was why Zia Ryufai was describing the battle that had left a deep impression on him. The warm winter sun was a little dazzling. Zia Ryufai looked at the sea in front of him and told the tragic story in a very low voice. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to the wet jungle where poisonous snakes and insects were everywhere. The crisp sound of gunfire broke the silence of the jungle. The lone wolf special forces and the international drug trafficking gang were engaged in close combat, and bullets flew past them. Blood wolf, be careful of the sniper. Zia Ryufai had just heard his comrade in arms, whose eyes roar when he was pushed away by a strong force. He rolled a few times involuntarily and hid behind a rock. Zia Ryufai snapped back to reality and turned around. He saw that Huzai, who had pushed him away earlier, was lying on the ground. The large-caliber sniper bullet had pierced through his thigh, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Huzai, Zia Ryufai shouted in grief and anger, and was about to rush forward to bandage Huzai. Don't come over, the enemy sniper is watching us, Huzai shouted. At the same time, a pair of big hands held Zia Ryufai tightly in place. It was the commander Gu Zhan who was commanding the battle at the side. Wolf King, Zia Ryufai's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, the wolf's artery is injured. It'll die if it's not treated in time. As a Special Forces elite, Zia Ryufai naturally knew that this was the most commonly used method of snipers, surround the point and hit the reinforcements. They kept the wounded alive and waited for their comrades to rush up and treat them. Then they would use the sniper rifle to take down them one by one. However, the person lying on the ground was his best brother and comrade. Zia Ryufai had lost his usual calmness. Without waiting for Gu Zhan to speak, Huzai, who had already lost a little too much blood, said weakly, Bloody Wolf, Ryufai, don't come over, don't come over. You coming over is meaningless, except to die. Listen to me, don't come over. Zia Ryufai clutched the grass on the ground tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Huzai was bleeding non-stop, and the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, the enemy sniper lost his patience, and another sniper bullet hit Huzai's chest. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ruo, Ryufai, help me, take care of my mother and my sister. Huzai used the last of his strength and turned to look at Zia Ryufai as he spoke with difficulty. A man's tears would not fall easily, but they had not reached a sad point. At this moment, Zia Ryufai's tears were rolling down his cheeks. He said in a hoarse voice, Huzai, in the future, your mother is my mother. When Huzai heard this, a gratified smile appeared at the corners of his lips and he slowly closed his eyes. Huzai, Zia Ryufai wailed. The sea breeze blew and Zia Ryufai felt a chill on his face. As he spoke, 2 lines of tears had unknowingly flowed down his face. Ling Kingsu was already leaning on him, her soft hands holding his big hands tightly, as if she wanted to give him strength. Ling Kingsu didn't say anything. She just held Zia Ryufai's hand quietly. She could feel the sorrow and helplessness in the heart of the man beside her when he was telling the heroic story. So he had gone through so much in the army all these years, Ling Kingsu thought to herself. At the same time, she felt her heart ache. The Prince Charming of the past seemed to have become different after being tempered by blood and fire in the military. He was more manly now. This feeling was especially strong when Zia Ryufai used a low voice to describe his life and death experiences with his comrades. Zia Ryufai calmed himself down and wiped his face with his hand. Then he said, I'm sorry, I just remembered something from the past. Ling Kingsu smiled and said gently, why are you embarrassed? I like to hear it. As long as it's related to you, I like to hear it. Zia Ryufai smiled and said in a lonely tone, it's actually nothing much. It's nothing more than training and fighting. Our daily life is very monotonous, but we all enjoy it. Then why did you leave the army? Ling Kingsu asked in confusion. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, for some personal reasons. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's getting late, let's go back. I still have to prepare lunch. Only then did Ling Kingsu realize that the two of them had been sitting there and chatting for almost 2 hours. Zia Ryufai held Ling Kingsu's hand and walked down. When they reached the bottom, Zia Ryufai was the first to jump down. Standing on the beach, he extended his hands to Ling Kingsu and said, come, I'll catch you. They were at a height of about 2 meters. Ling Kingsu felt a little scared instinctively, but when she saw Zia Ryufai's open arms and the warm smile on his face, she felt a sense of security. She smiled and nodded at Zia Ryufai before jumping off the rock. Zia Ryufai caught Ling Kingsu accurately. However, Ling Kingsu's jump seemed to be a little too strong, and the two of them were tightly hugging each other. Zia Ryufai could clearly feel two soft mounds pressing against his chest. His two hands were firmly pressed on Ling Kingsu's. Zia Ryufai could not help but feel his body stiffen. He quickly moved his hands away as if they were burning. Ling Kingsu's face turned red, and she quickly let go of Zia Ryufai. Then she glanced at Zia Ryufai and walked away with her head lowered. Zia Ryufai hurried to catch up with Ling Kingsu. The two of them didn't speak until they got into the pickup truck, and the awkward atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Pouted 2103. Why are you acting dumb? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, all right. After they got into the car, Ling Kingsu suddenly burst out laughing. Her face was red as she pouted. Why are you acting dumb? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, all right. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Zia Ryufai stuttered as he explained. Who knows, Ling Kingsu said in a low voice. She then raised her head and said, I don't care, you have to take responsibility. Ah, Zia Ryufai was shocked. It can't be. Didn't I just accidentally touch that part? However, Zia Ryufai did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Ling Kingsu. What wonderful things are you thinking about? Ling Kingsu glanced at Zia Ryufai affectionately and said, I mean, you have to compensate me. Lunch must be a sumptuous meal if I'm not satisfied. HMPH, Zia Ryufai quickly said, don't worry, I'll definitely use all my skills. After saying this, Zia Ryufai felt that it was awkward and ambiguous. He quickly added, and I've prepared a surprise for you. Oh really? Hurry up and tell me. Ling Kingsu immediately couldn't hold back anymore and said. Zia Ryufai smiled mysteriously and said, since it's a surprise, you can't tell me in advance. You'll know when we get back. Tusk, you're keeping me in suspense again. Ling Kingsu pouted and glared at Zia Ryufai in dissatisfaction. Zia Ryufai laughed and ignored Ling Kingsu. He started the car and drove back. After the ruckus just now, the awkward atmosphere between the two of them had disappeared. Moreover, the two of them had chatted for so long before, and they felt that the distance between their hearts had shortened a lot. Therefore, the journey back was filled with laughter and laughter. When they returned to the holiday villa, Ling Kingsu immediately pestered Zia Ryufai for a surprise. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, I was going to take it out after dinner, but since you're in such a hurry, then go get it now. Wait for me here. After he finished speaking, Zia Ryufai ran upstairs. When he returned to his bedroom, Zia Ryufai locked the door. Then he contacted the spirit map space and took out a pot of all-encompassing brocade. When he was cutting yesterday, he had specially left 2 pots of succulent mother plants. One pot was for Liang Kichou's white-skinned lunar boundary, and the other was for Ling Kingsu's all-encompassing brocade. The 2 pots of succulent mother plants did not undergo cutting this time. After being nourished by the spirit map space and the petal solution, they had already recovered and were growing very energetically. Wangxiang, also known as the 12 Rolls of Hairy Men, had no stem. Its fleshy leaves were arranged in a loose lotus seat shape, and the leaves were slanted from the base, semicircular in shape. As for the Wangxiang brocade, it was a variant of the Wangxiang brocade, with irregular stripes on its leaves. The rare thing about this pot of nature brocade was that it had both orange and pink mutated stripes. These 2 colored mutated stripes were extremely rare to begin with, and it was even rarer to have both of them on a body. Its value was no less than that of the top-grade ice lantern. Zia Ryufai used his mind to take out a watering can and watered the all-encompassing brocade with some water from the spatial pond. Then he kept the watering can and went downstairs with the flower pot. Downstairs, Ling Kingsu was looking forward to it. When she saw Zia Ryufai coming down, she immediately ran over. When she saw the flower pot in Zia Ryufai's hand, her eyes lit up. Then she couldn't move her eyes away and stared at the Wangxiang brocade for a long time before she said excitedly, dual-colored Wangxiang brocade, and they were orange and pink. Oh my god, Ryufai, where did you get so many high-quality goods? The ice lantern from last time was already very rare, and this time you're bringing out such a rare dual-colored striped all-nature brocade. Ling Kingsu had always loved succulent plants, so much so that her admirers, including Liang Kichou, Lu Ping, Liu Minghao, and the others, had also begun to study succulents. Therefore, such a top-grade all-nature brocade was a fatal temptation to her. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, a present for you. How was it? Are you surprised enough for me? Sure enough, Ling Kingsu's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This seems too expensive. It's at least a few $100,000. Zia Ryufai said deliberately, you don't want it, then I'll take it back. With that, Zia Ryufai pretended to turn around and go upstairs. Ling Kingsu hurriedly snatched the pot of all-encompassing brocade and held it in her arms. Who said I didn't want it? There was no reason to take back something that had been given away. HMPH, you little brat. Zia Ryufai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've spent so much effort to prepare a gift for you, but in the end, it's still not good. You've actually become a petty person. Ling Kingsu's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. You talk too much. Hurry up and prepare your lunch. If you're not satisfied, I'm not leaving." Then she hugged the flower pot and used her shoulder to push Xia Ryufai towards the kitchen. Xia Ryufai quickly said, "Don't push me, don't push me. I'll go now, all right." With that, Xia Ryufai fled into the kitchen. Ling Kingsu giggled as she looked at Xia Ryufai's back and muttered to herself, "This guy is quite thoughtful." Ling Kingsu's heart was filled with sweetness. She held the flower pot in her hands and walked to the living room to sit down on the sofa. Her eyes fell on the all-creation brocade, and her eyes revealed an indescribable joy. Xia Ryufai had indeed given it his all to prepare a sumptuous lunch. The main ingredients were naturally Taoyuan vegetables from the Spirit Map space. There were also some meat dishes that he had bought from the supermarket when he went to Champing County yesterday. When the two of them were eating, Xia Ryufai had prepared 7 to 8 dishes. With the unique ingredients, even though Xia Ryufai's cooking skills were only passable, the dishes he made still looked, smelled, and tasted great. Especially the ingredients, they were fresh and tender, which made people hungry. Xia Ryufai laid out the dishes in the dining room and called for her twice before Ling Kingsu reluctantly put down the plate of all-creation brocade and went to the dining room to eat. However, the attraction of the peach garden vegetables quickly diverted Ling Kingsu's attention. "It's so delicious," Ling Kingsu spoke as she ate, not caring about her image as a lady. Xia Ryufai smiled and gave Ling Kingsu some food. He said, "Eat slowly, no one here is snatching it from you." "Yes, yes, you should eat too," Ling Kingsu said. Only then did Xia Ryufai pick up his bowl and start eating. He had been eating these vegetables every day, but he did not feel as strongly about it as Ling Kingsu. However, the delicious peach garden vegetables still greatly increased his appetite. Ling Kingsu picked up a small piece of cabbage and put it in her mouth. After chewing it carefully, she revealed a surprised expression and said, "This little cabbage seems to be a little different from the other dishes. The taste is even more delicious and the texture is much better." Xia Ryufai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered that the cabbage was planted in the Spirit Map space to test the effect of the petal solution. The cabbage seeds had been soaked in the diluted petal solution, so it might have undergone some kind of mutation. He also took a bite of the cabbage and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, it felt slightly different from ordinary vegetables from paradise. The crisp texture and the delicious taste that made one's teeth taste delicious were all memorable. Ling Kingsu put down her chopsticks and said, "I don't think there's any cabbage among the vegetables you supply to our company, right? Tell me the truth, what's going on?" Xia Ryufai laughed and said, "What else could it be? This little cabbage is our latest developed species. We only brought a few samples over today. I was thinking of trying it out, but I didn't expect it to taste so good." Ling Kingsu's eyes lit up and she said, "Another new item. I don't care, you have to give priority to our company's supply of this little cabbage." Xia Ryufai smiled bitterly. "This is really in the research and development stage. We've only brought a few samples today. Then when can we get the goods?" Ling Kingsu persevered and asked, "I don't need too much. Just like the other vegetables, 20 to 30 caddies a day shouldn't be a problem, right? At least 10 days, Xia Ryufai said after some thought. "All right, 10 days it is." Ling Kingsu said, "In 10 days, our company will be the first to receive this cabbage." Xia Ryufai smiled and said, "Don't worry, but let me make this clear first. The cabbages we ate today were cultivated under the careful care of the laboratory. The quality of the mass-produced products may be slightly worse than this." Xia Ryufai wanted to gradually plant them in the outside world. When the time came, the first batch of cabbage would be from the batch that was grown in the backyard. Although they had also been soaked in the petal solution, the outside environment was not like the Spirit Map space. The quality of the vegetables would definitely be reduced. He was also giving Ling Kingsu a heads up in case her expectations were too high. "Doesn't matter, I know it won't be too bad." Ling Kingsu said, "When I get back, I'll ask my father to change the contract and add the supply of cabbage." "All right, you decide," Xia Ryufai said with a smile. He didn't even mention the price, and he was completely at ease with Ling Kingsu. Ling Kingsu was very satisfied with this lunch. After eating, the two of them went out for a walk to digest their food. The vegetables in the peach garden were simply too delicious, and Ling Kingsu was a little full. The two of them chatted as they walked. "Ryufai, when are you going to start your vegetable base?" Ling Kingsu asked. "Now that your business has started, if you don't build your vegetable base as soon as possible, it will still be a small business." "I've been thinking about it, but I don't have any leads yet," Xia Ryufai said. "Yup, starting from zero is indeed a complicated thing," Ling Kingsu sighed. Then she looked at the barren land in front of the villa and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Actually, this place is pretty good. You see, although the land in front of and behind your villa is deserted, it's very flat. If you use large machinery for construction, it won't be difficult to build a farm. This piece of land was at least 20 to 30 mu. The early stage was definitely enough. Moreover, there was the sea in front and a mountain forest behind. If they rented it together, it would not be a problem to develop fruit tree planting or marine breeding in the future. By the way, I saw an abandoned pond when I came here. It's okay to keep fish." Hearing this, Xia Ryufai's mind started to wander. He took a closer look and realized that it was true. Other than the fact that the land was overgrown with weeds and a little barren, it was the perfect place to build a vegetable base. And with the spiritual pond water and the petal solution, the barren land was not a problem at all. Moreover, there was a road next to it, so he didn't even have to worry about transportation problems. It was simply tailor-made. If they really took over this land, it would not be as simple as a vegetable base. Xia Ryufai had the spirit map space, and there were countless possibilities for his future development. Those priceless flowers, trees, the world's best food ingredients, extremely expensive medicinal herbs, all of these needed a base as a fulcrum. This place was undoubtedly very suitable as the starting point of his career. Kingsu, what you said makes sense. Xia Ryufai said excitedly. I'll find out where this land belongs to and find a way to rent it. Ling Kingsu was very happy that her idea had helped Xia Ryufai. She thought for a while and said, oh right, when you're doing construction work, you can directly look for Liang Kichou. His family is in the real estate development business, so he has a construction team and construction machinery ready. When the time comes, ask him to find a designer to help you plan. All right, Xia Ryufai said happily. Kingsu, you're a lucky star. You've helped me solve a problem that has been bothering me for a long time. Ling Kingsu smiled and said, then you have to thank me properly. You owe me another meal. No, how about 2 meals? No problem. Xia Ryufai readily agreed. Whenever you want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, just come up. And Ling Kingsu nodded happily. The two of them chatted as they walked. They walked around the villa and took a good look at the piece of land. Then they walked back to the villa to check on Ling Kingsu. After all, she still had work to do and it was time to leave. Back at the villa, Ling Kingsu went over and carefully carried the pot of nature brocade and walked out. Xia Ryufai wanted to help, but couldn't he had to carry it himself. As she walked to the door, Ling Kingsu did not see the small aluminum alloy door sill at the door because of the flower pot blocking her view. She tripped on it and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Her whole body fell forward, and the pot of all-nature brocade flew out of her hand. Xia Ryufai was right beside Ling Kingsu. His reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment Ling Kingsu tripped over the door frame, his body had already moved as fast as lightning. A hand firmly held the bottom of the flower pot, and then gently turned a circle, using the force unloading technique of Tai Kai to stop the forward momentum of the flower pot. The flower pot seemed to be stuck to his palm. His other hand was tightly wrapped around Ling Kingsu's slender waist. Ling Kingsu's face was still filled with fear, but she realized that she did not fall. Instead, she was being held tightly in Xia Ryufai's arms. At this moment, her body was being pulled by Xia Ryufai, and she was leaning back slightly. Xia Ryufai was also leaning forward, and their faces were almost touching. Ling Kingsu's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red. Under the warm winter sun, Xia Ryufai's face seemed to be covered with a layer of radiance. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" However, Xia Ryufai did not realize how intimate their current position was. Ling Kingsu's heart was beating fast. She looked at Xia Ryufai's face, which was so close to her, and did something very bold. She reached out and held the back of Xia Ryufai's head, then pressed her tender red lips against Xia Ryufai's. No matter how fast Xia Ryufai's reaction was, he did not expect such a situation. He could not avoid it. He was stunned as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes were wide open, and the two of them looked at each other at such a close distance. Xia Ryufai felt 2 wet and soft lips pressed against his own. It was a wonderful feeling, as if an electric current had passed through his body. However, this strange feeling didn't last long. Ling Kingsu quickly let go of him. At that moment, Ling Kingsu's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. She was like a frightened deer as she quickly walked towards the Porsche 911 that she had parked in the villa's yard. Xia Ryufai was still standing there like a statue. Ling Kingsu was walking halfway when she suddenly turned back. She looked shy and did not even dare to look at Xia Ryufai. She took the flower pot from Xia Ryufai's hand and got into the car as if she was escaping. Before Xia Ryufai could return to her senses, Ling Kingsu had already driven away in her Porsche 911. Xia Ryufai touched his fragrant lips, still in a daze from what had happened. I was actually forced to kiss by this girl. Xia Ryufai felt like he was in a dream. After a while, he shouted in grief and indignation, "Ling Kingsu, this is my first kiss. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. I especially offer Brother Xia's first kiss. I wish the lovers a happy ending and that the single dog will get rid of his single soon." Steel Gun went on a date. Xia Ryufai did not leave the villa for the next few days. He wasn't in a hurry to rent the land. Planned to wait for the cabbages in the backyard to ripen and confirm that soaking the cabbages in the petal solution could greatly improve the quality of the vegetables. Of course, at the same time, it was also because he had to be busy with the sale of the succulents for the next few days. Now that he was alone, there were too many things to take care of. However, Xia Ryufai had been rather carefree these few days. After forcing a kiss on Xia Ryufai that day, Ling Kingsu seemed to be a little embarrassed. She did not even call him these few days. The person who came to pick up the food every morning had been replaced by a purchaser from Ling Jai's food and beverage department. Other than preparing the Taoyuan vegetables for Zaijiang Moon Club and Lingjai restaurant every day, Xia Rufai would tend to the cabbage in the backyard, enter the spirit map space to harvest the vegetables at a fixed time, take care of the young fish in the fish pond, and the precious red arowana. On the second day after Ling Kingsu left, the cabbage seedlings had already reached the planting conditions. Xia Rufai had already opened up 2 vegetable fields in the backyard. He planted the seedlings carefully in the vegetable field and watered them with normal tap water mixed with a small amount of petal solution every day. This was also to simulate the situation of large-scale planting in the future. Although there was a spring at the bottom of the spirit pond, the water in the spirit pond could not be used up endlessly. The space was already showing a thriving scene, and the peach garden vegetables could be harvested every day. In addition to the first 6 kinds of vegetables, the pumpkins, carrots, cabbages, and Chinese yam that were purchased later had also entered the harvest period. After expanding the planting, it was more than enough to supply Zaijiangyu and Lingjai restaurant. However, as the planting area expanded, Xia Rufai felt a little strained. After all, the vegetables here grew very fast and he was only one person. He was reaching his limit. If he expanded the scale, he would not be able to do it. Hence, Xia Rufai decided to plant his vegetables, fruits in the outside world as much as possible. The spirit map space would be used to grow valuable crops with high economic value, such as precious Chinese medicinal herbs and wood. Xia Rufai had no intention of expanding the space fish pond. The fish inside were mainly for him and his friends to eat. At most, he would take out a small amount to sell as a premium product. If you want to make a lot of money, you still have to raise precious species, whether it's ornamental fish or edible fish. The high-end path is the king. The ecosystem in the fish pond had started to function normally. The small fish, shrimp, and plankton were growing very quickly in the spirit pool. Fish pond was now self-sufficient and did not need Xia Rufai to feed it. In the past few days, the fry had obviously grown bigger. Grass carp grew quite fast. Usually a 2-year-old fish could reach a weight of 1 or 2 catties, and a 3-year-old fish was already very big. The time flow in the space was 20 times faster than the outside world. 2 or 3 months in the space was equivalent to 3 or 4 years in the outside world. The red arowana was enjoying itself in the pond. Every day, Xia Rufai would drip a few drops of the petal solution into the fish. It looked even more radiant. The red color on its gills was getting thicker. Its scales were tight and dense. Each piece was huge and there were signs of a second color. 4 days had passed in the outside world. Xia Rufai realized that all the succulents had survived and had grown a lot. These seedlings were all qualified for long-distance transportation. Hence, Xia Rufai decided to put them on sale. This time, Xia Rufai was familiar with the process and took a photo of the new succulent sapling. After taking the photos, Xia Rufai carefully selected 20 pots of succulent seedlings to be used as mother plants to continue strengthening his succulent army. He arranged the remaining 160 pots of succulent seedlings in different categories, counted the number of each kind of succulent seedling, and recorded it. Then he left the spirit map space with a thought. The next step was a series of tedious work, such as selecting the photos, uploading them, pricing, setting the inventory, and so on. It was already late at night when he was done. As they had already announced that the succulents would be put on the shelves at 8 am the next day, Xia Rufai did not rush to announce it. Instead, he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Xia Rufai first prepared the vegetables for both stores. After they had picked up the vegetables, he went to the computer in the bedroom upstairs and prepared to put the new batch of succulent seedlings on the shelf. Xia Rufai didn't know that, at the same time, many people in the country were staring at their computers, waiting for the 3-star Taoyuan roadie to release a new product. In Chuncheng City, southern Yunnan province, a fat middle-aged man was staring at the computer screen. At this time, his phone on the table rang. Fatty's eyes didn't leave the screen. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello, old Huang, I'm not going today, I can't leave now." At this time, Fatty, who was habitually refreshing the web page, suddenly saw that the page had changed. He quickly said, "Let's not talk about it. I have important things to do. I'll contact you later." After saying that, he didn't even have time to press the hang-up button. He directly threw the phone to the side and then nimbly moved the mouse to start choosing. Adding the shopping cart, the combined payment, and the settlement all took less than 2 minutes. Seeing that his order had appeared in the back end and was waiting to be sent out, the fat man heaved a long sigh of relief. He picked up the cup and took a big gulp of water. In Fengshan City of Liaodong Province, everyone had just started work. Some were leisurely reading a newspaper while sipping tea, while others quickly opened a novel website and began reading. A young man in his 20s did not even take off his bag. He sat in front of his computer and stared nervously at the Taoyuan butcher shop's page, constantly refreshing it. When the new goods were displayed, the young man quickly looked through them, and then without hesitation, he chose a few of them and paid for them. Similar scenes were happening in many places across the country. 3 minutes later, a post appeared on Baidu Meet Taiba. The title was Taoyuan Meat Stall's new goods are on the shelves. Did you manage to grab them today? In the post, the original poster wrote, recently, the mysterious Taoyuan roti stall had been spamming the bar. The succulent seedlings sold in this new online store were all one in a million high-quality products, and everyone expressed their envy, jealousy, and hatred for the first batch of customers who bought the succulent seedlings. 5 days ago, Taoyuan Roti had announced that they would be releasing new goods at 8 a.m. today. Many of the forum members had sent out information posts, and the op, who still had some spare money on hand, wanted to pick a pot of succulent seedlings to improve his image. The op entered the online shop on time, but he hesitated for a moment whether to buy a tortoise-shell peony or a white-skinned lunar boundary. After comparing it repeatedly for a while, it was sold out. This was a top-grade succulent seedling that was worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan, not some cabbage. There were clearly 20 to 30 pots in stock a minute ago, but they were all sold out in an instant. Can we still be friends happily? At the end of the post, the op used a big crying emoji to express his feelings at the moment. Not long after this post was posted, the number of replies shot up. I didn't get it either. I was delayed by 3 minutes in parking the car downstairs. I'm crying. La 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 la. A basin of top-grade Wangxiang brocade is already in my hands. I look forward to the day I receive it. Previous poster, you're pulling aggro. Those who also slipped and didn't get it express strong indignation. There are so many rich people in China. It's like it's free. This shop is on fire. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I'll say the sad thing 3 times. The shop owner is too despicable. Why did he have to do hunger marketing? Shopkeeper, come out now. I promise I won't beat you to death. There were too many monks and too few gruel. In the end, the majority of people didn't buy it. These people naturally left messages one after another, and those who bought it also began to share screenshots of their orders. They were having fun, and this post quickly became a hot post in the bar. Usually, when some businesses came to the meat bar to advertise, their posts would be locked by the owner. Only the post of Taoyuan Meat Shop was not locked. Instead, it was pinned to the top. Xia Ruifai naturally didn't know that his Taoyuan butcher shop had already caused so much discussion in the Tenshu Taiba, a place where players gathered. He only saw that the number of orders in the back end of Taobao was rapidly increasing. This time, there were more than 160 pots of succulents of various species on sale, but they were all sold out in just 2 minutes. It was obvious that the buyers were waiting in front of the computer in advance and would start fighting when the time came. He earned 150,000 in 2 minutes. Xia Ruifai was dumbfounded. The succulent saplings produced by Taoyuan Butcher Shop were far more popular than Xia Ruifai had imagined. Many succulent players who had not bought them left comments in the online store, strongly requesting the store owner to replenish his stock. Xia Ruifai fell into deep thought. He felt that he should change the model a little in the future. The next time he cut, he would definitely cultivate more succulent seedlings. This time, he had reserved more than 20 pots to cultivate into the mother plant. When the next batch of products was put on the shelves, they couldn't put them all out in one go. They had to be separated into batches. Otherwise, they would have to wait for 10 to 20 days every time they ran out of stock, and the consumer's patience would soon be worn out. Moreover, the succulents would grow with every day they stayed in the medium. Xia Ruifai could definitely sell them at a higher price. However, it was already like this. No matter how capable Xia Ruifai was, it was impossible for him to produce new succulents. Hence, he could only put up another announcement to inform everyone that there would be a new round of sales in 15 days. Then Xia Ruifai downloaded the Express form template from SF Express's official website and filled in the order information one by one. Then he printed the Express form that he had retrieved last time and printed the order. Xia Ruifai took out a stack of printed orders, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered the space. He started to pack them according to the order information. More than 160 pots of succulents were divided into about 60 orders. Xia Ruifai had to work for more than 3 hours in the interspace before he could finish all of them. More than 60 paper boxes were tightly sealed. Every box was stuffed with shockproof foam strips, and the succulent plants inside were also tightly wrapped in bubble bags. A printed express delivery form was directly pasted on the outside of the box. After Xia Ruifai left the spirit map space, he kept the painting close to his body. Then he went to the garage downstairs and took out all the boxes that he had packed. Then, Xia Ruifai called Shunfeng Express's Champing County branch and asked them to send a car over as soon as possible. At the same time, he asked them to bring some blank express forms over. Today, he had used up more than half of the 100 express forms he had collected last time. By the time the express delivery company took away the boxes, the morning had passed. Xia Ruifai looked at the delivery company's small truck as it drove away. Thinking that he would be able to earn 150 to 160,000 yuan very soon, he was naturally in a good mood. After lunch, Xia Ruifai started to consider renting the surrounding villas. He thought that Wu Liqian's relative was able to get a piece of land here probably because of Wu Liqian's relationship. That was why the other party was so forthright when he rented the house. It seemed that he had to ask Wu Liqian about this matter. After Xia Ruifai made up his mind, he took out his phone and called Wu Liqian. "Hello, little Xia." Wu Liqian answered the phone and said enthusiastically, "Sis Wu, you sound like you're on cloud nine. Are you going to be promoted soon?" Xia Ruifai asked half-jokingly. Wu Liqian laughed and said, "I'm just a secretary. How high can I be promoted?" Then Wu Liqian lowered her voice and said, "But there might be some changes in work recently. The boss's matter has basically been decided, and the organization has already spoken to him." Xia Ruifai was stunned. He didn't expect that his joke would hit the mark. Tian Huilan's promotion to the standing committee of the provincial party committee and the Three Mountain Police had always been popular. Now it seemed that this matter was already set in stone. Otherwise, no matter how good his personal relationship with the Tian family was, Wu Liqian would not have leaked such news. Xia Ruifai then thought of something else. Usually when a leader was transferred out, the secretary wouldn't be taken away. In Tian Huilan's case, she was promoted on the spot. Logically, Wu Liqian could also follow Tian Huilan to the municipal party committee. However, from Wu Liqian's tone, it didn't seem to be as simple as transferring from the government to the municipal party committee. Xia Ruifai thought for a moment and then smiled. "Sis Wu, are you going to be released?" "Then I must congratulate you in advance." Wu Liqian was obviously in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Yo, your nose is quite sharp. They're really being released. Congratulations." Xia Ruifai quickly said, "Sis Wu, is it convenient for you to reveal where you're going?" Xia Ruifai knew that the mayor's secretary would not be too bad, especially since Tian Huilan had raised her rank on the spot. Sure enough, Wu Liqian smiled and said in a low voice, "The organization is preparing to let me take on the position of deputy head of the Changping district, but it hasn't been decided yet." Xia Ruifai immediately said, "Then I really have to congratulate you. Sis Wu, you'll be like a dragon entering the ocean. You can do whatever you want now." In general, the position arrangement of the mayor's secretary would be different according to the level of the secretary. Wu Liqian should be at the deputy level. At her level, there was a lot of attention paid to the position arrangement. An ordinary deputy position in the administrative bureau was naturally different from the deputy position in the county below. It was already a good arrangement to be appointed as a deputy county head, not to mention that Wu Liqian was also an executive deputy county head. She was directly promoted to the standing committee of the county party committee, which was naturally worthy of congratulations. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Wu Liqian's position was only a transition. With Tian Huilan's help in the city, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make achievements in the position of executive deputy county head. By then, she would naturally be adjusted to the main level and even have experience in holding a position at the grassroots. "I'm counting on your blessings." Wu Liqian said with a smile, then asked, "Oh right, Xia, did you need something from me today? There's something I need to trouble you with." Xia Ruifai said, "But if you want to take up a position in Changping County, I don't know if it'll be convenient." "What's the matter first?" Wu Liqian laughed. "Even if I work in Changping County, I still have connections with the municipal government." "Sis Wu, you've misunderstood." Xia Ruifai said, "I wanted to rent the land near this holiday villa to build a vegetable base. I wanted to ask you about the situation. Now that you're coming to Changping County to take up a position, and it's at this time, I'm just afraid it'll be a little inconvenient." "Sis Wu, you're getting into the situation pretty quickly." Xia Ruifai laughed and said, as expected of the mayor's secretary, "You have a high level of insight, you bastard. If you dare to laugh at me again, I won't help you." Wu Liqian said angrily. Xia Ruifai quickly replied, "I don't dare. In the future, my vegetable base will be in your Changping County and you will be my official. I wouldn't dare to laugh at you." All right, let's not joke around anymore. The land you're talking about belongs to the Dinkeng village of Jianggang Town." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "How about this, Xia? I'll talk to the people in charge of Jianggang Town and give you a call. You can contact them directly. It'll be fine." Not long after Xia Ruifai hung up the phone, Wu Liqian called back and told him that she had already contacted him. She asked him to go directly to Jianggang Town's deputy mayor Wu and send him his phone number through text message. Just as Xia Ruifai was about to call deputy mayor Wu, he received a call from Zhejiang Yue's president Zheng. It turned out that the Peach Blossom Company and the brand registration had been completed. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed. He was preparing to rent land and start the construction of the farm. The company was registered just like that. What a timely move. This way, he could directly rent the land under the company's name. Xia Ruifai immediately drove to the West River Moon Club and went to President Zheng to get the company's registration materials, business license, and other things. President Zheng's work was very meticulous. He had prepared the company's official seal, public account, and so on. Considering that Xia Ruifai had yet to start a business, he had put the company's registered address in an office building under his name. In the future, when Zia Ryufai had really built the company, he would just have to change the address again. Zia Ryufai expressed his gratitude to President Zheng and returned the favor. He said that he could appropriately increase the supply of the paradise vegetables from next week. He had already expanded the planting in the interspace, and it would not be a problem to increase the supply by 10 to 20%. President Zheng was overjoyed. He said that he wanted to treat Zia Ryufai to dinner and treat him well. However, Zia Ryufai still remembered the matter of renting land, so he declined tactfully. After signing a new supply agreement with the West River Moon Club under the name of the Paradise Corporation, Zia Ryufai left the West River Moon Club with the relevant documents of his company. Zia Ryufai found his pickup truck in the parking lot, but he was not in a hurry to drive. Instead, he took out his phone and called Deputy Mayor Wu. After the call was connected, a reserved voice came from the other end. "I'm Wu Gang, who's this? Is it Mayor Wu?" Zia Ryufai said, "I'm Zia Ryufai. Director Wu from the city government asked me to call you." Once Zia Ryufai said the words Director Wu, Deputy Mayor Wu immediately became enthusiastic and said, "So it's Mr. Zia. Hello, Director Wu has already told me about you. There won't be any problems." Zia Ryufai couldn't help but smile. These government officials were really good at talking. The same thing could have two different results when it came to them. No matter which one it was, they could explain it clearly and logically, making people feel that it was really reasonable. The two of them made an appointment to go to the Dinkeng Village Committee tomorrow morning to settle the land lease. Actually, Wu Gang could have just informed Dongkeng Village and let Zia Ryufai go there by himself. However, this matter was personally handled by Wu Liqian. There were no secrets in the officialdom. Wu Gang had long heard that Wu Liqian was going to be demoted to the deputy head of Changping County. When the time came, Wu Liqian would be his direct superior, so Wu Gang did this to show that he valued her. The next day, after sending off the trucks of Zaijiangyu and Lingjai, Zia Ryufai drove to the village council of Dinkeng Village, which was not far from the holiday villa. The deputy mayor of Zhonggang Town, Wu Gang, had arrived long ago. Wu Gang looked to be in his early 30s. He had a slicked-back hairstyle and had a burly figure. He had the air of a leader. Beside Wu Gang stood a man in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing blue coarse clothes. His face, which had been eroded by the sea breeze, was dark and rough and full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were very bright, revealing a sense of shrewdness and slyness. Once Zia Ryufai got out of the car, he quickly walked over and said, "Mayor Wu, I'm sorry for the delay." "It's all right, I just arrived," said Wu Gang with a smile. "Mr. Zia, let me introduce you. This is Ruan Fugui, the village director of Dinkeng Village. Old Ruan, this is Mr. Zia." Ruan Fugui quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out to Zia Ryufai. "Mr. Zia, nice to meet you." Zia Ryufai shook hands with Ruan Fugui and smiled. "Uncle Ruan, Mayor Wu should have told you why I'm here, right? The mayor said that you're interested in renting the idle land in our village. This is great news." Ruan Fugui said, "Come in, please. Let's talk at the village committee." The three of them walked into the village council building, and Ruan Fugui quickly made tea for them. Then he sat down and said, "Mr. Zia, I'm sure there's no problem with renting the land to you. It's idle now. However, a few years ago, we approved a piece of land for a house on that piece of land. A house has already been built on it, and the land you want is all around this house." Speaking of this, Ruan Fugui couldn't help but look at Wu Gang again. It was very likely that Wu Gang had helped Wu Liqian's relatives approve this piece of land. Zia Ryufai smiled. "That's not a problem. I'm living in that villa now. I'm planning to build a farm with that villa as the center." Ruan Fugui immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then there's no problem." Then he stood up and took out a map. He pointed it out to Zia Ryufai and said, "Mr. Zia, this piece of land has been marked with a red line. We were planning to build a village farm, but the investment funds were not enough, so the project failed, but the land was also left there. Can you see if there's any problem with the designated area?" Zia Ryufai took the map and looked at it seriously. In the special forces, it was basic homework to recognize the map. Moreover, it was a military map that was many times more complicated than this simple map. Hence, Zia Ryufai easily found the location of his villa and compared it to the range of the red line. Zia Ryufai thought for a while and said, "Uncle Ruan, there is no problem if you go west to the seaside. As for the east, I'm also very interested in this mountain forest. I want to rent it together with my land. I wonder if the ownership belongs to the village." Ruan Fugui immediately said, "That mountain forest belongs to the village. It's just a barren mountain. Some villagers wanted to develop it and plant fruit trees, but it seems that there is a problem with the soil. It is difficult for the fruit trees to survive, and even if they manage to grow, the fruits are sour and astringent and can't be eaten at all. Mr. Zia, do you want to consider it again?" Zia Ryufai smiled. "It's all right. I have another use for this place." Ruan Fugui had reminded Zia Ryufai of his duty, but Zia Ryufai had to insist on it. If he lost money in the future, the town leaders wouldn't blame him. Therefore, he thought for a while and nodded. "Mr. Zia, since you insist on it, I'll rent it to you as well." Ruan Fugui couldn't help but rub his hands. He hesitated and said, Mr. Zia, the market price is about 3,800 yuan per mu, but you're personally introduced by Mayor Wu. So 3,500 yuan per mu. When he said this, Ryuan Fugui sneaked a glance at Wu Gang, who hadn't said anything the entire time. He saw Wu Gang's brows furrow without a trace, so Ryuan Fugui quickly changed his words and said, every mu, 3,300, no. What do you think of 3,200? At this moment, Wu Gang's expression had returned to normal. There was even a faint smile on his face. Ryuan Fugui secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. It wasn't easy for him to be a village official. If the rent was too cheap, the villagers would definitely not do it. But if the rent was too expensive, the leader would not be satisfied. Fortunately, the price of 3,200 yuan was clearly acceptable to Wu Gang, and the village could barely accept it. Xia Ryufai had seen all of this. Before he came, he had also checked the rental price of land in Changping County. In the coastal areas, this price was considered quite favorable. Hence, he nodded and said, sure. Ryuan Fugui smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this is the price of the land. It's much cheaper to buy a mountain forest. The soil and water in our mountain forest are average, so 1,500 yuan per mu a year, is that okay? Xia Ryufai said readily, all right, we'll go with your price. Ryuan Fugui said happily, as long as Mr. Xia is satisfied. This piece of land is a total of 28.3 mu, so let's take it as 28 mu. The annual rent is 89,600 yuan, and the mountain forest is about 15 mu, so the annual rent is 22,500 yuan. The total annual rent is 112,100 yuan. Is that okay? Xia Ryufai couldn't help but take another look at Ryuan Fugui. This old man didn't look very good, but his brain worked very quickly. Although it was just simple math, he was indeed capable to be able to calculate it so quickly. To be able to become the village director, he definitely had some skill. No problem. Xia Ryufai nodded and said, Uncle Ryuan, I've even brought the company seal. Let's sign the contract. All right, Ryuan Fugui quickly said. Then he called the village accountant and asked him to come over immediately. There was a computer in the village council with the model contract of the previous rented land. He could just pull it out and modify the parameters. However, only the young accountants in the village council knew how to use a computer. At this time, Wu Gang, who had not clearly interfered with the negotiations, smiled and said, Lao Ryuan, since Mr. Xia is planning to develop a farm in Dinkeng village, should we extend the lease period? Ryuan Fugui said, Mayor Wu, our lease is usually for 3 years, and in principle it can't exceed 5 years. But since you've spoken then, what do you think about the contract lasting 8 years? Wu Gang smiled and looked at Xia Ryufai, asking for his opinion. Xia Ryufai also knew that Wu Gang was helping him. He immediately nodded and said, all right, Uncle Ryuan, I can't take advantage of the village. If we sign an 8-year contract, the annual rent will be increased by 5 on the basis of the previous year. In addition, I hope to write a clause in the contract that our company will have the priority to lease the land under the same conditions when the contract expires. Ryuan Fugui had thought that the 8-year lease would end immediately, so he felt a little heartache. When he heard Xia Ryufai suggest an increase in rent, he immediately smiled and said, no problem, no problem. Everyone waited for a while, and the village accountant arrived at the village council. There was a ready-made lease contract on the computer. After some changes to the rent, terms, and conditions, it was printed out directly and signed by both parties. Then, the seals of the Peach Blossom Company and the Dinkeng Village Council were stamped, and the lease contract was considered to be in effect. After both parties kept the contract, Xia Ryufai smiled and said, Ryuan Fugui said, Mr. Xia, you're helping our village develop its economy. If you want to eat, we'll treat you. Why don't you and Mayor Wu have a meal at my house? My wife's cooking skills are pretty good. Xia Ryufai laughed and said, Uncle Ryuan, I'll be taking root in our Dinkeng village from now on. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come to your house for a meal. You can't fight with me for this meal today. Then Xia Ryufai looked at Wu Gang and said, Mayor Wu, I've already arranged the place. Do me a favor. Wu Gang smiled and said, since Mr. Xia is so enthusiastic, then Lao Ryuan and I will have to trouble you. Seeing that Wu Gang had agreed, Ryuan Fugui didn't refuse and agreed to Xia Ryufai's suggestion. Hence, the group of them left the house. Xia Ryufai drove his pickup truck and led the way. Ryuan Fugui sat in Wu Gang's car and followed behind. The young village accountant was still sitting in Xia Ryufai's flying car. He had just rushed over from the beach to settle the contract. Xia Ryufai could not leave him behind when he was treating them to a meal. The place for dinner was the West River Moon Club. Other than that, Xia Ryufai was not familiar with any other places. Originally, Ling's restaurant would have been more suitable. However, after Ling Kingsu had forcefully stolen his first kiss, both of them had felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Xia Ryufai could not contact Ling Kingsu. The two cars headed straight for the city one after another. When they passed by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Xia Ryufai stopped and went in with the village accountant to transfer a year's rent to the Dinkeng village's account. He also gave Ryuan Fugui a calming pill. Xia Ruifai gave President Zheng a call on the way and asked him to arrange a private room. When they arrived at the West River Moon Club, a beautiful female manager was already waiting at the entrance. She welcomed Xia Ruifai and the others in very respectfully. When had Ryu and Fugui ever been to such a high-end place? On the way to the private room, he was like a grandmother who had entered the Grand View Garden. Even Wu Gang rarely had the chance to enter such a high-end club like Zaijiang Yue. Hence, Xia Ruifai's status in his heart had undoubtedly increased by a lot. President Zheng had arranged a very luxurious private room for Xia Ruifai, and everything was ready. The dishes were served as soon as they were on the table. The dishes in the club were very exquisite. President Zheng even arranged for 3 Taoyuan vegetables, which were hard to find. When they heard the VIP manager introduce Taoyuan vegetables, Wu Gang and the others were even more surprised. They repeatedly said that this meal was too grand, and they were somewhat flattered. When President Zheng of the club came to propose a toast and was very polite to Xia Ruifai, the importance of Xia Ruifai in the hearts of Wu Gang and the others increased. Especially Wu Gang, who vaguely knew that Xia Ruifai had an antenna in the city. He reminded himself that in the future, Xia Ruifai would open a farm in his area, and there would be many opportunities to interact with him in the future. He must build a good relationship with Xia Ruifai. This meal was a happy one for both the host and the guest, and the cooperation between the two sides started very happily. Xia Ruifai personally sent Wu Gang and the others to the door and asked President Zheng to arrange a room for him to rest. Jian Jia had drunk a lot in the afternoon, and he could not drive at the moment. Of course, when President Zheng suggested to arrange for 2 girls to relax with him, Xia Ruifai firmly rejected it. He rested in the club room for the entire afternoon, and the smell of alcohol had completely dissipated. He then got up to say goodbye to President Zheng, got his car, and went straight to Taoyuan meat stall. After lunch, he contacted Liang Kichou. He was going there to fulfill his promise to bring the white-skinned lunar patch to Liang Kichou, and he needed Liang Kichou's help with the farm construction. Before they reached the entrance of Taoyuan butcher shop, Xia Ruifai could see the impatient Liang Kichou standing by the roadside, looking forward to it. He couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the white-skinned lunar boundary was very attractive to Liang Kichou. Xia Ruifai drove the car to Liang Kichou's side. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Liang Kichou opened the car door and sat in eagerly. He asked, "Are you au fait? Where's the white-skinned lunar realm?" Xia Ruifai laughed and said, "In the car. Let's talk inside." "Good, good, good," Liang Kichou said, then stuck his head out of the car window and shouted for the security guards to open the gate. Xia Ruifai drove directly to the 3-story office building in the immortal meat stall and stopped. After getting out of the car, he went to the back of the car and took out the pot of white lunar boundary that he had taken out earlier. "Brother Liang, let's talk in your office," he said to Liang Kichou. Let's go," Liang Kichou said. He had been itching to get the white-skinned lunar plant. When they arrived at Liang Kichou's office, Xia Ruifai placed the white-skinned lunar basin on the coffee table and said with a smile, "This is the white-skinned lunar boundary I told you about last time. Let's see if it's good enough for you." The white-skinned lunar boundary was still kept in a plastic bag by Xia Ruifai. Liang Kichou couldn't wait to open the bag. When the white-skinned lunar boundary revealed its true appearance, Liang Kichou couldn't take his eyes off it. It was almost perfect, and its leaves were as beautiful as the misty rain. Liang Kichou was mesmerized by it. After a long while, he reluctantly looked away and said to Xia Ruifai, "Are you au fait? This white-skinned lunar boundary is simply perfect. I won't say anything else. If you can think of your brother Liang when there's something good, I'll remember this favor. I'll take this white-skinned lunar boundary. There's no reference price for a white-skinned lunar boundary of this grade, so I'll bid 150,000. I wonder if your friend is able to accept this price." The last time the Ice Lantern Dew was sold for 250,000 yuan, but that was because Liu Minghao lost his mind during the auction and became a spendthrift. In fact, it was not worth that much. Liang Kichou had offered 150,000 for the white-skinned lunar realm because he thought it was as valuable as the ice lantern he had gotten last time. Of course, the friend that Liang Kichou mentioned did not exist. It was just an excuse. "No problem, I can make the decision." Xia Ruifai smiled. "I'll transfer the money to you directly," Liang Kichou said. "All right," Xia Ruifai replied readily, "there's no rush. We can go for a walk when we have the time." "That won't do," Liang Kichou said. "Friendship is friendship and business is business. Money and goods must be settled." "Oh right, it's still the same account from last time, right?" After getting Xia Ruifai's confirmation, Liang Kichou immediately picked up the phone on his desk and gave instructions to the finance staff of the immortal meat stall. Then he greeted Xia Ruifai warmly. Come, have some tea. I just got my hands on some high-grade Taiguan yin a few days ago." The two of them came to the coffee table and sat down. Liang Kichou skillfully picked up the tea set for Kung Fu tea and began to make tea. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "Brother Liang, there's something I need your help with." Liang Kichou was brewing tea with his head lowered. He said without looking up, "What is it?" As long as Big Brother can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. I've bought a piece of land in the suburbs and I'm preparing to build a farm. Zia Ryufai said, I heard from Kingsu that your family is in the real estate business. You're familiar with the design and construction industry, so I would like to ask you to help me with the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Liang Kichou replied without thinking, no problem. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for the most capable manager in my dad's company to help you take a look. He was the one who helped with the planning and design of my immortal meat stall. It's not bad, right? That's even less of a problem. We have our own construction team. Liang Kichou smiled and said, after the planning is done, if you think the budget is acceptable, I'll let the construction team in at any time. All right, I'm confident in Brother Liang. Zia Ryufai said happily, the fees and such will be based on the market price. You said it yourself. Business is business. Haha, sure, Liang Kichou said. The two of them continued to talk about the succulent plants. Liang Kichou was very interested in the high-quality seedlings of the Taoyuan meat workshop, but a young master like him naturally couldn't spend all his time on the internet, so he didn't make it in time for the release this time. He still regretted it a lot. Zia Ryufai smiled and said that he would ask his friend to save a few pots for him next time. After hanging up the phone, Liang Kichou sighed and put his phone away. Brother Liang, what's the matter? Zia Ryufai asked. Hey. Don't even mention it. Liang Kichou shook his head and said, I've been looking for some gold Phoebe Genin material, but this wood is so rare that it's almost extinct. It's hard to find it. Phoebe Genin. Zia Ryufai's interest was piqued. I've heard of it too. It's very expensive, right? He asked. Isn't that so? Even a small bracelet costs more than 100,000 yuan. The whole piece is even more priceless. Liang Kichou smiled bitterly. But this time I only need the whole piece. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Then Liang Kichou started to talk about the Phoebe Genin wood with Zia Ryufai. It turned out that the one who really needed the Phoebe Genin material was Liang Kichou's grandfather, who was also his father's uncle. The old man was in United States Chinese. He had left China for the United States when he was very young. After decades of hard work, he had earned a huge family business and had a high status in the United States. In fact, Liang Kichou's family business was quite big now, and the initial startup capital was provided by this old man. When people got old, they would start to think about their own funeral. The old man wanted to find a piece of Phoebe Genin material to make his own longevity material, which was also a coffin, so that he could use it when he was old and return to his roots. Besides, the old man had no children. Only Liang Kichou's father had a few relatives, so everyone was very concerned about this matter. The whole family started to search for the gold Phoebe wood. This was because it was very likely that this would add a lot of points to the old man's mind. The most realistic thing was that the old man might even be biased in the future distribution of the inheritance. After explaining the whole situation, Liang Kichou asked tentatively, Ryufai, does your friend who cultivates premium quality meat have any ideas? As long as the wood meets the requirements, the price is definitely not a problem. There was no correlation between the cultivation of meat and wood, so Liang Kichou was a little desperate. Brother Liang, is this urgent? Zia Ryufai asked after some thought. Liang Kichou laughed and said, it's not urgent. After all, the old man's body is still strong. But even if it's not urgent, it's still urgent. My father is worried that his cousins will find it first. Zia Ryufai couldn't help but smile and said, all right, I'll ask him later and ask him to keep an eye out for you. At this moment, Zia Ryufai suddenly had an idea. Brother Liang, the 70-centimeter tall Phoebe Genin that you mentioned on the phone earlier, is it the wood that has been cut down, or is it a whole tree that is still alive? Zia Ryufai asked. Liang Kichou smiled and said, brother, strictly speaking, a living jinan is just nanmu wood. The golden threads in the jinan are the crystals formed by the core of high-quality nanmu after natural oxidation for more than 100 years. This is what we usually call old material. We're looking for old material for the old man's longevity material, so we must have old material. However, the Phoebe Genin that my friend found really wasn't cut down. He found it by chance, so he called me to ask if I'm interested in it. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, I didn't expect this Phoebe Genin to be so particular about it. Isn't that so? Liang Kichou said, I've been looking for wood for the old man these days. That's why I've been learning about this. Then he continued to introduce, in fact, after cutting down the Phoebe Genin wood and leaving it on the mountain for more than 3 years, it can be formed into a very good old Phoebe Genin material after natural weathering and drying to remove the edge material and wood properties. Unfortunately, even this kind of old material is very difficult to find because we want a whole 1 meter or more tree. 3 years of natural weathering. Zia Ryufai's expression changed. Then he asked calmly, Brother Liang, the growth of the Phoebe Genin should be very slow, right? That's for sure. Why else would it be so rare? Liang Kichou said, it will take at least 50 to 60 years for the core to start growing, and the core growth process still needs another 50 to 100 years. Only when the core reaches 95 of the entire trunk will its material be in its best state. Then Liang Kichou smiled and said, so, although the Orium can easily be sold for millions or tens of millions, it's impossible to make a fortune by planting it. After all the hard work, at least the great-grandchildren can enjoy the good fortune. Xia Ruifai also laughed, but his mind began to wander. It was extremely difficult to succeed in the outside world, but with the spirit map space, it did not seem as difficult as he had imagined. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and asked, Brother Liang, do you have any way to help me find some new material on the Phoebe Zhenin? It doesn't need to be very big. It's best if it's a core that has just been cut down. I want to get one for fun. That's not a big problem. You can buy it on the market. I've been looking for some old Phoebe Zhenin materials recently, and I've made quite a few friends in this area. Liang Kichou smiled and said, how about this? I'll get someone to handle it later, and I'll get Manager Li to bring it to you tomorrow. Isn't he going to help you decide how to plan that piece of land? Liang Kichou replied readily, this small piece of new material isn't worth much. At most, it'll be 1,000 yuan. Just take it as a gift from me. I haven't even thanked you properly for helping me find such a good white-skinned lunar realm. Xia Ruifai didn't insist because it really wasn't much money. After chatting with Liang Kichou for a while at the immortal meat stall, Xia Ruifai left. He had originally wanted to look for Ling Kingsu. Since the company had already been registered, he could now sign an official agreement with Lingji FB. However, when he thought of the sudden kiss that day, Xia Ruifai still felt a little awkward. He thought about it and decided to forget about it. He planned to wait a few days. After returning to the holiday villa, Xia Ruifai entered the spirit map space to take a look. The boundless space was filled with a thriving scene. The vegetables and fruits were full of vitality. The baby fish in the pond had already grown to the length of 2 fingers. The red arowana had also grown a lot. Its scales had started to show a beautiful red color. Xia Ruifai believed that it would not be long before he would be able to harvest a red and precious red arowana. The next morning, Xia Ruifai had just finished delivering the day's vegetables to Zaijiangyu and Lingjai when he was welcomed by Manager Li, who was sent by Liang Kichou to help him with the farm planning. Manager Li was in his early 30s and had a thin figure. He wore a pair of glasses and looked refined. However, his skin was a little dark, perhaps because he had been working at the construction site all year round. As soon as they met, Manager Li shook Xia Ruifai's hand enthusiastically. At the same time, he gave Xia Ruifai the new material of Phoebe Zhenin that Liang Kichou had gotten yesterday. Xia Ruifai only wanted a small piece, but Liang Kichou's piece was not only the size of a palm, but the size of a small basin. After Xia Ruifai expressed his gratitude, he moved the new Phoebe Zhenin material into the villa. In fact, after leaving Manager Li's site, he had put the Phoebe Zhenin into the spirit map space. Then Xia Ruifai showed Manager Li the map of the land area and the contract for a while, and then brought him to the site for inspection. As they walked, Xia Ruifai shared his thoughts with Manager Li. The flat land in front is designed for vegetable greenhouses, and a piece of land over there is reserved for cold storage in the future also. I'm planning to use the abandoned pond in front of us again, so we might need to clear the silt and renovate it. The mountains behind were prepared to plant fruit trees in the future, so they had to trim them together this time. Also, consider the roads in the park. Manager Li nodded as he listened, and at the same time he quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and said, by the way, Manager Li, we need to design a unified irrigation system for the entire vegetable base. It will include greenhouses and orchards. Then, we will set the water tower on the top of the back hill. There's a river behind the mountain. We just need to use a few water pumps to transfer the water up. All right, I'll remember this. Manager Li nodded and then asked Mr. Xia, do you have any other requests? Xia Ruifai pondered for a moment. Also, we need to build a fence around the farm, make it higher and have a security system. I'll give you a list of the relevant equipment later. Xia Ruifai was an expert in security. He thought that since he was going to do it, he should take the safety measures of the farm in one step. This was because if he continued to introduce high-quality vegetables, fruits, and other rare food and plants in the future, it might attract people with ulterior motives. All right, Manager Li replied, Mr. Xia. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and do an overall plan and budget first. I'll show it to you later. After sending Manager Li off, Xia Ruifai immediately returned to the villa. After locking the door in his bedroom, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. Yesterday at the immortal meat stall, he had talked about the gold Phoebe Nanmu with Liang Kichou. However, Xia Ruifai realized that it would be a waste if his spirit painting was just for growing vegetables and raising fish. It was time to plant some precious wood and medicinal herbs. Upgrading the cassia space required an immeasurable amount of money. The speed of making money now was beyond imagination to ordinary people, but Xia Ruifai still felt that it was too slow. In order to plant precious crops, Xia Ruifai was prepared to start with the golden Phoebe. However, before he could plant it, he still had important things to verify. He would need to use the new material of Phoebe Zhenin that Liang Kichou had given him. The so-called new material was the core of the high-quality Phoebe Genin wood that had just been cut down. It had not been naturally oxidized for a long time to form crystals, which were the gold threads in the gold silk Phoebe. The piece of material that Liang Kichou gave Xia Ruofei was new. Xia Ruofei picked up the piece of material and recalled the information he had found on his computer last night. Then he took out the Buck Strider 888 military dagger and made a few strokes on the wood. After that, he decisively cut it. The Phoebe Genin's wood was very hard. However, Xia Ruofei's physical fitness had been greatly strengthened by absorbing the petals of the strange flower. Hence, he could still cut the wood into 3 pieces easily. The diluted petal solution from the previous seed soaking had not been poured out yet. Xia Ruofei soaked the 3 pieces of wood in the solution. Then he left the medium and stayed outside for an hour or two before going back in. The 3 pieces of wood had been soaked in the liquid for 2 or 3 days, so the remaining flower petals in the liquid should have been completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei started to process the 3 pieces of wood. One of them was casually placed in the space. Xia Ruofei dug a hole in the second piece of land and buried it with soil. For the third piece, Xia Ruofei buried it in the mud at the bottom of the fish pond. Actually, Xia Ruofei's goal was very simple. He wanted to test how long it would take for a new material to form a golden thread crystal in the space. The first piece of wood was already in a natural state of oxidation. As for the other 2 pieces, Xia Ruofei had an idea when he saw that this piece of wood was relatively large. He wanted to try and see if he could form the ebony with gold silk, which was also known as the darkwood. Normally, wood would be buried underground or submerged in the water, and only after thousands of years would it become a high-quality ebony. Xia Ruofei wanted to see how long it would take for ebony to form in the spirit map space and the quality of the ebony. After everything was done, Xia Ruofei could only wait. He believed that the results would be good. The spirit map space had given him one surprise after another. This time would be no exception. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei did not go anywhere. He stayed in the villa. Other than preparing the vegetables for the 2 families, he practiced tai chi, took care of the cabbage in the backyard, or looked after the succulent plants and red arowana in the inner space. In the meantime, he harvested another strange flower petal. As usual, he absorbed one of them and stored the remaining 4. He had used up a few petals during this period of time for planting, and now he had a total of 9 petals. This was Xia Ruofei's most precious possession besides the spirit painting. He carefully placed it in a preservation box and stored it in the medium. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei liked to move the rocking chair to the balcony and read documents. The information was about planting and cultivation, as well as some precious food, medicinal herbs, wood, and other information he had collected on the internet. He sorted out the information by category and printed them out. Xia Ruofei had been studying and planning for the future in his free time these days. On the 3rd day, Manager Li came to Xia Ruofei's holiday villa with the project plan and budget. The first thing Xia Ruofei looked at was the design rendering. It had to be said that Manager Li's standard was very high. From the design drawing, the whole farm layout was neat and tidy. On the entire piece of land in front of the villa, there were 8 vegetable greenhouses that were 10 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was a large fish pond further ahead. The rows of fruit trees on the mountain behind the villa were arranged neatly. The roads, which had obviously been optimized and calculated, connected the greenhouses, fish ponds, villas, and the back mountain. Landscape trees were also designed on both sides of the roads. It could be said that this design had presented an efficient and modern farm blueprint. Xia Ruofei then looked at the budget. He couldn't help but sweat a little. The design was good, but it was too costly. As for the vegetable greenhouse, Manager Li provided 2 plans. One was a relatively simple arched film greenhouse, which cost about 15,000 yuan. The other type was a modern multi-story greenhouse, which could be installed with internal and external shade systems, thermal insulation systems, automatic irrigation, fertilizer systems, etc. The cost per mu was as high as 100,000 yuan. In other words, if they used the second plan, one greenhouse would cost nearly 150,000 yuan, and 8 of them would cost 1.2 million yuan. This was only the cost of the greenhouse, including the land leveling, pond clearing, mountain renovation, road laying in the park, and so on. The total budget was about 2.2 million yuan. Even if they used a relatively simple greenhouse construction plan, it would still cost 1.12 million yuan. With Xia Ruofei's personality, he would naturally do his best. He currently had about 600,000 on hand, and the gap in funds was as high as 1.6 million. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He thought for a long time before saying to Manager Li, "Brother Li, I'll take care of the planning and budget for now. I'll think about it." Manager Li could see Xia Ruofei's hesitation, but he knew that this Mr. Xia was young Master Liang's friend, so he did not dare to show any neglect. No problem, he said. Mr. Zia, after you've considered it, or if you have any changes, please contact me at any time. Zia Rufai smiled and said, sure, you've worked hard, Brother Lee. He politely sent Manager Lee off, then walked back to the villa with the budget and plan books under his arm. They would definitely build it. This was something that was imperative, but where did the money come from? Although he was not required to pay 2.2 million in one go, as the project progressed, the construction costs would have to be gradually settled. The construction of the farm would not take long, and his 600,000 yuan would not last long. The most important thing now was to get a sum of money. He needed at least 1 million yuan. With 1.6 million yuan in hand, he could basically last until the end of the construction. By then, with Zia Rufai's current earning speed, it should not be a problem for him to pay the remaining 600,000 yuan. But where was he going to get this 1 million? Zia Rufai furrowed his brows and thought for a long time. In the end, he decided on the jade. The last time he bought jade at the Spirit Jade House, Zia Rufai had come into contact with stone gambling for the first time in his life. The strong stimulation of one knife for poor, one knife for rich, one knife for linen was still fresh in his memory. Originally, Zia Rufai had no intention of gambling on stones. After all, no one in the world could see if there was jade hidden under the stone. If he, Zia Rufai, kept bidding and the price rose every time he bought something, it would attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Then he would be in danger of exposing the spirit map. Therefore, he would rather start from a young age and slowly manage the Paradise brand. However, he was in urgent need of more than 1 million yuan this time. Zia Rufai did not have any other ideas at the moment, so he could only think of a way to gamble on stones. As long as he was careful in the future and did not go or try to avoid stone gambling, it should not be too dangerous. After making up his mind, Zia Rufai no longer hesitated. He got up, took his bank card and all the cash, and drove straight to the antique street of the Flowers and Birds Market in Sanshan City. Zia Rufai walked along the bustling antique street. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Ling Yu House. Originally, Zia Rufai did not plan to buy raw stones from Ling Yu House. After all, there were a few other shops that sold raw jadeite stones in the antique street. However, when he saw a sign that read New Batch of Dragons Cave high-quality raw stones hanging in the small shop of Spirit Jade House, he immediately changed his mind and decided to try his luck at Spirit Jade House. After all, the possibility of high-quality jade in the new raw stones was higher than the raw stones that had been selected by countless customers. Zia Rufai muttered to himself and walked into Ling Yu House. "Hello, Mr. Zia. Are you here to buy jade again?" A surprised voice was heard. Zia Rufai took a closer look and realized that it was the waitress who had served him before. He smiled and nodded at her. "Is Boss Chen here?" Zia Rufai asked. "It's here." "Please have a cup of tea here and wait a moment. I'll go in and call the boss," the waiter said enthusiastically. After sitting in the reception area for a while, Zia Rufai saw Boss Chen, who was wearing a dark blue tang suit, walk out with a big smile on his face. Boss Chen seemed to have a special preference for tang suits. "Brother Zia." Boss Chen extended his hand to Zia Rufai enthusiastically. Zia Rufai shook his hand and said, "Boss Chen, sorry to disturb you again." Zia Rufai smiled and nodded. "I just happened to be doing something nearby, so I came to buy some jade. This time it's still about 300,000 yuan. It'll be fine as long as the quality is similar to the last time. No problem. I just went to Myanmar a few days ago and bought a batch of jade. The quality is quite good." Boss Chen said, "I'll get someone to prepare it immediately." "Yeah," Boss Chen laughed. The main purpose of this trip to Myanmar was to bring in raw stones and buy some jade. The quality of this batch of raw stones was not bad. They were from Dragon's Cave. "Why, Brother Zia, are you interested in joining us for some fun? I know nothing about stone gambling." Zia Rufai replied noncommittally. "What does it matter?" Boss Chen said with a smile. "No matter how knowledgeable a person is, he can't compete with heaven-defying luck. Brother Zia, your luck last time was really amazing. Then let's get 2 pieces for fun," Zia Rufai said, pretending to be moved. "Of course, one look and I know that Brother Zia is a man of great destiny. Who knows, we might be able to get a huge increase in the price." Boss Chen said. "All right then. Anyway, you guys still need some time to prepare the jade, so you're free anyway." Zia Rufai said, "Then go and choose 2 pieces to play with. I hope Boss Chen has good words for me. Ha ha ha. I wish Brother Zia a swift victory." Boss Chen laughed heartily and said, let's go together." Boss Chen personally brought Zia Rufai to the shop next door. It was noon, so there were not many people in the store. There were only 2 or 3 people picking raw stones. They all greeted Boss Chen when they saw him, and Boss Chen responded with a smile. Then he turned to Zia Rufai and said, "Brother Zia, all the new raw stones are here. There's a price on each of them. You can choose whatever you want. If you choose it, I'll give you a 10 discount. Ha ha ha, there was even a discount. Then I won't be polite. Pick a few more pieces later," Zia Rufai said with a smile. Then he began to choose the raw stones. Boss Chen knew that customers usually did not want to be disturbed when they were choosing raw stones, so he did not go over but walked to the side and sat down. the store was filled with rows of shelves on which raw stones of different sizes were arranged. A price tag was placed next to each raw stone, and the price was marked according to the performance of the raw stone. It ranged from a few thousand to a few million. Zia Ryufai walked through the shelves, seemingly choosing randomly. He looked at the raw stones very quickly, and after a rough glance he moved on to the next raw stone. At first, the few customers were secretly paying attention to Zia Ryufai. After all, he was personally accompanied by Boss Chen. However, when they saw Zia Ryufai's stance, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. So he was a rookie. He should be the kind of person who was stupid but had a lot of money. Otherwise, why would old Chen personally accompany him here? This was because people who played stone gambling all year round would be very careful when choosing raw stones, especially when they encountered raw stones with good appearance. They would carefully observe every detail and look at it over and over again. If the window was open, they would have used a strong flashlight to get closer and take a closer look. People like Zia Ryufai, who only knew how to do things on a cursory basis, were clearly amateurs. However, these people, including Boss Chen, did not notice that Zia Ryufai seemed to touch every raw stone casually when he passed by. Of course, with Zia Ryufai's skills that he had trained in the special forces and the layers of shelves, it was easy for people not to notice the abnormality. Zia Ryufai had even clearly observed the positions of the few cameras in the store. Along the way, Zia Ryufai had checked more than half of the raw gemstones. Every time there was jade in the raw stone, the spirit map scroll hidden in his pocket would react. Based on the vibration of the painting, Zia Ryufai could roughly determine the value of the raw stone. So far, Zia Ryufai had not made any surprising discoveries. In fact, most of the raw stones couldn't make the spirit map scroll react at all, which meant that these raw stones were just stones without any jade. No wonder so many people went bankrupt from stone gambling. Zia Ryufai mumbled in his heart that the most expensive one among the raw stones in Chuenji that had no chance of producing jade was priced at more than 1,000,000 yuan. There were only about 10 raw gemstones that could make the spirit map scroll shake, but Zia Ryufai did not want any of them. Some of the paintings did not have much of a reaction, and the jade in the raw stones was not worth much money. Of course, this was relative to Zia Ryufai's needs. If it was an ordinary customer who was lucky enough to pick these raw stones, they could still make a small profit. Only a raw stone could cause a spirit painting to have a strong reaction. Zia Ryufai estimated that the value of the jade inside was at least 2 million. Unfortunately, the price of this huge raw stone had also reached 2.2 million. In other words, even if Zia Ryufai had the money to buy it, he would only make a small profit. This was not the result Zia Ryufai wanted. Zia Ryufai sighed and looked at the shelf on the other side. He could only hope that he could find the raw stones he wanted there. He strode to the other side of the shelf. Just as he passed by a pile of raw stones scattered in the corner of the shop, the spirit painting scroll in his arms suddenly vibrated. Zia Ryufai was stunned. He had not touched any of the raw gemstones, but the spirit painting scroll was vibrating on its own. What was going on? There had never been a situation where the origin stone spirit map had trembled on its own before he had even touched it. He quickly observed his surroundings and found that no one was paying attention to him. Then he turned his gaze to the most suspicious pile of unremarkable raw gemstones. All this while, the painting would only react when Zia Ryufai touched the raw gemstones or jadeite. Now the painting started to shake on its own. What did this mean? Zia Ryufai could only think of one possibility, and that was that there was something that the painting scroll urgently wanted in the pile of raw stones. It was very likely that this was a high-quality jade that could promote its evolution. Zia Ryufai's thoughts started to run wild, but his face remained expressionless. He walked over and squatted down casually, picking up the raw gemstones with ease. Boss Chen happened to look over and said with a smile, "Brother Zia, that pile of raw stones was prepared to be sent next door as a gift. There's nothing to see. If there aren't any that you'd like, there's still a lot of them here. You can come over and pick." In fact, he was just giving them a kind reminder. After all, this pile of raw gemstones was of very poor quality and had been picked by many customers before. It was impossible for anyone to want them in the shop, so he was going to take them as gifts. Zia Ryufai smiled and turned around. "Boss Chen, I buy raw stones more because I like them. Besides, isn't the raw stone that rose in price the last time a free gift from the neighbor?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "That makes sense. Brother Zia, you can pick whatever you like. I'll give you whatever you like." After that, Zia Ryufai really squatted down and continued to pick the raw stones. Boss Chen only smiled and shook his head. He then started chatting with the familiar customers beside him. It was obvious that he did not care about the pile of raw stones at all. Zia Ryufai reached out to search. Throughout the entire process, the spirit map was shaking slightly. Zia Ryufai could even feel a trace of longing from the spirit map. When Zia Ryufai's hand touched a raw stone, the spirit painting scroll suddenly shook more violently. The intensity of the vibration was no less than the raw stone that was priced at more than 2 million. Zia Ryufai knew that it was definitely this stone. He looked at the black raw stone quietly and remembered its shape in his heart. Then he continued to search. However, the spirit painting did not shake as violently as before. Zia Ryufai was sure that it was the black raw stone from earlier. However, he did not pick it up immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the other shelf. Brother Zia, Boss Chen laughed. There's nothing in that pile that you like, right? Zia Ryufai chuckled. I'll go over here and pick first. I'll come back later to get a piece no matter what. It's a free gift from Boss Chen anyway. Boss Chen laughed and said, no problem. You can pick a few more later. Zia Ryufai nodded with a smile and walked to another shelf. If he could not find a suitable raw stone here, Zia Ryufai could only buy one randomly and conveniently take the black gift. Zia Ryufai walked between the shelves with a relaxed expression. He looked like he was casually looking at the goods, but in fact, he did not miss a single raw stone. The situation on this shelf was similar to the previous one. There were not many raw stones that could cause the spirit map scroll to shake, and there was no violent reaction at all. Just as Zia Ryufai thought that he had to settle for the second best option, his hand brushed past a raw stone. The spirit painting scroll suddenly vibrated. Judging from the vibration, the jade contained in the raw stone should be worth at least 2 million yuan. Zia Ryufai raised his eyebrows and looked at the price tag next to the raw stone. 1,000 yuan. The price was also appropriate, so it was this. Zia Ryufai was excited. However, Zia Ryufai was still very calm. He did not take the raw stone immediately. Instead, he continued to choose raw stones as if nothing had happened. In the end, he randomly picked 2 raw stones that definitely did not have jade. Then he took them to the counter for payment with this one that was priced at 250,000 yuan. Little brother, you've chosen, Boss Chen asked with a smile. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, yes, I don't know anything about it, so I'll just buy a few pieces based on my feelings. It feels good. Boss Chen laughed and said, brother, didn't you also make a big profit last time based on your feelings? This time it'll definitely rise greatly. Haha, then I'll be counting on your blessings, Zia Ryufai said. At this time, the shop assistant had finished calculating. Including the 2 raw stones that Zia Ryufai had randomly picked up, it was a total of 400,000. Zia Ryufai paid with his card and said, Boss Chen, I'll have to trouble your master to help me cut the stone. Boss Chen nodded and turned around. Old Su, you go and help Brother Zia cut the stone. Yes, boss, the master of cutting stones, Old Su said quickly. Brother, Old Su is the most experienced stonecutter in our shop. Boss Chen smiled at Zia Ryufai and said, tell him how you want to solve it. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, I'm just an amateur who knows nothing. How would I know how to solve it? Master Su, you can solve it based on your experience. If it really increases, I'll give you red packets. Master Su smiled and said, then I'll thank the boss first. With Zia Ryufai's permission, Master Su started to cut the stone. The one that cost 250,000 yuan was the most expensive, so he put it aside first and picked one from the other 2 raw stones. He carefully observed it for a while and then fixed it on the stone cutter. The machine started to make noise, and the few customers in the shop also came over. As long as someone was cutting the stone, they would definitely be there to watch. Master Su operated the machine, and with a sharp grinding sound, a corner of the raw stone was cut off. Then Master Su found some clean water to clean the cut surface. A series of sighs could be heard. There was no green in the cassia. Master Su was already used to this. He continued to adjust the angle and opened a new window. There was still no sign of green. After opening 3 windows in a row, Master Su fixed the raw stone in place and then cut it open at the waist. It was still all gray. It's broken. This raw stone is worth tens of thousands. This young man has made a loss. Spectators began to discuss. On the other hand, Zia Ryufai still had a faint smile on his face, as if losing tens of thousands of yuan was not a big deal. Boss Chen observed Zia Ryufai's expression and was even more certain that Zia Ryufai was a rich young master. Next, the process of cutting the second raw stone was similar. Master Su first cut a few windows, but when there was no green, he cut it directly. Naturally, this piece had also been cut. The onlookers sighed even louder. Some of them even looked at Zia Ryufai sympathetically. In just a short while, hundreds of thousands of yuan had gone down the drain. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating. Zia Ryufai's face was still as calm as an ancient well without any fluctuations in emotion. Master Su saw that he had cut 2 pieces in a row and couldn't help but look at Zia Ryufai questioningly. Zia Ryufai smiled and said, Master Su, please continue. There's still one more that hasn't been opened. Master Su didn't say anything. He nodded and began to carefully observe the 250,000 yuan raw stone. This raw stone weighed more than 30 pounds and was about the size of a wash basin. However, its appearance was not very good, and there was a groove-like crack on the surface. Perhaps for this reason, the price was a little low. The onlookers shook their heads when they saw this raw stone. They felt that it was not as good as the previous 2 raw stones in all aspects, except that it was bigger than the previous 2. Everyone felt that this raw stone would probably be cut into pieces. At this time, Master Su had almost finished looking. He adjusted the angle of the machine, moved the raw stone up and fixed it in place, and then started the machine to cut along the crack. After a short while, the cracked stone skin was cut off into a very thin piece. Price of this raw stone was relatively high, so Master Su was relatively cautious. After removing the raw stone from the stone cutter, Master Su went to find clean water to clean the cut surface. In fact, no one, including Master Su himself, had much confidence in this stone. However, when the clear water washed over the cut surface, an intoxicating green color appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down, and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. It rose, and it was a huge increase. After a few seconds, the crowd started to stir. Boss Chen, who had been sitting next to them, couldn't help but stand up, his expression very interesting. Master Su's mouth was also slightly agape. He hurriedly wiped the cut carefully so that everyone could see it more clearly. There was a hint of green on the palm-sized cut surface with some white mist mixed in. However, it was obvious that the green was very pure. It should be Yang Lu. I wonder how it's like to plant water. It shouldn't be too bad. This raw stone is only 250,000 yuan. It must have increased by a lot. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Boss Chen's expression changed slightly as he said, "Brother Zia, are you willing to sell this piece of material? I'll buy it back for 500,000 yuan. A 250,000 yuan raw stone's value had doubled just because a window was opened and a little green was revealed. This was the charm of stone gambling. Zia Rufai smiled and said, "Boss Chen, you know I'm not short of money. Isn't stone gambling just for fun? Let's just open them all first." Zia Rufai knew very well that the value of the jade in this raw stone was definitely more than 500,000 yuan. Naturally, he would not sell it just like that. Boss Chen was a little disappointed, and the crowd also tried to persuade Zia Rufai. "Little brother, 500,000 is enough. If we rub the stones again, we'll have nothing left if it collapses. Yup, if you sell it for 500,000 yuan, you'll be able to make up for all the losses you've suffered earlier, and you'll even make a small profit. Not bad. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Zia Rufai smiled and ignored the crowd. He motioned for Master Su to continue. It was already green, so he naturally couldn't cut it again. Master Su changed the grinding machine and began to rub the stone along the surface. Master Su was indeed an experienced master. His hands were very stable as he held the grinding wheel and slowly rubbed the surface of the stone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the raw stone. Except for the grinding sound of the grinding wheel and the raw stone, no one on the scene spoke. After more than half an hour, the raw stone was slowly unraveled by Master Su's hands, gradually revealing its true appearance. It was a whole piece of green jade about the size of a volleyball. The green color was evenly distributed and it looked full of vitality under the light. "You look very healthy. It's at least yang green, but the water head is average and the transparency isn't very high. It should be a dry green species. That's amazing. This little brother was only bought for 250,000 yuan. Yup, he struck it rich this time." Everyone was discussing, and their words revealed their envy of Zia Rufai. This was not the first time Zia Rufai had seen an undiscovered piece of jade, but he was still attracted by its beauty. If he didn't need funds, he would definitely take it back and let the spirit map scroll absorb it. However, the construction of the farm was very important, so this piece of jade could only be sold. Of course, Zia Rufai did not say anything because he knew that there would be people who wanted to buy it. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, a middle-aged fat man took the lead and said, "Little brother, I'm willing to pay 1.6 million for this piece of jade. Sell it to me." As soon as the fat middle-aged man finished speaking, another old man with a goatee immediately said, "Such a big piece of dried green, and it's only 1.6 million. You're bullying this little brother for not knowing. Okay, I'll pay 1.8 million. 1.9 million, I'm taking it." Another person had joined the competition. Zia Rufai stood at the side with a smile. He didn't even need to say anything. Everyone would naturally start bidding, and he only needed the highest bidder to win. Very quickly, the price had reached 2.1 million. The highest bidder was the little old man with the goatee. At this moment, Boss Chen, who had not participated in the bidding, suddenly said, "I'll take the 2.1 million. His words stunned everyone. Someone had already bid 2.1 million. Even if he was the owner of Spirit Jade House, that raw stone already belonged to Zia Rufai. Now that it was being sold as a raw material, there should be a first-come, first-served basis, right? However, Boss Chen only paused for a moment before he continued, 2.1 million, plus the 300,000 yuan of jade in exchange for this piece of dry green material. Brother Zia, how is it?" Previously, Zia Rufai had asked for 300,000 yuan worth of jade, but he had not paid for it. Now, Boss Chen was using these jades as a bargaining chip, which was equivalent to a bid of 2.4 million yuan. 2.4 million. "Boss Chen, isn't your price a little outrageous?" The old man with the goatee said, "Aren't you afraid of losing money?" Boss Chen smiled and said, "Old Gu, most of the jade materials that Brother Zia wants are broken pieces, but this piece is a whole piece. I estimate that you can take out 28 to 29 bracelets. The rest of the materials can be used to make some small accessories. You should make a small profit. The goateed old man sighed. He knew that he couldn't beat Boss Chen, so he didn't plan to bid anymore. Xia Ruifai also knew when to stop. He smiled and said, "Boss Chen, deal." The onlookers shook their heads and sighed when they saw that they couldn't get the jade. Some people were envious of Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai had spent a total of 400,000 on the raw stones. He had earned 1.7 million just by reselling them. On top of that, he had also obtained a jade material worth 300,000. He had made a lot of money. Boss Chen was also a straightforward person. He immediately printed out a standard jade trade contract and signed it with Xia Ruifai. Then he told the shop assistant to transfer the money to Xia Ruifai and kept the volleyball-sized dry green type jade. At this time, the shop assistant who was preparing the jade in the next shop brought over a bag of jade worth 300,000 yuan. Boss Chen personally handed it to Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai checked it and confirmed that there was no problem. The deal was officially closed. Boss Chen, Xia Ruifai asked with a smile, "You said that I can pick 1 or 2 stones from the pile over there. Does that still count?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Brother Xia, you've already earned 2 million yuan. Would you still be interested in those low-grade raw stones?" Xia Ruifai laughed. "Who told you to give it to me for free? Who wouldn't want raw gemstones that don't cost money?" Hearing this, Xia Ruifai no longer stood on ceremony. He walked over and pretended to rummage through the pile of raw stones. Then he picked up the raw stone that could make the spirit painting scroll vibrate on its own and said with a smile, "This will do." Boss Chen glanced at the raw stone and smiled. "All right, Brother Xia, do you need me to open this stone on the spot?" Boss Chen didn't care about this unremarkable raw stone at all. Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "I'll just take it. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if he didn't get anything? I'll go home and cut it myself." Boss Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he said, "Brother Xia, you're the person with the best luck I've ever seen in stone gambling. I'm going to participate in the Myanmar public jade bid soon. Are you interested in accompanying me? I can pay you according to the highest standard of a stone gambling consultant." Xia Ruifai replied without even thinking, "I appreciate your kindness. Besides, Myanmar is a poor place with no pretty girls, so I'm too lazy to go and join in the fun." Xia Ruifai was cautious by nature. If he didn't need money urgently, he wouldn't have come to gamble again. Xia Ruifai naturally avoided the Myanmar public bid that Boss Chen had mentioned. Mr. Chen could tell that Xia Ruifai knew nothing about stone gambling. He attributed the 2 gains that Xia Ruifai had made to luck. In fact, Boss Chen had been in this business for more than 10 years and had seen similar situations like Xia Ruifai. Therefore, he did not suspect anything at all. Xia Ruifai's rejection was within his expectations. Why would a rich young master care about such a small reward? After chatting with Boss Chen for a while, Xia Ruifai left Spirit Jade House with the bag of jade. On the way back, Xia Ruifai could not suppress his excitement. This time, he had really returned with a full load. Besides, Xia Ruifai had a feeling that the biggest reward of this trip was not the 2 million yuan in cash or the 300,000 yuan worth of jade. It was highly possible that the unraveled black raw stone was the biggest surprise of his trip. Now that there was no problem with the funds to build the farm, Xia Ruifai called Liang Kichou on the way and told him that they had decided to use Manager Li's plan and asked him to help arrange the construction team. Naturally, Liang Kichou didn't agree. He patted his chest and promised that he would hire the best construction team and the best workers to do this project. He also asked Manager Li to personally keep an eye on the construction site to ensure the quality of the project. Xia Ruifai said a few polite words and didn't talk much with him as he was still driving. He only said that he would buy him a drink next time to thank him and then hung up. After throwing the phone on the console, Xia Ruifai sped up. He couldn't wait to go home and study that unremarkable raw stone. At the villa in the suburbs, Xia Ruifai carried the jade and the raw stone and hurried upstairs. After locking the door and windows in his bedroom, he couldn't wait to take out the spirit painting and the black raw stone. As for the bag of jade that was worth 300,000 yuan, he threw it aside. With the previous 2 experiences, Xia Ruifai picked up the raw stone and communicated with the spiritual map. Of course, Xia Ruifai was also a little uncertain. After all, the previous spirit paintings had directly absorbed jade. The one in his hand was only a raw stone. It was still unknown whether it could absorb it. However, it was soon proven that his worries were unnecessary. The moment Xia Ruifai's mind connected with the spirit map, he felt a suction force. Then the dark origin stone in his hand was sucked into the spirit map. It fell directly into the unfurled scroll and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruifai didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He couldn't wait to enter the spirit map space. In the next moment, Xia Ruifai appeared beside the spatial spirit pond. After the familiar dizziness passed, Xia Ruifai looked around and was stunned. The size of the space was still about 4 acres, and there was no change. He quickly looked at the nameless plan again. The corollas of the strange flower that he had just picked were still bare, and there were no new strange flowers growing. Could it be that the conditions for evolution had not been met after absorbing the raw stone? Xia Ruofai suddenly had this thought, but it didn't seem like it. This was because Xia Ruofai could clearly feel that after the spirit painting absorbed the black rough stone, the spiritual connection between him and the painting had clearly strengthened. As soon as he entered the space, Xia Ruofai could feel that the air in the space was fresher. It was as if the entire space was filled with a faint spiritual chi that nourished everything in the space. Xia Ruofai could feel that in such an environment, even without the change in time flow, the plants and animals would grow much faster than the outside world. All the signs indicated that the spirit map space had evolved. Could it be that the evolution was not complete enough? Xia Ruofai thought to himself. He thought of the bag of jade outside and immediately left the medium. He took out the bag of jade worth 300,000 yuan and the remaining piece of jade from the last evolution. Then he would let the spirit map space absorb all the jades. This spirit painting scroll also didn't refuse anyone. It was like a bottomless pit. After a while, the jadeite worth more than 300,000 yuan was completely absorbed. Xia Ruofai returned to the medium. Unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not appear. The space was still about 4 mu, and the strange flowers did not regrow. Xia Ruofai walked back and forth in the medium unwillingly. When he left the spirit jade house, Xia Ruofai was full of hope that this dark origin stone would be able to evolve the spirit map space again. After all, this was the first time the spirit map space had vibrated on its own, and Xia Ruofai could feel that its anticipation was stronger than ever before. Xia Ruofai did not expect that, after he took out the raw stone and let the scroll absorb it, he would obtain such an incomplete evolution. After absorbing more than 300,000 jade, there was still no change. Xia Ruofai left the spirit map space in frustration. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Xia Ruofai picked up Gu Paio's painting and looked at it carefully. Then he tried to connect to the spirit painting with his mind. After a few evolutions, Xia Ruofai's spiritual connection with the spirit map had become closer. Every blade of grass and tree in the spirit map space seemed to be right in front of Xia Ruofai. He used his spiritual sense to check every inch of it, hoping to find the reason why the evolution was incomplete. Xia Ruofai's mind was completely immersed in the space. He did not realize that while he was trying to establish a connection with the spirit map started to emit a green light. Xia Ruofai's mind was still scanning the spirit map, inch by inch, and the light from the spirit map scroll was getting brighter and brighter. After breaking through a critical point, the spirit painting suddenly floated in the air. It hovered in the air for a moment before it suddenly accelerated and shot straight towards Xia Ruofai's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Xia Ruofai's eyes were slightly closed as he communicated with the space telepathically. He was not on guard in the bedroom, which was a safe environment. Moreover, the speed of the spirit map was too fast. Everything happened in a flash and the scroll had entered Xia Ruofai's forehead. Xia Ruofai suddenly felt a sharp pain. Then he felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. Even though he had gone through hellish training in the special forces and had developed an extraordinary willpower, he could not help but scream. The unbearable pain continued. Xia Ruofai felt as if his head was going to explode. He held his head and rolled on the ground in pain. A minute later, Xia Ruofai's vision turned black and he passed out. After a long time, Xia Ruofai finally woke up. Everything that had happened was like a dream, but the pain was so deep that even Xia Ruofai, who had a strong will, could not help but shiver. However, at this moment, it seemed that nothing had happened. He checked his body and found that he was not missing any parts. Even the headache had disappeared without a trace. What had just happened? Xia Ruofai could not understand. At this time, his gaze inadvertently fell on the bed, and his expression changed drastically. The spirit painting that he had placed on his bed was nowhere to be seen. This spirit painting scroll could be said to be the foundation of Xia Ruofai's life. Without the magical space in the spirit painting scroll, everything would return to its original point. Xia Ruofai broke out in a cold sweat. He kept trying to recall what had just happened, trying to find the reason why the spirit map scroll had disappeared. At this moment, Xia Ruofai subconsciously lowered his head and revealed a shocked expression. He could not help but open his mouth wide. Xia Ruofai suddenly realized that there was a faint mark on his right palm. It was the shape of an unrolled painting. The mark was very faint and could not be discovered if one did not look carefully. However, Xia Ruofai had been thinking about the spirit map scroll, so he noticed the mark at first glance. He raised his hand in surprise and examined it carefully. After examining every detail of the mark, he was even more certain that it was a spirit map scroll. Why did the spirit painting scroll disappear, and why did an identical imprint appear in his palm? Xia Ruofai could not help but frown. A moment later, a light bulb went off in Xia Ruofai's head. He could not help but pat his forehead. He realized that he had been too far away in his panic. if he wanted to find the location of the spirit map, the fastest way was not to use his eyes. Xia Ruifai immediately calmed down and used his mind to communicate with the spirit map. Sure enough, his mind instantly established a connection with the spirit map scroll, and this connection was much closer than before. Then Xia Ruifai saw with his own eyes that the mark on his palm flashed slightly, and then the ancient spirit map scroll appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing this familiar picture, Xia Ruifai's heart settled. As he gradually calmed down, he began to think about everything that had just happened. The bone-piercing pain still left him with lingering fear. Xia Ruifai did not know what had happened, but it seemed like he had just absorbed the spirit painting into his body. Moreover, he could summon it at any time with a single thought. Xia Ruifai looked at the painting in his hand and an idea came to his mind. He immediately used his mind to communicate with the spirit painting scroll again, thinking of taking it back. As expected, the spirit painting scroll disappeared, and the faint mark appeared on his palm again. Xia Ruifai was overjoyed. He tried it a few times and was soon able to take out or put away the scroll with great familiarity. Xia Ruifai was now sure that the painting had merged with his body. This change surprised Xia Ruifai. Xia Ruifai had always been troubled by the issue of confidentiality, although the possibility of his spirit painting being lost or stolen was very low as a special forces elite. Covering up the spirit painting itself was a big problem. It was still fine since it was winter and they were wearing thick clothes. It would be hard to find them if they were hidden close to their bodies. However, Xia Ruifai could not think of any good ideas in the summer, and now all the problems were solved. The spirit painting scroll had been integrated into his body, and he could take it out at any time when he needed it. Usually, it was just a tiny mark on his palm. As long as Xia Ruifai paid more attention, it would be impossible to notice. This was really an unexpected surprise. Xia Ruifai summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and entered the space. After absorbing more than 300,000 yuan worth of jade, the size of the space did not change. It was still about 4 acres. The strange flower had not grown yet, but Xia Ruifai was in a good mood. He was even happier than the previous 2 space evolutions. Furthermore, Xia Ruifai could feel that the entire space was filled with a trace of spiritual energy. He felt relaxed and happy. The succulent plants, vegetables, and fruits also looked more energetic than before. It was clear that this evolution didn't upgrade the realm, but it brought great benefits. In the future, the growth of crops in the realm would definitely be faster, and with time flowing 20 times faster, the speed would be even more amazing. Xia Ruifai first picked the ripe vegetables in the medium and stored them properly. At the same time, he sowed and planted again. While doing these things, he was even more determined to focus his vegetable planting on the outside world. With the unique conditions in the yin-yang space, he had to speed up his pace of making money and plant something more valuable. Thinking of this, Xia Ruifai immediately went to check on the new material of the Phoebe Zhenin. He had buried 2 of them, so he was checking the Phoebe Zhenin wood that was naturally placed in the medium. Xia Ruifai looked at it carefully, and his face lit up. The surface of this piece of Phoebe Zhenin wood already had traces of a crystalline substance. Under the light, it flickered. Although it was not a beautiful gold color, the speed was already quite amazing. Xia Ruifai had only placed this piece of Phoebe Zhenin wood in the medium for 3 to 4 days. Under the speed of time that was 20 times faster than normal, it had only been 2 months at most. In the outside world, it would take at least half a year for natural oxidation to reach this level. This was enough to prove Xia Ruifai's judgment that it was absolutely feasible to plant gold silk nanmu in the medium. The next step was to find suitable high-quality nanmu trees to transplant. The 70-centimeter Phoebe Zhenin that Liang Kichou mentioned was a good choice. Such a huge Phoebe Zhenin had already formed its core and had a good foundation. In the spirit map space, with the flow of time 20 times faster and the killer flower petals, Xia Ruifai was confident that he could make it grow in a relatively short time, even if the growth rate of the Phoebe Zhenin was frighteningly slow. However, this matter had to be put on hold for a while, because Xia Ruifai did not have enough money. A 70-centimeter Phoebe Zhenin tree would cost at least a few 100,000 yuan. Although Xia Ruifai had more than 2 million yuan in cash, he did not have much left after spending it on the farm. He could only give Liang Kichou a call to see if he could reserve this tree and trade with it after a while. Xia Ruifai couldn't help but sigh. By right, I'm already earning money far faster than the average person, so why do I always feel like I'm short of money? Thinking about the astronomical amount of jade needed to upgrade the realm, Xia Ruifai could not help but have a headache. However, he had to take things one step at a time, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. As for the remaining 2 pieces of Phoebe Zhenin, Xia Ruifai did not dig them out to examine them, because he already knew that it was better to let the 2 pieces of wood form into ebony under the most natural conditions. Xia Ruifai then went to check on the succulents and fish ponds. The succulent mother plant had basically recovered. In such an environment, it would take at most a few days for a new round of cutting breeding. The fish in the fish pond were growing very quickly. Zia Ryufai picked a grass carp randomly and weighed it in his hand. It was almost half a catty. This rate of growth was also quite astonishing. In the outside world, it would take about 2 to 3 years to raise grass carp, and it would take at least half a year for them to grow to about half a catty. However, in the medium, it had only taken 6 to 7 days to reach this weight. The red arowana was also swimming around in the small pond in high spirits. It should be experiencing the first time in its life that it had lost its hair. The red color on its scales was becoming more and more obvious, and it was growing very well. Zia Ryufai walked around the medium and then left, satisfied. The next day, the construction team sent by Liang Kichou officially entered the venue. The surroundings of the holiday villa were no longer as quiet as before. Large construction machinery was constantly working, and the construction site was a busy scene. As the chief supervisor of this project, Manager Lee had been keeping an eye on the boss's son at the construction site and personally telling him that this project must be done with all his might without any flaws or slacking. It must be a model project, so Manager Lee naturally did not dare to slack off. Zia Ryufai did not have anything else to do. He stood on the balcony on the second floor of the villa and looked at the construction site. He thought that he would build his own farm here and become the birthplace of his career. He would be able to produce the best quality food and medicine continuously. He could not help but feel a sense of ambition. At this moment, Zia Ryufai saw an orange shadow from the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a bright orange Porsche 911 driving into the villa's courtyard. Ling Kingsu, who was wearing a light yellow down jacket and a cute plush hat, got out of the car. She looked up at Zia Ryufai, who was on the second floor balcony. The corners of her mouth slightly curved up into a beautiful arc, revealing a half-smile expression. She just tilted her head slightly and looked into Zia Ryufai's eyes. Zia Ryufai jogged down to the courtyard of the villa. Ling Kingsu was still leaning on the Porsche. Under the afternoon sun, her face had a lazy expression, which made her look very charming. When Zia Ryufai saw her, he could not help but think of that sweet kiss from the other day. He greeted Ling Kingsu awkwardly. "Kingsu, long time no see." Ling Kingsu looked at Zia Ryufai with a half-smile and asked, "Are you not going to contact me if I don't come to your house?" Zia Ryufai laughed dryly and scratched his head. "Isn't this that days? Don't mention what happened that day." Ling Kingsu's face turned red as she interrupted Zia Ryufai. "Okay, I won't mention it," Zia Ryufai said. "Kingsu, are you looking for me?" Ling Kingsu pursed her lips and said, "My father received news from President Zhang that your company has been registered. Also today, when our purchaser went back and reported that you are carrying out a large-scale construction project here, Comrade Ling couldn't sit still. Didn't he send me here to use my beauty to seduce you, so that you can sign the official contract with us as soon as possible?" At the mention of the honey trap, Ling Kingsu couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laugh broke the awkward atmosphere between the two of them. Zia Ryufai also felt relieved and quickly said, "Of course, there's no problem with signing the contract. Even if you didn't come and look for me, I was prepared to go to your company to settle this matter in the next 2 days." Then Zia Ryufai said, "Why don't we do it today? Are we going back to the city now?" Ling Kingsu chuckled and said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? It's almost mealtime. Don't you understand that I'm here at this time?" Ling Kingsu paused for a moment, then said slowly, "I remember someone still owes me 2 meals. Zia Ryufai laughed and said, "That's even more of a problem. I'm also preparing to cook. Let's go in and sit." Ling Kingsu cheered and went up to hold Zia Ryufai's arm. She stuck close to him and the two of them walked into the villa together. Zia Ryufai did not greet Ling Kingsu and just let her watch TV in the living room. He went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The ingredients were naturally the vegetables from the spirit map space, and it would be fine to pair it with 1 or 2 meat dishes. Zia Ryufai had been cooking for himself these days, so he was more skilled. When he was preparing the meat dishes, Zia Ryufai suddenly thought of the grass carp in the fish pond in the interspace. The grass carp there were basically about half a catty, so it was very good to get 2 of them to braise or steam. However, the problem was that Ling Kingsu was in the living room outside. Zia Ryufai definitely could not enter the spirit map space to fish. At this moment, Zia Ryufai had an idea. Ever since the space evolved, he could directly take out items from the space through telepathy. In theory, he could also take out the grass fish directly. However, he had only taken ordinary items in the past, and the grass carp was constantly swimming in the spatial fish pond, so it might be very difficult to actually do it. However, Zia Ryufai still wanted to give it a try. Not only was it to add a dish for lunch, but he also wanted to test his own idea. Zia Ryufai looked around and saw that Ling Kingsu was focused on a variety show. Her long legs were placed on the coffee table, so she would not suddenly come to the kitchen. With a thought, the spirit painting appeared in Zia Ryufai's hand. He held the spirit map scroll in his hand and began to connect with the spirit map space. Every blade of grass and every tree in the space was clearly reflected in his mind. In the past, when he took something out, he only needed to lock his mind on the item he wanted to take, and then give an order, and the item would be taken out of the space. Hence, Zia Ryufai focused all his attention on the fish pond in the space. He quietly looked at a grass carp in the fish pond and was highly focused. However, the moment he gave the order, the grass carp wagged its tail and swam forward. It burrowed into a bush of seaweed and Zia Ryufai missed. However, Zia Ryufai was not discouraged. Instead, he persevered and tried again. This was indeed much harder than taking things out normally. Zia Ryufai tried 3 times in a row, but none of them succeeded. On the 4th attempt, Zia Ryufai finally found the right time. He locked his mind on a grass carp and gave the order. The next moment, a grass carp appeared out of thin air and landed on the sink. The grass carp was obviously confused about the situation. It didn't understand why it was swimming freely in the fish pond a moment ago, but the next moment, its environment had suddenly changed. Therefore, it was very flustered and flapped its tail in the sink, making a banging sound. Zia Ryufai quickly kept the spirit map space into his body and then threw the grass carp onto the anvil. He patted it flat with the knife, and the grass carp immediately became dizzy and obediently lay on the anvil. Zia Ryufai went to the kitchen door and sneaked a look. Seeing that Ling Kingsu did not come over because of the commotion in the kitchen, he took out the spirit map space again and tried the same thing twice. Once again, he successfully took out a grass carp from the space fish pond. Zia Ryufai was very satisfied. It was obvious that he had a closer connection with the spirit map space during this period of time. He was also more familiar with the use of the spirit map space. He deftly processed the 2 fish, and in a short while, 2 fragrant braised grass carp were out of the pot. The golden braised fish was sprinkled with tender green coriander, and a fragrance assailed the nose, making people's appetite increase. Very quickly, Zia Ryufai had prepared lunch. He served the dishes he had cooked, one by one. He had especially placed the plate of braised grass carp in the middle. Then he brought out 2 more bowls of rice before calling Ling Kingsu to wash her hands and eat. Ling Kingsu had eaten taoyuan vegetables a few times, so she naturally couldn't resist the temptation of good food. She immediately got up to wash her hands and sat at the table. What a sumptuous feast! Ling Kingsu exclaimed in surprise when she saw the dishes on the table. Then she pretended to be mature and said, "Comrade Zia Ryufai, you did well this time." "Yup, it's worthy of praise." Ling Kingsu's expression changed and she said sternly, "It's approved. Little Feezy served Bengong my meal, so you're treating me like a eunuch." Zia Ryufai said angrily, "Do you think I won't cook for you next time?" Ling Kingsu giggled and begged for mercy. "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. You're the emperor, okay? This is more like it." Zia Ryufai snorted. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. He was the emperor and Ling Kingsu was the empress. Wasn't this just a perfect couple? Zia Ryufai looked at Ling Kingsu and saw that her face was also slightly red. She avoided his gaze and changed the topic. "Let's start. I'm here to try and see if your cooking has improved. I suggest you try this braised grass carp first," Zia Ryufai quickly said. "Oh, is there anything special about it?" Ling Kingsu asked. Zia Ryufai smiled mysteriously and said, "Why don't you try it first and you'll know." In fact, even he himself had never tried the taste of the grass carp produced by the space fish pond, so he was also very excited about it. Ling Kingsu's interest was immediately piqued. Her chopsticks reached directly for the plate of braised grass carp, and she picked up a small piece of fish and put it in her mouth. "It's delicious, and it has a unique taste," Ling Kingsu said in surprise. "This fish meat is tender and delicious. There is no fishy smell at all, and it even has a faint fragrance." Ling Kingsu continued to ask Ryufai, "Could this be another grass carp that you've developed with your new techniques? Our Lingjai restaurant wants to make a reservation." Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly. "We did use some of the new technology. However, we only kept a small amount. We kept it for ourselves." "What about the future? Didn't you clear out the fish pond over there? You have to rear fish, right?" Ling Kingsu didn't give up easily and continued to ask. "In the future, we should do some aquatic farming, right? However, they might not raise grass carp." Zia Ryufai shrugged his shoulders and said, "Kingsu, don't worry. If my peach blossom farm has a new ingredient, I'll definitely give priority to cooperating with Lingjai Food and Beverage, okay? That's more like it. That's interesting." Ling Kingsu giggled. "Let's eat. You're thinking about work even when you're eating, aren't you tired?" Zia Ryufai smiled. I'll eat a few more pieces of fish. This fish is too delicious. Don't snatch it from me." Ling Kingsu pouted. Okay, I won't fight with you." Zia Ryufai looked at Ling Kingsu with a pampering gaze and said with a smile, "Don't let the fish bones get in your way. Ling Kingsu was too busy eating to answer Zia Ryufai's question. Seeing that Ling Kingsu was eating with relish, Zia Ryufai's heart was slightly moved. He found an excuse to get up and go to the kitchen. He quietly took out the spirit map scroll, then connected to the space with his mind. He concentrated his mind on the grass carp in the fish pond in the space. Perhaps it was because he had practiced a few times before, but Zia Ryufai was much more skilled now. It did not take long for him to successfully capture 4 grass carps. Zia Ryufai found 2 small buckets and put 2 grass carps in each bucket. He poured water into the buckets and kept them in the water. He put one of the buckets back into the medium and went back to the dining room to eat. Naturally, Ling Kingsu was very satisfied with the food. In fact, every time she ate a meal that Zia Ryufai made, she was very happy. On one hand, it was because the vegetables in Taoyuan were too delicious. More importantly, it was made by Zia Ryufai himself, so it had a special meaning. After the meal, Zia Ryufai took the initiative to go to Ling Kingsu's company to sign the official contract. Ling Kingsu had originally wanted Zia Ryufai to take her car there, and even said that she would send him back later. However, other than going to the Ling's restaurant to sign the contract, Zia Ryufai was also planning to visit Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiyo. Hence, he politely declined Ling Kingsu and decided to drive himself. Ling Kingsu pouted unhappily. However, when Zia Ryufai brought out the 2 grass carp from the kitchen as a gift, she immediately turned from displeasure to joy and became happy again. A girl's thoughts were sometimes so difficult to guess. Perhaps the 2 fish were nothing, even if they were extremely delicious. However, the fact that Zia Ryufai wanted to give her 2 fish meant something completely different to her. Zia Ryufai called manager Li over and exchanged a few words with him. Then he and Ling Kingsu drove their own cars and left the holiday villa. The 2 of them drove to the Lingjai FB headquarters located in the Nantai district. Ling Kingsu informed her father, Ling Zai Ocean, on the way. Ling Zai Ocean was also very concerned and personally went to the first floor to welcome her. While they were waiting, Ling Zai Ocean kept pacing back and forth in the lobby on the first floor, causing the front desk girl to feel nervous. When she saw that the person Ling Zai Ocean was waiting for was actually a young and handsome lad, and this lad was even walking in with the little princess of Lingjai, chatting and laughing, the fire of gossip in her heart instantly burned. Could he be the chairman's future son-in-law? Naturally, the front desk girl did not know that Ling Zai Ocean placed so much importance on it because of the peach blossom vegetables that Zia Ryufai had. It was too important to the current Lingjai restaurant. With the 100 caddies of Taoyuan vegetables sold every day, the business of the Lingjai's flagship stores skyrocketed. The average turnover was 40 higher than before. Minghao Restaurant's rising momentum was suddenly suppressed. In some sense, Zia Ryufai was the savior of their company. Therefore, Ling Zai Ocean also fully displayed the importance he placed on this matter. Not only did he personally go downstairs to welcome them, but he also gathered all the company's employees, who were at least of the manager level and above, and held a signing ceremony in the company's big meeting room. Even the staff in charge of the company's journal came over with a camera to take pictures and prepare to publish a special issue in the company's internal journal. Zia Ryufai was not used to such a grand reception. After signing the contract, he declined Ling Zai Ocean's invitation to dinner and left in a hurry. However, Zia Ryufai did not go straight to Hu Zai's mother's house. Instead, he went to the Seed Sec's headquarters. Taoyuan Farm's construction period would be completed in a month at most. By then, they would have to start large-scale planting. Zia Ryufai thought that since he was in the city, he might as well solve the problem of seeds first. When they arrived at the seed company, Zia Ryufai picked out more than 10 common vegetable seeds on the table. He ordered 5 kilograms of each. Before he came, he had roughly estimated that these seeds should be enough for the first round of sowing. Zia Ryufai had chosen the best seeds and spent 5,000 to 6,000 yuan on them. To the seed market department, he was a big customer. Therefore, the manager personally received them with a very warm attitude. After Zia Ryufai made the payment, the manager called for a few shop assistants to help Zia Ryufai move all the packaged seeds into the pickup truck. Just as Zia Ryufai was about to leave, he suddenly had an idea. He turned around and asked, "Manager, do you sell ginseng seeds here?" Zia Ryufai had long wanted to plant some valuable things in the realm, but he did not know what was more valuable. However, he knew about ginseng. He had been busy for a while and did not have time to spare. Since he was at the seed company today, Zia Ryufai decided to ask about the situation first. The manager was stunned for a moment and then said, "Sir, of course we have ginseng seeds here. This season is not suitable for planting ginseng. Moreover, the survival rate of ginseng is very low, so it's not easy to artificially plant it." Ginseng seeds were not cheap, and the manager had only reminded Zia Ryufai out of good intentions. Zia Ryufai laughed. "It's okay. I'll just buy some and plant them for fun. What's the best ginseng seed you have here?" "Our company has authentic Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds, but the price," the manager said. "The price doesn't matter, just give me half a caddy," Zia Ryufai said without even asking the price. "All right, please wait a moment," the manager quickly said. After a while, Zia Ryufai left the seed company with a sealed plastic bag full of ginseng seeds. This half a caddy of seeds cost him more than 600 yuan, which was not cheap. However, Zia Ryufai naturally did not care about this small amount of money. Once these ginseng seeds were successfully planted in the origin space, the benefits would be more than 10 times or even 100 times. Zia Ryufai drove the pickup truck out of the seed company and came to a place with no one around. He parked the car and went to the back of the truck. He climbed into the back of the truck and fixed the cover on the back of the pickup truck. As long as one did not stick their head in to take a look, they would not be able to see what was going on inside the truck. Zia Ryufai kept all the vegetable and ginseng seeds into the spirit map space. Then, he took out the other small bucket with the grass carp and some paradise vegetables and placed them in the trunk. Then, Zia Ryufai returned to the driver's seat and continued to drive straight to Hu Zai's mother's house in the Forestry Bureau. Zia Ryufai parked his car at the family area of the Forestry Bureau. He carried a small water bucket in one hand and a basket of peach garden vegetables in the other to the door of Hu Zai's mother's house on the third floor. He put down the water bucket and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Hu Zai's mother was very happy to see Zia Ryufai. "Ruo Fei is here. Come in, come in." Zia Ryufai bent down to pick up the water bucket and followed Hu Zai's mother into the house. Hu Zai's mother nagged, "You child, just come. Why did he bring things? Aren't you treating Auntie as an outsider?" "Auntie, these are all vegetables that I grew myself. I also raised the fish with my friends. I brought them here for you and Kaio to try." Zia Ryufai smiled and asked, "Auntie, how's your recovery?" Hu mother said happily, "I'm feeling great now. I think you should have fully recovered." "Ryufai, that medicine of yours is really godly." Zia Ryufai was placing the vegetables in the kitchen. He poked his head out and smiled. "Auntie, I made some Chinese medicine yesterday and brought it to you today. Please eat for a while longer." "I don't need to eat, right? I'm already fine." Hu Zai's mother said, "It must be expensive to make this medicine, right?" Zia Ryufai tidied up the vegetables and walked out of the kitchen. "It doesn't cost much. They're all common Chinese medicinal herbs." After he finished speaking, he took out the bottle of flower petal solution that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Hu Zai's mother. Then he said, "Auntie, you can continue to take it even if you're well. This liquid doesn't have any side effects. Not only does it cure diseases, but it also has good health. You can drink it without worry. Shouldn't I be filial to you?" he asked. Zia Ryufai smiled and continued to ask, "Oh right, Auntie, is it Kaio-er's winter break soon?" "I think there's still 2 to 3 weeks left," Hu Zai's mother said. "Oh, after the holidays, you and Kaio can stay at my place for a while." Zia Ryufai said, "I've rented a small villa in Jianggang town. I've also bought some land to build a farm. The environment there is better than the city. Let's celebrate the new year together this year." "All right, I'll do the laundry and cook for you," Hu Zai's mother agreed happily. Zia Ryufai smiled bitterly. "Auntie, you don't have to do the laundry or cook. You can just enjoy your life. I can't stay idle. Isn't it good that I can help you with something?" Hu Zai's mother said. "All right, we'll talk about it when the time comes," Zia Ryufai said helplessly. The two of them sat down and started to chat. Hu Zai's mother told her about her and Kaio-er's life, while Zia Ryufai picked out some of the things that he was busy with to tell Hu Zai's mother. The old and the young were having a good time chatting. When it was around 4 o'clock, Hu Zai's mother got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zia Ryufai naturally had to stay for dinner. Otherwise, not only would Hu Zai's mother not agree, Lin Kaio would also not agree if she came back and found out. Zia Ryufai sat in the living room and watched TV. In no time, he could smell the alluring aroma of food coming from the kitchen. At this moment, the door opened. Zia Ryufai looked up and heard Lin Kaio's voice before he saw her. "Mom, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good." As she spoke, she took a pair of slippers from the shoe rack at the door and changed into them. When she walked into the living room, she saw Zia Ryufai sitting on the sofa and smiling at her. Lin Kaio shrieked in surprise. She threw away her bag and pounced on him, shouting, "Brother Ryufai." Zia Ryufai immediately felt a warm, fragrant, and soft jade in his arms. Lin Kaio hugged him tightly. The girls in the third year of high school were not children anymore. Lin Kaio had developed well and her body had a faint fragrance. Zia Ryufai suddenly felt that it was a little too much for her. He quickly said, let go, let go." "No," Lin Kaio chuckled. After saying that, she hugged him even tighter. Zia Ryufai could only break away from her embarrassedly. If she hugged him any longer, his body would have a reaction. That would be embarrassing. Lin Kaio looked at Zia Ryufai and asked, "Brother Ryufai, why didn't you come to see us for so long?" Zia Ryufai smiled and said, "I was a little busy a while ago, so I'm here now. By the way, how are your studies? You didn't play any tricks, did you?" "What naughty? He's a good student." Lin Kaio said, "Your studies are good. The teachers are better than the teachers in our county middle school, and there are many top students among my classmates. I feel like I've improved a lot. That's good." Zia Ryufai said, "Study hard. When you get into college, I'll give you a big gift. There's even a gift to receive." Lin Kaio was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Can you tell me what the gift is?" "You'll know when the time comes. It's definitely a surprise," Zia Ryufai said mysteriously. "So you have to work harder. You have to at least get into 211 school to get a present. HMPH, don't look down on me. Although my foundation is a little worse than my classmates, it's not impossible for me to get into the 211 exam with hard work." Lin Kaio puffed up her chest and said, "Brother Ryufai, just wait for your wallet to bleed. I can't wait for that." Zia Ryufai laughed. At this moment, Hu Zai's mother popped her head out of the kitchen and said, "Kaio, why do you keep pestering your brother Ryufai the moment you come back? Why aren't you changing your clothes? Get ready to wash your hands and eat. I know. Ling Kaiou stuck out her tongue at Zia Ruifai and said. Soon, Ling Kaiou went back to her room and changed into a cute pink cotton-padded jacket. Then she ran to the living room and chatted with Zia Ruifai about school. She only stopped when Hu Zai's mother finished cooking and urged her to wash her hands. Zia Ruifai saw that Hu Zai's mother's eyes were red and quickly said, Auntie, look at what you're saying. Hu Zai's sister is my sister. We're a family, what's there to be polite about? I'll come to visit you often in the future. Hu Zai's mother said, pleased, it's enough that you have this thought. Young people should be busy with their careers. Just come and visit when you're free. After Lin Kaiou washed her hands, the three of them sat around the table and had dinner together. Hu Zai's mother's cooking skills were quite good, and the ingredients were all produced in the spirit map space. Kaiou was amazed by how delicious the food was, especially the 2 grass carp. Even Hu Zai's mother was full of praise for the taste of the dish. Seeing the happy smiles on Hu Zai's mother and Kaiou's faces, Zia Ruifai couldn't help but think of Hu Zai's face and the last words he had said when the bullet hit him. Ruo, Ruifai, help me, take care of my mom, and my younger sister. Hu Zai, don't worry. I'm here for everything, Zia Ruifai said in his heart. At around 8 in the evening, Zia Ruifai finally bade farewell to Hu Zai's mother and Lin Kaiou's reluctant gaze. When he drove back to the holiday villa, he saw that the construction site was still burning through the night. The entire construction site was brightly lit by several strong lights. Large construction machinery was still roaring, and many workers were busy on the construction site. In order to complete the project quickly, Liang Kichou had ordered the entire construction team to work in 3 shifts to ensure that it could be completed before the Spring Festival. Manager Li had already gone back to rest, and a deputy manager was taking his place. After Zia Ruifai parked the car, he went to the construction site and found the deputy manager. He asked about the progress of the project and thanked him for his hard work. Then Zia Ruifai took out another 1,000 yuan and asked the deputy manager to send someone to drive to Changping County to buy supper for the workers. The deputy manager had already been reminded by manager Li that Zia Ruifai had a close relationship with Liang Kichou, so he thanked him repeatedly and patted his chest to assure him that he would ensure the quality and quantity and complete the construction task on time. Zia Ruifai chatted with him for a while and then returned to the villa. He returned to his bedroom and locked the door and windows. Then he summoned the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. After taking a deep breath of the air in the space, which was fresher than the outside world, Zia Ruifai felt all his fatigue go away. The vegetable seeds and ginseng seeds that he had bought in the afternoon were neatly stacked on the space. Zia Ruifai's control of the spirit map space was getting better and better. He could store items directly into the space from the outside and also accurately control where they would appear in the space. The vegetable seeds were not needed for the time being. Zia Ruifai picked up the plastic bag containing the Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds. Before this, Zia Ruifai had done some research on ginseng cultivation techniques. He felt that the information he found online was too complicated. Even if he followed the instructions strictly, the survival rate was very low. Therefore, he decided to do it his own way. This was also because he had great confidence in the spirit map space. He found a large plastic bucket and poured half of the space spirit pond water into it. Then, he took the preservation box containing the petals of the strange flower, which contained the 11 petals that had been stored over the past few days. Zia Ruifai picked up one of the flowers with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the plastic bucket. If these ginseng seeds could grow successfully, they would be worth a lot. Hence, Zia Ruifai had to spend a lot of money and used an entire flower petal. As soon as the flower petal entered the spiritual pond, it immediately melted without a trace. Zia Ruifai was still worried. He found a stick and stirred the flower petal solution in the plastic bucket evenly. Then he opened the plastic bag and poured all the Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds into the plastic bucket. He began to soak them. Then Zia Ruifai left the medium and allowed the seeds to absorb the essence of the petals. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was almost time, so he entered the space again. Zia Ruifai picked up all the ginseng seeds that had been soaked in the plastic bucket. He didn't do as the internet said, but instead he found a piece of land on the periphery of the space. After the space evolved, there was a large amount of open land on the periphery, so he scattered the ginseng seeds. Then he dug up some soil from the side and covered the seeds evenly. He didn't waste the small half bucket of solution. He poured it into the watering can and poured it all into the field. After that, Zia Ruifai decided not to take care of the ginseng anymore. He had already given the ginseng seeds the best conditions. If not all of them survived, then there must be a problem with the seeds themselves. Besides, Zia Ruifai did this because he wanted to simulate the wild environment to the greatest extent and improve the quality of the ginseng. Then Zia Ruifai walked around the space. He picked the ripe vegetables and stored them. He checked the grass carps in the fish pond and the red arowana in the small pond. They were all growing very well. The oxidation level of the Phoebe Genin wood had increased again, and golden threads were already faintly visible. The mother succulent plant had been fully restored. The new succulent seedlings that were left in the pots had also grown to the point where they could be cut with the help of the unique environment and the petal solution. Xia Ruifai decided to start a new round of cutting the next day. However, this time, he had to make a good plan and split it into several batches. The batch of mother plants that had grown from the latest succulent seedlings would be placed in the last batch for cutting. In the next few days, other than providing food for Zhejiang Yue and Ling Jai, Xia Ruifai would walk around the construction site and check on the progress. In addition, he carried out a new round of cutting breeding on the succulent mother plant. After a few days of rest, he put the first batch of succulent seedlings on the internet for sale again. He also put up an announcement to inform all users that if there were no special circumstances in the future, the frequency of new updates would be reduced to once every 5 days. This news naturally attracted many high-end players to spread the news, and it quickly became a hot post on Baidu's succulent bar. Naturally, the sales were as hot as ever, and they were all sold out within a few minutes. After all the succulent seedlings were sold, Xia Ruifai would earn another 100,000 yuan, and this was only the first batch. In the future, there would be another batch every 5 days. In total, they would bring in 600,000 yuan a month. In addition to the 300,000 yuan from Taoyuan vegetables, Xia Ruifai could earn at least 1,000,000 yuan a month from these two items. After making a rough estimate of his income, Xia Ruifai's mind started to wander again. Now he had enough money to pay for the project, and he still had some balance. Moreover, the 2 million or so construction funds did not need to be paid in one go, but in installments. The rest of the payment would only be paid after the construction was completed and the project was accepted. The entire construction would take about a month, and in this month, Xia Ruifai could earn another 1,000,000. He had set his mind on the 70 centimeters Phoebe Genin tree that he had heard about last time. Now that the funds were basically guaranteed, it was better to buy it now in case of any trouble. If this dragged on for a while, the Nanmu would be cut down or someone else would get there first. It would be difficult to find such a suitable Nanmu again. Hence, Xia Ruifai immediately gave Liang Kichou a call. "Are you au fait? Is there something you need?" Liang Kichou said enthusiastically, then asked, "Could there be a problem with the project?" No, brother Liang. The construction team you sent is very good, and Manager Li is very responsible. I don't have to worry about anything." Xia Ruifai smiled and said, "I'm looking for you today because I need your help with another matter. Oh, if there's anything you need, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it," Liang Kichou said. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and said, "It's like this, brother Liang. Last time at your place, didn't we talk about Phoebe Genin wood? You said that you found a 70 centimeters thick Phoebe Genin wood when you asked someone to look for it. I want to ask you if you can help me contact it. I want to buy it." "Why are you suddenly interested in the Phoebe Genin wood?" Liang Kichou asked with a smile. "I don't want it, it's a friend of mine." Xia Ruifai replied, "The friend who sold you the white-skinned lunar realm. When we were chatting today, I casually mentioned the Phoebe Genin and he was very interested in it and wanted to buy it. At the crucial moment, this friend could save Xia Ruifai a lot of trouble." When Liang Kichou heard that it was Xia Ruifai's friend who had the highest quality of meat, he immediately regarded him with even more importance. He said, "So it's your friend who wants it. No problem, I'll contact them immediately. As long as they haven't sold it yet, it shouldn't be a big problem." The Phoebe Genin was a rare tree species, so it was definitely not something that could be sold openly. However, Liang Kichou naturally had his own ways. Xia Ruifai continued, "Brother Liang, my friend wants to transplant the whole tree. If the tree has been cut down, he won't want it. Then I'll quickly ask. This thing is very valuable," Liang Kichou said quickly. "The villagers might chop it up and sell it if they find out." Xia Ruifai said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, brother Liang. You can make the decision for me and negotiate the fees." Liang Kichou was still thinking about this matter, so the two of them hung up the phone without talking much. After a while, Liang Kichou called. Xia Ruifai heard his excited voice as soon as he answered the call. "Ruifai, I've asked around. That tree is still there." Then he said with lingering fear, "But this matter is really mysterious. The villagers of that village are really preparing to secretly cut down the trees to exchange for money. Fortunately, I asked in time. That's good." Xia Ruifai heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was glad that he had made this decision early. Liang Kichou continued, "I've talked about the price as well. They're insistent on 800,000, but the price is only slightly higher than the market price. It's still acceptable. After all, the price of the Phoebe Genin is rising every day. It's definitely not a loss to buy it." Xia Ruifai said without hesitation, "I'll take it. Brother Liang, I'll transfer 800,000 yuan to your account immediately. Please help me deal with this matter. As for the transportation fees, I'll pay you back later." "All right, don't worry, leave it to me." "That's right," Liang Kichou said. "Send me your friend's address. I'll get them to send it over. Just pull him to my holiday villa." Xia Ruifai said, "We'll handle the rest by ourselves." "All right," Liang Kichou said. Precious trees like the Phoebe Genin were not allowed to be sold in public. However, Liang Kichou had his own channels, so he agreed readily. He was quite happy to do Xia Ruifai's powerful friend a favor. After hanging up, Xia Ruifai immediately drove to Changping County and transferred 800,000 yuan to Liang Kichou's company account. In the next few days, Xia Ruifai spent his time waiting. Other than going into the medium to take care of the succulent and red arowana, he would wander around the construction site. Xia Ruifai was filled with satisfaction as he watched his farm take shape day by day. Ling Kingsu had also come to look for Xia Ruifai twice. Since the last time they met, the first kiss storm seemed to have passed, and the two of them got along very naturally again. In front of Xia Ruifai, Ling Kingsu was like a completely different person from her usual cold self. Not only was she very talkative, but she also liked to smile very much. Xia Ruifai's one sentence would often make her tremble. Her smile was very infectious. When Xia Ruifai was with her, his mood unconsciously became happy. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the Phoebe Genin wood that Xia Ruifai had been looking forward to finally arrived. A container truck drove to the entrance of the villa. A tall man in his late 20s alighted from the truck and shook hands with Xia Ruifai, who had come down to check on the situation. "You must be Mr. Xia. Our President Liang asked me to bring this Nanmu to you." Xia Ruifai was overjoyed to hear this. He quickly asked manager Lei to find some workers to unload the thick Phoebe Genin wood from the truck and place it in the villa's courtyard. Because this Nanmu was quite valuable, some small branches that were cut off for the convenience of transportation were also transported with the truck. The workers also unloaded the branches from the car. The tall man said to Xia Ruifai, "Mr. Xia, this tree has already been transported for more than 3 days, so if you want to transplant it, you may have to hurry." This Nanmu did look a little listless. Many of its branches and leaves had already wilted, and it looked very dispirited. The tall man said a few polite words and bade Xia Ruifai farewell. He got on the container truck and left the villa. Manager Li and the workers were all gathered around the Phoebe Genin wood, looking at the thick tree with great curiosity and whispering. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and went back to the villa to lock the door. Then he entered the spirit map space and fetched a bucket of spatial spirit pool water. He then resolutely took out a strange flower petal and put it into the water. Then he left the space with the bucket. After keeping the painting, Xia Ruifai carried the bucket back to the yard. Manager Li urged the workers to go back to work. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and stopped Manager Li. "Manager Lei, everyone has been working hard these past few days, so let's not work overtime tonight and let everyone relax. It doesn't matter if the deadline is a day earlier or a day later." Actually, Xia Ruifai wanted to deal with the Phoebe Genin wood at night. If there were people at the construction site all night, it would be inconvenient. Since Xia Ruifai had said so, Manager Li was naturally happy and relaxed. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude and went to the construction site to supervise the workers. Xia Ruifai locked the door and walked around the Nanmu with a bucket of water. He sprinkled the petal solution on the leaves and then poured the remaining half of the bucket on the roots of the Nanmu. He was finally relieved. He believed that with the petals of this strange flower, this Nanmu tree worth more than 800,000 yuan would not die before it was transplanted. Xia Ruifai returned to his bedroom upstairs and looked at the Nanmu in the yard from the balcony. For the time being, he could only leave it there. He could only start to work when the workers went back at night. Xia Ruifai thought for a while and entered the spirit map space in his bedroom. He carried a shovel and a hoe to the place where he had scattered the ginseng seeds. Now, the ginseng seeds had all sprouted, and they had grown into inch-long seedlings, scattered sparsely in the area. Xia Ruifai found an empty space next to the ginseng seedling and dug a big hole. He was going to plant the Phoebe Genin next to the ginseng. After the Phoebe Genin had survived, the area of the crown would be huge. By then, it would definitely be able to cover the ginseng's growing area and create better conditions for the shady ginseng to grow. All they could do now was wait. The workers left work in the evening, and the construction site soon quieted down. Xia Ruifai patiently waited until the second half of the night. When the workers on duty at the construction site were all asleep, he went downstairs to the courtyard. The Phoebe Genin tree, after being nourished by the petal solution, was much more energetic than when it was unloading the truck. Xia Ruifai summoned the spirit painting and placed it gently at the side. Then, he grabbed the Phoebe Genin wood with both hands and started to connect with the space. He was also very nervous after Yingying obtained the space. He had never tried to send such a big guy into the space directly. Although the realm had evolved a few times and Xia Ruifai had been absorbing the petal solution continuously, his mental connection with the realm had become much closer. However, he was still not confident. However, Xia Ruifai had no other way out. He could only try. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and sent a command to the space. The 70-centimeter thick tree trembled at first, then disappeared into thin air with a swoosh. Zia Ryufai's face turned pale, and his head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. It was as if thousands of needles were being inserted into his head at the same time. He felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. His entire body swayed a few times and was on the verge of collapsing. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. Zia Ryufai quickly kept the painting in his palm. He held the wall with one hand and took out a bottle of mineral water from his pocket with the other. Inside was half a bottle of the spatial spirit pond water that Zia Ryufai had prepared in advance. It was filled with the petal solution. Zia Ryufai opened the bottle cap and gulped down half a bottle of water. Only then did he feel his energy slowly recovering. He had no doubt that if he didn't take the petal solution immediately, it would cause permanent damage to his brain. Zia Ryufai rested for a while before he fully recovered. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear that Yaoyu would really act according to her own abilities in the future. Today's actions were really a bit risky. However, Zia Ryufai believed that with the evolution of the realm and his continuous absorption of the petal solution, he would be able to easily transport the Nanmu in the near future. Zia Ryufai checked his condition and felt that there was no problem. He could feel that the overexertion this time had strengthened his connection with the space. However, Zia Ryufai did not dare to try again. He would rather improve gradually and steadily. He returned to the villa, went straight to the bedroom, and locked the door and windows. Then he summoned the spirit painting from his palm and entered the space. When Zia Ryufai was sending the Phoebe Genin into the space, he could only control the position of its appearance as it was too big. After entering, Zia Ryufai took a look and felt very lucky. The Phoebe Genin wood had basically fallen into the big pit that he had dug in advance according to his instructions, but it was slightly tilted. If it had fallen somewhere else, it would have crushed the things in the space, and Zia Ryufai would have to move it back into the hole. Even in this situation, Zia Ryufai had to put in a lot of effort. He had even built a simple pulley mechanism to straighten the big tree. Then he poured some water from the spirit pond in his space and a bottle of petal solution that he had prepared. These few days, Zia Ryufai's flower petals had been used up very quickly. Now he only had 6 petals left. However, these expenses were worth it. In the future, it would produce hundreds or thousands of times the benefits. Moreover, he could harvest 5 petals every 3 days. As long as he saved them, it would be enough. Zia Ryufai left the medium. When he was about to take a shower and sleep, he suddenly thought of the branches that he had cut off from the Phoebe Genin tree in the courtyard. He had an idea and quickly went downstairs to the courtyard. He kept all the branches into the spirit map space. Compared to the entire golden Phoebe Genin tree, collecting these branches was naturally as easy as blowing off dust. Then Zia Ryufai returned to his bedroom and entered the medium again. He picked out the slightly larger branches one by one and counted more than 20. Then Zia Ryufai dug a hole in the open space outside the inner space and inserted the selected branches into the soil one by one. Then he got some water from the spiritual pond and watered them one by one. If it were in the outside world, the cutting would not have been successful. Even in the medium, Zia Ryufai was not confident, so he did not waste the precious petals. His idea was simple: those branches were lost anyway, and if 1 or 2 of them survived, it would be a profit for him. Even if none of them survived, he wouldn't lose anything. Zia Ryufai threw the remaining small leaves under the big Nanmu tree. They would soon rot and become nutrients for the Nanmu tree. It could be considered that the leaves had returned to their roots. For the next half a month, Zia Ryufai spent most of his time in the villa. Other than providing vegetables to the 2 families, he would walk around the construction site and take care of the various plants and animals in the inner space. During this period, Zia Ryufai carried out 3 more batches of cutting and breeding. Every 5 days, he would put new succulent seedlings on the internet to sell, but they would be sold out every time. Half a month in the outside world was almost a year in the medium. Now, the space was thriving. The Phoebe Genin tree had long survived and had even grown a circle. Now, it was full of leaves and branches. What surprised Zia Ryufai even more was that the 20 or so branches of the Phoebe Genin that had been casually planted in the soil of the space had all survived and were growing quite well. This also made Zia Ryufai reevaluate the value of this spirit map space. The vegetables were picked one after another, needless to say. The fish in the space fish pond had grown to more than 3 caddies. Even if time was not taken into account, the growth rate was still quite amazing. The precious red arowana had already grown to nearly 40 centimeters, and its scales had all turned pure red. It was very pleasing to the eye as it swam in the small pond. This red arowana was a female and had basically reached the adult stage. In order to match the red arowana, Zia Ryufai even made a trip to the seafood market. He was quite lucky. There was a store that was selling a red arowana of similar size. Zia Ryufai spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy this fish. There were already 2 red arowana in the small fish pond in the space. However, the one that was let in later was not as good as his wife in terms of the purity of its scales or its spirit. However, Zia Ryufai believed that this male fish would grow better and better in no time. The piece of Phoebe Genin wood placed in the space had also been completely oxidized. Beautiful golden threads appeared on the wood, and under the light, these golden threads connected together like golden clouds. It was obviously a top-grade piece of Phoebe Genin wood. Just this small piece of material alone was worth at least 100,000 yuan. This gave Xia Ruifai more confidence in planting the Phoebe Genin in the medium. In the outside world, Xia Ruifai's paradise farm had already taken shape. 8 huge modern film greenhouses were being built at the same time. The roads in the farm were also beginning to take shape, and the orchards in the back mountain were also being developed. The laying of various pipelines, the construction of fences, the greenery in the field, and the construction of fish ponds were all progressing steadily. At this rate, there would be no pressure to deliver it before the Spring Festival. There were more than 20 days until the Spring Festival. Xia Ruifai remembered that he had not visited Professor Tian for a long time and decided to go to the city. It was also a courtesy visit before the Spring Festival. So after calling Professor Tian, he picked up some vegetables from the space, went to the fish pond in the space, and caught a few carps that weighed more than 1.5 kilograms. He then drove the pickup truck straight to Sanshan City. Xia Ruifai, who had been here once before, drove to Professor Tian's house with ease. He easily lifted the 20-30-pound vegetable basket in one hand and the koi tied with a straw rope in the other and came to the front of the courtyard. He put down the vegetable basket and rang the doorbell. After a short while, Xia Ruifai heard the sound of hurried footsteps. After the metal door opened, Xia Ruifai saw Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu. After seeing Xia Ruifai, the joy on Lu Yu's face instantly turned into shock. After a while, she furrowed her brows and said, "Why are you here?"